What transpires when a student consecutively misses the Hogwarts admission ceremony? Lee, originally known as Lior, is a male of Chinese descent who, at the tender age of 9, was abducted to England to serve as a child laborer. At 14, he was rescued by Professor Charity Burbage from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, only to be subsequently detained by the farmer, Floris. At 15, he was liberated by Dumbledore and successfully enrolled in the school. During his time at the institution, he diligently sought employment, applying for the position of potions assistant, where he excelled remarkably in the subject. Ron, I can hardly fathom how you managed to endure the temperament of that old bat. Lior. After berating me, he would still explain the lessons. He is far superior to Floris. Happiness often necessitates comparison. Chapter 1. We are earnest students. The dungeon is devoid of windows. The air is damp and frigid, with droplets of water seeping from the walls. The boy leans against the icy stone, the chains rustling softly with each shallow breath he takes. At this moment, he is entirely unclothed, his frail body tightly bound by robust chains, revealing crimson abrasions that surface with the rhythm of his breathing. Unsightly whip marks mar his torso and limbs, resembling a colossal centipede embedded in his skin, nearly consuming the child. In this manner, he awaits death with utter indignity. Suddenly, an unfamiliar scent wafts in, akin to a faint hint of lemon, tinged with sweetness. Yet, the boy is keenly aware that he has not heard any footsteps. "Oh, child, do not open your eyes just yet." The voice is gentle, yet leaves no room for disputation. He is oblivious to how this stranger circumvented Floris to enter the dungeon, and he reluctantly keeps his eyes shut, feeling a sudden lightness envelop him. The chains have been unshackled. The boy hesitates to open his eyes, feeling as exposed as a shorn monkey. His throat is parched, and he manages to stammer, "Thank you." Suddenly, warmth envelopes his shoulders, as if something has wrapped around him, perhaps a robe or a blanket. Instinctively, the boy clutches it tightly, peering cautiously with both eyes like a small creature in a cave. At last, he discerns the figure, an elderly man with a silver-white beard and a serene yet keen gaze behind half-moon spectacles. Realizing that the stranger is also observing him, he hastily lowers his head once more. "Very well. Can you walk, young man?" "Yes, sir." The boy grits his teeth and forces himself to stand. It has been ages since he last stood, and the rush of blood nearly causes his legs to falter. Fortunately, a pair of broad hands promptly steadies him. He trembles as he takes a few steps. Splendidly, the nearly dragging robe conceals him entirely, providing a sense of security. The elder chuckles lightly, his tone relaxed. "Excellent. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Professor Burbage should have mentioned the school to you last year. My name is Lior." He clutches the robe even more tightly, feeling increasingly self-conscious. "Thank you very much, headmaster." "Lior, that cannot be your original name, can it?" A glimmer of light flickers behind Dumbledore's glasses. The boy pauses. "Lior, that is my Chinese name." The moment he utters it, his face flushes with embarrassment. This name invariably elicits disdainful glances in this place. "You may call me Lior. That is what they all call me." The boy's eyes brightened momentarily, only to be overshadowed by a wave of despondency. "But my wand has been shattered, and my books have been burned." With each word he uttered, a growing sense of unworthiness filled his heart. "Wands are prone to breakage, Lee. Do not fret. No wizard is destined to wield but a single wand throughout his lifetime." Dumbledore gently patted his shoulder. "As for the burned books, we can certainly procure new ones." Dumbledore led the boy out of the basement, and instinctively, the boy shivered as he began to ponder how to confront Floris, only to realize this concern was entirely unwarranted. Floris lay unconscious on the ground. Lior's heart raced, his emotions oscillating between exhilaration and fear. "Go pack your belongings." Dumbledore settled himself into a tattered sofa, as if it were his own living room, his beard slightly curling upward. "You shall commence your summer vacation early." Lior's belongings consisted merely of a faded cloth bag, a tattered set of clothes, a water bottle, and a handful of coins. He wiped himself down with a piece of cloth, changed into clean attire, and returned to the living room, murmuring, "Headmaster, I am ready." "Headmaster, my belongings are packed." Dumbledore opened his eyes, casually stroking his beard, then extended his hand. "Excellent. Hold on to me, Lee, and do not be overly astonished. Leo hesitated for a moment before placing his hand in Dumbledore's palm. Then, the world spun around him. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery before him had transformed entirely. A narrow alleyway lined with brick walls, through which he could glimpse the nearby skyscrapers. He felt a sense of novelty, but the realization that magic truly existed in this world rendered him almost unable to comprehend anything. Apparition, Dumbledore stated nonchalantly, "You will learn this in due course." Dumbledore did not release his grip, guiding him through the throngs of people, across the streets, past shops he had never encountered before, eventually pausing before an unassuming wooden door. This place was familiar to him. Professor Burbage had brought him here last year, declaring it to be the Leaky Cauldron. I could take you directly to Ollivander's wand shop, but I believe it is essential for a new student to partake in this rite of passage, much like how toast must be spread with honey. Dumbledore mused, his gaze tinged with a hint of longing. They traversed the Leaky Cauldron, the cacophony of smoke and the aroma of beer assailing their senses. Leo hunched his shoulders, anxious about drawing attention. Dumbledore, however, ambled through as if at a market, nodding to several wizards who whispered Albus. "Remember, young one, Diagon Alley lies just ahead. You must come on your own next time." Dumbledore deftly tapped a specific brick 3 times. The stone wall trembled and transformed into a narrow alleyway, and Leo was uncertain whether to feign astonishment. However, by the time he resolved to do so, it was too late. Dumbledore had already propelled him inside. "Headmaster," he struggled with his thoughts along the way, finally lowering his voice to speak, "I cannot afford a wand." Last year, he had nearly spent all the savings he had accumulated over the years, and it was evident that this year he might not even be able to gather enough for a quill. The matter of finances. Dumbledore blinked, his tone suddenly imbued with mischief. "You might think I would reach into my pockets, but then you would owe me a favor." "No, I do not wish to." Leo's face flushed a deep crimson as he struggled to articulate a retort. "Hogwarts does not overlook any new student." Dumbledore maintained his benevolent demeanor, chuckling. "Mr. Lee, we shall arrange for you a scholarship fund. Let's see, 20 galleons. I believe that should suffice for your essential school supplies." Leo stared blankly as he received the heavy pouch of coins, his fingertips trembling. Tears pricked at the corners of his eyes, yet he merely whispered, "Headmaster, does the school offer work-study positions?" "I wish to." Dumbledore laughed heartily. "Ho, ho, ho. There are always plenty of opportunities, young man. The busy professors are in dire need of capable assistants. Of course, I suggest you first apply for a 100 galleon student loan and repay it once you secure employment. Enjoy the wonders of the magical world. There is nothing more vital than knowledge." Leo gazed into those eyes, bright with mirth yet profound in their depths, and an unprecedented feeling surged within him. Perhaps he truly could carve out a place for himself in this world. Chapter 2. Burdened with debt at the onset of schooling, the clamor of Diagon Alley rendered Liao almost unable to open his eyes. The incessant billowing of purple smoke from copper cauldrons, the owls flitting about, and the exuberant British children, tugging at their parents' hands and exclaiming with delight, all served to emphasize his sense of alienation. Liao wished fervently to retreat into the collar of his short shirt, trailing behind Professor Dumbledore with his gaze cast downward. His first destination was the wand shop, for it was the place where he would need to part with the most money. Since 382 BC, Ollivander had been crafting exquisite wands. As the door swung open, the air, imbued with the scent of sawdust and dust, wafted towards his face, momentarily alleviating his anxiety. "Oh, Professor Dumbledore," a hoarse voice emerged. The elderly Ollivander emerged from the mountain of narrow boxes, his attention swiftly landing on Liao. "Oh, I remember you." Liao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing to flee, as the man before him recollected with startling clarity. "Hawthorne, unicorn hair, 10 inches, am I correct? You Haven tea brought it with you?" "Ollivander," Dumbledore interjected on his behalf, "there has been an unfortunate incident. This child's wand has been broken." Ollivander's eyebrows nearly leapt in surprise. "Broken? It was exceptionally suited to you." He sighed, quickly producing a box. "Very well, child, try this one, still Hawthorne." Liao picked it up and gave it a swish, but there was no remarkable effect. "Perhaps this one willow." He took it, and the tip of the wand flickered. Yet Ollivander shook his head. "This one, and that one, let us try this." Liao went through a series of wands, but none could replicate the sensation he had felt with his previous wand. His disappointment burgeoned within him. Perhaps this larch, unicorn hair, 12.5 inches. He picked it up, devoid of hope, when suddenly his heart skipped a beat, gently caressing the wand's intricate patterns. A surge of warmth coursed through his arm to his chest. The wand's tip blossomed into a flurry of pink flowers, cascading down in a delightful shower. In horror, Liao glanced at Dumbledore, who appeared rather pleased. Stop, stop! He frantically waved the wand, finally bringing the floral downpour to a halt. The shop floor was strewn with petals, and he looked mortified. I'm sorry, I'll clean it up. Merlin's beard. Ollivander exclaimed in admiration. This is it. It has chosen you. You know, child, Larch typically selects wizards of great potential. With alacrity, Ollivander wrapped the wand for Liao, who reluctantly handed over 7 gold galleons. Thank you, sir. I will take good care of it this time. The subsequent shopping trip proceeded rather smoothly. Most supplies could be found at the second-hand store. Liao even purchased an English-Chinese dictionary, having been denied schooling since arriving in England. Just the brief acceptance letter had left him bewildered, unable to comprehend much of it. At least I must understand the textbooks first, he mused, fearing expulsion due to illiteracy would be far more dreadful than returning to Floris. As the sun set, they made their way back to the leaky cauldron. Dumbledore procured a small room for him, the flickering flames in the fireplace adding a touch of vitality to the space. The narrow wooden bed was tidy, and as he ran his hand over the sheets, a pang of sorrow struck him. He hadn't possessed his own bed in quite some time. Without any legal documentation, Liao resolved to stay there until school commenced. More importantly, he noticed a notice on the bar's wall. Reward of 100 galleons for any brave soul who can finish a pint of Gamp's old ale. I've tasted everything under Floris, he thought. That 100 galleons will be mine. Of course, he would have to wait until Dumbledore left. Seemingly sensing his reticence, Dumbledore led him downstairs, ordering butterbeer and juice, and finding a seat by the window. Professor, Liao hesitated. I've heard wizards typically enroll at the age of 11. But you are 15, aren't you? Dumbledore chuckled heartily. Do not fret, child. Those extra years are inconsequential, and you will still be in your prime upon graduation. To be frank, Floris concealed you too well, which has led to our inability to locate you. However, there are advantages to starting late. You will be stronger than your peers, will you not? Liao glanced at his gaunt arms, feeling unable to agree. He recalled that only last year, when Professor Burbage had come to inquire, he learned that countless acceptance letters had flown to his home each year, all of which Floris had quietly destroyed. Professor Burbage had promised to take him to the finest wizarding school and had even witnessed him writing a reply. Yet, he had barely exited Diagon Alley before Floris had seized him, breaking his wand, burning his textbooks, and mercilessly beating him to the brink of unconsciousness before locking him away underground. Thus, Liao had missed his enrollment. To make matters worse, since then, Floris's treatment of him had grown increasingly harsh. Endless back-breaking labor, bread as hard as stone, old clothes suitable for both summer and winter, and discrimination from various countries. Magic seemed utterly unattainable for him. As Liao spoke, his pain intensified, his chest heaving as his voice grew increasingly strained. Dumbledore simply listened quietly, eventually bringing the juice to Liao's lips. Drink, child. Lior, he continued, your name has always been on the admissions roster. You have always been an exceptionally gifted wizard. You will master great magic, capable of protecting all that is yours. Look to the future, Lior. The fire in the hearth crackled merrily, and the laughter of patrons, the clinking of coins, and the joyful hoots of owls all blended together like a sweet dream, flowing into Liao's ears. This time, surely, a new life will begin. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore, Liao falsely claimed he had just turned 18 and challenged the legendary Gamp's old ale. It was indeed quite difficult to drink. He felt as though he were suffering from a dual assault on his physiology and psyche. His stomach ached worse than if he had gone 3 days without food or water. Not even in China had he encountered a medicinal brew as dreadful as this. Yet, thinking of the 100 galleons, he gritted his teeth and downed it in one go. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, he received the hefty, genuine 100 galleons. Half an hour later, supporting himself against the wall, he staggered towards the lavatory, his stomach roiling as though he were worse off than 3 days without sustenance. Yet the weight of the coins in his pocket elicited a smile. This must be what they call a life-saving sum, he thought weakly as he hovered over the toilet. Regardless, a new life had finally commenced. Chapter 3. Setting out alone before the commencement of school, Liao spent a full 3 months in preparation. By day, he worked at the leaky cauldron, assisting Tom in cleaning glasses and occasionally brewing the simplest butterbeer. The pay was modest, yet sufficient to afford him a warm dinner. After 3 months, his arms had finally filled out somewhat, and he looked more like an average person. Tom was a kind soul, occasionally correcting his grammar and gifting him several old English textbooks. Liao diligently compared each word with the dictionary, remarkably managing to digest the material. The leaky cauldron was a splendid place. He encountered a myriad of wizards and heard a plethora of gossip, his longing for life in the magical world growing ever stronger. The day of school's commencement had arrived. Lior had long awaited this day, yet as he stepped out of Diagon Alley, a wave of trepidation filled his chest. He had never truly belonged to this place. Even walking down the street, he was beset by fears of being apprehended by the authorities. Fortunately, this time, he passed seamlessly into King's Cross Station. Drawing a deep breath and recalling the gossip he had previously overheard, he charged toward the wall with his luggage in tow. A magical sensation enveloped him. The solid bricks seemed to draw him in like water, and before his eyes appeared the bustling platform 9 3/4. Clad in robes, students gathered in small clusters, laughing and chatting as they awaited their train. Lior circumnavigated them from a distance, seeking a nearly deserted corner where he could breathe more easily. He simply lacked the courage to approach any wizard. The shrill whistle of the train pierced the air as the crimson locomotive glided into the station. Lior swiftly slipped into the last carriage. It was his inaugural train ride, yet after a moment of quiet observation, he adeptly located a spot for his luggage. He settled into the window seat at the rear, silently praying to the gods of both China and England that no one would initiate conversation with him. Outside the train, parents occasionally shouted farewells to their children, further dampening Lior's spirits. He pulled his robe over his face until the train set off and the chattering classmates ceased their wandering. Only then did he lower the robe and retrieve his textbooks to begin his preparations. He had fallen behind in every regard and could only strive to catch up through diligent study. The scenery outside whizzed by as they distanced themselves from London. Yet Lior felt indifferent. No place could ever be further than his hometown. However, his moment of respite was short-lived. He had barely turned a few pages when the carriage door swung open. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad?" In the doorway stood a nervous boy, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. "My toad has gone missing, upperclassman." "I'm not an upperclassman, and I haven't seen any toad," Lior replied, speechless. Though he had heard that pets were permitted at school, he could hardly fathom someone deliberately keeping a toad. "It always tries to run away from me." The boy burst into tears, sobbing as he retreated from the doorway. Lior exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the boy was merely searching for something, not looking for trouble. Suddenly, he felt a tug at the hem of his trousers. Looking down, he was astonished to see a green paw emerging from beneath the seat. Lifting his leg, a blue toad leapt up, landing on the opposite seat. Mr. Toad?" Lior tentatively assigned a gender to the creature. "Do you need a book?" Before he could finish his sentence, the toad had already leapt into his arms. Lior pressed his lips together, raising a hand to steady it. "Classmate, I found the toad." He stepped into the corridor, scanning for the boy's figure. "Neville, you're Toad." "Toad." A few nearby students noticed and shouted in unison. Lior heard a distant voice filled with surprise. He walked forward, holding the toad aloft, and the boy named Neville came rushing towards him, reaching out to take it. "Trevor." The toad, however, suddenly kicked its legs and bolted away. Neville emitted a sharp cry once more. Lior glanced in the direction the toad had fled, but it had vanished completely. "That little creature is quite swift. It just hopped that way." Lior pointed towards the corner of the train. "Don't worry. It's enclosed here. It can't escape this carriage." Neville, however, did not appear reassured. Lior, wishing to avoid lingering in the crowd, noted several students had begun to take notice of him. He patted Neville on the shoulder and quickly returned to his seat. "Hello, are you Asian?" The question he dreaded most had pursued him. As he was about to sit down, Lior helplessly glanced towards the door. "Yes, I am Chinese." "That is so cool. Is there magic in China too?" The girl appeared filled with curiosity. "I don't know. I came here when I was 9. I've never seen any magic," he replied, his voice barely audible over the din. "Oh, I'm Hermione Granger. You're a first year too, right?" The girl extended her hand. Lior hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook it. "My Chinese name is Lior, but you can call me Lior or Lee. Are you reading Basics of Potion Making?" Hermione glanced at his desk. "Oh, I nearly finished that book over the holidays. But there's one part 1V never understood." She flipped through the pages rapidly, pointing to a passage. "Collecting nettle leaves must be done during the waning moon. The book explains that during the full moon, the magic is too potent and prone to explosion. So, does that mean the moon's phases affect the concentration of magic?" Lior felt somewhat perplexed but nodded nonetheless. To be honest, the string of sentences was quite difficult for him to comprehend. But even during the waning moon, there are varying degrees, right? The day after the full moon is still a waning moon, isn't it? Would nettle then also lead to an explosion? Lior pondered deeply. "I believe the relationship between the two may not be so straightforward. Perhaps you could ask a professor when term begins?" "You're right." Hermione quickly pulled out a piece of paper to jot down her thoughts. "They might not be linearly correlated. I hope our potions professor will be eager to answer." Lior sighed in relief, hastily feigning interest in his book to avoid any further questions that might reveal his ignorance. Are you ready for the sorting hat? Which house do you prefer? The girl still would not let him be. Io had heard snippets about the sorting during his time at the Leaky Cauldron. He had fortuitously encountered a professor who mentioned it. I think I would belong to Hufflepuff. He felt a twinge of shame, aware that Hufflepuff often seemed rather inconsequential. Oh, Hufflepuff. They are honest, humble, and kind. You will thrive there. Hermione chattered on. I hope to be sorted into Ravenclaw. It's South the place that values wisdom the most. You will be. Io rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly fatigued. Do you know how the sorting works? I've heard it's done by the sorting hat, which determines what qualities suit each student for their respective house. Io contemplated, uncertain about the underlying principles. That sounds absolutely fascinating. Hermione's eyes sparkled. It seems we're nearing the school. We should change into our robes. See you at the start of term, Lior. Goodbye. And thank you for the reminder. Io quickly closed the carriage door. As the train arrived at its destination, Io adjusted his robes to cover his inexpensive shirt as best as he could, languidly lining up at the end of the first-year queue and following the others onto the boat. The students sharing the boat with him were clearly intrigued by his face. Yet none dared to speak to him. The lake was dark and deep, and in the dim light, the outline of the castle gradually emerged. He lifted his gaze to admire the towering spires and flickering lights. Regardless of everything, he was finally stepping into the world of wizards. Chapter 4. Identity is self-assigned. Io had never seen such a magnificent castle. His fellow students gasped in awe, which provided him with a sense of security as he blended in, surveying his surroundings. They were greeted by a stern-looking female professor, Minerva McGonagall. With just a few words, she introduced the significance of the sorting, and before long, she led the newcomers through the grand doors into the Great Hall. The lengthy dining table stretched from one end of the Great Hall to the other, its walnut surface polished to a gleaming sheen, reflecting the flickering candlelight above. The warm golden flames danced gently, illuminating the embroidered house crests on the tablecloth with exceptional clarity. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. From this gathering, they would each find their place of belonging. At the far end of the hall, the elevated platform housed the faculty members. Dumbledore sat at the center, the intricate carvings of his chair shimmering in the light. He appeared to smile serenely, yet his presence instilled a sense of calm throughout the hall. Surrounding him were several professors, some engaged in hushed conversations, while others observed the newcomers with keen interest. In this expansive hall, Liu felt dwarfed. His 15 years had been spent in cramped quarters, and at this moment, he felt akin to a hapless mouse navigating a bustling street, utterly disoriented under the bright illumination. Professor McGonagall placed an old hat in a chair before the new students. The weathered hat provided Liu with a fleeting sense of belonging. Fortunately, the wizarding tools were not always ostentatious. The sorting ceremony progressed swiftly. With each name called by Professor McGonagall, a student donned the hat, and cheers erupted from the corresponding house table. Liu couldn't help but feel embarrassed. As the list neared its end, he grew increasingly anxious, wondering if perhaps he was not even on the roster. After all, theoretically, he should have enrolled the previous year. Harry Potter, McGonagall announced, and a boy stepped forward. Liu noticed the commotion at the Gryffindor table was markedly greater, interspersed with murmurs of the Chosen One and Dark Lord. It seemed that this boy was a minor celebrity. Unlike him, everyone recognized this savior, and he felt even more out of place. Liu, at last. McGonagall pronounced his name, albeit in its standard Chinese pronunciation. He hurriedly stepped forward, wishing fervently for the hat to cover his face. Thankfully, most of the attention was still focused on the recent celebrity, and not many eyes turned toward him. Ah, a child from the East. The hat's voice suddenly infiltrated his mind, deep and mischievous. You bear the marks of resilience, well suited for Hufflepuff. Your mind sparkles with brilliance. Ravenclaw would embrace you. Your heart harbors ambition and discontent. Perhaps you would thrive in Slytherin, but I suspect you might not relish it there. Absolutely not, Liu declared. I wish to go to Hufflepuff. Perhaps your past experiences compel you to seek a warm community, but Slytherin does not shun its comrades either. Ah, I see. You are a Gryffindor. What? The sorting hat had loudly proclaimed its decision. Liu stood up, bemused, as someone at the Gryffindor table beckoned him over. He approached and spotted Hermione and Neville from earlier among the crowd, politely shaking hands with the head of his year. He quickly maneuvered through the throng to find a less enthusiastic spot to sit. He had heard of Gryffindor's traits at the Leaky Cauldron: bravery, recklessness, impulsiveness, none of which seemed to align with him. Was it merely because he hailed from the East that he was deemed more fitting for the color red? The thought struck him as absurd. Regardless, he enjoyed the most lavish dinner he had experienced since arriving in England, a feast of potato wedges, steak, and tomato soup. The array of dishes was overwhelming, and he cautiously selected only a few items from what lay before him. After satisfying his hunger, the students remained at the table, engaging in conversation. Liu raised his cup, attempting to feign nonchalance while drinking water, yet he was soon approached. "Hey, Chinese guy, are your parents wizards too?" A boy beside him could hardly contain his curiosity. "Do you have magic schools in China?" Liu took a deep breath and began to fabricate a tale. "Yes. Both my parents are wizards from China, living in the mountains. We have several magical schools across the country, and even muggles are aware of them. We once had a master potioneer, immune to all poisons, who personally tested the properties of every potion ingredient. When we travel, we don't ride brooms. Some of us fly on swords, standing atop them, and some can even fly unaided. We have a cauldron called a Mandarin pot that can brew 2 potions simultaneously. Our identities are defined by ourselves." Liu gesticulated animatedly, leaving his peers in a state of bewilderment. "Lior, can you perform Chinese magic?" "Not yet, because some complications arose. And I came to England alone." Liu felt a wave of dejection wash over him. "Please, don't ask any more." A murmur of sympathy rippled through the group. But only Hermione shot him a disapproving glance. Oh, he had mentioned to her before that he had never heard of any magic. As the raucous dinner concluded, Dumbledore announced a few school rules, followed by a collective singing of the school song. Liu was reluctant to join in, but the enthusiasm of a boy named Lysander was infectious, and he found himself singing 2 tigers as quickly as possible to get through the embarrassing lyrics. As the disjointed chorus came to an end, the melody of Funeral March echoed in the background. Liu couldn't help but smirk. It seemed the headmaster was conducting this audacious tune. How delightful and liberating. He felt he had found the right place. Chapter 5. My first day at the Sports Academy. Liu was assigned to the Gryffindor Tower dormitory. The heavy crimson drapes and the ancient wooden bed left him in a daze. This place felt worlds apart from the cramped dormitories he had previously known. Fortunately, the dormitory housed only him and Lysander. Lysander was as lively as a weasel, but at least he was not unpleasant. For Liu, this was sufficiently comforting. At the break of dawn the following day, Liu opened his eyes. Their morning class was taught by Professor McGonagall herself, and he did not wish to leave the impression that a Chinese student was perpetually tardy on his very first day. "Lysander, wake up." After finishing his morning routine, he noticed that Lysander's bed remained still, prompting him to gently nudge his roommate. Zzz. Lysander remained unresponsive. "Lysander, wake up." Liu exerted more force. Lysander continued to sleep soundly. "Lysander." Liu resorted to tapping him with his textbook, but the boy remained in deep slumber. Liu decided to simply pull him up. Lysander finally roused. "What time is it?" The clock outside chimed appropriately. 8 o'clock. "Oh my, our class is at 9. Aren't you going to have breakfast?" "We British only take 5 minutes for breakfast. Hopefully, you Brits can navigate just as quickly." Liu was too weary to engage further. Once they stepped out, Lysander finally understood Liu's earlier comment. The staircases and corridors of Hogwarts evidently had a mind of their own. The steps shifted unpredictably beneath their feet, with some staircases abruptly turning to face the opposite direction. The portraits on either side erupted into laughter, enthusiastically misdirecting them. They spent nearly half an hour navigating their way to the Great Hall. Ultimately, they managed only to grab a few slices of toast and a sausage before being compelled to continue their labyrinthine journey. As the number of wandering students increased, Liu suddenly felt a tightening sensation beneath his feet. An ominous premonition washed over him. He turned around to see a professor with a hawkish nose and slicked back hair, exuding an intimidating air, glaring directly at him. He lifted his foot, and the corner of the professor's cloak snapped back. "Do you not know what grows above your nose?" The professor's voice was low, clearly suppressing his anger. "I apologize, sir. We were in a rush." Liu swallowed hard and pulled out a handkerchief. "May I assist you in cleaning it?" The professor huffed coldly, flung his cloak, and turned to leave. Well, it seemed he had a much better temper than Professor Florestan. Liu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, they had found the classroom 5 minutes before the lesson began. Professor McGonagall was already inside, upon seeing them enter. She nodded in acknowledgement. "Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall stated with a serious expression. "If anyone misbehaves in my classroom, I shall kindly ask them to leave and never return. I have warned you." She appeared far more formidable than their headmaster, Liu mused. With such a stern headmistress, how could Gryffindor still be notorious for being a haven of mischief? Without hesitation, McGonagall transformed the podium into a large, plump pig, which squealed in astonishment before attempting to flee, only to be swiftly reverted back to a podium. Suddenly, Liu had an epiphany and began fervently scribbling in his notebook. "What is there to note?" Lysander leaned over curiously, then burst into laughter. "What profound topic are you discussing, Mr. Lee?" Liu silently protested, having said not a word. "I was pondering whether that pig could be made into food," he cautiously rephrased, striving to make his inquiry less foolish. "If it were partially consumed and then transformed back, would the podium still be intact?" The class erupted in laughter, clearly indicating that his efforts were in vain. Silence. McGonagall surveyed the room, and an immediate hush fell over the class. Lee's question is indeed significant. First, matter cannot be created from thin air. This falls under Gamp's fundamental principle of transfiguration. The podium merely changes appearance, but its essence remains unchanged. It is still wood. Second, if a transformed object is damaged, the injury persists upon restoration. Therefore, if someone were to sever the pig's head, I would have to teach from the left side of the classroom for the remainder of the lesson. A few stifled chuckles erupted throughout the room. Thank you, Professor. I understand now, Liu replied. Lee is grasping the essence of the transfiguration spell. This is commendable. 2 points for Gryffindor, McGonagall acknowledged, and Liu noticed some classmates silently applauding him. After that, Lysander dared not engage in any antics under McGonagall's watchful eye. And for the majority of the lesson, Liu diligently recorded the tedious theories. It wasn't until the second half of the class that McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to attempt transforming it into a silver needle. Lysander waved his wand fruitlessly for what seemed like an eternity, while Liu made rapid progress, successfully crafting a sleek silver needle in no time. However, within mere seconds, the needle's tip ignited. Liu hastily extinguished the flame, but the tip visibly blackened. Instinctively, he flicked his finger, and with a sharp crack, the needle snapped. Subsequently, the tip transformed into a slightly charred matchstick stub. Liu pondered thoughtfully. He glanced at McGonagall. Professor, if one were to transform a person into a cup and accidentally shatter the cup, would that person still? McGonagall's gaze sharpened abruptly, and she warned him softly. Lee, transforming a living being is exceedingly challenging. A principled wizard would never turn a living person into something fragile. I understand, Professor. I was merely curious. Liu tactfully concluded the topic. Professor, my matchstick has burned through. May I have another? By the end of the class, no one had managed to perfectly transfigure a needle. Next came the defense against the dark arts class. As for the instructor, Professor Quirrell, Liu had encountered him a few times at the Leaky Cauldron. He remembered the professor as quite affable, not a bad sort. However, upon entering the classroom, he realized that Professor Quirrell bore an unmistakable odor of garlic, and the turban wrapped around his head appeared rather comical. The entire defense against the dark arts lesson was chaotic, as Quirrell attempted to define dark magic, but ultimately drifted into tales of his own legendary exploits. Meanwhile, the students interrupted him with an array of bizarre questions, laughter echoing throughout the room. Liu had no desire to partake in the cruel mockery and opted to immerse himself in his textbook. After all, he was certain that the final exam would not inquire about the vampires Professor Quirrell had encountered. Chapter 6. The Overbearing Professor's Arbitrary Point Deductions. The first week of school had passed surprisingly smoothly for Liu. Aside from occasionally getting lost in the corridors or being misdirected by portraits, he had navigated everything with relative ease. The only remaining class he eagerly anticipated was potions on Friday. Before the lesson, he held a favorable view of the subject. The alchemical reactions of various ingredients bubbling, changing color, and glowing under different temperatures fascinated him immensely, and he could hardly wait to experiment firsthand. However, once the potions professor stepped onto the stage, he knew he was in trouble. Clad in black robes, with a hooked nose and slick black hair, it was none other than Professor Snape, the very man whose robe he had stepped on that Monday. Upon commencing class, Snape's first action was to pick up the attendance sheet and call the roll. Liu desperately lowered his head, holding his breath, praying that the professor would not recall their earlier encounter. Liu, do you not intend to utilize any part of yourself above your nose during class? Snape fixed him with a cold stare. The Slytherins erupted in laughter. I apologize, Professor. Liu reluctantly raised his head. After taking attendance, Snape surveyed the class, his voice low yet clear. Since there is no mindless waving of wands here, many of you may not believe that this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite beauty of a cauldron simmering gently, emitting fragrant vapors that tantalize the senses. I can teach you how to elevate your status, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the foolish imbeciles I often encounter. Liu felt a thrill of excitement. He sensed that such words could only emanate from a professor with genuine passion and unparalleled talent. However, in the next moment, Snape called upon Harry Potter to answer a question. Harry appeared visibly embarrassed, while Hermione's hand was raised so high it seemed ready to puncture the ceiling. Snape did not spare her a glance. Liu flipped to the relevant page in his textbook and raised it slightly to signal Harry. Perhaps he understood the gesture, as Harry leaned forward, but the action was rather too conspicuous. It appeared that no Yedial was a Gryffindor trademark. Snape yanked the book from Liu's hands and thrust it before Harry's eyes, his enunciation chilling. Do you see clearly now? Professor, I believe Hermione should know the answer. Why not allow her to respond? Even in such circumstances, Harry dared to retort. Liu thought to himself, No wonder Gryffindor has such a reputation. Snape clearly had no intention of letting Hermione answer. His tone was exceedingly irate. Let me tell you, Potter, that mixing powdered daffodil root and wormwood can concoct a potent sleeping draught, known as the elixir of life. Dungstone is a stone extracted from the stomach of a goat, possessing formidable detoxifying properties. As for the aconite and wolfsbane, they are the same plant, commonly referred to as aconite. He swept his gaze across the room with intensity. Do you understand? Why have you not taken note of all this? The crowd fell silent, hastily scribbling down notes. Lior, after much contemplation, timidly raised his hand. Professor, my textbook is still in your possession. Snape tossed the textbook before him. Potter has dared to defy a teacher in class. Thus Gryffindor loses a point. Lee assisted a fellow student in cheating. Gryffindor loses another. Lior kept his head down, fervently taking notes. The questions posed in the first lesson were clearly of paramount importance for the final exam. As for the lost points, even the great savior suffered deductions, which seemed inconsequential. The next segment was an exhilarating practical session. Unsurprisingly, Lior was paired with Lysander to concoct the potion for boils. To be honest, it was only during the actual procedure that he realized how unclear the textbook instructions were. For instance, the textbook stated to grind 6 snake fangs. Yet the fangs varied in size. Lior was convinced that 6 large fangs would yield a different quantity than 6 small ones. However, when he posed this query to Snape, he merely received a cold glance. How many times must I repeat myself before something grows above your nose? Lior had no choice but to remain silent, intently watching the liquid as he added ingredients until the color was just right. Lysander, indifferent, remarked, he has always been the most despised teacher in Gryffindor. This slug is utterly revolting. Lior took the slug from him, following the textbook procedures for handling it. He was quite unfazed. He had dealt with far more disgusting tasks. Lysander, Lior said, peering into the cauldron, I believe we need to add half a slug. Oh, the top half or the bottom half? Lior was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't he either suffice? He sliced the slug vertically and tossed it in. A menacing hissing sound erupted, startling Lior, who soon realized it came from behind them. A noxious green smoke quickly enveloped them. And Lior hurriedly attempted to shield the cauldron, but the next moment, a loud crash resounded. Pain shot through his foot as the liquid splashed onto his shoes and the hem of his trousers, burning through them. His new clothes, purchased just before the term. He heard Snape roar behind him, but he could not afford to dwell on that. He quickly stirred the potion, relieved to see that its color remained acceptable. He promptly bottled it, fearing further calamities. However, misfortune continued to rear its head. Potter, Lee, you are right next to Longbottom. Why did you not alert him? Each of you loses a point. Lior found the professor's behavior utterly unreasonable and could not help but exclaim, Professor, I indeed lack eyes behind me. Snape's gaze lingered on him for a moment. Very well, Lee, report to my office at 6 o'clock tonight for detention. We shall have a thorough discussion regarding your vision. I will, Professor. Lior shrugged. He felt no fear of the professors here. Surely, they would not go so far as to harm him? At 6 o'clock that evening, Lior knocked on the door of the dungeon office under Lysander's watchful gaze. Snape, not wishing to engage in idle conversation, merely gestured toward 2 large barrels of slugs beside him. You may leave once you have completed your task. As he passed by, Snape even adjusted his robes. Lior took a deep breath. This task was trivial for him, merely encroaching upon his study time. He could sacrifice a bit of sleep tonight. His task was to slice the slugs, which had been frozen by a spell, into thin pieces and then grind them into a fine powder. A requirement he had seen in the potion book. He strongly suspected that Snape, unwilling to stoop to such menial labor, had assigned it to him. After more than 3 hours, he finally straightened his aching back. I'm finished, sir. Snape's gaze scanned the table. Very well, go back to your foolish tower. I have a question, sir. Snape's expression appeared quite displeased, yet Lior mustered the courage to inquire. Why must we slice them before grinding? If we need powder, cannot we just grind them directly? Moonlight, you fool. Slicing them allows for better absorption of moonlight, making the resulting powder more effective. Snape narrowed his eyes. You sliced 2 barrels and did not consider this. But Professor, there is no moonlight here. Lior felt his statement might be slightly offensive. Yet the dungeon was indeed rather dim. As long as it exists, it transmits magical power, Snape scoffed. Do you think those werewolves venture outside on the full moon just to transform? Naive Chinese boy. I understand now. Thank you, Professor. Lior said nervously. I apologize for my previous actions. Leave. Lior quickly exited. Chapter 7. Where in the world do we not meet? As Lior stretched his shoulders while climbing, he soon encountered a dilemma. He was lost. He only recalled that he should head to the North Tower, yet the ever-shifting layout left him quite disoriented. The staircases of Hogwarts swayed like drunken sailors, their positions constantly changing. New corridors sprouted, and the portraits nearby gleefully shouted, "Left! Left!" only to find he had turned into a stone wall. After traversing numerous hallways and ascending several flights, he found himself before a door he had never seen before. "What on earth are you doing in the forbidden area?" Filch's figure emerged like a ghost from behind him. "This is the forbidden area?" "I can explain, Mr. Filch." Lior stammered, "I am lost. At this hour, your presence anywhere is inappropriate." "Chinese boy." Filch glared menacingly at him. I am truly sorry. But I was genuinely delayed due to my inability to find the way." Lior stepped back in fright, colliding with the door, which creaked open. He only recalled hearing a strange roar from behind him before Filch seized his collar and flung him to the floor. "I will report you to the headmaster." Filch's face was ashen. "No, I swear it was unintentional." Lior lay on the ground, feeling that Filch appeared no calmer than he was. Yet was this truly the forbidden area? A place forbidden to students should at least be locked, right? "Lee, what are you doing here?" Another voice approached, accompanied by a strong smell of garlic. Professor Quirrell hurried over, looking flustered. "This foolish boy, he has burst into the forbidden area." Filch bellowed. "Professor Quirrell, I merely got lost and ended up here." Lior felt compelled to defend himself. "The door opened for some reason when I touched it." "Oh, poor Mr. Filch. I believe he is not lying." Professor Quirrell gave Lior a reassuring look, and he quickly scrambled to his feet. But another cold voice interjected. "Very well. It appears Mr. Lee has not learned anything above his nose." Lior looked up to see Snape standing in the shadows, his gaze piercing into him. What was happening? Why were both professors gathered here? Was the forbidden area actually a conference room? Lior felt somewhat dizzy under Snape's scrutiny. As if his soul were being probed. "Professor Snape, it seems that 2 barrels of slugs have not imparted any wisdom to your mind." Snape huffed coldly. "Gryffindor deserves the deduction." "Professor." Lior's voice was almost pleading. "I recognize my mistake. I am willing to deal with toads, caterpillars, weasels, anything. The implication of being confined is acceptable, but could you refrain from deducting points?" Snape raised an eyebrow, questioning if his office was some kind of paradise that one would wish to return to after leaving. "Since you have brought it up yourself, do come to my office again tomorrow evening at 6, Snape instructed. "Argus, this indeed is a foolish troublemaker. You would do well to escort him back to the common room to prevent any further mischief." Lior felt unjustly accused. Yet at least this meant he would not have to navigate the corridors alone, so he reluctantly accepted the label. "Thank you, sir," he replied sincerely. Snape turned to converse with Quirrell while Filch, with a gaze as sharp as a knife, ushered him away. To Lior's surprise, Lysander and Harry were waiting for him in the common room. "Merlin's socks," Lysander exclaimed. "I thought Snape had buried you." Lior rubbed his shoulders, relieved. "He merely had me grind 2 buckets of slug slime." 2 buckets of slugs. Lysander feigned retching dramatically. "However, when I returned, I got lost and wandered into the forbidden area." Lior lamented. "Professor Snape ordered me to serve another detention tomorrow night." "The forbidden area? That would be the door that Professor Dumbledore forbids us from opening." "I inadvertently approached it, and the door was unlocked. It swung open with a mere touch." "Mr. Filch nearly dragged me to see the headmaster, but thankfully Mr. Quirrell came to my rescue, and then Snape arrived." "That damn bat," Ron muttered nearby. "Lee," Harry began. "Thank you for what you did today." "Thank me?" Lior felt somewhat uncomfortable. "I merely wished to prevent him from continuing to make things difficult, wasting his class time." "Hey, now everyone knows how harsh he is towards us Gryffindors," Ron shouted. "If only Professor McGonagall could show such favoritism." "Stop shouting, Ron," Hermione interjected. "You haven't written a single word of your Transfiguration essay." Ron's expression fell, cradling his head in despair. "What about Neville?" Lior inquired, noticing he hadn't seen Neville enter. Still in the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey said he was suffering from shock and suggested he take a nap there, Seamus replied. Lior felt a pang of sympathy. He feared Neville would undoubtedly be targeted in the next class. Lysander glanced at Lior's tattered shoes with concern. "Let me help," Hermione declared, raising her wand. "Reparo." The holes in his shoes visibly shrank. "Reparo, reparo." Soon, the shoes appeared as good as new. "Hermione, you are truly remarkable," Lior exclaimed. "Professor McGonagall was right. You are a gifted witch." Hermione lifted her chin proudly. "It's merely a result of hard work." They continued to jest about Snape until the late hours, and Lior finally lay down in bed. The curtains were half drawn, and moonlight spilled onto the floor. He tossed and turned, the echo of that deep growl reverberating in his mind. What lies behind that door? Chapter 8, The Masterpiece of the Potions Master. Lior dedicated the entirety of Saturday to a myriad of assignments. He still struggled with written expression, feeling as though he were a barking puppy, repeating rudimentary phrases in his essays. By nightfall, he had to face Snape once more. Unlike before, Snape did not task him with handling materials. Instead, he tossed a stack of manuscripts at him. Incorporate these revisions and rewrite them, Snape commanded. Leo glanced down to find it likely pertained to the enhancement of certain potion recipes. This task was far more palatable than dealing with slugs. At least he could discreetly absorb a wealth of new knowledge. Although Leo was not well versed in the magical realm, he was aware that Snape was a master of potions. However, after copying a couple of chapters, exhaustion overtook him. When Leo next opened his eyes, Snape was glaring at him with palpable fury, as though he could pierce him with his gaze. Would you like me to fetch you a pillow? Snape's voice was as cold as ice. I apologize, sir. I do not recall casting a sleeping charm on the manuscript. My apologies, sir. Leo's voice dwindled. I stayed up too late. Go back to your slumber. Snape waved his cloak dismissively, pointing towards the door. We shall continue tomorrow afternoon. Unsure whether to leave or not, Leo found himself yanked by his collar and unceremoniously ejected from the office. This time, he navigated his way back to the common room without incident. The following day, he entered the office with a few peppermint candies in hand. Professor, I sincerely apologize for yesterday's incident. Snape didn't spare him a glance. Attend to your duties. Leo sat down obediently, pen racing across the parchment. Truth be told, there remained many words he did not quite understand. He felt he ought to bring a dictionary, but feared the ridicule that might ensue. Only a handful of more fundamental potions were somewhat familiar to him, yet many aspects diverged from the textbooks. Leo mentally noted these discrepancies. Given the vague expressions in the textbooks, it was evident that Snape's manuscript was far more reliable. This time, he immersed himself in his work until 6 o'clock in the evening, only realizing how swiftly time had passed when his stomach growled. His wrist ached, nearly unable to lift his hand, yet over half of the manuscript remained. Leo suspected that Snape had discreetly added more to the pile after he left. It seems I cannot expect a dim-witted mind to possess nimble hands. The biting voice resonated again. Leave this here. Return next Saturday night. Farewell, Professor. Leo dutifully exited. He rubbed his wrist as he headed to the dining hall, where he fortuitously encountered a few boys clad in Slytherin robes. The platinum-haired boy at the forefront sparked a flicker of recognition in him. His name was Malfoy, and Snape had even praised him in class. Look who we have here. Blindly, Malfoy exclaimed in a disconcertingly high pitch. Gryffindor truly is indiscriminate with its recruits. His shrill voice elongated mockingly as he squinted at the others behind him, who erupted in laughter. Leo rolled his eyes discreetly, dismissing the group and heading straight for the dining table. Blindly, Malfoy blocked his path. I heard you were confined for 3 days by our head of house right after you arrived. The laughter grew louder. Yes, Leo raised an eyebrow. Do you wish for the same fate? If not, step aside. You wouldn't want to witness my martial arts skills. Do you know who I am? Malfoy continued to boast. I have only seen such things among our family's servants. Dulsomnia, sweet dreams. In the next moment, Malfoy collapsed to the ground, snoring loudly. Leo sheathed his wand. This was a spell he had concocted himself, inspired by Hermione. He hadn't anticipated such effectiveness. It seems we have a budding spellcaster, daring to create spells to deal with classmates in his first year. A cold voice emerged as Snape stepped from the shadows, examining Malfoy's breathing. Professor, he insulted my country. Leo met Snape's gaze defiantly. I saw nothing. Snape's eyes were as deep and terrifying as 2 storm drains. 10 points from Gryffindor. Leo desperately tried to justify himself. This merely puts him into a pleasant dream, causing no actual harm. At that moment, Malfoy indeed was lost in a delightful dream, envisioning himself seated upon a throne, counting treasures in a chest, while Harry, Ron, and other Gryffindors knelt at his feet. He yearned to remain in that moment forever, savoring the bliss until the end of time. Simply undo your spell, Snape commanded coldly. Leo sensed that the other party could easily dispel it himself, perhaps merely wishing to see if he would create another farce. For instance, he had yet to consider how to counter the spell. Malfoy was his first subject. Well then, Exburges Incubo, awakened from the nightmare. Malfoy beheld the Gryffindor before him morph into a colossal toad, its tongue lolling as it lunged at him, gnawing at his hair, arms, and toes with its venomous fangs. While the room slowly filled with toxic liquid, his throne teetered precariously, prompting a shrill scream as he jolted awake, terror etched upon his face. Feeling guilty, Leo struggled to avoid glancing at the brooding Snape, whose expression could sweep the floor clean. Very well, prodigy of spells. I shall have a serious discussion with the headmaster regarding your academic standing. Now come with me. I apologize, sir, it was a moment of impulse. Leo hurriedly followed in Snape's wake, cursing his limited vocabulary, nearly biting his tongue. I know I am despicable, foolish, and reckless, but I shall endeavor to amend my ways. His voice quivered, almost choking on his words. I cannot leave the school, Professor. Snape halted, lowering his gaze to scrutinize him. Who taught you that spell? Professor Flitwick, sir. Snape nearly laughed in disbelief. I meant the spell you just cast. I concocted it myself. Sir, Lior mumbled, looking down. Do you believe that a first-year student, haphazardly piecing together an untested, effect unknown spell, can be employed at will upon a fellow student? It was my recklessness, my fault, sir. Do you comprehend how perilous this is? Lior bit his lip and shook his head. I merely wished to silence him. Snape's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. Any gifted wizard would understand that it can govern dreams and bewilder the mind. Fortunately, you are quite the fool. I didn't know. Lior felt a shiver run down his spine. I never intended to do such things. Snape's gaze bore into him, as if seeking to penetrate his very soul. After a moment, he quietly stated, Ignorance is no excuse. Now, go explain yourself to Dumbledore. Dumbledore's office was far more spacious and inviting than Snape's. Ah, Severus. You arrived just in time. Dumbledore looked up from his chair, his blue eyes twinkling with mirth. I was just about to seek you out. The elderly wizard lounged in a soft chair, gesturing for the teapot to pour them some tea. For reasons unknown, upon entering, Lior felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Snape coldly recounted the events. I can assure you that qualifies as dark magic, Dumbledore. Lior sat with his head bowed, feeling it prudent to remain silent. Severus, does this not indicate the child's considerable talent? Dumbledore blinked, a kind-hearted boy. Resorting to his self-invented magic for self-defense in the face of provocation. We should approach this matter with leniency. Snape's lips pressed into a tighter line. Lior noticed Snape's expression growing increasingly severe, prompting him to stammer. I apologize. I did not know it was dark magic. I will not recklessly use spells on my classmates again. His voice dwindled to a whisper. Good boy. Dumbledore's voice soothed him like magic. How has your first week at school been? Lior tactfully chose the former option between very well and I've been grounded by Snape for 3 days. Very happy. Sir, I have never experienced such joy. Lior replied, the classes are quite interesting. Dumbledore smiled. I have heard that you have become friends with Potter and the others? Yes, sir. Harry can be impulsive at times, but he is a loyal friend. Lior instinctively glanced at Snape. Snape scoffed. I did not come to listen to your idle chatter. Oh, Severus, I have matters to discuss with you. Dumbledore sighed, glancing regretfully at Lior. It seems I can no longer share my tea with you. When you leave, please remember to apologize to Draco, all right? I will, sir. Lior hastily rose. Chapter 9. Losing at the starting line. Lior was still catching up on assignments. To produce a respectable paper, he had to sift through a daunting pile of materials. For someone whose native language was not English, this was undoubtedly an added burden. Yet, he dared not take any shortcuts. His situation was too unique. Any sign of inadequacy would be easily attributed to his background. The activities of his British peers often excluded him from invitations. Several times, his roommate Lysander attended the house festivities while he remained alone in the dormitory, awaiting discussions for the next group project. Ravenclaw's demeanor towards him was relatively amicable, perhaps due to the presence of a senior who was also of Chinese descent. However, Lior was acutely aware that they viewed him differently than that senior. She had grown up here, while he was a native of China, lacking any trace of British gentlemanly demeanor. When Slytherin students encountered him, some recoiled as if they had encountered a plague, dramatically retreating. Others spread absurd rumors, and Lior felt that at least 10 out of 10 were maligning him. One senior even asked him during a meal, did you really grow a pig's tail? Lior found himself at a loss for words. He had no recourse but to study diligently. He despised this predicament. Hermione had long completed her assignments but still enthusiastically accompanied him to the library, gathering many useful materials for him. This surprised Lior, as he had always perceived Hermione as somewhat arrogant, yet she was perhaps the least haughty of the British wizards. Oh, Hermione, if you truly wish to help him, why not simply give him your paper? Ron interjected coolly from the side. Hermione huffed. Ron. A truly diligent student would never think of plagiarizing another's work. Lior bowed his head, silently adding, in truth, he very much wished to copy. Regardless, he made every effort to complete his assignments before class. Professors Sprout and Flitwick expressed considerable admiration for his work, and he fared reasonably well in the remaining subjects, somewhat restoring his confidence. Yet, his classmates seemed little swayed. After all, he was a 15-year-old still in his first year from China. Malfoy would occasionally seek to provoke Lior, prompting him to flee, and on 1 or 2 occasions, he inadvertently allowed Malfoy to catch up, resulting in peculiar punishments such as bathing baths, scrubbing castle steps, and patrolling with Filch. Lior had grown accustomed to such a fulfilling existence. What truly excited them was the flying lessons that commenced in the second week. Malfoy had boasted incessantly for an entire week, his smug demeanor sufficient to elicit eye rolls from the entire school. Hermione also incessantly lectured them about various aspects of Quidditch. Lior took the opportunity of catching up on assignments to secretly research flying, growing increasingly eager to grasp a broomstick and put these theories into practice. Harry, however, appeared quite troubled. Upon inquiring, Lior learned that he was anxious about making a fool of himself in front of Malfoy. Why do you concern yourself with Malfoy? Lior shrugged. He grins at us daily. He should take a look in the mirror at his own leafy appearance. Harry chuckled at Lior's words. Though his complexion remained pale, Lior, you don't understand. You are the savior. So do you believe you cannot make a fool of yourself? Lior took his words, suggesting that if the savior held such expectations, then the lightning scar must certainly reside upon Hermione's brow. Oh, brother, interjected Lysander, who was hurriedly completing his homework. You've certainly spent too much time with that old bat. Your words have grown increasingly acerbic. Lior humbly acknowledged that he was still far from Severus Snape's level. At last, the day of the flying lesson arrived. When confronted with those tattered and crooked brooms, Lior truly grasped how antiquated and miserly the school was. Well, what are you all waiting for? Madam Hooch barked. Everyone stand next to a broomstick. Hurry, hurry. Time is of the essence. Lior glanced at the broom before him, where several suspicious wooden splinters protruded from the handle, and the branches beneath were unevenly splayed, leading him to wonder if these brooms were routinely used for sweeping the floor. Extend your right hand over the broomstick, Madam Hooch called out, and then commanded, up. The broom wobbled uncertainly before it finally rose, swaying as it did, even shaking off a cloud of dust. Lior suspected that perhaps this broom was rather elderly. However, seeing the seemingly slumbering broom in front of Lysander provided him with some comfort. At least this old broom could still support his weight, allowing him to mount it without peril. Just as he prepared to leap into the air at the command, Neville shot upwards like a rocket into the sky. Did I see that incorrectly? Lysander wondered aloud. Is Neville really that talented? Oh no. Lior observed that Neville appeared to be struggling to remain on the broom. A scream echoed across the open grassy field, culminating in a heavy thud. Lior gulped, his face paling. He was no longer so eager to try the flying broomstick. Madam Hooch whisked Neville off to the hospital wing, and the flying lesson was abruptly halted. Lior, having forgotten his textbook, lost the opportunity for review and resorted to engaging in a mock duel with Lysander using 2 blades of grass. He suspected that Lysander had secretly cast a hardening charm on his grass, as he had done the same. Soon, they heard a commotion, followed by 2 broomsticks soaring into the air. It was Harry and Malfoy. Merlin's beard. Harry will be expelled. Lysander exclaimed, Harry, come back. Lior was utterly astounded. Hadn't this savior just a few days ago lamented that he had never flown? Now he was soaring through the air like a monkey. As for expulsion, he felt that neither Harry nor Malfoy would ever be shown the door. From his observations over the past few days, even within the confines of the school, there seemed to be an unspoken reverence for status and privilege. While there was ample inclusivity in admissions, no one would dare to cross powerful figures over trivial matters. And these 2 airborne individuals, one being the renowned savior, and the other a wealthy young aristocrat capable of filling the Black Lake with his riches, there was no way they could be expelled for a mere flying display. Rather than worry about expulsion, one ought to be concerned about their precarious house points. Harry was soon escorted away by Professor McGonagall, while Malfoy, being clever, had already discarded Neville's memory charm and returned to feign innocence. When Madam Hooch returned, she resumed instructing them on how to control the ascent and descent of their brooms. Lior barely rose 2 feet before he felt a disconcerting sense of detachment from the ground. Even the slightest shift in the surrounding air made him feel precariously unsteady. The sensation of having no ground beneath his feet was dreadful, as if he might shatter into 1,000 pieces at any moment. Lysander, having ascended only a foot, was already white as a sheet, clinging to his broom. Lior completely understood how Neville had fallen off his broom. It was hard to fathom how Harry had managed to soar into the sky on his very first attempt. During dinner that evening, they finally spotted Harry. He exhibited none of the dejection one might expect after a reprimand. Instead, he seemed positively exhilarated. Of course, he declared, the illustrious savior, the beacon of hope rumored to have vanquished the Dark Lord. How could he possibly be expelled? Chapter 10. Let me test you. The following day in potions class, Snape introduced some fundamental principles of potion making before instructing them to brew an invigorating potion. This potion could treat the common cold, with the only side effect being a potential steam emission from the ears after consumption. Nonetheless, for the students, it proved to be a rather practical potion, and thus everyone approached it with earnest diligence. Despite this, the intricate steps involved in brewing the invigorating potion confounded the first-year students, and the classroom was occasionally filled with the sounds of exploding cauldrons, accompanied by a pervasive, burnt odor. Meanwhile, Lior keenly observed that the relationship between Hermione, Harry, and Ron seemed to have taken on a subtle shift. Previously, no matter the challenge they faced, Hermione would always extend her help. Yet today, she appeared to not recognize the two of them at all. Lior, not wishing to involve himself in their affairs, quietly moved a few paces forward to avoid attracting unwanted attention. He cautiously sprinkled powdered flame stone, pepper, and long pepper into the cauldron, stirring counterclockwise for 8 circles. The liquid within gradually transformed into a murky brown, while Lysander assisted him by filtering it with a fine cotton cloth. Next, it was time to add the puffskein juice. Lior held his breath, meticulously counting the drops. When the third drop fell precisely as intended, the potion bubbled with fine, silver effervescence. He sighed with relief, thankfully. This time he had achieved the desired precision. After all, the book merely stated to add 3 drops. Who could discern whether it meant 3 large drops or 3 small ones? Just as he was about to reach for the peppermint, he hesitated. Last week, while transcribing notes under Snape's watchful eye, he had come across a recipe for the invigorating potion. That recipe particularly noted, if a pinch of evening primrose was added before the peppermint, it would render the potion's effects milder and lessen any side effects. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Lior noted that Snape's black robes were still lingering by the Slytherin side, and for the time being, he seemed oblivious to his surroundings. Gathering his resolve, he decided to take a chance. After all, it was Snape's own annotation. If it failed, the fault lay with him. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Lior swiftly added a small pinch of evening primrose powder into the cauldron. Indeed, after incorporating the peppermint, the potion transformed into a translucent turquoise hue, devoid of any impurities or that pesky froth. He extinguished the flame and poured the potion into a vial, admiring his creation with pride. At the very least, it certainly looked more appealing than anyone else's concoction. In the midst of his satisfaction, Snape had already turned around. His gaze fell upon the clear, turquoise potion, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In that moment, Lior almost believed he detected a flicker of surprise in Snape's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by an air of indifference. Snape picked up the vial, shaking it carefully, before leaning in to take a whiff. A faint smirk graced his lips as he coldly remarked, "How very confident, Mr. Lee, to dare innovate based solely on your recollection after merely glancing at someone else's recipe." Lior dared not breathe a word. He felt no fault in his actions, yet he sensed that his house would not support such a response. Snape did not press further, setting down the potion to inspect the other students' cauldrons, but Lior observed that Snape had awarded him a rare outstanding on the grading chart. Their grading system classified as outstanding: O, exceeds expectations; E, acceptable; A, poor; P, dreadful; D, and troll; T. Typically, Lior's assignments garnered only E's and A's. To my astonishment, it was the evening primrose that led me to Professor O. Snape today. It appears that this esteemed Professor Snape possesses a rather pronounced sense of self-importance. On Saturday night, I continued transcribing manuscripts for Snape. He made no mention of the events in class, which I took as tacit approval for my clandestine learning. With this thought in mind, my transcription became markedly more spirited. 3 hours later, Snape rose from his seat. "Leave it here," he commanded. "Tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Professor." I raised my hand in protest. "I sincerely apologize for consuming your time, but I must attend to my application for a work-study position tomorrow at 3. The enrollment for this term's work-study begins at 3 on Sunday and operates on a first-come, first-served basis. I had long intended to apply for the position of librarian under Madame Pants, and I was determined not to miss out. If you had discerned your obligations at the commencement of the term, you would not find yourself in this predicament," Snape interrupted coldly. "I do not care what arrangements you have for the afternoon. You will finish your work and leave when I deem it appropriate." "Professor," I exclaimed anxiously. "But otherwise," Snape said, his tone unhurried, "you need not ever set foot in my potions classroom again. I do not believe that a hot-headed, trouble-making imbecile is fit for any position." I took a deep breath. "Very well, Professor." I spent nearly the entire day restraining my lifelong composure from lashing out at him. This time, the manuscripts on the table did not multiply. I endeavored to write as swiftly as possible, my wrist nearly igniting from the effort. Even so, when I finally completed my task, it was nearly 5 o'clock. "You may leave." Snape disregarded the fire in my eyes. By the time I reached the headmaster's office, the application forms on the table were nearly all gone. I seized the last remaining sheet, which prominently stated, "Potions assistant 12 galleons per month." Evidently, no student would willingly sacrifice their precious time to confront Snape's foul demeanor for a mere 12 galleons. Yet, I desperately needed that sum. I had never harbored such animosity towards Snape. Well, I consoled myself, given that I would likely face detention at his hands frequently. I might as well earn some money in the process. Upon returning to the dungeon, Snape was still grading our class assignments. His expression grew even more impatient upon seeing me. It seems the lengthy sentences invented by the English hinder our great magical genius from employing spells effectively, Snape scoffed, tossing a thoroughly marked-up paper at me. Rewrite this. I picked up the paper to find a glaring D emblazoned on it. I swore I had truly done my utmost. Even Hermione had found no fault with it when she reviewed it. Yet, under Snape's annotations, I resembled a complete illiterate. The thought of having to apply for a position under this professor further soured my mood. With a deep breath, I steeled myself and presented my application form, attempting to speak as respectfully as possible. Esteemed professor, Snape sneered, what animal's ball has led you? A first-year student who has scarcely completed 2 of the simplest potions. To apply for the position of potions assistant? I clenched my teeth. I am genuinely interested in this subject. Very well. Snape's lips curled into a cruel smile. What is the function of the cap of the fly agaric? It is hallucinogenic, sir. Snape raised an eyebrow, his tone growing colder. In what container should a healing potion be stored? In a brown glass bottle, sir. What occurs if you add water fern slime to a hiccuping potion? I hardly hesitated. The bubbles will dissipate rapidly, sir. Snape's eyes narrowed, a glint of danger flickering within his dark gaze. He advanced slowly, his voice lowering. What happens if you add a root of mandrake to a calming draught? The air felt taut, as if it might solidify. Yet I diligently recalled the key points from 1,000 magical herbs and fungi to answer. The potency would increase dramatically, potentially causing the user to fall into a deep slumber, sir. In that moment, the office fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Snape's gaze lingered on my face for several seconds before he finally emitted a low grunt. It seems your head is not entirely filled with fluff, he remarked slowly, tapping his fingers on the desk. However, do not delude yourself into thinking this is praise. You barely qualify for the most mundane, tedious tasks. He signed my application form and tossed it in front of me. Twice a week, you will clean the potion cabinet, check the labels, and inventory the cauldrons. For the remainder of your time, you will be on standby. If you can manage to avoid errors in my presence for a month. Snape's voice was light, yet carried an icy undertone. Then we shall consider whether I should waste more of my time on you. With that, he turned away, his black robes sweeping past. Now, return and rewrite your foolish paper. Chapter 11. I still hadn't washed off the scent of tomatoes by the end of this chapter. Hermione, Harry, and Ron were in a cold war. Lysander was engrossed in adventures with the Weasley twins. And Neville and Seamus had both ended up in the hospital wing due to a spell explosion. Amidst all this, I felt a peculiar sense of relief. Upon returning to my dormitory, I was finally free from anyone's bad mood, able to lock myself away in a quiet corner. I spread out my parchment and slowly revised the convoluted sentences, striving to transform the wreck of a paper that Snape had mercilessly criticized into something resembling coherent writing. Upon reflection, perhaps there was merit in this arrangement. Working under Snape might afford me practical knowledge of potion making, which was far preferable to scrubbing floors or copying school rules under Filch's supervision. Furthermore, while Snape's remarks were undoubtedly harsh, they were not without merit. To thrive in this environment, one must aim for perfection. The third week unfolded relatively smoothly. I had memorized the routes to various classrooms, adapted to the rhythm of 3 meals a day, mastered the terminology required for papers, and learned to avoid the floors where peeves tended to appear. Even when someone unexpectedly tripped me along the way, I managed to maintain my balance without a backward glance. In the middle of the week, seizing the opportunity while organizing the storage cabinet, I resubmitted my revised paper to Snape. As expected, I was met with another round of scathing criticism, as if my words had polluted the entire sheet of parchment. Nonetheless, my efforts were finally rewarded with an A. It was only upon becoming an assistant that I grasped the rationale behind Snape's perpetual ire. It stemmed from an overwhelming busyness. Snape's weekly schedule was fully packed, and he had to grade papers from 7 different year groups, compile teaching records, prepare sufficient materials for the upcoming week, respond to the urgent demands of the hospital wing, attend various impromptu meetings, and even correspond with potion masters from around the globe seeking remedies. No wonder he frequently resorted to sending students to detention, I mused. Lysander only discovered my position under Snape by the weekend, his jaw dropping wide enough for Neville's toad to perform a ballet within. You work for Snape? Doing what? He exclaimed, his voice ringing louder than the Weasley twins' howler. Lysander even attempted to force me to admit to some sort of masochistic tendency. I merely hoped he would keep it to himself. It seemed Snape had little desire for anyone to know that the esteemed head of Slytherin had a Gryffindor assistant. As it turned out, Lysander's mouth was more trustworthy than it appeared. A month later, Snape had yet to bring up the prospect of dismissing me. I had, at long last, acquired my 12 galleons, and at that moment, I felt as though I would gladly wash Snape's hair every day for that sum. Lior seldom encountered Harry and Ron anymore. Occasionally, he would gaze from the tower and spot a diminutive figure diving towards the Quidditch pitch. That must surely be Harry. Hermione, on the other hand, seemed to have nailed herself to the wooden chair in the library, her mind elsewhere even during mealtimes. Lysander was growing increasingly familiar with the twins, and Lior suspected he spent more time in Filch's office than in the common room. Their mastery of spells was expanding, much to the delight of Malfoy and his cohorts. Now, Lior had to be wary not only of the large feet that extended from the shadows, but also of the bizarre spells that whizzed past him from behind. That day at lunch, Malfoy suddenly pointed at him, shrieking, "Chinaman, you've got a blob of sauce on your nose." His expression and tone suggested the sauce on Lior's nose was akin to excrement. The Slytherin table erupted in laughter. Lior chose to selectively ignore the childish bully. "Let me help you remove it," Malfoy proclaimed, brandishing his wand. In the next moment, a curly pig's tail sprouted from Lior's nose, eliciting a chorus of joyous laughter from the Slytherin table, with some even mimicking pig squeals. Lior remained unperturbed, flicking his wand, and the tail instantaneously transformed into a butterfly, fluttering towards the ceiling. "Thank you," he said coolly. However, he soon felt a burning sensation atop his head. Fire! His hair was ablaze. Students nearby gasped in shock. Malfoy laughed hysterically, lifting a large bowl of tomato soup and slamming it onto Lior's head. The scalding liquid cascaded down his neck, prompting an even louder eruption of laughter from the crowd. Lior coldly waved his wand, casting a cleaning spell. The sticky soup vanished, but the tangy scent of tomatoes lingered on him. He had no choice but to rise and walk towards the common room, his expression void of emotion. "Are you just going to run back and hide under the covers, tomato monster?" Malfoy's sharp voice taunted him, and he felt an urgent need to learn a spell that could induce temporary deafness. All petrified, Lior sidestepped a beam of white light, and the fire within him could no longer be contained. "Malfoy, I wouldn't mind turning you into a sock to wear on my foot." The onlookers fell silent, some gasping in surprise. Malfoy paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. "You can't do that, Chinaman. Transforming someone into an object is beyond even a 7th-year student." "Can't do it." "Malfoy, did you enjoy the toad dream last time? Would you like to try again?" Lior raised an eyebrow, challenging him. Malfoy's expression stiffened. The last spell had left him nearly unable to sleep for days. "I'll tell my dad," Malfoy shouted. "He'll have you expelled." "I wouldn't mind being expelled," Lior replied coolly. "But if you dare, I can also manipulate your mind. If you're not a fool, you should understand that I can do it." For a moment, the atmosphere was taut, as if it might shatter. Malfoy opened his mouth, but could only muster a feeble threat. "You wait," before slinking away with his entourage. Lior hurried upstairs, his heart racing. Just as he turned a corner, he suddenly collided with an invisible barrier, as if the air itself was vibrating. The scent in front of him felt oddly familiar, but before he could utter a word, a deep voice echoed in his ear. "Sleep and fall." Darkness enveloped him instantaneously. When he awoke, he found himself in the hospital wing. A dull ache throbbed in his head, and even the sight of the white curtains felt as though he were adrift at sea. Lysander was beside him, hurriedly working on his transfiguration essay. Upon seeing him awake, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Malfoy said you tumbled down the stairs. Professor McGonagall is here. She said you were hit with the stunning spell." But Malfoy denies it was him. It wasn't Malfoy, he struggled to articulate, but a sharp pain pierced his mind, as if something had been violently torn away. "I can't remember," he managed to say, but it definitely wasn't Malfoy. He isn't skilled enough to cast a stunning spell. Moreover, Lior had a strong intuition that whatever he had encountered was likely involved in something far more sinister. Chapter 12. No one told me Halloween would be so haunting. On the eve of Halloween, the entire school gathered in the Great Hall for a feast. The Halloween Great Hall had always been the liveliest venue at Hogwarts. Thousands of floating jack-o'-lanterns adorned the ceiling, their flickering flames casting shadows that danced upon every face. Roasted meats, pies, and syrupy puddings overflowed on golden platters, filling the air with the sweet scent of roasted pumpkin. Almost all staff and students were indulging in the feast. Yet, Lior noticed that Harry and Ron still had not joined Hermione at the table, though unsure of the reason. He felt it was necessary to inquire since it was a festive occasion. "Harry, Ron," Lior approached, lowering his voice. "Where's Hermione?" "Oh, you're asking us?" Ron immediately rolled his eyes dramatically, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He mimicked Hermione's voice. "That will deduct points, Harry. If you keep doing that, we'll lose the house cup." Harry remained silent, his gaze drifting, seemingly in agreement. "In fact, we're quite happy without her," Ron added, delivering a sharp remark. Lior frowned. "But she has helped you both immensely." "Yes, but who can stand her holier-than-thou attitude? Breaking school rules seems to be a matter of life and death for her," Ron shouted. Lior began to understand the situation. Hermione was constantly striving to earn points, so it was only natural for her to be frustrated with these two perpetual point deductors. "Leo is different," Ron suddenly turned to Harry, stating. He is no less capable than Hermione, but he doesn't act like the world should bow to him, right? Ron continued. He never shows off in class. Me? Lior nearly laughed in exasperation. I'm 15. How could I compare myself to her? But I can see that she genuinely considers you her best friends. That's because no one else can tolerate her, Ron retorted, momentarily taken aback, though he quickly added, you hardly spend time with Hermione either, do you? That was indeed the case. Lior had been spending his free time in the potions office lately, as asking a professor was far more reliable than consulting fellow students for most inquiries. Furthermore, the office was considerably quieter than the Gryffindor common room, allowing for far greater efficiency in his studies. Lior was about to say something more when a sudden commotion interrupted him. Professor Quirrell stumbled into the great hall, his scarf askew and his face ashen. He leaned against Dumbledore's chair, breathing heavily, his voice fragmented. Troll in the dungeon. I thought you ought to know. With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. The great hall erupted into chaos, louder than 30 cauldrons exploding simultaneously in potions class. Screams, the scraping of chairs, and panicked murmurs intertwined. Dumbledore, however, calmed everyone with his steady voice, instructing the heads of houses to escort the students back to their dormitories. In the midst of the crowd, Lior noticed Harry and Ron exchanging glances, suddenly turning to run in the opposite direction of the common room. Damn it. The great savior doesn't intend to play the hero and confront a troll, does he? Lior thought, pivoting to chase after them, but upon seeing him, they quickened their pace. Obstacles lay in their path. Lior drew his wand, causing Harry and Ron to trip and tumble onto the corridor floor. Where are you two going? He hissed, trying to keep his voice low. He didn't want to attract the attention of others and risk point deductions for them. Hermione's been in the girls' bathroom all afternoon, Harry exclaimed urgently. Hermione remains oblivious to the existence of the troll, Ron exclaimed. Lior took a deep breath and, after much deliberation, resolutely declared, I shall accompany you. He was not one to seek the limelight, yet to abandon them now would seem exceedingly callous. After all, he was 15 and felt a duty to protect these two reckless youngsters. Besides, with 3 of them in total, one being the chosen one, it was improbable that they would all face expulsion, even if they were caught by a professor. Not long into their venture, they heard a cacophony of footsteps around the corner, prompting the trio to hastily conceal themselves behind a stone statue. It was Snape, Lior whispered, his heart racing with trepidation. Other professors might not care, but Snape could very well be inclined to expel all 3 of them. He was heading to the 4th floor. Harry frowned. Perhaps he had learned of the 4 Gryffindors' absence. We must hurry, Lior urged. However, Harry and Ron's faces turned ashen. Just as Lior opened his mouth to inquire, a repugnant stench assaulted his senses, causing tears to stream from his eyes. Following this was an unmistakably low, heavy footfall, accompanied by the sound of something being dragged across the floor. A troll. Lior noticed Harry mouthing something to him. He turned to see a colossal creature, nearly 4 meters tall, lumbering down the corridor on its grotesque, flat feet, causing the very floor to tremble. The noxious odor emanating from it suggested it had spent its entire existence in the sewers. The dragging sound originated from a thick wooden club. Lior sighed in relief. Thank goodness it wasn't he and unconscious Hermione. They watched in horror as the troll approached a small door, seemingly alerted by a sound. Its long ears twitching before it awkwardly bobbed its head and entered. Ron appeared on the verge of retching. The key is in the lock, Harry murmured. We can lock it in there. Ron seemed to share this sentiment. No, Lior interjected. The troll clearly heard something and went inside. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the bathroom, seemingly validating his words. Harry and Ron exchanged terrified glances, their faces paling further. Hermione. They bolted toward the sound. Lior gripped his wand tightly as he reached the door, witnessing the foolish, clumsy creature spinning around in the restroom, while Harry and Ron desperately hurled anything they could find at it. Hermione, with tear-stained cheeks, cowered in the corner, nearly faint with fear. Harry, Lior shouted. You're a wizard. Can't you use magic to deal with it? Dodging the projectiles flying through the air, he raced to the corner to pull Hermione to safety. However, she appeared frozen, pressed against the wall. The troll roared, swinging its club ever closer. In that critical moment, Lior acted without hesitation. Good dreams, he murmured, raising his wand. A red light shot forth, and he felt something surge within his mind, threatening to draw him into another realm. He could see the troll's dream, a vast meadow beneath a sky weighed down by dark clouds, where several trolls joyfully ran with open arms. He dared not sever this connection, cautiously breathing as he signaled Harry and Ron to carry Hermione away. As they moved, a thought struck him. Could he access the troll's memories of being released through this dream? Utilizing it to manipulate the dreamscape, he recalled Snape's warning, his heart pounding in his chest. He focused on the word escape, But this evidently confused the troll, causing the dream to shatter, descending into chaos. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, as if his nerves had been severed. The troll resumed its furious bellowing. Harry and Ron had successfully reached the door. Witnessing the troll struggle to rise, without a moment's thought, Ron drew his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The club trembled, soaring into the air before crashing down with a thunderous impact, striking the troll on the head. A tremendous noise reverberated through the restroom as the troll's eyes rolled back, collapsing once more to the ground. After a brief silence, Hermione trembled and asked, "Is it dead?" "I think not," Harry replied. "It is likely just stunned." "Leo, what spell did you just use?" Ron inquired, noting his pale complexion. "It was a spell that allowed me to see its dreams," Leo replied succinctly. "I hoped to discover who released the troll, but I failed." His hands still trembled, a sense of exhaustion washing over him. He finally comprehended why Snape had been so furious earlier. It was indeed a terrifying magic, though he had yet to fully grasp its implications. Suddenly, loud footsteps echoed from outside, and Professor McGonagall burst into the restroom, her face a mask of fury, followed closely by Snape and Quirrell. "What on earth are you playing at?" McGonagall demanded, her voice laced with icy wrath. Leo sensed the gravity of the situation, attempting to conceal his wand, yet his trembling hands failed to cooperate, causing him to fumble. He let his arms drop, striving to appear less conspicuous. Ron appeared utterly dazed by McGonagall's presence, his wand still raised, which only further enraged her. "Consider yourselves fortunate not to have been killed. Why weren't you all behaving yourselves in your dormitories?" Leo's mind raced with countless justifications, yet none felt entirely adequate. At that moment, Hermione spoke up, her voice low yet resolute. "Please don't be angry, Professor. They were looking for me. I sought the troll because I thought I could handle it alone. You see, I've read extensively about them and know much." Leo and Harry exchanged astonished glances, clearly taken aback. Hermione seamlessly altered the narrative of their presence there, succinctly recounting the events that had transpired. Leo was nearly ready to applaud her bravery. However, when Hermione mentioned his attempt to control the troll's dream, he caught Snape glaring daggers at him. The troll is not a classmate. This is a matter of self-defense, Leo thought, retreating a step. Though even this minor movement sent him reeling. He struggled to steady his breath, yet his body felt devoid of strength. A moment later, he staggered and collapsed. Chapter 13. Potter is quiet, likely up to no good. Leo awakened once more in the infirmary. He hoped the rumors circulating about him did not involve fainting from the troll's fright. To his astonishment, the first visitor was none other than Snape. Rather than a visit of concern, it felt more like an inquisition. "I warned you about the consequences of that spell." Snape's voice was as cold as the air of a cellar. "Your abilities are woefully inadequate to wield it." His gaze pierced through Leo, each syllable laced with menace. "Should you dare to recklessly misuse it again, next time, your very soul may be torn asunder." Leo nodded, feeling a swell of guilt. He sensed Snape's restraint in his words, perhaps fearing he might faint again from the reprimand. "Professor," Leo ventured cautiously, "I merely wished to see if I could ascertain who released the troll through its dreams." Snape sneered, as if gazing upon a hopelessly foolish imbecile. "Is your mind stuffed with rushes? Dreams and memories are not synonymous." Leo nodded in disappointment. Snape extracted a small vial from his robe and placed it decisively upon his bedside. "Down it in one," he instructed tersely. "If you wish to avoid meeting your demise elsewhere, you may resume tidying the cupboard tomorrow night." Leo was left speechless. How considerate of his employer, going so far as to deliver medicine personally to prevent him from taking sick leave. "Thank you, Professor," he stammered. "I swear this will be the last time." Snape let out a cold huff, flicking the hem of his robe as he vanished through the door, though his gait was noticeably limping. Before long, Harry, Ron, and Hermione burst in unannounced. "Are you all right, Leo?" Harry inquired, concern etched upon his features. "We saw Snape exit your room. It pertains to that spell." Leo replied, shaking his head. "He witnessed me using it once before." "What exactly is it?" Hermione pressed, her voice sharp. "Madame Pomfrey mentioned that your magical energy was depleted. It was a mere accident that I stumbled upon it." Leo mumbled, "I don't fully grasp it. But Professor Snape forbids me from using it again." "He must be envious," Ron interjected immediately. "You know, Professor McGonagall awarded us each 5 points. Snape's face was positively thunderous. "What of it?" Leo mused internally, recalling how Snape had once docked 20 points from Gryffindor for a mere utterance. Regardless, the facts vindicated Leo's previous choice. Not only had he evaded punishment, but he was now more integrated into Gryffindor than ever. Soon, they shared a secret with him in a spirit of camaraderie. Harry was set to participate in this year's Quidditch Cup as the youngest seeker in a century. Leo had inadvertently caught sight of Harry during practice in the tower on several occasions, yet he feigned surprise as best as he could. In exchange, he divulged his work-study arrangement with Snape, which elicited shock surpassing even that of Lysander. Ron's expression was one of utter disbelief. Although Liao typically sported worn-out attire and supplies, he had never imagined Liao had fallen to the point of working for Snape. There's nothing wrong with that. Liao endeavored to explain. After all, Professor Snape is a teacher. He wouldn't mistreat me. Would he deduct points from Gryffindor? Of course not, Ron. If he were to deduct anything, it would be from my wages. Would he make you handle that sticky material every day? That does happen. Would he berate you as a fool, an idiot, or a lizard brain? That's quite normal, Ron, Liao replied with resignation. Would he make you clean the toilets? Ron, be quiet. That's disgusting. Liao shot back. I'm an assistant, not a janitor. Ron remained incredulous. I just can't fathom how you can remain composed in the same office. Professor Snape has his own duties, Liao remarked, perplexed. Most of the time, he doesn't say much. Moreover, he can be rather amiable at times. Yet judging by Ron and Harry's reactions, they spoke of a Snape altogether different. As November's chill deepened, so too did the mounting workload. The sky outside remained perpetually overcast, dark clouds hanging like a heavy curtain amidst the mountains. The lake's surface was constantly agitated by the biting wind, while a few waterfowl dared to glide across, only to be swiftly thwarted by the cold. The trees bordering the forbidden forest were nearly bare, their gnarled branches swaying in the wind like outstretched black arms, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. A layer of frost blanketed the lawn, and each morning, Liao could see Hagrid clearing it from the Quidditch pitch. The corridors of Hogwarts were uncharacteristically frigid. Even the wizards in the portraits donned thick robes, with some images outright huddling by the fireplace for warmth. The arriving owls appeared ruffled, their feathers fluffed out, rendering them clumsier than usual. Students rarely lingered in the hallways, preferring to crowd around the warmth of the common room hearth. The professors, seemingly wearied by the inclement weather, grew increasingly irritable. Snape's demeanor was darker than ever, prompting students to be all the more diligent with their assignments. Liao felt relieved that Harry had reconciled with Hermione in a timely manner, allowing for more company in their study sessions. As the Quidditch match drew nearer, Harry appeared increasingly anxious, his attention wandering in class, and more than once, Liao noticed him bringing the wrong textbook. Snape, too, seemed to be inexplicably on edge, perhaps harboring doubts about Slytherin's chances of victory. He limped noticeably for several days, and Liao was perplexed as to why he had yet to seek Madame Pomfrey's assistance. After one inventory check, Liao broached the subject of Snape's leg injury, only to be brusquely dismissed from the office. On the eve of the Quidditch match, they were gathered in the common room discussing assignments when Harry abruptly stood. I need to ask Snape if I can have my book back, he declared. I certainly wouldn't go, Ron and Hermione chimed in unison. What book? Liao inquired with curiosity. It's Quidditch Through the Ages, which Snape confiscated today, Harry replied, vexed. There's no school rule against students reading in the courtyard. Liao shrugged, signaling his inability to assist. His rapport with Snape was marginally better than theirs, yet only in Harry's absence. Undeterred, Harry insisted on going. He is far too anxious. Ron remarked, I'll wager 5 nuts that Harry won't retrieve his book. That's not surprising. He has got a match tomorrow, Hermione noted. Before long, Harry returned, visibly flustered, his gaze darting between Liao and Ron, as if harboring a momentous secret. I need to use the bathroom, Liao announced, rising to depart. He sensed that whatever Harry wished to divulge would be inappropriate for him to overhear, given Harry's hesitance after his encounter with Snape. It was evident he had faced something pertinent to Snape. As Snape's assistant, and someone who often spoke well of him, Harry likely wished to refrain from voicing any negative sentiments about Snape in his presence. Liao preferred not to bear the weight of any secrets. Thus, the wisest course was to vacate this contentious space. The three exchanged glances, yet ultimately allowed him to leave. Chapter 14. The wind that longed to return blew over the Quidditch pitch. Liao despised venturing outside in winter, lacking sufficiently warm outerwear. He felt as though he were a wilting willow, battered by the elements. Yet today was the annual Quidditch match, and they were all required to gather in the stands. The morning chill sliced against his face like a knife. The sky was a dismal gray, and a thin frost glimmered on the grass. Hogwarts' towering spires appeared especially somber against the cold mist. The grounds were already teeming with students, colorful banners snapping in the wind, while the howling chill mixed with deafening cheers, creating a peculiar blend of exhilaration and biting cold. Liao huddled within his robe, shoulders hunched like a small, wind-tousled hedgehog, his teeth chattering incessantly. Beneath his school robe, he wore only a thin, paper-like old shirt, and the wind surged through the collar, freezing his tears. To make matters worse, the stands were elevated, intensifying the wind's ferocity, which whistled into his ears as if someone were ringing bells in his head. He yearned to sit lower, but Lysander and the others insisted that the view was best from their location. Before long, He discovered the reason behind the large banner designed by Neville and Seamus, emblazoned with the bold declaration of Potter for the win. Hermione had cast a spell on it, making the colors shimmer and glow like neon lights, visible even from great heights. "Leo, why are you shivering so?" Hermione inquired with concern. "I am fine," Leo stammered, forcing a smile. Though his lips were pale from the cold, Hermione furrowed her brow and conjured a small blue flame, encased in a jar, offering it to him. "Here, take this." Leo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted it. The flame flickered as if alive, while the glass remained pleasantly warm, dispelling the numbness from his fingertips. He finally exhaled in relief. "Thank you, Hermione." Ron leaned in, his face a picture of envy. "I want one too." "Hermione, I feel like I'm turning into an ice pop." "What pop?" Seamus chimed in. "Want to place a bet? Who will catch the golden snitch first?" Seamus's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clutched a handful of chocolate frogs. "Betting?" Leo was taken aback. "Seamus, that's against the rules." Hermione admonished sternly. "It's just a chocolate frog card. You wager a card. If you win, you double it. If you lose it." Seamus pulled out a card. "Harry's odds are quite favorable right now." Before Leo could respond, Neville timidly interjected. "See, can I bet on Slytherin?" "Neville, you traitor!" Seamus exclaimed disapprovingly. Yet he accepted Neville's card. Leo had never tasted a chocolate frog, thus he politely declined their invitation. At that instant, a clear whistle pierced the air, signaling the official start of the match. Colorful flags fluttered as students erupted into a cacophony of cheers, nearly drowning out the biting wind. Lee Jordan's commentary, infused with his usual humor, elevated every move to an epic narrative. The atmosphere was electric, and Leo endeavored to focus on the players soaring through the sky. Momentarily forgetting the chill, he began to understand the fervor of the students. With Lee Jordan's impassioned commentary, every athlete's action bore profound significance. Even Amir turned elicited wild cheers from the crowd. In such an environment, he felt liberated to express the pent-up emotions within him, shouting alongside them, vigorously waving his red glow stick. The intensity of the game escalated. The Gryffindor chasers swung their bats with fervor, while the Slytherin keeper stood resolute, guarding the hoops like an impenetrable fortress. Seamus shouted, "Knock him down. Smash him." Just as he spoke, the quaffle struck the iron ring with a resounding thud, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. "Where's Harry?" Lysander and Neville were scanning the field, but soon Gryffindor scored, and they momentarily forgot about Harry, raising their arms in exuberant cheers for Gryffindor. Soon, a large figure squeezed through. It was Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds. Hagrid, with a massive telescope hanging around his neck, laughed heartily and offered it to them to take turns searching for Harry. Leo quickly spotted him, a small golden speck far above, where Harry was quietly wading away from the field. "Harry's flying so high," Dean Thomas exclaimed. Harry's dad was an exceptional Quidditch player. Hagrid chuckled. He inherited his father's talent. Leo squinted, striving to locate the fabled golden snitch in the sky. Soon, he saw it, a golden glimmer flitting between the players, playfully darting around them like a mischievous sprite. It moved with such speed that Leo felt he could never catch up, even if it skimmed the ground. Harry swiftly maneuvered his broomstick to pursue it. But Slytherin's Captain Marcus barreled towards him, intent on knocking him off course. Harry's broom veered sharply, and he nearly lost his grip. "Foul! Foul!" The Gryffindor crowd erupted in outrage, with even Hagrid banging on the railing, making Leo worry that the fragile barrier might collapse at any moment. "Red card! Red card!" Dean shouted angrily, stomping his feet. "Get Marcus out of there." "This is Quidditch, Dean." Ron yelled. "No one gets sent off. It's not fair." Dean's nose turned red with indignation. "Wait," Leo pointed at the sky. "Is there something wrong with Harry's broom?" At that moment, Harry was darting around erratically, as if confused by an unseen force. "I can't fathom what he is trying to do," Hagrid mumbled, "but he is an excellent seeker. And he rides a Nimbus 2000. Leo's brow furrowed. At the start of the match, Harry had flown with purpose, but now he resembled a stunt performer, careening about wildly, completely disregarding the direction of the golden snitch. Leo doubted Harry could be this anxious. Soon, even Hagrid realized something was amiss. The broom began to spin violently, nearly throwing Harry off. He clung on with only one hand. Neville looked as though he were about to faint, paling further with each passing moment. "Impossible," Hagrid's voice trembled. "Aside from powerful dark magic, nothing can interfere with a broomstick. A child could never cast such a spell on a Nimbus 2000. Leo suddenly recalled that night when he had heard the incantation for the stunning spell. Clearly, the students at the school were incapable of casting such a spell on him. Who else could it be? His gaze swept across the staff area. But Hermione had already seized Hagrid's telescope, directing her attention towards the same spot. "It's Snape," Hermione gasped. "What?" Leo was taken aback. "He is casting a curse on Harry's broom." Hermione urged, "Let me through." Seamus and the others shifted aside as Hermione dashed across the stands. Leo quickly picked up the telescope and followed her gaze. Reluctantly, he found himself doubting Snape, but Snape was indeed muttering an incantation. Leo strained to decipher his lip movements, but no words came to mind. Why would he do this? He couldn't comprehend. Even as Slytherin's head, he should find such underhanded tactics beneath him. Moreover, at such heights, Harry could be severely injured. He watched as Hermione sprinted forward, and soon, blue flames erupted from Snape's robes, restoring Harry's broom to normal. In an instant, Harry dove down, nearly touching the ground, and then expelled the golden snitch from his mouth. "I caught the snitch," Harry shouted, and the Gryffindor crowd erupted into ecstatic cheers, chanting Potter, Potter, Potter. However, Hermione's expression was far from cheerful. She and Ron hurriedly left the stands. Lysander rushed out, giving Fred and George a large hug. Fred lifted Lysander into the air, while George quickly mounted his broom to catch him, sending him soaring amidst Lysander's jubilant cries. Leo sensed that Lysander would not be returning for dinner. He made his way to the library, knowing that the common room would soon host a raucous celebration. He needed to investigate what dark curse could manipulate a broomstick before that. Chapter 15. The Terrifying Dark Wizard Snape. Leo found nothing of value in the library. The truly perilous tomes of dark magic have likely been relegated to the restricted section, leaving him with no choice but to return empty-handed. Upon his arrival at the Gryffindor common room, he found it already ablaze with light and festooned with colorful streamers and fairy lights, the fire casting a rosy glow upon every face. Fred and George had even cast a spell at the entrance, ensuring that each newcomer was greeted with a dazzling display of fireworks. A sumptuous array of delicacies adorned the table, with Wood personally slicing into a grand cake emblazoned with the Gryffindor crest, distributing pieces to everyone present. "Hey, Wood, you forgot to give me a slice," Fred exclaimed. "I've already given you yours," George, Wood replied patiently. "No, I'm Fred." "Then go ask George for yours, Fred." "Just kidding. I'm actually George," Fred retorted, producing a whistle-like contraption that emitted a cacophony of sound, only for Lysander to deftly stifle it with a piece of bleeding explosive candy, resulting in Fred spraying red juice everywhere, filling the common room with an atmosphere of exuberance. Harry appeared somewhat distracted, a sentiment that Lee understood. Anyone who had narrowly avoided a fall from a great height would hardly be in high spirits. Ron and Hermione also bore expressions of concern, and Lee wished to offer them words of comfort, yet he found himself at a loss for what to say. He still believed that a Hogwarts professor had no justification for inflicting such harm upon the Savior. Yet Snape undeniably exuded an aura of suspicion. His demeanor towards Harry had always been quite harsh, and he hardly treated any member of Gryffindor with kindness. Lee shook his head, a dreadful thought creeping into his mind. Could it be that Snape harbored intentions to eradicate Gryffindor entirely? The following day, Lee dutifully made his way to Snape's office as per usual. The Slytherin headmaster's countenance seemed even more fearsome after their recent loss, and Lee endeavored to minimize the sounds he made, hoping not to draw Snape's attention. He seated himself at a nearby desk, recording the potion assignments of several upper-year classes. While Snape marked their homework from the previous week, the professor's expression was as cold as that of an executioner, each stroke of his quill akin to a dagger piercing flesh, causing Lee to break into a cold sweat. He was certain he had heard several grades of D being assigned. Trembling, Lee placed the completed grade book beside Snape, who merely raised an eyelid, his voice barely above a whisper. "Do you have a question?" After a moment's hesitation, Lee mustered his courage and replied, "Professor, during yesterday's Quidditch match, I saw you casting some sort of spell. You suspect that I placed a curse on Potter's broom, believing me to be a nefarious murderer?" Snape parroted, his tone still low, sending a jolt of fear through Lee, as though his heart might leap from his throat. "No, Professor, I trust you. I do not deny that I have contemplated such a notion. If I truly had the liberty to strike it well, I would not need to endure the likes of you fools who can't even manage a cauldron," Snape stated calmly. Lee felt an unsettling sincerity in Snape's words, causing his perspiration to increase. "I am very sorry, Professor. I also believe you would not engage in such actions." Snape merely raised a hand, lazily gesturing, "Get out." The heavy wooden door to the office slammed open. With no other option, Lee fled in haste. In the corridor, he narrowly avoided colliding with Professor Quirrell, who was clutching a pile of books and clearly startled by Lee's sudden appearance. An idea struck Lee. "Professor Quirrell, I have some questions regarding dark magic that I would like to discuss with you." As he glanced at the books in Quirrell's arms, he added, "Allow me to assist you with those." "Oh, I would highly appreciate it. Lee, you have always been a bright child." Quirrell appeared visibly relieved and hastily thrust the books into Lee's arms, adjusting his turban in a fluster. They turned into an empty classroom, and Quirrell waved his wand, illuminating the dimly lit space with flickering candlelight. "Professor, as you know, I used a self-invented spell to combat the troll last time, Lee began. Professor Snape mentioned it could manipulate dreams and confuse the mind, but my attempt that day was unsuccessful. My child, what sensations accompanied your spellcasting? Quirrell inquired. It felt as though something connected my mind to that of the troll, allowing me to glimpse the scenes within its dreams. Yet, when I attempted to alter its dreamscape, an excruciating pain enveloped my head, as if all my strength was being siphoned away by that singular thought. After a brief pause, he added, Professor Snape warned that if I were to use this spell again, my soul would be affected. Snape is indeed correct, Quirrell replied, adjusting his turban once more, stuttering. The more potent the dark magic, the greater the malevolent intent required to wield it. You are far too young to master such abilities. His words faltered. Before he shifted the conversation, what were you thinking when you cast that spell? I was thinking that I was on the verge of being killed by it, and had to find a way to defeat it, Lee admitted, feeling a tinge of shame. And the only harmful spell I knew was that one. Do not feel ashamed, my child. Creating a spell in your first year is truly remarkable, Quirrell quickly reassured him. However, you did not possess a strong desire to control the minds of others. Tell me, what were your thoughts regarding altering its dream? I saw the troll's childhood in its dreams. I thought that if I could make it dream of the events of today, I might discover who brought it to the school, Lee explained, but I failed and nearly lost consciousness. Quirrell appeared increasingly anxious. Typically, fabricating a non-existent dream is far more stable than attempting to connect with memories through dreams. Do you comprehend how challenging that is? Lee nodded, somewhat understanding. You would not typically learn this at school, but I can tell you, there exists a practical spell for probing others' memories. As he spoke, Quirrell demonstrated with his wand, Legilimens. Legilimens? Lee echoed. Yes, Quirrell replied, looking at him. Do you mind if I demonstrate, child? What? Lee was still unclear as to why Quirrell regarded him with such intent. But the next moment, he felt his memories surge forth like a tide. The scenes he had experienced, both painful and joyful, cascaded through his mind like a film reel. Reminiscent of the Chinese concept of a revolving lantern, he beheld his childhood home, situated in the rural expanse of China, where his parents were often absent, leaving him to roam the fields alone, the wheat rustling behind him. Those were his most carefree days. He witnessed himself at school, being forcefully shoved against the bathroom wall by peers, only for the wall to suddenly collapse, its bricks bizarrely landing on his tormentors. At the time, he had only sought to escape, only realizing in retrospect that it had been magic. He saw himself bound in a dark carriage. The door flung open to reveal unfamiliar faces, entirely different from those of his own people. He yearned to scream, but his mouth was sealed, and he could not comprehend their words. Yet, he already knew what was to follow. Lee realized that these visions were shared, and if this continued, Professor Quirrell would soon glimpse the parts of him he most wished to keep hidden. He had no idea how to halt this. No matter how hard he tried to suppress his memories, recollections of his time working with Florestan surged forth like a relentless tide. He witnessed himself stripped bare, bound under the relentless sun and mercilessly whipped. He saw himself yearning to escape, only to be brutally struck down by a truncheon. He witnessed himself stifling his nausea as he gnawed on a biscuit laden with thick phlegm. He saw himself cowering in a corner, terror-stricken, watching a friend confined in a cage, screaming as a pack of dogs tore him apart. The memories were finally severed. Leo's complexion turned pale, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. I am truly sorry, Professor. Chilo fixed his gaze upon him, an inexplicable glimmer of excitement and danger flickering in his eyes. Chapter 16. The legendary MLM King Voldemort. When Leo returned to the lounge, a vibrant atmosphere enveloped him. The twin brothers were attempting to refine a spell on a firework candy, while Neville cowered behind the sofa, and Simon had set his own sleeve ablaze. The cacophony of laughter, the flickering flames, and the sweet aroma of chocolate cake created a vivid tableau. Yet Leo felt an invisible wall separating him from them. He quietly nestled in a corner by the fireplace, soaking in the warmth of the flames, but the haunting image of Chilo's hushed whispers repeatedly surfaced in his mind. That afternoon, the spell of memory extraction. Leo's breathing became increasingly rapid, as if a heavy weight crushed his chest. He desperately tried to avert his gaze from Professor Chilo, but his hands trembled uncontrollably. The tide of memories surged within his mind, nearly suffocating him. Why you saw him? His voice hoarse and filled with dread. Chilo did not respond immediately. He regarded Leo with an unsettlingly quiet gaze, his eyes reflecting an unnatural light in the dim classroom, as if something else was peering through them. Child, Chilo began softly, his stutter seemingly diminished. You possess an extraordinarily powerful potential. Leo paused, instinctively shaking his head. No, I don't know anything yet. Chilo stepped closer, lowering his voice, yet infused with a peculiar allure. Only a select few are bestowed with such potential. I have encountered students like you, with the right guidance. You could evolve into a formidable entity. Thank you. Professor, Lior swallowed nervously, sensing an oddity in Chilo's demeanor but unable to articulate why. Tell me, child, what do you aspire to do after graduation? Lior was evidently caught off guard. He had just begun his studies and had not even contemplated whether he could graduate normally. Perhaps find a job in the magical realm? He pondered aloud. I don't wish to return to the Muggle world. That is wise. Chilo's lips curved slightly. Muggles are foolish and will never comprehend wizards. But merely remaining in the magical world is too superficial for you. Do you not have higher aspirations? To become an Auror, Lior replied anxiously. Maybe I could invent more spells. You have yet to grasp the essence of your desires, child. Chilo gently shook his head. What you seek is power. There is no shame in this, child. No one in this world does not yearn for power. Only a wizard of immense strength can emerge victorious, can bring past enemies to their knees, and can truly attain freedom. Chilo's words slithered softly like a serpent. Lior's heart tightened. Instinctively, he sensed the danger in such notions, yet he could not entirely refute them. How many times had he longed for freedom? Under the scorching sun, beneath the lash. Amidst hunger and humiliation, he had countless times fantasized that if he grew strong enough to be untouchable, he would never again endure those days. He recalled the Sorting Hat, which had declared him ambitious. Confront your inner self, Lior's throat constricted. He almost dared not admit it, yet it slipped out. I wish to be remembered. Professor, I want to leave my name in the annals of magical history. I want people to know that a Chinese wizard once stood as the greatest. Chilo's eyes flickered. Child, do you know of the Dark Lord? I do. Lior instinctively tensed. He is the most powerful dark wizard, the most malevolent being. Did Professor Chilo imply that he was gifted and ambitious, thus needing to heed caution lest he stray onto the path of the Dark Lord? What do you think caused the Dark Lord to become who he is? Lior hesitated. He acted ruthlessly? No, not quite. Indecisive individuals cannot become the greatest of wizards. Chilo shook his head. You may ponder on this. Lior nodded, half understanding. Li, you may find my lesson somewhat dull. However, if you are willing, I can teach you more genuinely useful things in private. Chilo gathered the books on his desk. Do not squander your talent, Li. I understand, Professor, Lior replied dryly. His mind still in a haze, yet he did not forget the matter at hand. Professor, can you teach me that memory extraction spell? Chilo regarded him, shaking his head, reverting to his usual irritating stammer. And not yet, you are still too young. You lack the strength to wield it. The great hall remained a bustling scene. The post-Quidditch match discussions lingered, and as soon as Lior sat down, Neville cautiously inquired, Lior, what happened to you yesterday? You look rather unwell. I simply didn't sleep well. Lior forced a smile. Ron was embroiled in a debate with a Slytherin over whether Harry won by luck, but soon got distracted by the twins' jokes. Lior joined in the conversation, attempting to appear at ease. Yet the echo of Chilo's words, confront your inner self, lingered in his thoughts. What Chilo had said that day was profoundly enticing. No one had ever praised him like that, nor had anyone offered him such a luminous future. If he could capture the world's attention, if he could wield life and death like Florestan. Suddenly, he grasped Chilo's meaning. Why did the Dark Lord become the Dark Lord? Because once one possesses immense power, the temptation to obliterate the world becomes irresistible. He recalled the thrill he felt witnessing Florestan fall, the satisfaction that surged within him upon hearing Malfoy scream. He had long suppressed this emotion, unwilling to admit that he was of the same ilk as Florestan and his ilk. Yet he could not deny that, deep down, he harbored aspirations of becoming like them. As this realization washed over him, he shivered. The thought of becoming a dark wizard was utterly heretical within the confines of the school. Even a fleeting notion of it sent electric shocks coursing through him, especially after learning of the existence of memory extraction spells. Yet, observing Chilo's demeanor, he seemed unopposed to such actions. Do not squander your talent, Lee. He could create an immensely powerful dark magic in his first year. Did this not indicate that he had the potential to become a dark wizard? He, a Chinese wizard, felt out of place in everything he did here. Perhaps he too yearned to be like the legendary Voldemort, able to terminate anyone's life without a second thought, commanding others to serve him freely. Only then would people truly comprehend how egregiously wrong they had been. Only then would they genuinely revere him. What use is it to be a good person? He would constantly face provocations and scrutiny. He would fade into obscurity, his efforts dismissed. In others' memories, he would forever bear the mark of a fool. He did not desire this. He wished to be the one who could publicly douse others with tomato soup in the hall. He looked up, and Professor Chilo was watching him from the staff table. Chilo's headscarf still looked rather comical, yet Lior felt as though it enveloped the siren's song. After dinner, he caught up with Professor Chilo and voiced his answer. Chapter 17. The Riddle tutoring class is now in session. The chill of December grew increasingly intense. With thick layers of snow blanketing the spires and courtyards of Hogwarts, every crevice of the castle exuding a biting cold. Lior huddled in a corner of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, his heart racing. Professor Quirrell typically stuttered through the textbook during lectures, droning on about the mundane characteristics of vampires and boggarts. However, when alone with Lior, his speech flowed more smoothly, and his teaching became decidedly more coherent. Professor Quirrell announced his intent to impart some truly practical combat spells. Lior found himself reluctantly engaged in a duel with Quirrell. It sounded fantastical. Yet Quirrell's tone remained encouraging, meticulously analyzing each step for Lior. Initially, he had been almost powerless to retaliate, but now he could cast a few simple offensive spells. Lior felt that his classmates had grossly misunderstood this so-called garlic professor. When Quirrell was serious, he proved to be quite an effective teacher. Protego, Lior shouted, a blue light momentarily halting before him as he hastily sidestepped. He gasped for breath, realizing he should have deflected Quirrell's spell with ease. He still had much to learn. Quirrell tucked away his wand, his voice imbued with admiration. Excellent, Lee, you're progressing more swiftly than I anticipated. Lior licked his chapped lips, responding, thanks to your guidance. Professor, Quirrell patted the books on the podium. Take these home and read them. I believe you'll gain a deeper understanding. Are you free Friday evening? I have to sort files for Professor Snape Friday evening, Lior replied, somewhat disheartened. Then Saturday, Quirrell suggested. Professor Snape mentioned that he would be grading new materials on Saturday. Lee, as a first-year student, you certainly have a busy schedule, Quirrell sighed. Perhaps this explained the chaos in his recent assignments. Snape's cold voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Lior was uncertain how he had entered. Remembering that Quirrell had enchanted the door, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he hadn't spoken ill of Snape. It is after class hours, Quirrell. What are you doing with the student? Snape inquired. Professor Quirrell is tutoring me in Defense Against the Dark Arts. Lior raised his hand. What a dedicated teacher. Teaching you to answer questions, Lee, Snape mocked. So what have you learned? Lior cautiously glanced at Quirrell. I am teaching this child some dueling techniques. Severus, you know. He has quite the talent, Quirrell stammered, reverting to his usual speech impediment. Dueling? Snape raised an eyebrow, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Would you mind demonstrating your teaching results, Quirrell? An ominous feeling surged within Lior. Draw your wand, Snape murmured, and duel me. Quirrell nervously glanced between them, opting to commence a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Expelliarmus. Before Lior could fully comprehend, his wand flew from his grasp. He stared at Snape in awe and envy. What was that, Professor? I want to learn it too. An exceptionally spectacular disarming charm, Quirrell exclaimed awkwardly. Severus, you can't possibly duel a child. I have no objection to you giving private lessons, Snape replied, his expression delightfully amused. But it seems you haven't taught him anything useful, Quirrell. He is still just a first-year student, Quirrell weakly defended, igniting a wave of guilt within Lior. Professor Snape, I will complete my assignments diligently, Lior insisted urgently. I merely wish to learn more. If you think you can learn to fly before mastering how to walk, Snape's narrow eyes glinted dangerously. I would relish watching you crash to the ground. He turned, his black robes billowing behind him. Come along, Lee, you haven't finished dealing with yesterday's toads. Lior felt that the 2 buckets of toads from the previous day were already quite sufficient. Nevertheless, he dutifully gathered the books from the podium, waved goodbye to Professor Quirrell, and hurried after the unyielding figure of the black robe. It wasn't until they reached the dungeon that Snape turned to regard him coldly. Lior struggled to avoid meeting Snape's gaze, instead focusing on the walls of the office. Observing the rows of glass jars that typically housed bizarre remnants of creatures, twisted snake bones, swollen eyeballs, and half a crab claw suspended in a murky brown solution. Under the dim candlelight, the jars seemed to quiver, as if each were poised to awaken and stare him down. The air in the dungeon was thick and oppressive, each breath laced with a sharp medicinal scent. Lior clutched the books tightly, wishing to shrink away, while Snape's looming presence cast a shadow over the entire space. Leaving no avenue for escape, he had always kept his conversations with Professor Quirrell a secret. Although Quirrell appeared to be providing him with normal lessons, merely advancing him with higher-level knowledge, ever since he had shared his heartfelt thoughts with Quirrell. He felt like a vampire lurking in the shadows, unable to hold his head high in front of his righteous classmates. And now Snape, a professor he still held in high regard, had discovered his secret with Quirrell. This discomforted him, akin to being ensnared by Quirrell's gaze. He felt as though Snape could see through his thoughts, leaving him with nowhere to hide. I must remind you, Snape finally spoke, that Hogwarts forbids students from privately studying dark magic. His eyes were dark and profound, his words strikingly like ice shards. Assuming you have read the introduction. You should know that powerful dark magic can corrupt one's mind. After a moment, he added with a hint of amusement, of course. Those pathetic spells you are currently learning have little effect. Thank you for the reminder, Professor. I will be cautious, Liao replied with difficulty. Tell me, what have you learned from Quirrell? Just some basic defense against dark magic. Liao attempted to gloss over it. Professor, how did you know? Snape scoffed, evidently unconvinced by his answer, and gestured towards the books in Liao's arms. Liao instinctively clutched them tighter, feeling that Snape had likely perused their contents. Behave yourself at school, or, he said, a cruel smirk forming, I will find a way to expel you. Liao nodded like a chick pecking at grain, then dejectedly pulled a stool aside to bleed the newly arrived toads. The toads squealed in terror as they squirmed in his hands, only to be silenced by the irritable old professor's nonverbal spell. Liao cast his gaze downward. He had previously pondered whether learning dark magic was excessively wicked, but upon seeing Snape, he felt differently. Who could be more sinister than him? Chapter 18, The First Christmas. Snowflakes sealed off Hogwarts overnight. As he pushed open the dormitory window in the morning, a cold wind swept in, swirling the bright snow around him like sprites from the north. Christmas was approaching. This would likely be Liao's first truly liberating Christmas, filling him with anticipation. The frigid weather did nothing to dampen his enthusiasm. He delighted in running around in the snow clad only in a thin shirt. On one occasion, he and Lysander engaged in a snowball fight in the courtyard, where Lysander deviously packed a firecracker into one of his snowballs. Fortunately, Liao swiftly employed a levitation spell, causing it to explode like fireworks in midair. Once again, he witnessed the Weasley twins launching snowballs at Professor Quirrell's turban, the latter appearing quite irate. However, Liao swiftly emerged to pose a question, allowing Gryffindor to narrowly escape a deduction of points. On another occasion, Malfoy ensnared him in a tangle of vines, mocking the thinness of his clothing. He was on the verge of retaliating with a spell he had learned from Quirrell, but fortunately, Snape appeared at that moment, commanding Malfoy to release him. Malfoy made a face at him, yet Snape did not impose any penalties on Slytherin for his antics. Liao awkwardly adjusted his robes as the notoriously biased professor finally addressed him. Is 12 galleons a month not sufficient for you to acquire a new set of garments? Lior? Liao froze momentarily. It was one thing to endure the taunts of Slytherin students, but for this esteemed headmaster to add fuel to the fire by ridiculing his poverty was utterly disheartening. Lowering his gaze to stifle his rising anger, he made the unprecedented decision to ignore the professor's inquiry and walked past Snape, stating, "Apologies, Professor, but I must head to the library." Snape regarded his retreating figure in silence, lost in thought. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick had already begun preparing the Great Hall for the festivities. They adorned the walls with wreaths of holly and mistletoe, while 12 towering Christmas trees stood majestically around the room, their branches draped with glistening icicles. As the candlelight flickered, it cast a delicate glow, reminiscent of an invisible choir softly singing. Liao gazed in wonder, filled with an unprecedented anticipation for this holiday. In the distance, Malfoy continued to mock those staying at Hogwarts over Christmas, yet Liao secretly reveled in the news. Throughout the upcoming holiday, he would relish the absence of Malfoy, and indeed most of the other students. Snape appeared wholly uninterested in celebrating Christmas, instead handing him an extensive reading list just before the break and warning that if he did not complete the readings, he could forget about entering his office next year. Quirrell had also thrust upon him several books concerning dark magical creatures, urging him to read them diligently, not to mention the mountain of assignments from their classes, which left Liao feeling quite overwhelmed. Studying was always a bittersweet endeavor, and throughout the Christmas Eve, he found himself immersed in a sea of complex texts, various materials clashing in his mind, though he occasionally derived amusement from some anecdotes about potioneers. It was not until Christmas morning that he began to suspect that the weight of his studies had driven him to hallucinations. Upon waking, he discovered 3 parcels on his bedside table, with an owl perched atop the highest one, its golden eyes fixed intently upon him. Uncertain of who might have sent him gifts, he reached out to unwrap the top parcel, only to be sharply pecked by the owl. Grabbing 2 biscuits from the nearby cupboard, he offered them, and the bird begrudgingly relented, extending a leg to reveal a note attached. "I thought you might need an owl as a reward for your studies." Quirinus Quirrell. Liao felt as though he must be dreaming. An owl. It would cost him an entire month's wages. Professor Quirrell was actually willing to present him with such a gift. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he longed to finish the books Quirrell had given him at once. Casting his gaze upon the first parcel, he noticed it was inscribed in color-changing ink with the name Lysander William. As he tore open the wrapping, a flurry of cards erupted from within, fluttering around the dormitory. Seizing one, he discovered it to be a chocolate frog card. Lysander had sent him a complete set of collected cards, Liao playfully punched the air as if Lysander were still seated beside him. The second parcel was soft yet heavy. He carefully tore it open to reveal a finely knitted scarf and sweater, the latter being black with a large white letter L emblazoned on the front. He was unsure if it represented Lior or Lee. Nestled within the sweater was a letter. Dear Lior, I hope you are well, dear child. I heard your story from Ron. You are a brave boy who saved my child. My family adores you, and if you wish, you are welcome to visit us during the summer. Molly Weasley. For a fleeting moment, Liao hesitated to read the letter. He had only heard of this gentle mother through Ron, and he typically shunned discussions about family, often preferring to overlook such matters. Yet now, this woman, who had never met him, had bestowed upon him such a generous gift. His eyes grew misty. He could hardly bring himself to wear the sweater. He had never received such kindness, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. After a brief stupor on his bed, he resolved to open the third parcel. This one contained clothing as well. The top layer revealed a sturdy pair of leather boots, followed by a knitted sweater, a thick flannel shirt, and finally, a pair of heavy, warm trousers. A note tucked within the collar of the shirt bore a rather brusque message: "Don't freeze to death." There was no signature, but Liao recognized Snape's handwriting. This left him even more flustered. He had not prepared gifts for anyone. In desperation, he scanned the room, realizing he possessed little of worth to offer. His funds were reserved for repaying loans. After much contemplation, he took a piece of parchment from his desk and sketched some line motifs, using his wand to transform it into a silver cup embossed with relief. He had encountered several intriguing spells in his readings. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on controlling his magic as it flowed over the relief. The silver cup began to sing a cheerful Christmas tune, albeit increasingly off-key. With a gentle tap, the melody shifted to that of a toad's croak. Liao recast the spell, this time producing a much more harmonious tune. He lifted the silver cup and tossed it into the sink, where the Christmas song transformed into a richer melody. It was complete, a self-singing cup that altered its tone based on the objects it touched. It seemed somewhat foolish, yet it certainly captured the festive spirit of the day. Liao swiftly wrapped it up, preparing to send it to Professor Quirrell. Next, he turned his attention to Mrs. Weasley's gift. He intended to craft a straw doll capable of mimicking real-time actions, allowing Mrs. Weasley to see what her children were up to at home. Making the doll itself was relatively simple for him, but enchanting it posed a challenge. Typically, this required a part of the recipient's body, such as hair or nails, to brew a potion, which would then be applied to the doll, followed by the appropriate incantation. Though he felt somewhat confident in his potion-making and spells, obtaining a body part from each of the Weasley children proved to be a formidable task. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to seek their assistance directly. Donning the sweater made by Molly, he stepped outside, only to encounter Ron and Harry, whose eyes widened in surprise upon seeing him. "Oh, Lior, you have one too. I knew it. Mum cares about you," Ron exclaimed, while Harry's radiant smile revealed an H on his own sweater. Standing together, the three of them appeared as a cohesive representation of the Weasley family. Fred and George were already in the common room, clad in their sweaters, attempting to fit the blushing Percy into his mother's knitted garment. P stands for prefect. "Put it on, Percy, hurry up. We've all got ours on." "I don't want to," he mumbled, yet the twins, heedless of his protests, forcibly pulled the sweater over Percy's head, knocking his glasses askew in the process. Leo observed that Fred and George's garments were also emblazoned with initials, and he finally grasped the intent behind this design. It provided a convenient means to distinguish Fred from George. With all the Weasley children attending Hogwarts present, Leo seized the opportunity to request a strand of hair from each of them for a gift he was crafting for Molly, to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation. He also asked Harry for a lock, reasoning that everyone had a Weasley sweater. "This is brilliant, Fred. Now Mum will know you're skipping class," Ron exclaimed. "Let us give Mum a bit of excitement. Who wants to watch a little person who just sits around all day?" Fred chuckled, adding that little Ronnie should remember to strike a few poses. All in all, everything proceeded smoothly, and even Percy readily allowed George to give his hair a trim. Following the steps outlined in Creative Magic to Enrich Your Life, Leo completed this rudimentary gift just before nightfall. After casting the spell, each scarecrow underwent a corresponding transformation in appearance, which relieved Leo as it masked some of his crafting shortcomings. Now Leo, Harry, Ron, Fred, George, and Percy stood in a neat row on the table, their scarecrows mimicking their actions. Percy adjusted his glasses, and his scarecrow raised its hand to its face. Fred and George struck absurd poses, which the scarecrow imitated in kind. Ron reached out to poke his corresponding scarecrow, which extended its straw fingers to touch his. However, they soon discovered that once the scarecrows attempted more complex movements, they fell into disarray, causing a noticeable delay in their subsequent actions. After all, this was their first attempt. Leo reassured himself that Mrs. Weasley wouldn't be able to see her children. This was merely a token of comfort. As for the gift for Lysander, he fashioned a finger trap from a cutout of the Daily Prophet, which would engage the photo section in conversation when tugged. He specifically chose a picture of Dumbledore, ensuring that whenever he reached in, Dumbledore would be there to urge him to finish his homework. Leo chuckled to himself, envisioning Lysander's exasperated expression. Next, only Snape's gift remained. Leo gazed out at the falling snow. He was uncertain what Snape would desire, but he knew that if he dared to present Snape with a bottle of shampoo, he would certainly face dire consequences. Chapter 19. Snape's moment of despair. Snape was not at school during Christmas, so he could not express any opinion on the Chinese knot that Leo had crafted. The office in the cellar was under Leo's charge. He merely needed to report to the office each afternoon to sort the deliveries and ensure that the fire beetle wings in the cabinet were not pilfered by mice, while informing each visitor that Professor Snape was away for the day. For the remainder of the time, he usually locked the door, sequestering himself within to peruse the towering stacks of books. The air in the cellar was infused with a blend of dragon's blood, herbs, and various potion residues, spicy and warm. It felt as if it could seep into one's bones, maintaining a peculiar state of alertness in his mind. Leo relished this atmosphere, finding it conducive to his studies. Professor Quirrell remained at the school, and Leo occasionally encountered him, though Quirrell seemed intent on granting him a complete break and did not seek him out for additional lessons. During a spell of bright weather over the holiday, Leo ventured out to engage in a snowball fight with the Weasley twins. It was the first time he had experienced such carefree joy with peers, to the point where he nearly forgot he was a foreigner. Late into the night, Hogwarts lay peacefully blanketed in snow, lulling into slumber. Leo leaned beside the hearth, striving to delineate the differences among trolls, phantoms, and specters, nearly conflating defensive measures with those against wraiths, ghosts, and souls. The introduction to phantoms nearly lulled him to sleep. In his eyes, the twisting words resembled worms crawling in disarray. His face crashed onto an image of a red imp, finally meeting the nightmare. Snape's life was fraught with hardship. He had merely stepped out to meet a few old acquaintances, only to return and be questioned by Professor McGonagall about whether he was abusing children. His intention had been to allow the Chinese student, who seemed quite fond of studying in the office, to use the keys for a few days. Who could have known that this student would nearly perish within? Witnessing the emaciated little hedgehog sprawled unconscious on the floor of his office struck a severe blow to his teaching career. Fortunately, he returned early enough to find the boy still alive. Madame Pomfrey remarked that it was the result of long nights, excessive stress, and an unbalanced diet. The look she cast upon Snape was akin to that of a prosecutor regarding a criminal. Snape felt as though he could dive into the Bering Strait and never clear his name. He had never forced anyone to stay up late to read. He didn't consume people. Thus, when Leo awakened, he found himself confronted by Snape's sullen visage. Hogwarts boasted numerous reading spots, the common room, the library, empty classrooms, and even the grassy outdoors were at one's disposal. Snape inhaled deeply. The office is my private domain, and you are merely an assistant. Leo's complexion paled, and he remained silent. What is going through your mind? No one is permitted to enter this office without my consent. If I had returned a few days later, you would likely have found yourself in my specimen cabinet. At that point, your only value to me would be contributing 2 barrels of live maggots. Leo lowered his gaze. I acted without your permission, Professor. I am not obligated to be responsible for your well-being. Snape looked down at him. If you require your professor to take time from his busy schedule to feed you soup or sing lullabies to you, I believe there are others more suited to this job. No, I can manage. From now on, you are not permitted to use the office in my absence. Yes, Professor. Leo nodded like a chick pecking for grain. Fortunately, this professor was more thunderous than tempestuous. Given that he had silently gifted himself a set of clothes for Christmas, Leo felt that the professor appeared increasingly approachable. Snape strode away. Not long after, Professor McGonagall arrived. Clearly, the incident of the near fatality had profoundly affected her. Her usually stern demeanor bore traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. Leo, Professor McGonagall stated, if you wish to switch to a lighter position, I can advocate for you with Dumbledore. Leo shook his head. Thank you, Professor, but I find my current role quite suitable. I merely wish to learn more. It has nothing to do with Professor Snape. Professor McGonagall regarded him, sighing. You are only in your first year, Leo. Your schedule is not so full. You can afford to venture out, bask in the sun, and stretch your legs. You have your entire life ahead to study magic. Do not collapse during your most carefree years. Leo nodded, feeling touched. Professor McGonagall was absolutely correct. If he completed advanced potion making in his first year, the tuition for the following years would be in vain. Yet, the thought of Snape's gloomy countenance made him feel he could not entirely relax. Madame Pomfrey reluctantly allowed him to leave the hospital wing after much insistence. The sky was overcast, and the snow weighed down on Hogwarts, rendering it quiet and cold. Lior grasped his book and slowly descended to the cellar. Logically speaking, he ought to have been filled with trepidation. However, when the familiar scent of potions enveloped him, an unexpected sense of comfort washed over him, akin to returning to a long-lost corner that belonged solely to him. Severus Snape sat behind his desk, the quill scratching rhythmically against the parchment. He did not raise his gaze, his tone remaining as cold and unyielding as ever. "It is not working hours, Lee. It is now the time when the professor is in his office," Lior retorted boldly. Snape had only stated that one should not come when he was absent, never mentioning a prohibition against visiting outside of working hours. Snape snorted softly, taken aback by the cleverness of this little hedgehog. "Since you have the time to complete this week's accounts." Lior was tempted to echo Snape's previous words, "It is not working hours." Yet he set aside the book he had been clutching and diligently began reconciling the accounts. Snape tacitly acknowledged his proficiency in arithmetic, which he suspected was yet another form of prejudice against the Chinese. In truth, he had not even completed the 3rd grade of primary school, and the bizarre conversion rates in the wizarding world, where 1 sickles equaled 29 nuts and 1 galleon equaled 17 sickles, nearly made him faint from confusion. Not to mention the insufferable English gentleman who never clearly stated the final transaction prices, always hiding additional charges amidst pleasantries, leading him to suspect that they had no intention of conducting business properly. What tormented him further was that those materials were perpetually consumed at a rapid pace. And given the school's mediocre storage conditions, he could not stockpile them in abundance. Consequently, materials such as slugs and toads had to be accounted for almost weekly. Thus, every time Lior witnessed wasteful students in class, a glimmer of resentment flickered in his eyes. He swallowed his frustration and meticulously recounted the materials, gently placing the ledger next to Snape. "It's done, Professor. When did you acquire the owl?" Snape inquired suddenly as he flipped through the ledger, as if searching for conversation. "Professor Quirrell gifted it to me," Lior replied honestly. "Are you quite close with Quirrell?" Snape's tone rose slightly at the end, though Lior sensed it was not a genuine inquiry. "Professor Quirrell claims I possess a remarkable talent for defense against the dark arts." Lior nearly bit his tongue. "In my presence, you would do well to maintain some of your own discernment," Snape warned. "I do not consider his teaching arrangements to be reasonable." Lior felt that being required to study advanced potion making in his first year was clearly unreasonable as well. "I apologize, Professor, but I believe it is impolite to speak ill of other professors," Lior summoned his courage to state. The schedule for defense against the dark arts was nearly full, and Quirrell's willingness to spare precious time to mentor him was, in itself, quite commendable. Though he held Snape in high regard, he felt one should not be ungrateful. "Assuming you comprehend what civility is and acknowledge my position as your professor," Snape narrowed his eyes, "you ought to apologize for your insolence." "My apologies, Professor." Lior complied readily. "Perhaps you fancy yourself a bit clever, thinking you are a rare prodigy," Snape continued leisurely. "Let me enlighten you. What you learn in your first year comprises merely the most basic, rudimentary concepts. Yet even within that, there exists an immense chasm between excellence and perfection." Lior blinked at Snape, who gestured towards the back, "Set up the cauldron." Lior was perplexed, but cautiously arranged the cauldron nonetheless. "Here, concoct a potion of forgetfulness," Snape instructed. "You shouldn't need to take notes, oh potion prodigy." "I don't need to, Professor." Lior had a sharp memory and began to recall the forgetfulness potion's formula with great effort. He remembered this chapter particularly well, as Snape had threatened during class that if anyone dared to cause a disturbance, he would slip that potion into their bowl before the final exam. 2 drops of river leafy water, simmer gently for 20 seconds, then add 2 sprigs of valerian. Lior's execution was nearly textbook perfect, leaving no room for criticism. The concoction in the cauldron was almost colorless and transparent, capable of being stealthily added to anyone's bowl without notice. Such a potion, if presented in class, would surely earn an O, even among Gryffindors. Yet Snape produced another vial, placing it beside his own. Clearly, Snape's potion was far more crystalline, appearing indistinguishable from ordinary spring water. With a flick of his wand, a gentle golden glow emanated from Lior's potion, while a brilliant light burst forth from Snape's, as if threatening to ignite the entire room. "Magical residue," Snape smirked, "in case you fail to discern the difference." Lior held his breath, an inexplicable shiver coursing through him. In that moment, he grasped the true extent of this potion's master's terrifying prowess. He had no doubt that if that vial were to be poured down his throat, he would forget even the essence of his own being. "How does Quirrell assess you? That you harbor tremendous potential within?" Snape mimicked Quirrell's languid tone, though his own was laced with far more derision. "Let me clarify. You have virtually no control over your magic. Perhaps you have tasted a modicum of success in previous minor skirmishes. But soon you will realize that victory in any duel does not stem from mere outbursts. Snape extended his wand. Enrollment observed a golden thread extending evenly and steadily, forming a complete circle in the air, quietly suspended between them. Your spellcasting resembles a fireworks display. Yet those battles that concern life and death require Snape's voice grew soft, each word landing like shattered jade. Restraint. Leo's hands trembled. Logically, he felt no direct influence from Snape's presence, yet every word the professor uttered seemed to strip him bare, revealing his every shortcoming. All magic originates from the manipulation of emotions. If one cannot control their emotions, effectively harnessing magical power becomes an arduous task. This principle is especially crucial in potion making. Potions are a discipline that demands precision. Even a slight fluctuation can squander the potion's efficacy. You may appear quiet, yet every incantation you cast resembles a child's tantrum. Snape's voice dripped with sarcasm. You Gryffindors are always like this. You might even find the Cruciatus curse appealing. Envying those you ought not to envy, there's no need to deny it hastily. You cannot cast such spells, for you do not possess the requisite skill. Snape adjusted his cuff as if they had merely been discussing tonight's dinner. Leo gazed down at the two potions on the table. Snape had indeed pinpointed his core issue. He often felt a sense of inadequacy when attempting to grasp those advanced spells and potions. Potions and spells are inherently interconnected. He sensed that this potion's master before him would be far more formidable on the battlefield than Quirrell. Yet he felt there remained a dissonance somewhere. Thank you, Professor. But your potion possesses such formidable effects. Leo gestured toward the table. Surely it cannot be attributed solely to magical control. Snape raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him for a long moment before breaking into a rare smile. Nightshade. Leo. So this headmaster had been feigning a lecture for so long, while in reality, he had employed an entirely different recipe. The cunning Slytherin. Potions are alive. Snape's voice was unusually joyful. Assuming you have thoroughly memorized 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, you should realize that beyond the textbook, there are invariably alternative methods. Leo stared at him in a daze, suddenly feeling as if a tightly shut door in his mind had been flung open, allowing a rush of air to flood in. He yearned to immediately pull out his notebook and record everything that Snape had just articulated. I will not hinder your thirst for certain knowledge, Snape remarked, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. But it would be wise for you to remain lucid and comprehend what you ought to do. It was evident that Snape's words extended beyond mere potions. A sudden recollection struck Leo, recalling Snape's pronouncement from their first lesson. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not resemble the fools I often encounter. He understood why the students of Slytherin held such admiration for this headmaster. He indeed imparted genuine knowledge. Chapter 21. The Bat Catches the Little Bat. As the night deepened, Hogwarts Castle had succumbed to slumber, the corridors cloaked in darkness. Save for the faint, wan moonlight seeping through a distant window, a bat flitted clumsily through the stillness, its flight low and ungainly, as if still unaccustomed to its wings. Straining to open its eyes wide in the darkness, its nose quivered with trepidation, and its ears seemed eager to rotate behind its head. Suddenly, a soft crack echoed, and a flash of light snared the hapless bat, which screeched in panic and fell to the ground with a thud. A figure emerged, darker than the bat itself, Severus Snape. Draped in his black cloak, he knelt slowly before the bat, lifting it effortlessly with one hand. What a splendid night. Even the bat yearns for freedom, he mused. The bat, in fright, flailed its legs and shut its eyes, appearing to be in a state of utter oblivion. Snape's slender fingers glided gently along the bat's abdomen, pausing at its delicate neck, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Dead. Perfect. I require a pair of bat wings. The small bat's eyes widened in terror, desperately fluttering its wings, yet unable to escape the grip of this malevolent man. Snape chuckled softly, striding towards his office in the dungeon, while the little bat's cries grew increasingly anguished, reverberating through the corridor. In the dungeon, Snape closed the door and tossed the bat onto his desk. The bat, eyes tightly shut, assumed a posture reminiscent of one prepared for a noble sacrifice. How long do you intend to maintain this charade? Snape intoned coldly. Upon hearing this, the little bat stood to attention in an instant, retracting its wings and lowering its head, appearing as if it were a student awaiting reprimand. Snape couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. I have never witnessed a student transform into a bat for a midnight escapade. The little bat nodded earnestly, its eyes brimming with indignation. Wizards cannot wield their wands while transformed into animals, Snape spoke softly. Do you truly plan to forsake your humanity henceforth? The little bat emitted a series of frightened chirps. Then, trembling, bowed towards him with its wings. Snape prodded the bat's chest with his wand. Stand on the ground. The little bat, misty-eyed, leaped off the desk and landed in the open space near the door. Gradually, the bat's body swelled, its fur receding, bones elongating, revealing a familiar human form. Lior. Lior regarded Snape, whose expression was steeped in intrigue, took a deep breath, and made the boldest decision he had since the start of term. He flung open the door and dashed away. To recount the events leading up to this moment, 20 minutes prior, following the conclusion of the Christmas holiday, Snape had summoned Lior almost every evening to assist with various tasks. It had been a long while since he had crossed paths with Quirrell. That day, Quirrell had chosen to intercept Lior at the entrance of the common room. "I apologize, Professor, but Professor Snape has been particularly busy lately," Lior offered sheepishly. In truth, Snape had not been overwhelmingly occupied. For several days, they had merely been writing essays in their respective corners of the office. Yet, he felt compelled to remain on standby. Quirrell, increasingly agitated, led him down a deserted corridor. "Professor, is your relationship with Professor Snape strained? You know, he has always aspired to be the defense against the dark arts professor," Quirrell shrugged, "but Dumbledore consistently disapproves, which breeds animosity towards anyone who succeeds in teaching the subject." Lior probed further. "Why does he disapprove?" "Perhaps due to some past transgressions," Quirrell replied. "He once made headlines in the Daily Prophet. Though I fear he wouldn't wish for me to divulge more." Lior, not particularly invested in others' privacy, opted not to press further, especially since Quirrell had already indicated as much. Quirrell led Lior into an empty classroom, lowering his voice. "Let us meet at the castle's entrance at midnight. I'll take you to the Forbidden Forest." "The Forbidden Forest? Isn't that too perilous?" "Of course, it is dangerous," Quirrell chuckled. "Even upperclassmen wouldn't dare to venture within. But you are different, Lior. You would reap considerable rewards by accompanying me." Lior had never received such encouragement and felt a surge of excitement, though a shred of rationality kept him wary. "But how will I get out at midnight? What if Filch catches me?" "I cannot escort you openly." Quirrell shook his head. "After all, to them, you are merely a first-year student, and no one would dare take such risks." Lior felt a pang of disappointment. "But I've prepared something for you." Quirrell produced a vial of potion, whispering instructions for a temporary transformation. The effects would last only an hour, and he should drink it just before leaving, avoiding any ostentation. Lior accepted the vial with delight. The potion shimmered a pale pink, and he couldn't discern its components. Yet, how could Professor Quirrell give him anything malevolent? "Hand me your wand," Quirrell instructed. "The wand cannot accompany you during the transformation. For safety, I shall keep it for you." Lior hesitated momentarily, but ultimately relinquished his wand. That evening, Lior made a point to circle around Harry and the others a few times, ensuring they all saw him retreating to bed before he nestled quietly beneath his bed curtains, awaiting the opportune moment. After estimating that everyone else was likely deep in slumber, he cautiously retrieved the vial and drank its contents in one swift gulp. The taste was decidedly unpleasant, and he could wager it contained at least peppermint, powdered nettle, and a series of other foul-smelling ingredients. To make matters worse, his body began to shrink, sprouting dark, soft fur. He had transformed into a bat. In any case, the ensuing events were quite the spectacle, as Lior, having just reverted to his original form, dashed recklessly towards the exit at Snape's dungeon door. "As long as I run fast enough, the points won't catch up with me." The next moment, he landed with a muffled thud against the floor. Snape seized him as one would a bat. "Do you remember that you are a wizard, little bat?" Lior's complexion turned ashen. "Professor, I merely drank the wrong potion, seeking a solution." "Then what were you searching for in the corridors at such an hour?" Snape mocked. "The secret to becoming a ghost?" Lior could tell that this justification was rather flimsy, yet he still endeavored to defend himself. "But you saved me, did you not?" Snape inhaled deeply. "Where did you procure your transformation potion?" Lior steeled himself. "I brewed it myself." "You brewed it yourself?" Snape elongated his words, repeating them. "Very well. You shall brew it again here." Lior lowered his head, feeling guilty. "It's too late now, Professor. I observed you flying. You seemed quite lively." Snape retorted with a sneer. Lior gritted his teeth and confessed. "It was my curiosity about the anatomical structure of the bats I killed here that led me to desire an experience of having wings. Thus, I endeavored to concoct a transformation potion using the books in the library." Severus Snape remained silent for a moment, regarding him with a gaze reminiscent of one observing a slug. "Go back to sleep," he finally commanded. "I hope you awaken tomorrow with a clearer mind than you possess now." It seemed that even Snape was at his wits' end with EAO's nonsensical musings. Relieved, EAO quickly turned to leave. 20 points deducted from Gryffindor, Snape added coldly, striding behind him. Though belated, the deduction has been made. Chapter 22, Must-Do Activities at Hogwarts. Perhaps fearing that EAO would concoct further mischief, Snape accompanied him to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. only departing once he saw EAO safely enter. Without the potion, EAO dared not venture out again. Who knew if that cunning professor might be lurking at the door? After tossing and turning for a while, he ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming tide of sleep. The following morning at breakfast, Quirrell returned EAO's wand. Presumably wary of the crowd, Quirrell refrained from mentioning the Forbidden Forest, instead patting EAO gently as he would in class. Lior, be more careful with your wand. After all, you never know what others might do with it. EAO nodded sheepishly. Professor, it was an accident. An accident? A contemptuous voice echoed from behind. If you refer to the incident of transforming into a bat, Quirrell would be most eager to hear that tale. Startled, EAO noticed that several classmates were subtly eavesdropping. Then, he heard Quirrell's gentle voice say, transforming into a bat? That is hardly a prudent idea. Yet first-year students are bound to have their fair share of whimsical notions, are they not? EAO fervently nodded. Professor Snape. I shall explain the matter. I have no desire to hear your unimaginative story, Snape retorted. Should you next appear in an inappropriate form at an untimely hour in an unsuitable location, I would be delighted to add new materials to my storage cabinet. EAO turned pale with fear. I promise I shall not do so again, Professor. It is well known that nocturnal escapades occur only once or many times. The story of EAO's transformation into a bat quickly circulated throughout the school, and when Professor McGonagall heard of it, she was incensed, summoning him for a reprimand and assigning him the task of cleaning Madame Hooch's brooms. To the students, this tale sounded more like a jest, with Slytherin now mocking him as blind as a bat. EAO had come to terms with this. As a Chinese individual, he did not see anything wrong with being a bat. Moreover, wasn't Professor Snape, even without having transformed, still referred to behind his back as the old bat? However, his roommate, Lysander, seemed to take it quite seriously. One night, Lysander mysteriously dragged a box from under his bed and invited EAO to open it. Inside lay an invisibility cloak. I've tried it a few times, Lysander whispered, though it seems the disillusionment charm has somewhat faded, making it appear less than natural in the light. It works just fine for sneaking out at night. Even Madame Pomfrey has been fooled. Lysander solemnly patted EAO on the shoulder. If you wish to use it in the future, just let me know. Do refrain from transforming into a bat again. It is perilous, and you might be snatched away by a large bird. EAO focused on the crux of the matter. You've already sneaked out a few times? How was I completely unaware? Lysander averted his gaze, a hint of guilt on his face. Is it not natural to be curious about the castle's architecture? After all, it conceals many secret passages. Secret passages? EAO's voice rose in surprise. Indeed, but I promised Fred and the others to keep it a secret. Lysander made a sealing gesture. Merlin, you truly know nothing. You ought to explore properly. You have no idea how lively the towers are at night. EAO was momentarily taken aback, yet he thanked Lysander. He had a strong sense that Gryffindor could never be content to remain idle. The next day, he discovered a page from Aesop's Fables tucked into his textbook. It narrated a war between birds and beasts, where the bat, refusing to take a side, was invited by both parties to join them. The bird sent a phoenix, only for the bat to coldly declare, "No, I am a beast." The beast then sent a unicorn with the same invitation, to which the bat replied, "No, I am a bird." Eventually, the two factions reconciled and celebrated together, but when the bat sought to join the bird's table, he was shunned. He then attempted to sit with the beasts, only to be rejected once more. It appeared that the individual who left this note was likely a bored lower-year student attempting to mock him with a bat-related quip. Yet, EAO, after contemplating for a while, discerned no ill in it. As long as it did not pertain to him, what was the harm? Besides, the fact that the birds and beasts only gathered with their own kind indicated a lack of unity. Surely they might soon be at odds again. EAO recalled that this book contained another story about a bat captured by a weasel who proclaimed his hatred for birds. The bat quickly claimed to be a rodent and escaped. Shortly thereafter, another weasel, who loathed rodents, caught the bat, who then declared himself a bird, thus evading capture once more. Clearly, the prankster had not finished reading the book, EAO mused. Otherwise, they would surely marvel at the bat's cunning. Growing increasingly pleased with himself, EAO folded the note neatly and tucked it away. That night, at Lysander's enthusiastic invitation, the two of them donned the invisibility cloak and ventured to the astronomy tower. The astronomy tower stood as the highest point in all of Hogwarts, offering a breathtaking view of the school. Usually, every Wednesday night, they attended Professor Sinister's astronomy class here. But that class was painfully dull, filled with dizzying star charts and orbits, and EAO could hardly remain alert until the end. This was his first time standing here freely, gazing up at the authentic, vast, and profound night sky. The weather was splendid, with wisps of clouds veiling the crescent moon, while the stars twinkled brilliantly, scattered across the heavens like silver sand, and the Milky Way flowed like potion. Occasionally, Brief streaks of light darted across the sky, which EAO surmised were shooting stars. I haven't deceived you, have I? Lysander's eyes sparkled as he whispered, "This is uniquely our Hogwarts." EAO felt himself nearly falling in love with this place. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall's voice erupted from behind them. Detention. Her voice sounded particularly furious. 20 points deducted from Slytherin. How dare you roam about at this hour? EAO and Lysander exchanged a glance beneath the cloak, breathing a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was Malfoy who had been caught. They cautiously tightened the cloak and edged toward the wall, lest Professor McGonagall come around to inspect again. But then they heard Malfoy exclaim loudly, "You don't understand, Professor. Harry Potter is coming, and he is bringing a dragon." "A dragon?" EAO observed Lysander, making exaggerated gestures towards him, as if he were on the verge of swallowing the moon. "You'd best not involve yourself in this matter," EAO warned him with a glance. "That's a fire dragon. What if it's true? I dare say you might never encounter one in your lifetime." Lysander was so frantic that he nearly burst into speech. EAO watched the flurry of hand signals in front of him. Suspecting that Lysander's ancestry might trace back to Italy, he gently pressed down on Lysander's hand. "Someone's coming." Malfoy was correct. Harry and Hermione indeed arrived with a large trunk. Lysander pointed at the quivering trunk on the ground, barely daring to breathe, while EAO fervently nodded, hoping Lysander would retract his movements and shrink back against the wall. What on earth? He had been anxiously fretting over violating school rules, and now, barely having stood there for long, he had stumbled upon 3 classmates. The astronomy tower was indeed bustling at night. EAO silently criticized. At least 6 individuals had come and gone that evening. Not just 6. Soon. For shadows descended from the sky on flying broomsticks. Those 4 were chatting and laughing with Harry, seemingly friends of Charlie, certainly not students from the school. Can outsiders freely enter the campus? EAO was nearly overwhelmed. He finally understood why his fellow Gryffindors had shown little surprise upon hearing of his demerits. This school practically operated a night market. Chapter 23. I will always stand behind you because I have nowhere else to go. Having witnessed the entire fire dragon transfer ceremony, they dared to take a deep breath only after all those people had departed. Merlin's beard. Lysander exclaimed in a hushed tone, "They really have a fire dragon? That's illegal." EAO raised a finger to his lips, urging him to lower his voice. If they were discovered, they might face dire consequences. But where did they acquire such a thing? Lysander leaned closer to EAO's ear, striving to whisper even more softly. Could it be from the Forbidden Forest? If fire dragons could emerge from the Forbidden Forest, then it was fortunate that he had been caught by Snape the day he transformed into a bat. EAO thought with a shiver. EAO quietly inquired, "Is it always this lively here?" "No," Lysander mused. "Previously, it was merely couples meeting for dates. You know, that 5th year, Pacius, often brought Tiana here." He puckered his lips, mimicking a kissing gesture, causing EAO to step back in fright. "All right," EAO replied. "I assumed most people would adhere to school rules. I'm glad you have that awareness, Lior." Lysander shrugged, but in reality, "I violated 80% of the school rules." EAO strained to recall the school regulations. "Are you serious?" "Sliding down the stairs, pilfering potion ingredients, trespassing into the kitchen, bringing pumpkins into the library. You've done all of these? Aren't those things considered rites of passage?" Lysander regarded him with a bemused expression. "Can you really resist trying?" EAO finally comprehended what Lysander had been up to when not in the dormitory. "I know that if you read every day, it would surely dull your mind." Lysander patted his shoulder. "You should spend more time with us, tall guy. You'll discover an unprecedented joy." EAO and Lysander lingered in the astronomy tower until 3 in the morning, only to encounter a pair of Hufflepuff lovers as they attempted to leave. To avoid causing them embarrassment with any noise, they sat silently for over an hour. The next day, as both of them trudged through the foyer, they nearly believed they had stayed up all night due to hallucinations. The entire Gryffindor hourglass was nearly emptied. Beside the hourglass stood a group of grave-faced Gryffindors along with a few students from other houses, all discussing the shocking reduction of Gryffindor's points by 150 overnight. They soon learned that after Harry and the others had sent off the fire dragon, they unfortunately encountered Filch. To add to their misfortune, Neville had also heard about the fire dragon that night, just as he was coming out to search for them. Professor McGonagall, as the head of Gryffindor, had personally deducted 50 points from her own house. EAO could hardly fathom the fury McGonagall must have felt. After all, the last time he had transformed into a bat, Snape, being the Slytherin head, had only deducted 20 points from him. Perhaps it was due to being awakened in the early hours, after all. Professor McGonagall had been called awake at least twice that night, and must have had a restless sleep. EAO glanced at Lysander. Fortunately, they had brought the invisibility cloak. Otherwise, he wasn't sure if Gryffindor's meager hourglass would still suffice for more deductions. Frankly, He suspected that half of Gryffindor had probably not been in the dormitory the previous night, witnessing the fire dragon transfer firsthand. Lysander was practically itching to find Harry and the others to clarify the situation. It was now relatively easy to locate the savior, as nearly no one wished to sit beside Harry. After all, the loss of 150 points overnight left the entire house unable to hold its head high. Harry still sat with Ron and Hermione, a clear divide between them and the rest of the students. Lior felt this was rather unfair, as having witnessed the entire ordeal, he believed Harry was merely unfortunate. The two Hufflepuff seniors who had nearly caused him to catch a cold were not ostracized. Harry, Lysander boldly approached, lowering his voice to ask them. I was at the astronomy tower last night, and I saw your dragon. The expressions on the trio suddenly froze. You must have seen it wrong, Ron replied. What a joke. Dragon? Are you referring to Draco? The pronunciation of dragon indeed bore a resemblance to Draco in English, and Ron deliberately muddled the ending sounds, prompting Lior to concede to the clever pun. Stop joking around. I saw you hand the trunk over to a few people on flying broomsticks, Lysander stated. I want to report you, don't worry. I merely wish to know where you procured such a thing. Hermione made a quiet gesture for silence. Lysander, let us discuss this elsewhere. So, is this Hagrid's fire dragon? Discovered by Malfoy, thus you helped him transfer it? Lior summarized. To be on the safe side, during lunch break, Harry and his friends came to Lior's dormitory, and even Hermione was permitted into the boys' dormitory, which astonished them greatly. Harry recounted in vivid detail how they discovered the dragon egg, persuaded Hagrid, contacted Charlie, faced Malfoy's threats, and how they transported Norbert the dragon late into the night. Indeed, Hagrid is a good man, but if discovered, he would be expelled, Harry remarked. If it were you wouldn't want that to happen, would you? Lior was not particularly acquainted with Hagrid, and he did not believe he would be willing to take such risks. Nevertheless, knowing such a group of loyal friends was undoubtedly beneficial. He couldn't dampen their spirits, so he nodded. Yes, if it's for Hagrid. Then that 150 points is worth it. I'm so proud of you. Lysander clapped their shoulders. You have no idea how many people came to the astronomy tower that night, but only you all did the most meaningful thing. Yet we also lost the most points because of it, Harry lamented. Before this, had anyone lost more points than us? There is still some time left in the semester. Lior calmly replied. We can still strive to regain the points. We have 15 classes a week, and if each of us can earn 2 points per class, we can recover that 150 points in a week. If each of us had the opportunity to answer questions in every class, Ron added. They all understood that this statement was patently unrealistic, given the ever-interactive Professor Binns and the notoriously punitive Professor Snape, who seemed to derive more pleasure from deducting points than awarding them. We still have Quidditch, Liu continued, brainstorming ways to improve their situation. Harry had already won 2 matches in a row. If they could secure victory in the final, it would be a triumph. Harry appeared somewhat uplifted, yet lacked confidence. In any case, I don't find this matter particularly alarming, Liu remarked. Even if we do not win the House Cup this year, what of it? We still have many more years at Hogwarts, and Hagrid is thrilled that we can remain at Hogwarts for such an extended period. The future holds countless opportunities. Ron gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Goodness, I'm practically falling in love with you. Regardless, Harry, Hermione, and Neville soon found themselves almost isolated. Few were willing to engage them in conversation, which evidently weighed heavily on their spirits. Initially, they would eagerly raise their hands, hoping to mitigate their classmates' opinions through point earning. However, they soon discovered this was futile, and their spirits waned. Even Hermione grew taciturn. To safeguard his friend's emotional well-being, Liu endeavored to stay close to Harry and the others, unhesitatingly confronting those who insulted Harry. He was utterly indifferent to their opinions, as they were never friends to begin with. His identity as a Chinese student was already sufficiently conspicuous. Chapter 24. Is there madness in final reviews? As the weather warmed, the impending final exams loomed closer, and the pressure of studying intensified exponentially. Liu ceased practicing the advanced spells taught by Quirrell, and instead devoted himself wholeheartedly to the first-year textbooks. Snape summoned him less frequently, perhaps as a gesture of understanding towards his academic stress. Lavender, calming herbs, 3 drops of honey for the long night. Sneezewort, peppermint juice. Ice stone powder mixed with soup to cool. Waxberry peel, rat-tail herb, moonlight grass juice, and honey. Lysander gazed in astonishment as Liu waved his wand while belting out a song, resembling someone possessed by a malevolent spirit. He stepped back, drawing his wand and shouting, Who are you? Oh, it has been far too long since anyone has asked me. I was once held by the goddess of a mysterious ancient eastern land. Liu sang in a deep, sonorous voice reminiscent of a Greek chorus. I have traversed from the distant horizon, solely to pass the finals at Hogwarts. Lysander resolved to maintain his distance from this Chinese student. Clearly, the fellow had lost his mind. Come here, boy from England. Liu raised his hands and cast a beam of light from his wand. I am neither Faust nor Mephistopheles. I harbor doubts. Do not blame me. How can one escape drowsiness and listen all day to the teachings of the ancients? Lysander covered his ears, exclaiming, I just want to find a way to silence you. To close or not to close, that is the question. Liu proclaimed, stepping onto the table. My wand has dulled from the relentless rain. My cauldron has rusted. Yet my charge is a Don Quixote-style charge. To the institution known as Hogwarts. I shall battle with you for 300 rounds. 300 rounds. Lysander could no longer contain himself and used a levitation spell to snatch the textbook from Liu's hands. Let us take a walk, he insisted, pulling Liu down and lifting him unceremoniously towards the door. Otherwise, I shall deliver you to Professor Pomfrey. Do you not feel anxious at all? Liu inquired. Lysander looked at him perplexed. What good is scoring high? Do you aspire to work at the Ministry of Magic? Upon hearing this, Liu tilted his head in contemplation, finding no issue with the idea. Is that not permissible? The ministry certainly wouldn't hire a Chinese individual, Lysander replied sympathetically. It's nearly all pure-blood wizards there. The surnames of those high-ranking officials can be found in the annals of magical history, you see? Liu understood all too well, harboring disdain for a place where wealth could only be acquired like a disease. And what about you? Liu countered. Are you not a pure-blood wizard? Don't you want to strive? Lysander, after all, was a good friend who valued loyalty. Should he prosper, perhaps he could extend a helping hand to Liu as well. Oh, my parents are in Azkaban, Lysander shrugged, expressing his resignation. I wouldn't pass the political scrutiny. Liu fell silent for a moment, then earnestly stated, you are willing to sacrifice a year just for that report card. And you don't want it to look appealing? Appealing? Lysander pondered before responding. That does hold some merit. Since you are quite familiar with Quirrell and Professor Snape, could you perhaps ask them for some key points? They're both principled teachers, Liu began, but hesitated. Snape would certainly never divulge the exam content. Even Malfoy, his favorite, would come away disappointed. But Quirrell? I shall give it a try, Liu exclaimed, breaking free from Lysander's grip and seizing the defense against the dark arts textbook, heading towards the staff lounge. Quirrell had seemingly been unwell lately and had not contacted him in ages. Upon seeing him, however, he was still delighted, flipping through the textbook as he spoke. House elves are evidently very important. The identification of werewolves is classic. The characteristics of goblins must be mastered. Initially, Liu diligently took notes. But soon he realized that Quirrell seemed to have memorized the entire table of contents. There was hardly a paragraph that did not qualify as crucial. Even more troubling was that Quirrell, in class, merely recited the textbook at a leisurely pace, making it impossible to discern any focus. Liu took a deep breath. Professor, are there any sections of this book that you particularly enjoy? Enjoy? Quirrell contemplated seriously. Every chapter of this book is excellently written. Liu decided to abandon the idea of questioning this professor. Leo, he began, turning to leave when Quirrell softly called out, the finals will pose no problem for you. Prepare well, and I have another test for you. Another test? Liu gasped. When? Quirrell smiled. I shall arrange it after the exams. Wonderful. He now had to not only memorize this thick textbook, but also be prepared for Quirrell's peculiar test at any moment. Liu did not believe that Quirrell's test would be as simple as writing an exam paper, given the material they studied. It would not be out of the question for him to face a troll again. Dejectedly returning to the dormitory, Liu found Lysander being chased by a snarling cushion. The quill on the table was also shrieking and flailing about, occasionally splattering ink everywhere, creating a bizarre scene. Lysander, what on earth are you doing? Liu shouted. Just save me first. Lysander cried in a higher pitch. Liu used a spell to halt the chaos, wearily dragging another chair over to sit down, only to be bitten by the cushion himself. It's an attentive cushion, Lysander explained. As long as you're not studying, it will attack you. But evidently, Fred forgot that one cannot commence studying before sitting down. Liu suspected that Fred might have done this on purpose, as the cushion appeared to be enchanted with no particularly advanced spells, simply biting anyone who came near. He quietly bound the cushion and tossed it aside, then surveyed the chaotic scene on the table. The autocorrect quill, Lysander scratched his head. The ones on the left scream loudly when they detect grammatical errors, while those on the right automatically transcribe the content from the book. It sounded quite useful, but the state of disarray on the table was rather alarming, prompting Liu to regard Lysander with skepticism. Evidently, the material we are studying is far too difficult. That's why they succumbed to chaos, Lysander clarified. Liu felt utterly powerless. If the first-grade textbooks posed a challenge for them, what could they possibly accomplish at Hogwarts? Lysander fell silent, tidying away the quill on the table and resumed his studies, clutching a cushion. With a sigh of relief, Liu returned to the safety of his chair, transforming a piece of discarded draft paper into an ancient Greek mask, continuing his ritualistic recitation of the material. During the final review, Who could remain sane? Chapter 25. I have no idea. Quirrell mentioned there would be an exam, so here I am. The final exams at Hogwarts proved to be less daunting than Lior had anticipated. The questions were nearly identical to those posed to previous cohorts of students, and he felt fortunate to have inquired about last year's actual exam papers in advance. Only Professors McGonagall and Flitwick introduced a modicum of innovation. McGonagall tasked them with transfiguring a rat into a snuff box, while Flitwick required them to make a pineapple perform tap dance. Regardless, the essence remained unchanged. All assessments revolved around their mastery of spells, and Lior smoothly achieved high marks. The easiest was Professor Sprout's herbology exam, where she simply asked the students to demonstrate the proper donning of protective gear and waste disposal, followed by a few verbal queries regarding the characteristics of common plants. Even Neville exited the examination room with a smile, indicating that everyone likely received commendable scores. Even the most intimidating Professor Snape merely required them to concoct a potion of forgetfulness that had been emphasized in class. After being guided by Snape previously, Lior had practiced replicating Snape's improved technique several times in his dormitory, and now he could almost perform it with his eyes closed. Their final class was History of Magic, and Professor Binns refrained from presenting obscure questions. Lior filled the entire paper to the brim, reluctantly departing from the examination room. Lysander, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly pulled Lior towards the grass to frolic in celebration of their exams. They had not basked in the sun for far too long. In the corridor outside the examination room, sunlight poured in through the windows, illuminating the stone steps, as if the entire castle had shed its heavy armor. Under the sun's warm embrace, they laughed heartily, even the oppressive heat dissipating into oblivion. However, they soon encountered Quirrell. Quirrell waved at Lior. Lior, I've been looking for you. A sudden tension gripped Lior's heart as he glanced at Lysander and then back at Professor Quirrell. Surely, after just completing the finals, Quirrell wasn't he contemplating an additional examination, was he? What is it, Professor? Lior inquired, devoid of hope. About your future career plans, Quirrell said, patting his shoulder. As we discussed last time. Very well, Lysander. Lior reluctantly bid farewell to his roommate. I must step away for a moment. Not a problem. I'll be waiting by the lake. Lysander cheerfully called out, blissfully unaware of the matter between Lior and Quirrell, his eyes only reflecting a yearning for freedom. Quirrell did not escort him to an empty classroom as usual. Instead, he led him through a series of left and right turns, directly ascending to the 4th floor. Lior vaguely recalled that ahead lay the forbidden corridor mentioned by Dumbledore at the start of the term. This is the trial we have prepared for you, Lior, Quirrell announced, unlocking the corridor door. Lior barely had time to ponder who he referred to when a fierce growl echoed, accompanied by a foul stench. Lior barely managed to evade the sudden lunge of a massive mouth, only to discern that the creature before him was a ferocious 3-headed dog. He was certain that even its tail could easily knock him over. Your first challenge is the 3-headed dog, Quirrell introduced. Do you remember how to deal with such a creature? Lior strained to recall. Quirrell had indeed mentioned that 3-headed dogs were not particularly difficult to handle. Music! Lior shouted, dodging the dog's fangs. It loves to hear music. Excellent. Quirrell produced a cup, which Lior recognized as the Christmas gift he had bestowed upon him. Through the blizzard, we ride on the sleigh. Lior's voice rang out from the cup, resonating with a deep melody throughout the corridor. The 3-headed dog swayed unsteadily and lay down, snorting as it nudged the cup with its nose, the tune shifting with its touch. Lior glanced at the damp, sticky nose and felt compelled to create another cup as a gift for Quirrell. Quirrell then opened a trapdoor in the ground and gestured for Lior to proceed. Your performance in the first challenge was quite remarkable. However, you must remain vigilant. Lior looked into the dark abyss below, tossing a biscuit down, but heard no sound for some time. He hesitated before Quirrell's encouraging gaze, ultimately resolute. He leaped into the void. After all, if this was a trial, surely Professor Quirrell would rescue him if he couldn't make the jump. What danger to life could there be while accompanied by a professor? His robes billowed like a glider in the wind, and after what felt like an eternity, he landed softly, seemingly on the ground. See, I knew nothing would happen. Lior quickly illuminated his wand, only to find that he was not resting on a soft cushion, but rather on layer upon layer of vines. No, these are no ordinary vines. This is Devil's Snare. Professor Sprout had introduced this plant in class. It thrived in dark, damp environments, using its tendrils to ensnare anyone who came into contact with it, binding their limbs and ultimately suffocating them. The most terrifying aspect was that the more the victim struggled, the tighter the devil's snare would grip them. Yet, like other plants, the deadly devil's snare feared flames. Thus, upon sensing light and heat, it would swiftly retreat. This was the method for combating devil's snare in the wild. Lior was grateful he had never skipped herbology class. Just before the tendrils could cover his mouth, he swiftly uttered the incantation for the fire-making spell. Sure enough, the vines retracted rapidly, retreating into the shadows. Professor Quirrell descended just in time. Excellent, Lior. You have demonstrated the potential to become an adventurer. Now, proceed forward. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Lior felt greatly encouraged, but a flicker of doubt arose within him. Was this truly a trial set by Quirrell? Up until now, Quirrell had taught him few combat spells, and the creatures he had just faced could indeed have been fatal. With no time for further contemplation, he found himself before a brightly lit room, where hundreds of glowing points flitted about overhead, producing a delightful metallic clinking sound. Before him stood a heavy wooden door. The key to this door is concealed in the air, Quirrell said. How will you retrieve it? Lior looked up. The ceiling soared to a high dome, and even if he jumped, he would struggle to reach them. After pondering for a moment, he raised his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. In an instant, the entire room fell silent, and the keys in the air floated up as if swimming through water. Lior's face turned pale as he fixated on them. Recalling Professor Snape's words, your spellcasting resembles fireworks. What you need is restraint. Since that conversation, Lior had been practicing how to stabilize his magical output. But now, the situation was different. What he required was precisely the absence of restraint. Bang! In a heartbeat, the keys began to tremble violently, crashing against the hard dome above before plummeting rapidly to the ground. Among the chaos, Lior quickly identified the one that resembled a keyhole the most. These keys were evidently rendered dazed by Lior's actions. Even when he picked them up, their wings drooped limply, betraying their lack of vitality. Lior's hand, clutching the wand, was somewhat fatigued, yet he fumbled to insert it into the keyhole, causing the grand door to creak open, revealing an abyss of darkness beyond. What a brilliant strategy! Exclaimed Quirrell, clapping his hands. Your mastery of the levitation charm is truly commendable, Lior. Controlling so many keys at once left Lior feeling dizzy. Leaning against the doorframe, he gasped, I need a moment to rest, Professor. We are nearly there, my child. Quirrell replied, draping an arm around Lior's shoulder and guiding him through the doorway. In an instant, the torches along the walls ignited sequentially, illuminating the scene on the floor, a colossal chessboard. Lior recognized it as wizard's chess. He had only seen his classmates play it in the common room and had not even memorized the rules. With a serious expression, he turned to Quirrell and said, Professor, I don't know how to play wizard's chess. Wizard's chess reflects one's strategic prowess, Quirrell replied gently. I believe it is essential for you to learn. Hesitating, Lior regarded the chess pieces blocking their path, only to hear Quirrell's soothing voice. In this challenge, we must become the black pieces, immersing ourselves in the game to triumph over the white side. Fear not, you will stand by the castle, and I shall take on the role of the bishop. I will guide you on what to do. Lior gazed at the enormous blades wielded by the chess pieces, swallowing his fear as he moved to assume the bishop's position as Quirrell instructed. The black bishop bowed to him before striding off the chessboard. Quirrell's voice took on a grave tone as they advanced, each step pressing down on the white pieces, which reassured Lior. Soon, the white side found itself in checkmate, conceding a path out of sheer defeat. Lior had never anticipated that this professor was such a formidable chess player. Even without understanding wizard's chess, he could feel the pressure the white side was under. Are you ready to proceed? Quirrell's voice softened again. Now, it is your turn to face what lies ahead. Lior nodded, gripping his wand tightly as he pushed through the door. Before him loomed a familiar figure, a troll. It was slightly larger than the one they had encountered on Halloween, wielding a spiked club, though its intellect seemed to have scarcely developed. Thanks to Ron, Lior was now aware of a simpler hypnotic technique than dark magic. Without hesitation, he cast the levitation charm, causing the heavy club to strike the troll's head with precision. The troll let out a roar and collapsed, a grotesque swelling forming on its skull. Quirrell nodded and continued to lead him onward. For some reason, the more they advanced, the more Lior sensed a weight of concern upon the professor. The next room contained a long table adorned with 7 bottles of varying shapes. A piece of parchment lay atop the table, and as Lior picked it up, he recognized the familiar handwriting. It must belong to Snape. Lior blinked, pondering how Snape, who had an antagonistic relationship with Quirrell, could possibly be involved in setting this challenge. Yet, he dared not inquire further and quickly scanned the contents. It was a logic puzzle. Since entering the room, flames had risen at both the entrance and exit. According to the parchment, among the 7 potions, one would allow him to pass through the entrance flame, another would enable him to traverse the exit flame. 2 contained nettle wine, and 3 would lead to his untimely demise. Based on his understanding of Snape, Lior suspected that the notion of a fatal outcome was no jest. Fortunately, The clues indicated that discovering the antidote was not overly complex. The parchment stated that the potions on the ends were distinct, and if one sought to advance, neither would be of use. Lior boldly surmised that one of the potions must allow passage through the entrance flame. Otherwise, Snape would have written if you wish to leave, rather than if you wish to advance. The parchment further noted that poison would only be found to the left of the nettle wine. Thus, the last bottle could not be poison. It also indicated that the second bottle from the left and the second from the right contained the same liquid. The only possibilities for duplicates were nettle wine or poison. After pondering for a moment, Lior picked up the third bottle and cautiously sniffed its contents. It was evident that it contained an excessive amount of perfume, emitting a pungent odor with no discernible effective formula. He repeated the process with the remaining bottles, and, as expected, a cautious individual like Snape would ensure that the potions did not reveal their effects through scent. After arranging the bottles in order and confirming several times, he cautiously brought the third bottle to his lips. The first taste nearly choked him. It was horrid, almost as dreadful as the infamous Gamp. Yet, Lior could sense a powerful magic at play, and with boldness, he approached the doorway. Indeed, the black flames posed no threat to him. He traversed through them, seeing little, yet knowing that as long as he pressed forward, he would overcome this trial. Behind him came a few coughs from Quirrell, likely having also tasted the dreadful potion. Soon, Quirrell's footsteps followed suit. After what felt like an eternity, the surroundings returned to normal. The room before him was bare, devoid of monsters or peculiar objects, save for a mirror positioned at its center. Lior noted the absence of a grand door. "Professor, have I passed?" Lior inquired. Truthfully, he found this challenge far more intriguing than any final exam, though he wished it were less perilous. Indeed, Quirrell replied absently, moving to examine the mirror closely. "I truly do not understand. Could the Philosopher's Stone be hidden within this mirror? Should I shatter it? What?" Quirrell continued to mutter to himself. "What is the nature of this mirror? What is its function? Help me, master." Lior was perplexed by Quirrell's apparent dialogue with an unseen entity, but soon, a hoarse and piercing voice resonated clearly in the silent room. "Let the boy approach." "Who is speaking?" Lior jumped, startled. Was the final challenge of the defense against the dark arts exam to find a teacher possessed by a malevolent spirit? "Be respectful," Quirrell admonished, lifting his gaze to meet Lior's. "That is our master, the Dark Lord." Lior realized the implications. "He was here? He has always been here, child." Quirrell's voice quivered with tension. "He has always been present." Voldemort's voice reemerged. "Child, I have great admiration for you. You will become my loyal servant. Now, go to the mirror and retrieve the Philosopher's Stone for me." The voice seemed to possess a compelling allure, one that was nearly irresistible. Lior found himself stepping forward. Standing before the mirror, he saw nothing, yet he felt something pressing uncomfortably against his ankle within his boot. "Do you see the Philosopher's Stone?" "No, sir," Lior replied warily. "What is the Philosopher's Stone, and what is its purpose?" "I cannot imagine its appearance. Perhaps that is why I cannot see it." "It will grant me immortality, my child, and I shall bestow upon you unparalleled power." Lior swallowed hard, realizing he was being manipulated. "So, this is not a test at all?" Lior queried. "The Philosopher's Stone is of immense significance to the wizarding world. Professor Dumbledore concealed it here precisely to prevent you from obtaining it, correct? Throughout my studies of charms, herbology, and potions, I have applied knowledge from nearly every subject." He had always found this situation rather peculiar, and now it dawned upon him that it was a protective measure orchestrated by the entire faculty of the school. Much like that game of wizard's chess, he realized he was merely a pawn, a piece on the board battling against the white pieces for the dark side. It was a pity that he could not comprehend the intricacies of the game, naively standing guard at the castle. "You have always been quite clever, Lior," Chilo murmured softly. "Now, it is time to pledge your allegiance." Lior noticed Chilo's fingers caressing his wand. "I am most delighted to undertake such a significant task for the Dark Lord," Lior said with an understanding demeanor, kneeling on one knee and bowing gently like a knight. "But how am I to locate the Philosopher's Stone? Perhaps we should shatter the mirror?" The voice of Voldemort, laced with deceit, sent shivers down Lior's spine. "I despise disloyalty. Punish him. Sever his very essence." In an instant, two beams of light crossed paths. Chilo's wand was sent flying, disappearing into the black flames, while Lior crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony. He had never experienced such torment, as if every muscle were tearing from his bones, scraped away piece by a dagger. Countless harrowing memories flashed through his mind, nearly overwhelming him with the urge to scream. He fought to stifle his cries, each breath heavy as if he were a great elephant. "Search him," Voldemort commanded, as Chilo lunged menacingly toward Lior. "Let him go." Harry Potter's voice rang out from the doorway. Chapter 27. It turns out my swift learning is not due to any innate talent. Lior wished fervently for Harry to return quickly, but he found himself unable to utter a word. "What is happening, Professor Chilo?" Harry asked incredulously, gazing at them. "Foolish child, quickly subdue Chilo." Lior shut his eyes in despair. He longed to shout at Harry, yet the sounds around him grew increasingly muddled, rendering him unable to discern the confrontation. In that moment, he felt akin to grain being ground in a mill, slowly crushed to dust. Voldemort's voice echoed in his ears, cold and serpentine, incessantly drilling into his mind. "Hand it over, hand it over." He nearly cried out for mercy several times, but remembered his identity as a Gryffindor. Summoning every ounce of strength to grit his teeth, he simply could not relinquish it. "But you are already a traitor to Hogwarts," Voldemort's voice taunted. "You can never return." A profound despair surged within Lior. Indeed, he had been engaging in illicit communications with Chilo. How could he possibly justify his actions? Would the Ministry of Magic believe that he had merely stumbled upon the Philosopher's Stone, thinking it was an examination? He had heard of how the Ministry dealt with offenders. They would strip them of joy and freedom, perhaps even siphoning their very souls until their consciousness faded completely. Was such a fate truly preferable to the resurrection of Voldemort? Moreover, Voldemort might rise again even without him. Even if he survived until then, Voldemort would not spare him. Lior could see and hear nothing. It felt as though he were ensnared in a thick, muddy substance, black and immovable. His mouth and nose were nearly suffocated, and he was on the verge of forgetting what he was doing, convinced he would perish in that place. Only the hard pain in his boots reminded him of his mission. He must not allow Voldemort to succeed here. He had just arrived at Hogwarts, just begun to relish a life of happiness, and just formed sincere friendships. He could not let it all be destroyed. "You had better come to your senses and understand what you must do." He recalled Snape's words from that day. "I am a student of Hogwarts." Lior groaned as dark matter surged from within him, swirling like ink. The fog in his ears began to lift, and he seemed to hear Chilo's screams, followed by Harry's cries. Memories once more flashed before his eyes. At times he felt as if he were the one being torn apart by a pack of rabid dogs. At other moments, he felt as if a train were running over him, or as though he were bound to a tree, subjected to endless lashes, or witnessing his fingers being smashed one by Florestan wielding a hammer. He could hardly contain the urge to scream, yet he refrained, unwilling to grant his adversary any satisfaction, silently swallowing his moans along with his tears, striving to forget the pain, until the scene gradually faded to white. "You are awake." Dumbledore's voice rang out, almost sweeping away the aches that plagued him. "What a remarkable stroke of luck, Lior." Lior's eyelashes fluttered a few times before he finally opened his nearly swollen eyes. He saw Dumbledore, still wearing that benevolent smile, and the comforting scent of herbs enveloped the room as if nothing had transpired on the 4th floor. His legs trembled slightly. He realized his boots were gone, perhaps taken along with the Philosopher's Stone. The stone had been destroyed. Dumbledore seemed to anticipate his words. "You did splendidly, my child." By the time I arrived, Voldemort had already been frightened away. Lior suspected that the last statement was merely meant to console him. He hesitated to meet Dumbledore's gaze, lowering his head and quietly asking, "What about Harry?" "Harry is quite well," Dumbledore nodded. "Your silence did not inflict any significant harm upon him. He has long since awakened, though he missed the Quidditch match and is somewhat disappointed." Lior seized upon the key point. "Silence? It sounds rather akin to a whisper, does it not?" "Indeed," Dumbledore replied gently. "It is a substance born of fear, loneliness, and oppression, residing deep within a wizard's heart, harboring immense destructive potential. Typically, young wizards who have suffered misfortune in their childhood develop this silence. They are often referred to as silencers." Lior listened with a heavy heart, feeling even more disheartened. Not only was he a monster, but there also resided a monster within him. "Do not be afraid. May I have a chocolate frog?" Dumbledore inquired, "Sent by your roommate, Lysander." Lior nodded numbly. The white-bearded elder skillfully tore open the wrapper and, like a child, raised the chocolate frog to his mouth. "Silence can indeed dissipate. And it has brought you many conveniences, has it not? Chilo must have mentioned your considerable talent in dark magic." Lior's complexion paled. He had no idea how Dumbledore was aware of this. "It is true, sir, but he said I am still somewhat unstable." "Do not fret, my child. Silencers are always like this," Dumbledore reassured him. "If you learn to wield this power wisely, you shall become an exceptional wizard. Understand that silencers rarely survive past the age of 11. Any emotional upheaval might cost you your life, let alone Voldemort's Cruciatus Curse. As your headmaster, I take great pride in you, my child." At the mention of the Cruciatus Curse, Lior could not help but flinch. "Rest well, my child." Dumbledore gently patted his shoulder. "Do not be too hard on yourself. Everyone makes mistakes." Lior lowered his gaze, his voice barely a whisper. "Will I be expelled, sir?" "Oh, my child, is that what you are concerned about?" Dumbledore said, blinking his blue eyes and smiling. How could that be? Your bravery is more than worthy of a medal from the school. However, the Ministry of Magic may come by tomorrow to ask a few minor questions. Just answer them honestly. The busy Dumbledore soon departed. Lior lay back on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. His desk was piled high with snacks, most of which were gifts from Lysander and the others. Lior was oblivious to how long Lysander had been waiting by the lakeside that day. He mused that if it were he who had eagerly awaited his roommate for an entire afternoon, only to learn that the latter had gone off to assist a mysterious figure in stealing a magical stone, he would surely be incensed. He felt unprepared to face the inquiries of the Ministry of Magic the following day. Regardless of the circumstances, his actions appeared utterly foolish. What had prompted him to place such blind faith in Quirrell's words? Even Snape had warned him on several occasions to limit his interactions with Quirrell. Yet, he had naively assumed it was mere jealousy. The lessons imparted by Snape were far more beneficial than anything Quirrell could offer. Lior wished he could relive his life, but it was evident that the past could not be undone. He struck the bed with a heavy fist. Chapter 28. The Hound of Pistius. The following day, Lior was escorted to a conference room where several ministry officials awaited him. Clad in crisp, crimson robes adorned with faintly etched runes resembling ants' feet at the collar. Each bore a silver emblem of the letter W on the left breast and a discreet belt at the waist. They appeared both dignified and austere, causing Lior to hesitate in their presence. Is this the boy? The official at the center inquired. He was of modest stature, slightly portly, and wore a benevolent expression, though his voice resonated with authority. Lior, he murmured softly. Ah, greetings, Lior. The man nodded, and then solemnly introduced himself. Please, take a seat. I am Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. I am here to inform you that you are accused of aiding a mysterious individual in his resurrection. Given your physical condition, we are conducting this hearing. Do you have any objections? Feeling uneasy, Lior sat across the table, noticing that Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape were all present, which rendered him unable to raise his gaze. He focused on the table and replied, no objections. Then, please recount in detail and truthfully the nature of your interactions with Quirinus Quirrell, Fudge instructed. After glancing at the wall behind Lior, which bore the head of a silver hound, he hesitated momentarily before adding, it is imperative that you maintain honesty. The Pistius hound behind you can discern truth from falsehood and will sever the neck of any liar. Upon hearing this, Lior's complexion paled further. With Voldemort at stake, he had nothing to conceal. At this point, he recounted the entire sequence of events as thoroughly as possible. From his initial encounter with dark magic to Quirrell's mind manipulation, each of Quirrell's tutoring sessions, and ultimately, how he was deceived into the forbidden area on the 4th floor. In an effort to maintain objectivity, Lior narrated his memories as if he were a mere spectator, devoid of emotion. The ministry officials listened patiently, the quill scratching busily on parchment as it faithfully recorded every word. Thus, you chose to conceal your knowledge of Quirinus Quirrell's potential as a dark wizard while maintaining contact with him? Inquired an official to the left. I did indeed harbor selfish motives at that time, Lior admitted calmly. I had endured enough bullying and wished to put an end to it. I learned numerous combat spells, yet they felt overwhelmingly wicked. I had never truly used them against my classmates. Just last week, Draco Malfoy poured a bowl of slug slime into my bag. The officials exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly. Did you truly encounter the mysterious individual? Why did he not simply kill you? Asked an official on the right, eager to draw him in. Clearly, he sought to win me over, Lior replied, finding the question somewhat perplexing, yet maintaining his composure. I feigned cooperation with him, as if he were to kill me outright. They would easily discover the magical stone on my person. Hence, I aimed to negotiate for time until someone noticed my absence. Did you intend to delay, or to monopolize the magical stone? The official pressed, his inquiries growing sharper, with Fudge nodding in agreement. May I interject? Dumbledore raised his right hand slowly. The enchantment I placed on the mirror of Ariste ensures that only those who desire the stone without intent to exploit it may obtain it. Lior finally grasped why Voldemort had insisted on his looking into the mirror. The stone holds no significance for me, he stated. I have endured enough suffering in these 15 years. What use is there in seeking immortality? Honorable officials, if you wish to question my motives, I could have easily handed the stone over to the mysterious individual and become his favorite servant, Lior remarked indifferently. Why would I subject myself to such excruciating torment? The officials gasped in astonishment. I had already contemplated the worst-case scenario. Perhaps Professor Quirrell would seize the stone when I was at my wit's end and then kill me. Perhaps I would be mistaken for a Death Eater and imprisoned in Azkaban, or perhaps no one would ever discover anything. And I would endure endless torment here until I turned to dust, Lior said, his anger barely contained. But I am a student of Hogwarts, regardless of the circumstances. I cannot allow him to destroy this place. His hands trembled as he recalled what kept him tethered to consciousness during that harrowing ordeal. Hogwarts is my first home. Lior closed his eyes and declared, I cannot lose it. The conference room fell silent for a moment before Dumbledore suddenly rose and applauded loudly. Absolutely splendid. Do you not agree? His beard quivered with enthusiasm. Behold, this embodies the very essence of Hogwarts educational philosophy. Fudge shot a furious glance at Dumbledore, struggling to restore decorum. The matter of your loyalty and bravery towards Hogwarts is unequivocal. Next, we must ascertain the perspective of the faculty at your school. Minerva McGonagall. As the head of the house to which the individual belongs, have you observed any unusual behavior during his time at school? Professor McGonagall's expression remained as stern as ever. She rose gracefully, her voice resonant and steady. No. Lior has always been a diligent student, well-behaved, and rarely breaching school regulations. He frequently takes the initiative to assist professors with their duties. He is a kind-hearted student. Lior was taken aback to hear Professor McGonagall speak so favorably of him in this setting, and he looked up at her with gratitude. Excellent. Please take your seat. Fudge continued, Severus Snape, as the supervisor of the student's work-study position, having had close contact with him, have you noticed any unusual behavior during his time at school? Lior was inexplicably reminded of that night. He transformed into a bat and internally cursed whoever had summoned Snape. None, Snape replied, elegantly adjusting the sides of his robe. This student is diligent and conscientious. His demeanor has always been exemplary, with no errors to speak of. I did warn him on Halloween not to engage in dark magic again. He indeed adhered to that warning, ultimately employing the disarming charm against Quirrell. Lior's face flushed crimson. His knowledge of offensive spells was scant, and he stood no chance against Quirrell, especially considering the latter's connection to Voldemort. The only hope he had was that disarming charm. Excellent, please take your seat. Fudge turned to the final elder with silver hair. Dumbledore, do you have anything to add? Fudge, as you can see, this is a good child, Dumbledore remarked. If he possessed even a modicum of malice, he would not have endured such confinement by a muggle for so long. Lior, beneath the table, unconsciously clenched his fists. Everything I needed to say is here. Dumbledore exhaled, and a paper crane fluttered gracefully to Fudge's side. Fudge opened the origami crane, cast a fleeting glance at it, and quickly stowed it away, clearing his throat. In light of the individual's generally commendable behavior and sincere admission of guilt, our department has decided to impose a lenient punishment. Fudge glanced at the note in his hand, which stipulated that, effective immediately, the individual must undergo a year-long observation at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, with weekly reports to the school authorities. The individual's eligibility to leave school during the summer break has been revoked, and they are required to complete over 100 hours of community service within the school. Should a similar incident occur again, our department shall not extend any clemency. Fudge closed the file and turned to Lior. Are you amenable to this? Lior paused for a moment before responding. I accept. Such a punishment felt exceedingly lenient to him. He had been worried about having nowhere to go during the summer. And as for the 100 hours of community service, it was hardly a burden. He suspected that this leniency was secretly orchestrated by Dumbledore. After signing the documents, Fudge ordered Lior to leave the room. It was evident that the Ministry of Magic was embroiled in a dispute with Dumbledore. Before exiting, Lior bowed deeply to Fudge and the others, then performed a profound bow towards Dumbledore. He was acutely aware of the sacrifices these professors had made on his behalf. Chapter 29. In the final days at school upon returning to his dormitory, Lior discovered that the tales circulating among the students had transformed him into a valiant hero who bravely thwarted Voldemort. To them, merely surviving Voldemort's harrowing trials was a commendable feat. Lior breathed a sigh of relief. The first thing he did upon returning was seek out Harry. He had yet to inquire how Harry had arrived here. Actually, we were already aware of the Philosopher's Stone affair, Harry confessed, his voice tinged with shame. But we believed that Snape was the one coveting the stone, which is why we didn't inform you at the time. Lior recalled that the day before the Quidditch match, Harry had hurried back after speaking with Snape, yet his eyes had darted away from him. We learned from Hagrid that the three-headed dog method had likely been discovered by others, so we decided to head to the Chamber of Secrets and retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. That night, Lysander informed us that you hadn't returned, and we assumed you were with Snape. Lior understood now. The fact that the three-headed dog fell asleep upon hearing music had originally been a secret. However, Quirrell had always emphasized it as a commonplace piece of knowledge, leading him to believe it was common sense. Harry, looking somewhat sheepish, added, when we first encountered Fluffy, the three-headed dog, we heard your singing. Lior felt a pang of annoyance at the Gryffindor common room for lacking a secret passage. He was clearly reluctant to recall the bizarre image of the three-headed dog dozing under his Christmas carol. At that time, we thought you were aiding Snape in stealing the Philosopher's Stone, Harry said apologetically. I should be the one apologizing, Lior replied. I heard from Professor Dumbledore that you were attacked by my Patronus. Harry chuckled ruefully. You suddenly transformed into a swirling mass of black energy, flying around like a hurricane and indiscriminately attacking everything in sight. Professor Quirrell didn't have time to react before he collapsed. Fortunately, I managed to retreat from the black fire in time and escaped largely unscathed. You saved me. Really, Professor Quirrell was about to make a move against me. Harry added. I heard that you missed the Quidditch match because of this, Liu noted. Harry patted him on the shoulder. The Philosopher's Stone is far more important than Quidditch, isn't it? As you said, Quidditch happens every year. Liu appeared unconsoled. Professor Dumbledore said that I also destroyed the Philosopher's Stone. He told me that too, Harry said earnestly. Nicholas Flamel has long wished to destroy it. They grew weary of living forever and had already arranged for their final affairs. Your destruction of it was precisely what they desired. Dumbledore said that death is also a grand adventure. Liu remained uncertain whether this was genuine or merely comforting words for a child. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, one could indeed grow weary of the world after living for 6 centuries. Just as they were musing on the melancholy of life, Lysander burst in, brandishing a letter. Liu, I heard the ministry held a hearing regarding you. How did it go? Not too bad, Liu replied, a smile curving his lips. The professor spoke well of me. And the final punishment is merely to remain at school for summer labor. I'll be spending the entire summer at Hagrid's. So don't forget to write to him about me. Harry looked quite envious. I want to stay for summer labor too. I can't endure my aunt's house any longer. They were aware of Harry's circumstances. He had long been living with his aunt, often facing hunger, abuse, and servitude, making it difficult for even Liu to comprehend why a blood relative could treat him so poorly. Liu felt helpless in this regard. I'll write to you often. Harry, after such an ordeal, nearly everyone urged Liu to rest well, fearful that he might inadvertently provoke his Patronus again. Except for Snape. Having just finished a meeting in the morning, Snape summoned Liu to his office in the afternoon for grading. His desk was piled high with theoretical exam papers from 4 houses across 5 grades, resembling a mountain. Beneath the desk lay 5 neatly arranged boxes of potions, each labeled, with some potions appearing rather unappealing in hue. Even less appealing was Snape's expression. Amidst the chaos of the Philosopher's Stone incident, he had somehow managed to grade the papers and potions. Clearly, given his current ire, he was not inclined to lower himself to calculate the overall scores. Liu suspected that Snape had spoken favorably of him at the hearing merely to compel him to face this terrifying final exam. Control yourself, he reminded himself internally, taking deep breaths as he calculated the scores of the assorted papers. The 6th-year papers were the least numerous, likely due to Snape's rigorous requirements for the OWLs in his potions advanced class. Most of the 6th-year students had answered beautifully, and Liu was uncertain if he could perform better than them in 5 years. In stark contrast, the lower-year responses resembled a chaotic dance. Some answers were akin to fueling the cauldron to aid its boiling, nearly provoking a laugh from Liu. He finally understood why Snape wore such a grim expression. Searching for scores among these answers was a far harsher torment than 100 hours of community service. He spent nearly the entire afternoon calculating the scores for the theoretical exams. After pushing aside the final first-year paper, he felt as if his shoulders bore the weight of 2 giants. However, he made a point to note the papers of familiar faces. Hermione's answers were nearly perfect, with Snape unable to pinpoint any errors. Harry and Ron also received high marks, and even Neville, whose grades had always been dismal, along with Lysander, who had scarcely reviewed for finals, managed to pass. Naturally, Liu's scores were in the excellent range, yet after several calculations, he found that he fell 1 point short of Malfoy's score, which left him somewhat disheartened. Malfoy's 2 ever-present lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, scraped by with passing scores. But Liu suspected that Snape had intentionally eased their grading. He organized the papers by year, dragging out the potion bottles from beneath the desk, aligning the scores and names on the labels with the list, and tallying the overall results of theory and practical exams. It's time for the feast, Snape announced, rising. Let us set these aside for now. We'll continue afterward. Liu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, stretching his aching body before following Snape to the great hall for the feast. As Snape traversed the hallway, he deliberately slowed his pace, seemingly intent on allowing Liu to behold the hourglass of Slytherin, which stood notably taller. Liu walked on with unwavering focus, feigning ignorance of the underlying significance. However, he mentally calculated that even without the 150 points deducted by Harry and his friends, Gryffindor would still fall short of claiming the House Cup. Harry and the others had truly worried for naught. The Great Hall had been transformed with decorations in the representative green and silver of Slytherin, and every Slytherin student appeared immensely proud, casting triumphant glances at each newcomer. Upon spotting Snape, they erupted into applause for their head of house. Snape, maintaining his composure, offered them a slight nod, though a smile betrayed his usual stoicism. He strode confidently to the staff table, a massive banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hanging on the wall behind him. Leo seated himself at the Gryffindor table. Despite their evident position at the bottom of the rankings, the joy of the holiday season somewhat alleviated the collective disappointment. A few students waved cheerfully at him, likely eager to inquire about the events in the Chamber of Secrets. Leo exchanged a few words with them, but ultimately chose to sit beside Harry. Neville approached, presenting Leo with a packet of fizzing Whizbees. Leo sensed that Neville was eager to engage him in conversation, yet struggled to find the right words. So, he patted Neville's shoulder and said, "Neville, you passed your potions class." Neville exclaimed in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief as he shouted to those around him. "I passed my potions class. I passed." Leo hadn't anticipated Neville's exuberance over such news. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore ascended to the front, clearing his throat to announce the scores for each house. It was no surprise that Gryffindor languished at the bottom with a dismal score. While Slytherin was poised to secure their 8th consecutive house cup, the Slytherins raised their goblets in jubilant cheers, but Dumbledore interjected, "However, I have a few final points to distribute. Let me see. Ah, yes. It is well known that the most significant matters often arise after a twist." Indeed, Dumbledore lauded Ron's victory in Wizard's chess, awarding Gryffindor an additional 50 points. Leo found himself regarding Ron with newfound respect. Merely standing by that chessboard would have left him weak-kneed, let alone contending against Quirrell, who, even with Voldemort's guidance, had struggled under pressure during the game. Ron, likely experiencing such praise for the first time, wore a face redder than the Gryffindor banner. Dumbledore continued, awarding Hermione 50 points for her calm, logical reasoning. It dawned on Leo that such reasoning puzzles were not easily solved by everyone. As Snape had remarked, magic is an emotion, and many powerful wizards become so engrossed in cultivating emotions that they drift further from logic. Next was Harry. Dumbledore extolled Harry's bravery and courage, granting him a full 60 points. The hall erupted in near frenzy, the Slytherins glancing around in alarm, while Gryffindor nearly leapt to their feet in jubilant celebration. Leo clapped vigorously, fully aware that had it not been for Harry's intervention, he might very well have met his end in that perilous encounter. The next moment, he heard his own name. "Fourth, Leo," Dumbledore announced, "for demonstrating extraordinary willpower and a readiness to sacrifice for justice, I shall award Gryffindor an additional 50 points." Leo stood in shock, having not expected to be acknowledged. Almost immediately, he was enveloped in enthusiastic embraces from those around him. Their scores now matched that of Slytherin. Dumbledore raised his hand once more, and Gryffindor fell silent, their eyes fixed on the headmaster, eager to discern his next words. "Courage comes in many forms," Dumbledore smiled. "To confront an adversary requires extraordinary bravery, yet standing firm in one's beliefs before friends also demands substantial courage. Therefore, I shall award Mr. Neville Longbottom 10 points." The hall erupted as if an explosion had occurred, the noise from Gryffindor almost lifting the ceiling. Leo watched as Neville, pale as a ghost, was swept away by the jubilant crowd. This was likely Neville's first time earning points for the house, and he appeared on the verge of tears. Leo recalled the story. That night, Neville had attempted to prevent Harry and the others from seeking the Philosopher's Stone, but had been petrified by Hermione. At that moment, he must have felt utterly powerless. Yet now, Neville had become the house hero. Courage comes in many forms. Neville Longbottom was undoubtedly a true Gryffindor. The colors of the hall shifted from green to red, silver to gold, and the Slytherins appeared more dismayed than ever. Snape rose to shake hands with Professor McGonagall, his face contorting into an awkward smile. Leo thought to himself that he would likely have a long night ahead of him with Snape's displeasure looming. Nevertheless, in the face of Snape's sour expression, it would still be a splendid evening. Chapter 30. Bidding farewell to friends. The moment of parting always arrives swiftly. Before Leo had the chance to properly rest, he received his end-of-term report. His scores in charms, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, herbology, and potions were all strikingly commendable, achieving the coveted O. The other subjects were predominantly E, with the exception of history of magic and astronomy, in which he knew he had not applied himself adequately. There was little he could do. The sentences in those two subjects were excessively complex, tedious, and lengthy, and Leo simply could not muster the motivation to memorize them. Before the term concluded, he approached Professor McGonagall to request advancement to the next grade, hoping to minimize the age gap with his classmates, but she sternly denied his request. "You can learn so much in a year," Professor McGonagall stated, "unless you can ensure that your report card is filled entirely with OS. Leo, hearing this, wished he could change his name to Liquanu. He did not believe that some second-year students were significantly more capable than he. Yet it was clear that Professor McGonagall did not wish for him to miss essential lessons due to skipping a grade. Before he departed, Professor McGonagall cautioned him once more. Although Hagrid's area falls within school grounds, do not misuse magic as a result. Leo nodded. They had already received a holiday safety warning that morning. The most significant rule being that underage wizards were prohibited from using magic off school grounds. Leo calculated that since he would not be off school grounds this year and would be of age next year, the warning was essentially irrelevant to him. He happily borrowed numerous books from the library before the holiday. When Madame Pants learned that he intended to read these books at Hagrid's, she wore an expression of concern. Clearly, she did not believe that Hagrid's hut could adequately preserve those ordinary books in the presence of such peculiar magical creatures. While carrying his stack of books home, he literally bumped into Malfoy. Malfoy maliciously knocked the pile from Leo's grasp. And as Leo quietly bent down to retrieve them, the Slytherin heir pressed down on his hand from above. They think you're very brave because Quirrell used the Cruciatus curse on you. Leo understood Malfoy's insinuation. He lowered his eyelashes. Would you kindly lift your foot? I need to be on my way. I knew you were a coward, Malfoy sneered. Leo felt his hand almost crushed. What is it that you cannot tolerate? No wonder you are going to Hagrid's. You're both filthy servants. Hagrid is not a servant, Leo replied, striving to maintain his composure. Would you please lift your foot? You admit to being a servant then? Malfoy laughed heartily, kneeling to mimic barking like a dog. I'll let you go if you do. Leo lifted his gaze to regard him. I am a wizard. Malfoy's voice retorted sharply. You are a mudblood. Leo felt he had issued enough warnings. His lips twitched slightly as a tremendous wave surged forth from him, toppling Malfoy. Soaked to the skin, Malfoy glared at Leo. What have you done, mudblood? You've drenched all these books. I will inform Madame Pants. Leo retracted his nearly numb hand, brandishing his wand with the other, causing the books on the ground to levitate and, under the influence of the drying charm, emerge as good as new. Go ahead and tell, Leo remarked, looking at Malfoy, who resembled a drowned rat with his hair hanging limply. Inform Madame Pants, inform Mr. Filch, inform Professor Snape, inform your dear father. With that, he turned and departed with the books. Malfoy might still be bewildered by how he accomplished all this, but Leo could not be bothered to enlighten him that wizards could indeed cast spells without wands. Incidents of magical outbursts often occurred among underage wizards before their enrollment, though such magic was typically feeble and harmless. But he was different. His outbursts could yield significant consequences. Yet, if not controlled promptly, his vitality would swiftly be drained. As Leo made his way to the hospital wing, his complexion had grown alarmingly pale. Madame Pomfrey, as usual, refrained from probing too deeply, wary of stirring his emotions. She quickly healed his injured hands and provided him with potions for recovery, advising him to rest well over the holiday. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was predictably met with a scathing reprimand from Mr. Filch, who was busy mopping the floors. Evidently, Malfoy had already informed Filch of the recent events. Leo imagined Malfoy floundering about in search of a teacher and felt a sense of amusement as he took the mop from Filch's hands, efficiently mopping an entire corridor in one go. The dormitory was nearly empty. Leo embraced each of the friends he had recently made, bidding them farewell as they exited the Gryffindor common room and boarded the boat across the lake. Remember to write to me. Lysander was still waving at him from the boat, but his voice soon faded into the distance. Only one figure gradually grew larger. The giant Hagrid returned, having sent off the finest young minds of England, and he affectionately patted Leo with his broad, rough hand. Come along, Leo, you are bound to love it here. Leo nodded. Beneath the sunlight, the sound of the train rumbling over the tracks echoed, only to fade once more. Chapter 31. Is this what you call a pet? During the holiday, Hogwarts Castle was to be closed. Leo brought his belongings to Hagrid's wooden hut. Hagrid's small abode sat at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, consisting of a single room with a rudimentary large bed in the corner, covered with a patchwork quilt made of scraps, Hagrid's sleeping quarters. Hagrid was more than willing to let Leo share his bed, but Leo deemed it inappropriate. He constructed a simple folding bed and placed it beside the large one. Upon entering, Leo was nearly knocked to the ground by a massive black dog. The dog joyfully pawed at his shoulders, lowering its head to lick him repeatedly with its wet tongue. Oh, Fong, you are too enthusiastic. Hagrid stepped forward to pull the black dog away. This is Fong. He usually isn't like this. He just adores you. Leo understood. The animals at this school always seemed inexplicably fond of him. For instance, Hermione's Crookshanks frequently curled up in his robes to sleep, leaving him perpetually covered in golden fur. Neville's Toad would often cling to his pant leg, and Malfoy mocked him, suggesting it was due to his stinky feet, which only strengthened his resolve to master the spell to turn people into socks. He crouched down and gently bumped noses with Fong, who appeared to wag his tail with such vigor it might take flight. Come on, Leo, Hagrid boomed with hearty laughter. To celebrate our summer at Hogwarts, let us share a drink. You shouldn't be drinking alcohol yet. How about a nice cup of hot tea? EAO nodded, momentarily taken aback as Fong licked his face again. He felt that this staff member seemed more like a friend than an elder. Yet, he dared not be too casual and properly seated himself. Thank you, sir. Oh, just call me Hagrid, he replied, rubbing his nose. Don't be nervous. You are 15 now, right? I'm 16, Hagrid, EAO replied shyly. Each time his age was mentioned, it felt like an emphasis on his sense of disconnection. That is splendid, EAO. Hagrid clapped him on the back with such force that EAO felt his body nearly buckle. Wizards come of age at 17. You can drink next year. EAO didn't quite grasp the allure of alcohol, especially considering his first taste was of Gamp's old rum. However, it seemed significant to Hagrid, so he nodded in agreement. He watched the half-giant intently as he focused on brewing tea, pondering whether he should offer to help with pouring water or something similar. Hagrid, likely sensing his potential boredom, produced a sandwich, a weasel sandwich. Want to give it a try, weasel? EAO examined the sandwich, turning it over in his hands. Of course, for it is made with weasel meat, Hagrid stated, appearing quite proud. EAO hesitated for a moment, but cautiously took a bite. It was dreadful, exceedingly unpalatable. The foul-smelling meat was slathered with an unidentifiable sauce, and the bread was oddly hard. Yet, this only served to comfort EAO. He finished the sandwich. Much to Hagrid's hopeful gaze. Professor Dumbledore spoke to me about your deeds. Hagrid poured EAO a cup of red tea, serving himself a cup as well. He took a sip and dreamily remarked, Harry and the others mentioned you. They said you often help them. Ah, it's only natural. EAO lifted the tea and took a delicate sip, akin to a water bird approaching the edge of the cup. The aroma of the tea was rich, possessing a calming effect. Don't be anxious, EAO, Hagrid reassured him. You can rest here for a few days. You can enjoy the grand meals I prepare. You need not concern yourself with any labor. You have the entire summer ahead. Thank you, Hagrid, EAO replied. After experiencing the weasel sandwich, he was not particularly eager for the grand meals Hagrid spoke of. Yet, he could feel the immense goodwill emanating from the giant, prompting him to smile genuinely. I don't need to rest for that long, Hagrid. If you have any tasks, feel free to call on me. How can that be? Hagrid gestured with his massive hands. You are so small and still growing. You need to take good care of yourself. EAO felt that, by giant standards, he might be perpetually in a state of growth. But since you are so eager, I can take you on a tour of our enclosure, Hagrid declared proudly. You like small animals, don't you? EAO was uncertain how to respond. He had a fondness for small creatures. During his times of hardship in London, it was the rats and crows that brought him food. However, kissing a rat was still beyond his capability. Hagrid led him along the edge of the forbidden forest for a distance, arriving at a broad enclosure. EAO suddenly realized that the small animals Hagrid referred to might not be the ones he had in mind. This here is Grimmy, a blast-ended scrut. Hagrid pointed to a creature resembling a giant turtle with a spiked tail, which appeared quite docile. Would you like to pet it? EAO watched the spiked tail swing in the air and stiffly shook his head. Let us look at something else first. Oh, over there is a hippogriff. As Hagrid ambled along, he began to introduce the creatures, remarking on their rather haughty demeanor. Typically, one must first curry favor with them before being granted permission to approach, lest one risk being shredded by their claws. EAO hoped that the term shredded was merely a hyperbolic expression. He gazed up at a majestic creature towering above him, its eagle head and horse body adorned with wings, and uncertainly raised his hand in a tentative wave. Good morning. The creature rolled its eyes, perhaps unable to comprehend English. EAO repeated his greeting in Chinese, even attempting it in French and Japanese. Finally, the creature, unable to endure the exchanges any longer, lowered its head and locked eyes with EAO for a moment, emitting a low, rumbling sound from its throat. Hagrid exclaimed in astonishment, It's greeting you. EAO mused. It may be attempting to teach me how to express that. He endeavored to replicate the guttural sound, but his throat felt constricted, preventing him from achieving such a rich timbre. In a huff, the creature turned its head and flicked its wings, dismissively turning away. EAO surmised it was in a foul mood. Buckbeak was notoriously temperamental. Hagrid reassured him, but it doesn't harbor any ill will towards you. Subsequently, Hagrid guided EAO on a tour of numerous peculiar animals. EAO concluded that Hagrid's interests lay either with colossal beasts or exceedingly fierce creatures. He felt a pressing need for rest. Chapter 32. A Joyful Holiday Life. EAO had wholeheartedly adopted Hagrid's hut as a second home. During the day, he would rise from the hut, discreetly use the water-making spell to fill Hagrid's water bucket, and prepare 2 less than sturdy meat and egg pies. Once Hagrid awakened, he would assist with the preparation of food for Hagrid's pets and join him in checking on the animals' conditions. In the afternoons, he would frolic with Yaya on the grass or Red in the yard. He noticed that Hagrid seemed quite intrigued by his activities, so he deliberately read aloud, prompting Hagrid to lean in closer to listen. Occasionally, Hagrid would sit alone under the eaves, playing the flute. Lior was astonished that such a massive figure could cradle a delicate flute and produce such soft melodies. Hagrid, he reflected, was also a solitary soul. Residing in this secluded corner, he faced ridicule from Slytherin students even when he ventured into the castle. During the holidays, the castle lay deserted. The children returned to their families, while he remained to endure the solitude. He was certainly not one who could tolerate loneliness, having surrounded himself with numerous pets for companionship. After classes, Hagrid often invited Harry and the others for tea. Surely, when the Hogwarts Express departed, Hagrid felt a profound sense of loss. Lior resolved to enliven Hagrid's days as much as possible. Lysander had written him the first letter of the summer. Lysander typically resided at his uncle's home in distant Gibraltar, which explained his frequent Spanish accent. When the owl arrived, it appeared on the verge of exhaustion. Lysander yearned for Hogwarts life, lamenting that his uncle had embarked on an archaeological project in another country, leaving him with only a house elf and the occasional mischief-making monkey knocking at the door. His boredom was palpable, even leading him to include jokes about which table could inform him how to manage a timetable. Ron seemed to be enjoying a far more lively existence. He recounted the myriad pranks played on him by Fred and George, and informed Lysander that his sister Ginny Weasley would soon be attending Hogwarts as well, likely a Gryffindor. Just like Merlin's hair, Lior mused that Gryffindor had seemingly been overtaken by the Weasley family. Ron's letter bore a distinct aroma of black-peppered ham, leading Lior to suspect it was penned at the dining table. In contrast, Hermione's letter appeared far more neatly composed. Her parents were Muggle dentists, yet they did not shun wizards. Upon her return home, they took her to an amusement park. Hermione had already begun reviewing her second-year textbooks, and hoped Lior would share insights with her, as she could not practice the spells while he could attempt them anytime. Reading Hermione's anxious tone, Lior felt a looming pressure akin to approaching finals before the school year had even commenced. Of course, Hermione was not entirely a taskmaster. Taking advantage of the summer, she had procured several books on Chinese culture for Lior, believing they might alleviate his homesickness. Hermione humbly expressed her desire to verify the authenticity of the information with him, yet truthfully, Lior had not ventured beyond his village before coming to England, let alone familiarizing himself with the Summer Palace. He devoured a copy of National Geographic China as if it were a portal back to his homeland after 7 long years. Neville had returned to his grandmother's side. She was immensely proud of his remarkable report card, parading it around to relatives, which left him feeling quite embarrassed. Lior waited several days without receiving a response from Harry. Perhaps Aunt Petunia, like Floris, took pleasure in intercepting outside communications. His sympathy for Harry grew. At least he had escaped Flora's clutches and experienced a semblance of a carefree childhood, while Harry remained forever ensnared in the shadow of the Dursleys. In addition to replying to his friend's letters, he penned a missive to Draco, feigning concern before revealing that he had mastered the art of transfiguring a creature into a sock. Enclosing a fluffy golden sock with the letter, Draco, evidently furious, used 3 entire sheets of parchment to insult him, threatening to cease all correspondence. Lysander sent Lior a box of magical fireworks. One clear night, he invited Hagrid to join him in setting them off by the Black Lake. The Hogwarts castle shimmered beneath the fireworks, casting a dreamlike ambience over Lior. The only downside was that in the days that followed, they failed to catch any fish by the lake. Hagrid would occasionally venture out from Hogwarts to procure supplies, typically returning with an assortment of novel snacks and trinkets. However, the half-giant's aesthetic sense was clearly lacking. Items such as a tie that coiled around one's neck like a snake seemed more likely to strangle him than serve any fashionable purpose. Another peculiar item, a large hairy eyeball that loudly announced everything it saw, was tethered by Hagrid, allowing Lior to walk it like a dog. Lior found it utterly terrifying, and if it possessed a brain, it seemed rather dim-witted, as it had several times shouted delicious at Hagrid's rock cakes. Nevertheless, overall, living with Hagrid was a joyous experience. They harvested the lettuce they had grown together and rode around on Gryffindor and Buckbeak. At times, Hagrid would regale him with tales of past Hogwarts students, making the once silent school feel alive again. He learned that Hagrid had only progressed to the 3rd year at Hogwarts before being accused of undisclosed transgressions, resulting in his wand being snapped and his use of magic prohibited. This was evidently a grave punishment. Yet Lior swore he had witnessed Hagrid secretly using the enlargement charm on pumpkins. Lior meticulously reviewed the school regulations multiple times, resolving to remain on the straight and narrow to avoid following in Hagrid's footsteps. After all, Hogwarts surely could not afford to have a second Forbidden Forest needing a guardian. If Lior were expelled, his dreams of magic would be irrevocably dashed. Each week, He wrote to Professor McGonagall, embellishing his fishing and egg-collecting escapades with grandiose language, concocting tales of conducting field studies on the distribution of fish populations in the Black Lake. Moreover, he maintained his correspondence with Harry, sharing stories about Hagrid's happenings, knowing Harry must be yearning to return to Hogwarts. Yet, by the end of July, Harry had not responded to a single letter. Hagrid had yet to receive a response from Harry. Today marked Harry's birthday, and Hagrid, grumbling, dragged out his motorcycle. It must be those foolish muggles causing trouble. I shall go fetch Harry myself. However, Hagrid was unable to go, as it was pouring rain, and a flock of terrifying large birds flew overhead, possessing beaks and talons as sharp as steel, their feathers resembling blades. Clearly, this was not something Lior could handle. To drive away those unwelcome guests, Hagrid exerted considerable effort. By evening, he sat sobbing under the eaves, clutching the chocolate cake he had made with his own hands. Harry must be having a terrible time there. I've seen that family. They're nothing but a pack of beasts. If only James were still here. Lior patted Hagrid's back, unsure of what to say. Even if Hagrid managed to see Harry, it would only provide him with fleeting joy. Once he departed, Harry would undoubtedly face even harsher mistreatment. Hagrid knew this all too well. Years ago, after Professor Burbage had visited Fleur, he witnessed an epic transformation. With school yet to commence, where could Harry possibly go? Would he, like Hagrid, run away to the slums to evade the police? They despairingly sent off the last birthday gift. Lior penned numerous respectful phrases to Uncle Vernon, hoping to ease Harry's tense family dynamics. A few days later, Lior learned from Ron's letter that Harry's correspondence had been intercepted by a mischievous house elf. And now Harry had been whisked away by the Weasley brothers in a burst of speed. Lior sincerely hoped that this flight was merely figurative. Regardless, this revelation brought a smile to Hagrid's face. He understood that Harry's silence did not stem from forgetfulness or Uncle Vernon's influence. By August, Lior received a letter from the school, likely one of the first. It contained an extensive list of required texts, and to Lior's astonishment, it was far longer than the previous year's list he had inquired about. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the textbooks for most subjects remained unchanged, and he could still use the second-hand books he had acquired from upperclassmen. However, the textbook for Defense Against the Dark Arts had changed, and it required a total of 7 books. Break with the Banshee, Traveling with Ghouls, Vacationing with Vampires, Walking with Trolls, Cruising with the Werewolves, Wandering with the Werewolves, and A Year with the Yeti. All 7 volumes were penned by the same author, Gilderoy Lockhart. Lior speculated that the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher must be an admirer of Lockhart. Clearly, one could not cover 7 books in a single year. Yet the school had listed them all, making it inappropriate to forego any of them. Lior began to fret about his finances. He had managed to save up 60 galleons, but purchasing potion supplies and containers would prove to be a considerable expense, not to mention parchment, ink, and other materials. And his quills wore out rapidly, with the tips nearly ground down. In recent days, he had been using the prank quills discarded by Lysander to barely manage his assignments. Poor thing. The large-eyed creature named Bran from Hagrid rolled over, screeching. Lior kicked it away, and it bounced around the table legs, indignantly protesting. How rude. Chapter 33. Lockhart, we do not like you. Lior was granted permission to accompany Hagrid to Diagon Alley to procure school supplies. Lysander and the others also decided to visit Diagon Alley that day, hoping for a serendipitous encounter, which brought him great joy. As the start of the school year approached, Diagon Alley was as bustling as ever, filled with students and parents clad in robes. It wasn't long before Lior spotted Lysander stationed by the entrance of a second-hand goods stall. I need to take care of something, Hagrid announced. You two stay safe and don't wander off. Lior and Lysander exchanged glances and nodded. Once Hagrid departed, Lysander pointed excitedly. Look over there. Not far across the street, a brightly lit sign for the magical joke shop flickered and danced. This was undoubtedly Lysander's favorite store. On a daily basis, he meticulously studied the shop's order list. We'll go there soon, Lior said, but first I need to buy the textbooks. You know, we have a whole 7 new ones. Oh, you don't need to go in. I've already checked it out, Lysander replied, shrugging. Those are all new bestsellers. You won't find any second-hand copies in there. Lior felt as if the sky had fallen. Each of Gilderoy Lockhart's books was priced exorbitantly. He calculated that if he were to buy all 7 at full price, his remaining balance wouldn't even suffice for a single sneeze. Although these books were not essential, Snape had approved his request for a renewed position as a potions assistant, meaning he would have ample opportunities to practice with the school's materials. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that such actions were somewhat unethical. He wasn't ready to consider himself a thief. Moreover, should Snape discover this, he might lose his position permanently. Lior borrowed some new textbooks from Lysander and flipped through them, confirming they were indeed merely splendidly written novels. He decided to take a gamble. betting that the teacher would use these novels in class. By foregoing 7 textbooks, Leo felt considerably lighter. He and Lysander browsed the joke shop, watching as Lysander stocked up on instant skip class candies as if they were cookies. Lysander enthusiastically recommended a corner mirror, which was essentially a crystal ball, capable of revealing what lay around corners, deeming it quite practical for avoiding Mr. Filch. As for why one would need to avoid Filch, Leo chose not to inquire further. He didn't purchase much, but Lysander nearly bought every interesting item he encountered, leaving Leo wide-eyed. If that couple ever returns, I want to leave them with so much money, Lysander declared fiercely. I'll spend all our money and then set fire to their house in Cheddar Gorge. Leo sincerely hoped he was joking. They walked the entirety of Diagon Alley, Leo's arms filled with the snacks from Lysander's retaliatory shopping spree. They each indulged in a bloody ice cream, with Lysander proclaiming he wanted to experience what it felt like to be a vampire. When they passed by Flourish and Blots, the bookstore was especially lively, packed with people inside. Young Harry, on entering Flourish and Blots today, merely sought to purchase my autobiography, which I would gladly give him for free on the spot. The store erupted in enthusiastic applause. Leo's eyes widened as he grabbed Lysander and pointed inside. Harry's in there too. Lysander leaned closer to the entrance, reading aloud, Gilderoy Lockhart, signing copies of his autobiography. To their surprise, they were about to meet the author of their textbooks. Through the throng of people, they spotted Harry being tightly embraced by a blond man clad in a blue robe. Awkwardly smiling for the camera, that man must be Lockhart. He appeared dashing and handsome, flashing a bright smile akin to a star of the Muggle world, causing the witches and wizards in the front row to squeal with excitement. How delightful, the boy who lived and the boy who loved, Lysander quipped. The man in the blue robe continued to announce, Ladies and gentlemen, I am immensely pleased and proud to declare that this September, I shall be the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Leo glanced at him, then back at the lengthy list of books in his hand. No wonder so many bestsellers are required for this course. It turns out that the author himself is the one delivering the lectures. Are you going to buy his book? Lysander whispered. I've heard of this person. He places great importance on fame. During your last semester, you told him about your experiences with Chiron in the Daily Prophet, and if you express your admiration for him, he will surely gift you a complete set. Leo was indeed tempted for a moment. However, he soon spotted Malfoy in the bookstore and abandoned the idea. Let's leave quickly. I can borrow from students in other grades. Lysander evidently shared little enthusiasm for the fervent atmosphere surrounding them. They cautiously maneuvered through the throngs of fans when, in the next moment, Fred and George approached them, followed closely by a somewhat balding red-haired man, who must be their father, Arthur Weasley. Lysander, Fred exclaimed, Leo, you're here too. Are you fans of Lockhart's books as well? George exaggeratedly declared. We've been fans for a whole 15 seconds. Leo remained silent, for he noticed Draco's father had arrived. Look at your friends, Weasley. I thought your family had already sunk to the lowest depths. Lucius Malfoy disdainfully scrutinized him and Hermione. And Leo felt as though he was silently branding them as blood traitors. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Arthur lunged at Lucius, colliding him into a bookshelf. The two Ministry wizards began to exchange punches and kicks, successfully interrupting the atmosphere of the fan gathering as the crowd erupted in shouts and retreated. Hit him, Dad. Fred and George shouted, waving their fists. Leo was astonished that Arthur, who appeared so frail, possessed such strength. Don't do that. Arthur, stop. Molly screamed, pulling her children behind her. At last, Hagrid appeared, one hand pulling Arthur away while the other lifted Lucius, effectively ending the ruckus. Lucius, with one eye blackened, looked furiously as he shoved Ginny's textbook back into his hands and stormed out of the store with Draco. Hagrid straightened Arthur's robes and grabbed hold of Leo's hand. Leo, I've been looking for you. Have you gotten what you needed? Hagrid called out. Leo nodded, and together they exited the bookstore. The Weasley family, nearly all present, now walked down the street with an impressive air. Leo noticed a girl he had never seen before trailing behind Ron. Percy proudly informed him that this was their youngest sister, Ginny, who would also be starting at Hogwarts this year. Fred and George elaborated on how they flew a car to Harry's house to pick him up. Lysander frowned. A house elf? Harry's letter was intercepted by a house elf? Indeed. Only ancient families have house elves, so we suspect it was Malfoy's doing. Ron waved his fist. Ancient families? Lysander has one at home, Leo exclaimed. And several classmates immediately turned to look at Lysander. Oh dear, Lysander scratched his head. I haven't mentioned it before, but my full name is Lysander Ackerley. Chapter 34. Where is the wonderful savior? Lysander's ancestors were once affluent. His father, Jason Ackerley, hailed from the sacred 28 Ackerley family, while his mother, Zenithia Williams, also came from a pure-blood lineage. His grandfather, Epibolus Ackerley, was a Slytherin 2 years junior to Voldemort. When Voldemort's power grew, his parents did not hesitate to join the ranks supporting the Dark Lord, rather than being loyal to Voldemort. Jason and Zenithia sought to wield the banner of blood purity to openly commit atrocities, indulging in some inner thrill. The subsequent events are well known. Voldemort fell, and the Ministry began to purge those who had followed him. Jason and Zenithia, unabashed in their support for Voldemort, were swiftly imprisoned in Azkaban as scapegoats. However, the children were innocent, and Lysander was sent to live with his uncle, Cad Williams. Growing up, Lysander felt profound shame regarding the Ackerley family, choosing to adopt his uncle's surname in an effort to distance himself from that lineage. Nevertheless, he remained a child of the Ackerley family, and thus the house elf, Libra, always stayed by his side. While living under Cad's care, he enjoyed the conveniences accumulated by his family. Lysander seemed to recount these tales with a nonchalant demeanor. Yet Lior sensed that if he were truly indifferent, he wouldn't have concealed this from everyone for so long. House elves typically do not defy their master's wishes, Lysander remarked. But if someone commanded it to intercept Harry from afar, that would be quite dull. The role a house elf plays in the household far exceeds merely intercepting birthday greetings. Of course, Harry's birthday is significant. I hope you didn't miss my fireworks. Dobby claimed he came to help me, Harry said, adding that he had even collided with a wall in punishment. Really? It sounds more like it wanted to ruin you, Ron quipped sharply. House elves are always like that. They believe that defying their master's wishes is an unforgivable sin. It seems it truly did sneak out, Lysander shrugged. Perhaps it just wanted to remind you, Harry, that by the time you arrive at school and see the new term schedule, you may be overwhelmed by the workload. Harry appeared somewhat comforted. In any case, Fred and George, I've brought you something delightful. Lysander opened his bag and pulled out the items he had raided from the joke shop. Lior knew that in the new year, they would have plenty of fun. Before long, twilight fell, and the Weasley family prepared to take Harry back to the burrow. While Lysander was set to return to his distant Gibraltar, Hermione, too, would return home with her parents to the Muggle world, and before parting, she urged Lior to read more of Lockhart's books. Hermione appeared to be Lockhart's devoted fan, and Lior dared not confess that he had not purchased any. However, just before leaving, Lysander pressed the entire set of books into his arms. I want to likely open these before classes start, so you take them for now. This way, I can carry less luggage. Lior gratefully nodded, fist-bumping Lysander as he watched him step into the fireplace filled with Floo powder and vanish. The following month passed swiftly for him. He immersed himself in reading the adventurous tales penned by Professor Lockhart. Although there were few practical skills to be gleaned, Lockhart had a remarkable talent for rendering every event thrilling, making the stories immensely enjoyable, often causing him to lose track of time as darkness fell while he sat in the yard. He also began to carefully practice the potions learned in his second-year exams, finding solace in the bubbling of the cauldron, which instilled a reassuring sense of safety. He sent his seemingly successful potions to Professor Snape, who promptly replied, critiquing the quality of his brews while suggesting he reinforce his first-year potion skills, as Snape intended for him to serve as a teaching assistant in the first-year potions class. Lior felt as though he had received some validation, heightening his anticipation for the new school year. It wasn't until a few days before term began that he truly felt the anxiety of returning to school. He oscillated between fearing he hadn't mastered his textbooks well enough and worrying that he had overlooked some assignment. It was not until the day school commenced that he stood at the castle's entrance, watching carriage after carriage fly in. Realizing that his summer had truly come to an end, Lysander, Neville, Seamus, and Dean jumped from a carriage, all wearing expressions of astonishment. This is so fascinating, Lysander exclaimed. This carriage can actually run on its own. What? Liao queried in confusion. They're all being pulled by the night steed, aren't they? The night steed? Liao patted the sleek, dragon-like creature before him. Indeed, these were trained by Hagrid. He mentioned that only those who have witnessed and comprehended death can encounter them. He wistfully stroked the night steed's mane. They are indeed fascinating, but it's best if they remain unseen. Lysander fumbled in the air beside him, ultimately expressing his disappointment. Well, it seems that for the sake of my experience, I must devise a way to kill someone. Simon struggled to suppress his laughter from behind. Hey, Chinese mud farmer. Malfoy stepped down from the carriage. How's the farming life at school? Very well, my lord, Liao replied with utmost respect. It would be even better with a pair of golden socks. You, when shall we gamble again? Shut up, Malfoy retorted as he walked away. Liao shrugged. After their last encounter with Lucius Malfoy, he had penned a heartfelt letter to Malfoy Manor, expressing his profound gratitude for Draco's generous assistance to his Muggle-born friend, praising Draco's selflessness and his unwavering support for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and inquiring when they might gamble again. Those pure-blooded friends may isolate you, but we Muggles will always stand by your side. In the end, he inadvertently addressed the letter to Lucius Malfoy and sent it off with a slip of the hand. It seemed that Draco was quite pleased with that letter. They waited for half an eternity at the castle entrance, yet Ron and Harry did not appear. Percy appeared quite anxious, while Fred and George playfully wrapped their arms around his neck, jesting. They must have missed the train. Fred declared. Perhaps they're running along the tracks. George chimed in cheerfully. I must go fetch the first years, Percy sighed, hoping they wouldn't cause any trouble. Dad will have a way, Fred assured. Mum will let out a bellow, George added. With the welcoming feast fast approaching, they could no longer wait for Harry and Ron, who might still be racing along the tracks, and thus took their seats in the great hall. At the front of the hall stood a chair and the sorting hat, and shortly the sorting ceremony for the first years would commence. Liao felt a sense of disorientation. Just a year ago, he had anxiously awaited his own sorting, and now he had read so many books and written numerous essays, soon to become a senior in the eyes of the new students. A figure who could seemingly command the winds and the rains. The first years entered, filled with hope and trepidation, as Professor McGonagall called their names, one by one, to sit upon the sorting hat's chair. Disappointingly, there were no Chinese names among the new students. However, he observed that Ginny Weasley was sorted into Gryffindor, prompting the Weasley family present to nearly leap out of their seats in jubilation. Dumbledore, as ever, eschewed lengthy orations, merely introducing the new defense against the dark arts teacher. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart, clad in a resplendent sea-green robe, appeared positively effervescent. He flashed his signature smile, seemingly eager to regale the audience with tales of his exploits. But before he could utter a word, Dumbledore signaled for the feast to begin. Have you noticed, Snape is absent? Lysander pointed out, indicating a conspicuous void beside Lockhart at the staff table. Perhaps he prefers not to sit with Professor Lockhart, Liao speculated. He believed, given Lockhart's demeanor, it would be quite challenging for him to coexist with Snape. Perhaps he is sulking due to not securing the defense against the dark arts position, Neville conjectured. By now, everyone was well aware of Snape's frustrations regarding that coveted post. Oh no, Hermione interjected, as Snape strode in, purposefully approaching McGonagall, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Hagrid, and whispered a few words to her. McGonagall promptly rose and followed him out. Dumbledore glanced at them, reluctantly setting down his mug of mead. Hermione's tone was resolute. I believe Snape has found Harry and Ron. Chapter 35, the first lesson of the term. They did not encounter Harry and Ron until after the feast concluded in the common room. During the dinner, the expressions of Professors Snape and McGonagall appeared quite grim. Dumbledore had offered Snape a slice of custard pie, and Snape's expression resembled that of someone consuming a rat. Soon enough, Malfoy bellowed, I heard. The illustrious Potter and that red-haired Weasley flew a car into the sky and crashed into the Whomping Willow. They're in for a world of trouble. The Gryffindor table erupted in chaos, with Lysander lamenting to Fred, they should have brought me along. Fred and George mirrored his disappointment. They didn't call us back. Liao interjected, the point seems to be missed here. Hermione, the sole voice of reason, asserted, they will be expelled. Liao exhaled a sigh of relief. Catching sight of Percy sternly advising the first years, you must never do such things. The feast soon concluded amidst the whimsical chorus of the school song. And as he hummed, now our brains are empty, filled with air, he packed several sandwiches and poured a bottle of watermelon juice, preparing to bring them back to Harry and Ron, should they still be present that evening. Perhaps because classes had just commenced and there was no homework yet. Both new and returning students crowded the common room, eagerly gazing at the entrance. Lee Jordan animatedly recounted the flying car incident, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Meanwhile, Lysander stealthily conjured a mischievous firework, and when Liao discreetly cast a water-making spell on the fuse, he inadvertently ignited it prematurely, causing a cacophony of red sparks to erupt throughout the common room, nearly singeing Lysander's robes. Percy, still earnestly emphasizing the importance of discipline among the first years, froze at the sight of the chaotic fireworks, hastily drawing his wand to extinguish the flames. Soon, they heard Harry's voice echoing from the entrance. And the moment the fat lady's portrait swung open, thunderous applause erupted in the common room. Well done. Several upperclassmen rushed forward to pat the two on the shoulder. Hermione squeezed in behind them, her expression far from pleased. Harry and Ron appeared equally exhausted, and amidst the throng, they headed straight upstairs to their dormitory. Harry, Ron, Liao called after them. Did you have dinner? I brought you sandwiches. No thanks, Ron replied. We only had sandwiches in the office. And now we're sick of them. He and Lysander diverted into another dormitory. The rolling and tumbling Brandy also arrived with their luggage, shouting brother at Lysander. Lysander seemed quite taken with the little creature, scanning the dormitory items as if it were a reading machine, causing Liao to wonder if Lysander had just turned 3 and was learning to speak today. The following morning, Liao and Lysander arrived early at the long table for breakfast. Hermione appeared still displeased with Harry and Ron's return to school, and not in the same manner as Lysander's discontent. Soon, an even more troubling sight unfolded as Ron's old owl stumbled through the window and spectacularly plunged headfirst into his milk jug. "Errol," Ron shouted, pulling the poor owl out, which then slumped over the table, looking as though it had 1 foot in the grave. In its mouth was clenched a crimson envelope, a style that Lior had never encountered before. "Oh no," Ron exclaimed in dismay. "It's a howler," Lysander remarked. "You'd best refrain from opening it here." "You should open it quickly, Ron," Neville whispered. "Not doing so could lead to worse consequences. My grandmother once sent me one, and I ignored it." Neville gasped at the memory, and Lior could already envision the howler erupting. The corners of the envelope were beginning to smoke, and Lior reached out, intending to douse it with the remaining milk. "Open it quickly," Neville urged. "We only have a few minutes." Reluctantly, Ron tore it open, and in an instant, a thunderous wave of sound surged forth from the letter, reverberating throughout the hall. "You stole the car. If they expel you, I wouldn't be surprised. Just wait until I deal with you. You probably never considered how your father and I felt when we discovered the car was missing." Lior and Lysander struggled to suppress their laughter. He genuinely hadn't anticipated that Ron and Harry's first reaction after finding the station closed would be to take the flying car their parents had driven. How on earth did the Weasleys get back afterward? They must have been utterly dumbfounded. "Last night, when I received Dumbledore's letter, your father was so ashamed he nearly died. We raised you with such care, only for you to engage in such reckless behavior. You and Harry nearly lost your lives." Lior discreetly glanced ahead. Harry had curled up like a quail, just like Ron. "How infuriating. Your father will face scrutiny at work. This is all your fault. If you don't start behaving, we will bring you back immediately." The howler finally ceased, leaving the hall's occupants in stunned silence for several seconds before they gradually resumed their chatter. While Lysander dug his fingers into his ears, he patted his chest with a sigh. "Ron, Harry, you truly are the quiet ones who achieve great mischief." Professor McGonagall approached with the class schedule. The early morning classes had been significantly reduced this term, and they even had only one lesson before lunch on Friday, which would surely delight most students with a chance to indulge in a leisurely sleep-in. However, Lior had already been forewarned by Snape. That morning, he still needed to report to the potions classroom on time, accompanying the first-year Gryffindors for the early lesson. This afternoon, they would study defense against the dark arts, while herbology and transfiguration filled the morning schedule. Lior borrowed Professor Lockhart's textbook from first-year Colin and, burdened by the weight of 9 hefty volumes, trudged toward the greenhouse. Professor Lockhart arrived alongside Professor Sprout, donned in a fresh green robe adorned with a golden trimmed top hat. He walked with a graceful air, his face beaming with a sunny smile. He raised his hand, elegantly greeting the students. "Hello, everyone. I just demonstrated to Professor Sprout how to tend to a venomous tentacula, but I don't want you to think I'm more skilled in herbology than she is. I merely happened to encounter a few of these peculiar plants during my travels." Lior glanced at the distant venomous tentacula, securely wrapped in thick bandages, and he doubted Professor Sprout would fail to devise a more effective means of healing it. The usually gentle Professor Sprout bore a rare frown on her face. She led the students to the third greenhouse, unlocking a large padlock with her hefty key. Lior recognized several dangerous herbs within, such as devil's snare and other perilous plants, with even the walls entwined with poisonous tendrils. The most striking sight was a row of seedlings before Professor Sprout. Lior immediately identified them. Mandrakes. Mandrakes are a highly valuable herb, with roots possessing formidable healing properties. When brewed into a potion, they can restore even those who have been fully transformed back to their original form. Given the events of the summer regarding the gold socks incident, Draco would surely find them fascinating. However, they are also an extremely dangerous herb, as they emit a lethal scream when uprooted, causing any creature that hears it to perish instantly. Under Professor Sprout's guidance, they donned earmuffs and observed as she demonstrated how to repot a mandrake. Seeing a mandrake being pulled from the soil, Lior realized that the grotesque illustrations in the book were not exaggerated. The mandrake root in Professor Sprout's hands resembled a mutated, moldy infant, contorted with a spotted, pale green elongated face, its mouth gaping open in a soundless scream. Lior recalled a paper he had read, concluding that the mandrake's ability to restore human form stemmed from the fact that its roots resemble human shapes. Thus, the more similar a plant is to humans, the stronger its healing effects. Lior hoped he would never need to consume one, for he was certain he did not resemble such an ugly sight. When it was their turn for practical work, Lior, Lysander, and Hufflepuff's Hannah Abbott and Ernie Macmillan were grouped together. Lior grasped the mandrake's leaves, pulling with all his might, but the soil in the pot remained unyielding, as if the roots were firmly lodged in place. He glanced awkwardly at the tall Macmillan, who then took over his pot and yanked it vigorously. Still, it did not come free. They finally understood why they needed 4 people in a group. Ultimately, they alternated roles, with 2 holding the pot steady while the other 2 combined their strength to tug at the stubborn leaves. Teamwork proved to be the key. They finally managed to extract 4 screaming mandrakes, one of which nearly bit Lysander's hand. Stuffing them into new pots was another battle. The mandrakes seemed to revel in their own shrieking. Whenever they attempted to place them back into the soil, their tiny, wrinkled faces would curl up, retaliating with punches, kicks, and mud throwing. Leo's clothes were utterly soiled, which greatly dismayed him. They still had to work together as a quartet to tackle one. But they finally completed their group task. I say, Lysander grumbled, rubbing his sore shoulders as they headed to the restroom. Why didn't we use mandrakes against the Dark Lord? Just pull one out and toss it, and the war would have ended. Leo imagined the scene of Professor Sprout chasing Death Eaters while hurling mandrakes, and he laughed so hard that he nearly choked on his saliva, while Lysander joyfully thumped him on the back. The next class was Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall instructed them to transform a ladybug into a button, which was not particularly challenging for Leo, who had practiced early during the holidays. However, Ron always caused more chaos than Neville. His wand was probably damaged by the venomous tentacula, crackling sporadically and emanating a foul odor that drove their classmates away in disgust. With such a wand, casting the correct spell was nearly impossible. Throughout the entire class, Ron managed only to squash the beetle, achieving nothing other than using the smell to accomplish a weak version of the wizarding repelling charm. Ron, you should really consider getting a new wand, Lysander suggested, pinching his nose. I can help you, cough cough. Leo quickly cast a bubblehead charm, encasing their heads in large, airy bubbles, which eased Lysander's breathing significantly. No way, Ron grumbled, tapping the desk with his still-smoking wand. We don't get a new wand until this one is completely broken. It's a family tradition. As soon as class was dismissed, Lysander grabbed Leo and, along with the other students, rushed for the door. Chapter 36. A lesson with house elves in defense against the dark arts. The afternoon brought defense against the dark arts class. Leo arrived at the classroom, burdened by his heavy backpack, to find Professor Lockhart already waiting expectantly at the front of the room. Beside him stood a large cage cloaked with a fabric, while he confidently stood by, flashing charming smiles at every student. Behind him stood a colossal blackboard, elegantly inscribed in a flowing Italian cursive, Gilderoy Lockhart, best-selling author, internationally renowned wizard, master of the dueling club, professor of defense against the dark arts, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, recipient of the 3rd class order of Sir Merlin, 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. Lysander leaned closer to Liu and remarked, how exceedingly narcissistic. Liu endeavored to defend Lockhart's reputation. He possesses the capital for such vanity. The methods he employs to confront those creatures in his books are indeed quite unexpected. I wonder how Professor Snape would fare. Liu mused, knowing that Professor Snape would never boast of his accomplishments nor indulge in such ostentatious displays. Yet his magical prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of Professor Lockhart. A few classmates greeted Lockhart with enthusiasm, clearly delighting him. Once the class bell rang, he smiled and declared, I see you've all purchased my complete works. Splendid. Today, let us commence with a brief quiz. Fear not. It is merely to gauge your reading comprehension and understanding. Liu cast a worried glance at Lysander, who had entirely borrowed the books over the summer for preparation. Yet he was certain that Lysander had not read a single page. Lysander shrugged, believing that missing out on one set of novels would not deprive him of any vital knowledge. However, upon receiving the exam paper, Liu found himself stupefied. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you consider Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? Liu had never encountered anyone so utterly shameless. Even Quirrell, who had been unfortunate enough to be afflicted by Voldemort last semester, had dutifully imparted knowledge of dark creatures to them. What relevance did Lockhart's favorite color hold? Was Lockhart a dark creature as well? Liu felt a twinge of regret for having read the entire series. Regrettably, he found himself recalling most of these trivial and nauseating questions, akin to consuming raw slugs. He completed the quiz with a sentiment akin to distaste. Stealing a glance at Lysander's paper through the corner of his desk, he saw Lysander engrossed in his artistic musings. Gilderoy Lockhart's age is eternally 18. Gilderoy Lockhart's virtues embody all the goodness in the world. Gilderoy Lockhart's happiest moment is perpetually the next one. As Professor Lockhart strolled by, he seemed quite pleased with Lysander's responses, offering a knowing smile and ruffling Lysander's hair. Indeed, encountering a student like Lysander was a match worthy of Lockhart's talents. After collecting the papers, Lockhart proceeded to review them in front of the entire class. TSK. Hardly anyone remembered that my favorite color is lilac. I mentioned it in A Year with the Yeti. A few of you might want to reread Wandering with Werewolves. where I explicitly stated in Chapter 12 that my ideal birthday gift is harmony between all magical and non-magical beings. However, I would not refuse a large bottle of Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey. Lysander turned to Liu, conveying an exaggerated eye roll, appearing more speechless than Bran. To their astonishment, Hermione managed to score a perfect 100 on such questions. Professor Lockhart was elated and awarded 10 points to Gryffindor for her achievement. Subsequently, Lockhart retrieved a large cage from beneath the podium, dramatically announcing, "Now, be cautious. My task is to teach you how to defend against the most malevolent entities known in the magical realm. You will encounter the most terrifying creatures within this classroom. But remember, as long as I am here, you shall not suffer any harm. I only ask that you remain calm." Liu and Lysander straightened up, eager to witness what this celebrity instructor would unveil. Despite his somewhat eccentric demeanor, Lockhart was a recipient of numerous accolades and possessed a wealth of adventurous experiences. Surely he had something valuable to impart. "I must implore you not to scream," Lockhart stated in a low, serious tone, for that would provoke them. He unveiled the covered cage. Within, dozens of pale-faced Cornish pixies leaped and cavorted, making faces at the onlookers. Liu endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, while his classmates appeared equally bemused. They were merely a bunch of monkey-like blue creatures, notorious for their mischief in the wizarding world, yet it was hardly rumored that anyone had perished because of them. In fact, compared to werewolves and witches, these insect-eating pixies were remarkably benign. Lysander could not help but chuckle, dramatically feigning alarm. "How utterly perilous, Professor. You do not understand. They are cunning little destroyers akin to devils," Lockhart declared gravely, theatrically raising his hands and slowly placing them on the cage door. "Let us see how you handle them." He opened the cage. Liu felt as though he had plunged into a nightmare. It was typically challenging to encounter so many pixies in such a small classroom. They swiftly commandeered every corner, shattering ink bottles, trash bins, and tearing books apart. Poor Liu exerted every effort to protect the textbook he had just borrowed, while two pixies seized Neville by the ears and dangled him from the chandelier. The classroom descended into chaos, spells flying haphazardly. Yet the pixies were so agile that most incantations missed their mark. A petrification spell, cast by an unknown student, struck Lysander, leaving the illustrious descendant of the Yaxley family helplessly watching as a pixie braided his hair into plaits. Lockhart appeared utterly unfazed. He rolled up his sleeves, cleared his throat, and recited an intricate incantation. It had no effect whatsoever. One pixie snatched his wand and flung it away. The celebrity instructor had no choice but to crouch beneath a desk to avoid the falling Neville. Disappointed, Liu averted his gaze, dodging the flailing claws above, and helped Neville to his feet. These pixies were exceedingly difficult to target. Liu attempted to use a generalized levitation charm to control the pixies, akin to his previous endeavor of locating the keys last semester, but living beings proved far more resistant than inanimate objects. Ultimately, he nearly exhausted himself, managing only to levitate everyone's feather quills, which the pixies gleefully batted about like a Quidditch match. Liu's brand also tumbled out of his bag, rolling around and exclaiming loudly, "Waste. Fool. Moron." To make matters worse, Ron was also attempting to thwart the pixies with spells, perhaps guided by Hermione's few clever techniques. His nearly broken wand merely resulted in explosions and sprays of water. The pixies seemed to relish the chaos, deliberately flitting around Ron and making faces, prompting an irate Ron to roll up his sleeves and punch one down. Liu followed suit, brandishing the thick tome "The Magic Within Me" from Lysander's desk, delivering a stunning physical blow to the pixies. As the class bell rang, Liu hoisted the now-plated Lysander onto his shoulder, fleeing the classroom as though escaping a calamity. Other students in the corridor stared in horror at their disheveled appearance, instinctively stepping back. "Perhaps we should write a book now," Lysander quipped, shaking the braids atop his head. "How about Class with Pixies? It would be a bestseller," Brand exclaimed as it popped out from his collar. Chapter 37. Keep Going, Slytherin Star. The incident involving Lockhart and the rampant pixies swiftly spread throughout the school. That evening, as Snape descended into the dungeons, he appeared remarkably pleased. "Why did Professor Dumbledore oppose your application for defense against the dark arts?" Leo seized the opportunity to express his ire. "Hogwarts does not require a fool who merely plays with words." "Lee, Professor Dumbledore undoubtedly has his own intentions," Snape replied in a calm tone, though Leo swore he detected a slight upturn at the corners of Snape's mouth. "Professor Lockhart surely possesses his own unique merits." Snape deliberately emphasized the word professor, prompting Leo to recall that he had previously asserted the importance of respecting every instructor. However, it was clear that he no longer regarded Lockhart as a professor. Deep down, he deemed him merely a successful novelist adept at selling books. "Do remember, on Friday morning, you are to assist in the first-year potions class," Snape instructed, extracting a sheet of parchment from his drawer. The key points for teaching are noted there. Keep a close watch on them, especially the students from your house. I wish to avoid any more cauldron explosions. Of course, Professor, Lior replied, glancing at the parchment before carefully rolling it up and stowing it away. Snape gestured toward the seats at the back, and Lior adeptly pulled out a chair and sat down. Noticing that the materials he needed to complete were already laid out on the table: freshman information form, freshman conversation form, graduate destination collection form, teaching plan form, course objectives form, distinguished teacher classroom application form, and magical specialty course application form. He had assisted Snape with many similar forms last semester and had mastered the art of navigating these bureaucratic requirements. In truth, aside from the necessary alterations to student names and dates, most of the content could simply be copied from the previous year. He remained utterly perplexed about the actual significance of these documents. The Department of Magical Education must be out of their minds, he sighed, pulling over a stack of last year's materials and began to manually replicate them, albeit imperfectly. Professor Snape. A knock resounded at the office door, and Draco Malfoy's golden locks peeked in. What is it, Malfoy? Snape lifted his gaze. Malfoy entered, accompanied by Flint from Slytherin, a towering figure whose presence in Quidditch resembled an immovable wall. At that moment, Malfoy stood beside him, appearing like a mere twig in the hand of a giant. Flint cast a glance at Lior, seated at the back, and remarked, I believe this matter is not suitable for the ears of other houses, Professor. Snape nodded knowingly, directing his attention to Lior. You stay here. He then led them out of the office. Draco made a face at Lior before firmly shutting the door behind him. Lior thought to himself, he wasn't a fool. Flint was the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, and now he was conferring with Draco in secrecy. It was clearly related to Quidditch. However, the Quidditch elections for the semester were not due until next week. What business could Draco have with their headmaster at such an early stage? Was he attempting to curry favor? Draco's flying lessons had indeed been quite spectacular, yet given the brutal nature of the Quidditch pitch, was his father not concerned that this pampered young lord could be permanently incapacitated by a rogue bludger? Nevertheless, such matters had little bearing on him. After all, he had no intention of participating in Quidditch, and Draco's misfortunes would not affect him. Lior resumed his arduous task of concocting phrases for Snape's dreadful forms. Later that evening, he encountered a smug-looking Draco in the corridor. Hey, you must tell Potter when you get back. I am about to become the Seeker for Slytherin, and I'll knock him off his broom, Draco declared in a tone he believed to be fearsome. Ah, congratulations, Lior replied, glancing at him, and then at the closed cellar door, perplexed. Isn't it supposed to be a secret? You just said it wasn't suitable for him to hear. Why go through all the trouble of changing locations for their discussion? I don't need to keep it secret, Draco proclaimed loudly. Tell Potter, this time. You're bound to lose. Oh, all right, Lior nodded, attempting to offer a semblance of encouragement to the boy. Good luck, Star of Slytherin. Draco huffed, unwilling to engage in further conversation, and strutted away. Lior failed to relay Malfoy's message, as Harry and the others had already locked the dormitory door. A small, thin boy with gray hair stood there, hesitantly clutching a camera. Lior recognized the boy as Colin Creevey, this year's first-year student who had been sorted into Gryffindor. Colin, Lior inquired, what are you doing? Oh, I wanted to take a picture of the illustrious Harry Potter, Colin stammered. My father delivers milk, and he never believes in the magical world, so I thought if I could befriend the most famous person here. Lior understood the situation. No wonder Harry, who usually never locked the dormitory door, had cast at least 7 or 8 spells on it today. It's getting late. You should head to bed, Colin, Lior encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. If you're not tired, you could seek out Professor Lockhart for a photo. He is quite famous too, and would certainly be pleased. You're right, Colin exclaimed. Can I take a picture of you? It's my first time meeting someone from China. Lior reluctantly acquiesced, standing at attention while Colin hurriedly snapped the photo. Can you perform a spell? Just a simple one, Colin urged excitedly, searching for the right angle. Don't look at me, look at your wand. Lior drew out his wand, tapped it lightly, and whispered, Lumos. A soft orb of light emerged from the tip of his wand, illuminating his face like gentle moonlight. Brilliant, Colin exclaimed in admiration. Is that spell difficult to learn? It's perfect for photos. It's my first day at school, and everything is so marvelous. You'll learn it soon enough, Lior replied wearily. It's in standard spells. You can have a look. After sending the chattering Colin on his way, Lior returned to his dormitory, exhausted. Lysander had already taken a liking to Brandeis, and Lior watched as Lysander crawled into the bed curtains with Brandeis. They must have plenty to discuss. Chapter 38. The difficulty of earning money and brewing potions. Early Friday morning, Lior arrived at the potions classroom in the dungeons to prepare the materials. The curriculum for first-year students had hardly changed over the years, and this year's inaugural lesson would once again focus on the brewing of the Boil Cure potion. The first-year students were filled with anticipation for this class. And even with time still to spare before it commenced, students began trickling in. Lior stood uncertainly beside the podium, debating whether to find a seat in the back. "Lee, what are you doing here?" Colin exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "Are you second years joining us for potions class?" Lior suspected that Colin was actually hoping to see Harry. "No, I'm the teaching assistant, here to help Professor Snape maintain order." "Oh, then you must be quite adept at potions." "Well, not really," Lior replied, patting Colin on the shoulder. "This class is fascinating. As long as you follow Professor Snape's instructions, you shouldn't have any problems. Of course, provided you can remember every word he says." The new Slytherin students seemed astonished by his affiliation with Gryffindor, and several of them were whispering amongst themselves about him. This only deepened Lior's longing for Snape. Usually, when Snape stood there, all would fall silent. Snape appeared to have complete faith in him, as it was only when class time arrived that he strode into the classroom like a gust of wind. "I am Severus Snape, your potions master." He cast his gaze downward, surveying the room, and then extended a hand towards Lior, who was nearly frozen in place like a block of wood. "This gentleman is my assistant, Lee. Any foolish questions you may have will first be addressed by him." Lior awkwardly smiled and waved. "Now let us commence with the roll call." With a flourish of his sleeve, Snape picked up the register and began his authoritarian roll call. Lior had already taken attendance before class, and undoubtedly, no one dared to skip the first week of this Slytherin headmaster's lesson. However, it was evident that Snape's concern lay elsewhere. Standing before the class, Lior realized that Snape was seizing this opportunity to note down the names of each new student. It was no wonder he could deduct points at the drop of a hat. With a deep sigh, Lior hoped this year's Gryffindors could exhibit a modicum of restraint. Yet, first-year students were invariably unpredictable. Some were completely oblivious to Snape's explanations, while others hurriedly prepared their cauldrons without heeding the instructions. There were those who clumsily mismanaged their ingredients, and others who, in their ordinary endeavors of stirring, managed to overturn their cauldrons altogether. Lior felt like a firefighter, desperately racing against the clock to avert Snape's impending deductions from this hapless bunch's blunders. What he was managing was not merely a salary, but the very lifeblood of the house. Just as he finished mending a Slytherin student's scorched sleeve, a piercing shriek cut through the air, emanating from none other than Ron's sister, Ginny. Her potion was bubbling violently, emitting splashes of greenish-blue liquid. Ginny and her partner ducked in a panic, narrowly avoiding the hissing chaos of the potion, while Ginny's bag was knocked over, spilling its eclectic contents across the floor, eliciting a chorus of jeers from nearby Slytherins. "Ginny Weasley, why haven't you added your second porcupine quill? Are you waiting for it to grow because you pity its diminutive size?" Snape's venomous voice rang out, seemingly relishing the chance to mock Harry's friend-ass sister. "You are just as foolish as your brothers, Weasley." Lior could see Ginny on the verge of tears. He rushed over, adding 2 drops of fluxweed juice to her cauldron, finally calming it down. He desperately signaled for Ginny to add the porcupine quill without delay. Nevertheless, the whispers around them showed no sign of abating. Blushing, Ginny bent down, hurriedly picking up her scattered belongings. "Let me help," Lior said, squatting down to assist her. Ginny had seemingly brought her entire dormitory with her. Thick stacks of tissues, a somewhat charming mirror, a well-worn wooden comb, an orange from breakfast, what appeared to be ordinary candies, a yellowed quill pen, a textbook with dog-eared covers, ink, parchment, and even a notebook whose cover was too faded to discern, reminiscent of relics from the last century. "Don't touch that," Ginny exclaimed, looking somewhat flustered. Lior regarded her quizzically as she swiftly reclaimed the notebook. "I can manage." Lior merely acknowledged her with an O, then turned his attention to the progress of other students. "You are just as foolish as your brothers, Weasley." A small Slytherin grinned, mimicking Snape's earlier words. Unable to bear it any longer, Lior strode forward and delivered a light rap to the boy's head. "Ouch, the assistant is hitting me." The little fellow quickly raised his hand. "I apologize, Professor." Lior instinctively withdrew his hand, feigning innocence. "It is never permissible to lay a hand on a student, Lee," Snape declared loudly. "Given your egregious behavior, points should be deducted from Gryffindor." "I deeply regret such a grave mistake," Lior interjected hastily. "Professor, I am willing to rectify this serious consequence. Please allow me to escort this student to the hospital wing. I will take utmost care of him, and I sincerely hope for his swift recovery from such a severe injury." Snape appeared torn between speaking and remaining silent. As Lior reached out to take the Slytherin student, Snape finally spoke. "It is still potions class. Keep an eye on your cauldrons." Turning his head, Lior noticed a dozen pairs of eyes immediately drop to their work. "Do your job," Snape murmured to Lior, "and do not overstep your bounds." Lior nodded earnestly. He understood the great bat's strategies all too well, It was merely a matter of amplifying the trivial while trivializing the significant. As long as he exaggerated the facts first, Professor Snape would have no recourse against him. By the time class was nearing its end, students finally began to hand in their potions, one by one. Aside from a few clumsy souls who accidentally spilled potion on themselves while transferring it to bottles, there were no further mishaps. Exhausted, Lior leaned against the podium, watching as the new students bounced out of the classroom. Feeling utterly drained and desiring nothing more than to refrain from speaking. Now you should know how unbearable it is to teach you lot, Lee. Snape observed with a hint of schadenfreude. Thank you for your hard work, Professor, Lior replied, panting, his robe stained with an assortment of unknown substances. If you still have the strength, tidy up this mess, Snape said cheerfully. Lior glanced around the classroom. The tables and floor were nearly unrecognizable in their disarray. Remnants of various materials scattered in unexpected corners. He wished fervently that cleaning the workstations was also part of the grading criteria. Undoubtedly. He was convinced that if it were Snape, a simple cleaning charm would restore the classroom to pristine condition. However, Snape appeared disinclined to lift a finger. Reluctantly, Lior descended from the podium, muttering to himself as he moved from table to table, repeating instructions to restore order. Earning a wage was challenging. Brewing potions was no easy task. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lior grabbed his bag from beside the podium and trudged off to his next class on charms. Chapter 39, Gilderoy Lockhart arrives. The first week of school had been relatively easy, and on Saturday morning, Lior planned to visit Hagrid for tea, keeping company with his great friend who daily befriended dangerous creatures. Hagrid was visibly excited upon seeing him. He set down his kettle and waved enthusiastically from afar. Lior. Hagrid. Brand, too, was rolling toward Hagrid with great speed, prompting Lior to tug on the leash to keep up. Brand excitedly called out, Hagrid. Hagrid. Hagrid opened his arms wide, enveloping both Lior and Brand in a warm embrace. I was just about to water the pumpkins in the backyard. They've grown so much this week. Hagrid beamed, leading Lior to the vegetable patch behind his hut, where the pumpkins had reached half of Lior's height. By Halloween, you'll see them at the feast, Hagrid exclaimed joyfully as Lior followed him through the pumpkin patch. Inexplicably worried about how these 12 giant pumpkins would be transported to the castle. Lately, my lettuce patch has been overrun by slugs, Hagrid mentioned. But the urgent matter is to protect these precious pumpkins. I've sprinkled all the pest repellents here. I've learned some repelling charms. Perhaps they might come in handy. Lior suggested. No, those are magical lettuces. If you cast a repelling charm, the lettuce will grow legs and run away. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. Let us go have a cup of tea. How has your week been? I heard you've become an assistant? Yes. I help Professor Snape maintain order in the first-year potions class, Lior replied as he entered the hut with Hagrid. I was utterly exhausted after yesterday's class. Potions class is always the most arduous, Hagrid agreed. Very few students are willing to be Professor Snape's assistant. He can be rather harsh. It's frustrating, Lior lamented. He likes to compare me to fifth years, constantly assigning me mountains of reading, and he's never satisfied with my potions, believing I don't meet the level of an assistant. During yesterday's potions class, I made every effort to assist the majority of the students, yet he still perceives that I lack sufficient charisma. This is quite typical, Lior. Professor Snape has always excelled in his studies, Hagrid reassured, asserting that he often expects others to attain the same level as himself. But you have indeed exerted considerable effort, haven't you? However, his occasional behavior is truly infuriating. At times, I wonder if he harbors disdain for me. Merely tolerating my presence because no one else is willing to undertake this role, remarked Lior, comparing it to the defense against the dark arts class, which had to endure Lockhart as a professor. He promptly ceased speaking upon hearing that familiar, irksome voice outside. Who is yearning for Professor Gilderoy Lockhart? Indeed, it is I, who has just arrived. Lior and Hagrid exchanged glances as Hagrid pulled open the door. Lockhart had donned yet another pale lilac robe, and Lior found it hard to fathom the sheer number of garments he possessed, managing to wear a different outfit each day. He grinned as usual. Rubius. I heard you were preparing pumpkins for Halloween. I happen to have a few planting tips, Lior. My devoted fan. You are here because you heard I was coming, aren't you? Lior rolled his eyes in silence. Lockhart kindly grasped Hagrid's hand. Rubius, may I see your pumpkins? If they bear the signature of Gilderoy Lockhart, the students will surely go wild. You cannot sign the pumpkins, Hagrid exclaimed loudly. They are not yet mature. Your signature will hinder their ability to absorb sunlight. Lior felt momentarily dazed upon hearing the phrase not yet mature. Ah, then they must be watered and fertilized profusely, Lockhart remarked. Rubius, the vegetable patch here appears rather untidy. I suspect that your well may have been visited by a water demon, but do not fret, I can drive them away. Do you have my book, Gilderoy Lockhart Teaches You How to Eliminate Farm Pests? No, I do not, Hagrid replied, appearing somewhat impatient. Oh, you should really acquire a copy. It could greatly enhance your planting efficiency, Lockhart insisted. To prevent water demons from entering the well is quite simple. You just need to wave your wand like this and chant Aguamini, and the water demon will be dispelled. Waving a wand. Hagrid looked even more irritated. Oh, I had no idea. Of course. If your well is frequently plagued, you can also place some unicorn hair at the entrance, Lockhart continued, completely oblivious to Hagrid's annoyance. I learned this during an adventure in an ancient castle. Have you read My Breaking Up with a Ghost? Ah, Lee has surely read it. He performed quite well on my quiz. Lee, you felt an overwhelming urge to leap into the well. It's quite a remarkable story. Perhaps you remember. The ghost there could kill a 9-year-old girl with her scream and ensnare passers-by with a mist as cold as death. Hagrid yawned widely. Lee, you covered Bran's eyes to prevent him from making any outrageous comments. At midnight, I felt a bone-chilling wind sweep in. She had arrived. Clad in a tattered white gown, her hair floating like seaweed, and I did not dare to look directly into her eyes. For there are some monsters in this world that can conjure illusions through eye contact, even killing their enemies. This is a skill I gleaned from my adventures. I observed her figure through the reflection of shattered glass on the ground. Liu was nearly asleep. At that moment, I was not perceived as Gilderoy Lockhart. Can you guess what she mistook me for? Her lover from life, Liu replied flatly. Professor Lockhart, the details in your book are rather rich. I believe this story would be even more captivating if one were to read your book personally, would it not? Indeed, indeed. I have yet to read any of his works, not a single one, Hagrid exclaimed. Now, I must go prepare lunch for my Fong. How regrettable. Lockhart said with a hint of disappointment, wishing to say more when Fong had already bounded over to Lockhart's leg, tugging at his collar and shaking his head. Lockhart jumped up in alarm. It was one of his favorite robes, and he had to leave in haste. Well, if you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. You know where to find me. I shall send you a signed copy of my book tonight. Farewell. Lockhart hurriedly exited the wooden hut, striding toward the castle. Chapter 40. The Unexpected Bounty of Potion Ingredients. What a self-important fool. Hagrid glared at Lockhart's retreating figure, slamming the door in anger. You read his book during the holidays? I never anticipated that his writing would be so deceiving. He is quite the fraud, Liu remarked, releasing Brand, who was bouncing on the ground, shouting clown. Soon, there was another knock at the door. Again, Hagrid stood up and yanked the door open, ready to express his irritation, only to find Harry, Hermione, and Ron at the threshold. Hagrid's expression instantly brightened. I've been wondering when you would come to visit. Come in. Come in. We were just thinking it might be Professor Lockhart returning. Ron's face looked dreadful, pale, and tightly shut, as he was assisted into the small hut by Harry and Hermione. What happened to Ron? Liu inquired. Did someone poison his breakfast? It was the slug curse. Harry replied, visibly annoyed. Ron intended to curse Malfoy, but the spell backfired from the wrong end of his wand. Ron looked at Hagrid with teary eyes, his throat convulsing. And suddenly, he leaned forward, expelling several slippery slugs from his mouth. Ron's expression was one of deep agony. Hagrid swiftly pushed a copper basin toward him. Better out than in, Ron. Just let it all out. Hagrid's words seemed to trigger something. As Ron bent over the basin and began to heave, the sound of slugs echoing within the bowl. Such a spell exists? Liu exclaimed in wonder. Can I take this basin of slugs home? Free potion ingredients. Ron retched even harder. Even under the best circumstances, this is an exceptionally difficult spell, Hermione fretted. Ron is using such an old wand. Is there any way to repair that wand? Liu asked, to which the three of them shook their heads. What was Lockhart doing here just now? Harry inquired. He was teaching me how to prevent water demons from entering the well, Hagrid said, clearly irritated. Wiping the table as he continued to brew herbal tea, as if I didn't know. He boasted about how he drives away ghosts. If even one of those statements were true, I would eat the teapot. Clown. Brand continued to shout. Ron, hunched over, couldn't help but vomit 2 more slugs. Hermione looked decidedly displeased. I think you are being a bit unfair. Professor Dumbledore obviously believes he is the most suitable candidate. The only candidate. Hagrid served them a plate of toffee. I mean, the only one. Finding a defense against the dark arts teacher is quite challenging. People are reluctant to take the position, deeming it cursed. No one lasts long in that role. Snape would love to take it, Harry quipped, as is well known. Professor Snape, Harry, Hagrid corrected. Professor Dumbledore has considerable faith in Professor Snape. He wouldn't let him take such a risk lightly. Harry muttered something under his breath, seemingly hoping that Snape would hastily vacate the premises. Hagrid awkwardly shifted the subject. Who was Ron intending to curse? Malfoy. Malfoy had just hurled an insult at Hermione. It must have been quite vile, for everyone was infuriated. Harry responded, extremely malicious. Ron hoarsely added, looking rather feeble, Malfoy called her a mudblood, Hagrid. His words trailed off as he bent down, another large slug emerging from his throat. Yet Hagrid had already caught what he said, and the enormous half-giant's face turned crimson with rage as he barked at Hermione. Is it true? Yes, Hermione replied, but I don't know what it means. I can tell it's very rude. He likes to refer to me that way, said Lee Jordan. I asked him, and he said it refers to those of Muggle descent. It's the most derogatory term he could conceive. Ron popped his head up again, breathless. Mudblood is a derogatory term for those whose parents are non-magical. Some wizards, like the Malfoys, always feel superior because they are of so-called pure blood. He burped, and a slug flew into his palm, which he promptly tossed into the basin. Who else cares? There aren't that many purebloods at Hogwarts, are there? Lee inquired. After all, even the notoriously acerbic Professor Snape hasn't been seen attacking others based on their bloodline. Indeed, we all know that pure blood signifies nothing, but in their eyes. It's a most contemptuous label, Ron said, trembling as he wiped his pant leg with his palm. Then used the back of his hand to dab the sweat from his forehead. It implies dirty, inferior blood. Utter nonsense. Most wizards are of mixed blood. If we didn't intermarry with Muggles, we would have long since gone extinct. Ron bent over again, unable to suppress another wave of retching. Well, I don't blame you for wanting to curse him, Ron, Hagrid declared loudly as another slug plopped into the basin. But perhaps it's a blessing that your wand's malfunctioning. If you had actually cursed that little brat, Lucius Malfoy would have stormed into the school. At least you avoided trouble. Hagrid's words held some truth. Ron and Harry had just gotten into trouble with their flying car, and Lucius had every reason to expel them. Yet Lee envisioned Malfoy, sputtering slugs and incoherently shouting, I'm going to tell my dad, and nearly burst into laughter. They continued their conversation in Hagrid's hut until it was time for lunch, at which point Hagrid reluctantly departed to prepare a meal for Fawn. Lee, cradling a basin full of slugs, followed the trio down the hill. Ron occasionally hiccuping and ejecting 2 small slugs, which Lee eagerly caught, not wanting to miss a chance to gather free materials. Upon returning to the castle, they encountered Professor McGonagall in the entrance hall. She announced the punishments for Harry and Ron regarding the flying car incident. Harry was to write a letter in reply to Gilderoy Lockhart's admirers, and Ron was to assist Filch in polishing trophies. Lee couldn't discern which of the 2 punishments appeared worse. Harry and Ron, dejected, headed off to dinner, while Hermione made her way to the library first. They bid farewell to Lee in the entrance hall. Meanwhile, Lee, embracing his treasure trove of slugs, hummed a tune as he returned to the common room amidst Filch's sharp exclamations, feeling as if he were the happiest person in the world. Chapter 41. The Hogwarts baking competition. After autumn set in, Hogwarts seemed to be drenched in rain almost daily. Following each potions class, Lee Jordan found himself meticulously checking the students' storage cabinets for damp materials. As the course progressed, incidents among the first-year potions students gradually diminished, and Lee grew more familiar with these young witches and wizards. He appeared more mature than them, and the first years dared not provoke him, revealing to him that many Slytherins were rather endearing. The experience of being a teacher felt vastly different from that of being a student, even as a teaching assistant. Over the course of a month, Lee felt his understanding of potions deepen significantly. He could now, like Snape, discern subtle differences in potion quality with a mere glance, identifying precisely where students' failed concoctions had gone awry. What troubled him, however, was that sometimes those first-year students would approach him in the common room with questions, encroaching upon his personal time and creating an awkwardness when he found himself beside older students. More vexing was the fact that Draco frequently sought him out for assistance with his homework after hearing about this. October crept up swiftly. On the 1st of October, the sky over England remained overcast, with a persistent drizzle. Lee wandered into the courtyard alone, softly singing the national anthem, his collar soaked from the rain. By the time he returned to the entrance hall, he felt a pang of nostalgia for having been away from his homeland for so long. Leo. A familiar voice called out. It was Justin Finch-Fletchley from Hufflepuff, with whom he had shared herbology class. Are you free tonight? Our house is holding a baking competition in the common room. Would you be interested? Even just as a spectator, there will be plenty of delightful prizes. It was Thursday, and Lee had no classes that evening. Typically, he would spend Thursday nights with Professor Snape, preparing for the first-year potions class the following day. However, he was nearly exhausted from his encounters with the first years and felt that Professor Snape had no reason to deny him a break. Thank you, Justin. I look forward to it, Lee replied with a smile. Justin was overjoyed. That's fantastic. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the common room after dinner. You can invite a few friends. The more, the merrier. After completing his potions class that afternoon, Lee hesitated before approaching Professor Snape. Professor, I'm going to attend Hufflepuff's baking competition tonight. You can bake? Snape's expression conveyed disbelief. Lee felt somewhat disheartened. Did he really appear only capable of concocting frog entrails and slugs? Professor, if we finish early, I will bring you back a dessert. Lee recalled that Snape had a fondness for pudding. Snape pondered for a moment. No need. You are free tonight. as long as it does not interfere with tomorrow morning's potions class. Thank you, Professor, Lee exclaimed before rushing off, fearing that the dark bat might change his mind at any moment. Having the evening free felt liberating for Lee. After dinner, he brought Lysander along to Hufflepuff's common room, which was not far from the Great Hall. Descending the main staircase and walking down the corridor past the kitchens, they spotted Justin standing by a pile of wooden barrels. You made it, Justin exclaimed, even more delighted to see Lysander, as they had been grouped together in herbology. What is the password? Lee inquired. Leo, you are in for a surprise, Lysander replied, waggling a finger at him. The entrance to Hufflepuff doesn't require a password, but... He raised his hand and knocked on the bottom of one of the barrels, which then opened with a rotating lid. Lee and Justin exchanged astonished glances. How did you know? They asked in unison. Lysander shrugged. This isn't my first time here. He then squeezed through the opening. All right, Justin explained to Lee. We need to knock on that barrel in the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff. It's the second barrel in the second row. Just make sure not to mess up the rhythm. As he demonstrated, he refrained from climbing in first, allowing Lee to go ahead. What happens if we mess it up? Lee asked curiously. It's quite serious, Justin replied, pushing Lee's back to help him climb inside. You'll get doused in vinegar. Lee began to understand why Lysander had occasionally emitted a sour odor. In the Hufflepuff common room, everything was round. The circular hall, the round windows, and the circular doors. Now, at the center of the lounge, a round table had been set, laden with pots, bowls, and a plethora of ingredients. Leo pondered earnestly whether cooking in the common room would contravene school regulations, but upon recalling the dazzling fireworks and fire lizards that often graced the Gryffindor common room, he felt reassured. At last, you have arrived, exclaimed Ernie Macmillan, his arms crossed as he regarded Leo and Lysander. Have you decided on what signature dish you will prepare? Holiday pudding, Leo replied, to which Ernie nodded approvingly and cleared a path. Go wash your hands. We are about to begin. Isn't the kitchen right next to you? Leo whispered to Justin. Why not cook in the kitchen? After all, it is the school's kitchen. Justin shrugged. Applying for a venue is rather cumbersome. We also prefer not to allow other houses into the common room, Ernie interjected. While this is typically against the rules, there are no larger spaces available tonight. You know how it is. The grounds are soaked from the rain. Were they initially planning to cook on the grounds? Cedric. Justin waved at a handsome upperclassman, whose bright gray eyes lent him an ethereal quality, as if he were bathed in a soft moonlight. Upon noticing them, he smiled shyly. Justin, you brought 2 Gryffindors? Indeed, Cedric. Justin greeted enthusiastically. This is Leo, and this is Lysander Williams. They are also participating in our baking competition. He then turned to Leo and Lysander. This is Cedric, our 4th-year senior and captain of the Quidditch team. Admiration laced Justin's words. Hello, Cedric said somewhat shyly as he shook their hands. I hope you all have fun tonight. At the far end of the hall, Ernie had already begun to call out. Contestants, take your places. Leo and Lysander quickly selected a pot, though it hardly mattered, as the circular hall meant everyone was equidistant from the central ingredients. The method for making holiday pudding was not dissimilar to that of a muggle milk pudding, the only distinction being the addition of mistletoe berries, airships, and cinnamon. Leo and Lysander clumsily attempted to heat the milk, both having little culinary experience. While Leo had at least learned to make a few snacks alongside Hagrid, Lysander was utterly at a loss, resorting to directing Leo based solely on the recipe paper. Fortunately, the culinary skills of the other students were hardly superior. Leo watched in horror as Hannah extracted several charred remains from the oven, guessing they once resembled cookies. Learning from this cautionary tale, Leo anxiously monitored the pudding in the oven, fearing their efforts would go to waste. Lysander, appearing far more relaxed, seized the opportunity to toss in a few chunks of chocolate and fished out some fire lizard scales from his pocket. Lysander, what are you doing? Leo asked. The judges will be tasting the finished dish. It's just special chocolate, Lysander replied. George once mentioned it to me, but I'm not entirely sure how it will turn out. Upon hearing George's name, Leo felt a sense of foreboding. 2 hours elapsed, and a senior Hufflepuff raised a hand at the door, prompting Ernie to declare the contest concluded. In an instant, the pots and bowls on the table vanished, leaving only the dishes plated for display. Before Leo and Lysander sat a plate of pudding that appeared somewhat acceptable, alongside a lump of molten chocolate that was oozing and sputtering. Lysander seemed eager to drizzle the chocolate over the pudding, transforming the dish into something resembling a mushroom, but Leo firmly declined the suggestion. The judging was entrusted to Max Cooper, a 4th-year student known for his family's long-standing restaurant in Hogsmeade, boasting a lineage of exceptional culinary talent. Although most students produced only simple snacks like cookies and salads, Max approached each dish with earnest consideration. He stood before Leo, scooped a piece of pudding with a small spoon, and cautiously tasted it, nodding in approval. He then turned his gaze to the chocolate in Lysander's hands. Is this also your creation? Yes, it's Firefall chocolate, Lysander replied. Would you care to try some? Max, skeptical, took a small spoonful. A flicker of flame seemed to dance within, causing him to hesitate. However, as Lysander looked on with hopeful anticipation, he decided to trust the Gryffindors one last time and consumed the chocolate. Sparks began to shoot from his ears and nostrils. Max opened his mouth to speak, but sparks erupted from his lips instead, transforming him into a veritable human firework, eliciting terrified gasps from the surrounding Hufflepuffs. Lysander, Lior shouted amidst Ernie's murderous glare. Is there an antidote? No, but it will pass soon. Lysander replied. I thought it would be cool. Perhaps it needs some refinement? The sparks around Max's ears indeed began to diminish. Red-faced, he rubbed his ears, while Ernie frowned. No. This should be reserved for the joke competition. We are in a baking contest. Disqualified. Get them out. Deduct points. Several Hufflepuffs chimed in with agreement. All right. Lysander raised his hands in surrender. This was merely an accident. We should apologize, but we genuinely did not intend for this to happen. Lior hurriedly poured water for Max. Though he anticipated that the situation was unlikely to improve, Lysander seemed to relish the idea of Max breathing fire. Max downed 3 cups of water, and his throat finally ceased its fiery emissions, though he occasionally emitted a hissing sound. It's all right, Max said, regaining his composure. It actually tastes quite good. He fairly awarded them a score of 7, which only deepened Lior's guilt. Afterward, Max encountered drinks that changed hair color and pastries that dodged forks, but clearly, these were far less hazardous and infinitely more amusing than Lysander's chocolate. Until the judging concluded. Ernie's expression towards Lysander remained sour. Only a few first-year students showed interest in Lysander's chocolate. They stood hand in hand against the wall, bobbing their heads. Sparks continuously shooting from their ears, nearly forming a fiery serpent. Cedric, freshly returned from practice, entered just as the sparks showered over him. His rain-soaked form emanating a white mist, looking as if he might ignite at any moment. What a lively atmosphere, Cedric marveled, brushing off the sparks from his shoulders before hastily returning to his studies. Ernie Macmillan declared, we organized this competition to foster camaraderie among everyone. Justin interjected, regardless of everyone's rankings, we have prepared a small gift, lucky fortune cookies in a jar. Please collect them from Ernie. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Ernie appeared reluctant to give any to Lysander, grunting as he handed 2 portions to Lior before shooing them away. Well, I appreciate this gift, Lysander remarked, pulling out one of the cookies as they walked. Do you have these in China? Lior shook his head. I haven't spent much time in China, so I haven't seen them. Lysander cracked open the fortune cookie, revealing a slip of paper that read, You will encounter misfortune in 5 minutes. So precise? Lysander laughed heartily. I expected something like keep it up. You will succeed. However, they had not ventured far when, suddenly, Lysander shrank down and was propelled to the opposite end of the corridor. He was holding a chocolate when it was abruptly knocked over, spilling entirely onto his head, ominously oozing flames. Liao lowered his gaze to find a banana peel trap laid out in the corridor, presumably by some mischievous soul. He swiftly withdrew his foot. You little imp! Lysander exclaimed. I was holding something. Oh dear. The imp emerged from the nearby suit of armor. This is a disaster. I shall fetch Mr. Filch to assist you. You rascal! Come back! Lysander shouted, all the while shooting off fireworks, as the imp flew away, pointing and cackling. Filch arrived shortly, brandishing a mop and casting a terrifying glare at Lysander, who was dripping with chocolate, and at Liao, who was busy collecting banana peels from the floor. What on earth are you doing? Filch bellowed. You've made a complete mess of this place. It was the imp, sir, Liao endeavored to explain. Yet, Filch's gaze was fixed intently on the chocolate dripping from Lysander's head, as if he had resolved to teach them a lesson. I've had enough of you lot. You've turned the castle into a pigsty. William, clean yourself up and come with me, Filch commanded, tossing the mop to Lior Lee. You stay behind and tidy this up. With a heavy sigh, Lior resigned himself to mopping the floor. He hastily scrubbed a few spots before casting the mop aside and hurriedly arranging the remaining puddings onto a tray to deliver to Snape's office. He knocked on the door but received no response. Standing there for a moment, he contemplated whether to check the staff lounge when, in the next instant, Lockhart emerged from within. Ah, Liao, are you looking for Professor Snape? Lockhart said, overly familiar as he draped an arm around Liao's shoulders. He asked inside. And what do you have there? Ah, undoubtedly a holiday pudding. One of my female admirers often sends me such desserts, but you know, indulging in sweets can take a toll on my dental health. For a public figure of my stature, maintaining perfect teeth is paramount. After all, I've won the Most Charming Smile award 5 times in a row. Liao, being young, you should really limit your sweet intake. Professor Lockhart, unless there is nothing else, Please do not impede Lee in my work, came Snape's cold voice from the office. All right, Lee. It seems Professor Snape has some tasks for you. You carry on, and do come find me when you have the time. Lockhart finally released Li Yao. I have more dental care tips to share. Li Yao felt as though he had been yearning to seek advice from this charlatan. He was unaware of what Lockhart had discussed with Snape, but it was evident that it was hardly a serious matter, as Snape's brow was furrowed in a way that could have squeezed out a substance named impatience. Li Yao placed the pudding on Snape's desk, and the professor's expression softened slightly. The materials for tomorrow are ready. You may head back early, Li. Li Yao sincerely hoped that the materials were not prepared immediately after Lockhart's visit. What did Professor Lockhart come here for? Li Yao inquired. That is not your concern. Snape replied coldly. I apologize, sir. He came to share some of his home remedies for dehumidifying ingredients. Snape ground out. But I believe you have no need for such nonsense. Li Yao understood. He retrieved a fortune cookie he had just received from Hufflepuff. Professor, I received a box of fortune cookies tonight. Would you like a piece? No, thank you, Snape declined, but Li Yao placed one on his desk nonetheless. Snape said nothing further, merely gesturing for him to leave promptly. It seemed Lockhart's presence had cast a long shadow, as the professor now exhibited no desire for company. Once Li Yao departed, Snape carefully cracked open the so-called fortune cookie. He had eaten such treats in his youth. They contained nothing but random phrases penned by merchants, such as you will find good fortune tomorrow, or be cautious, or you may lose your life, all rather tedious. Fortune, after all, was an elusive concept, and seeking it within a cookie was an act of utter folly, Snape mused. Yet, having not tasted one in so long, he could not help but wonder what he might find. With his slender, bony fingers, he slowly extracted the fortune inside. You will lose something precious in 2 months. Snape promptly discarded it into the trash. Utterly foolish. Chapter 43. The morning breeze sweeps over Hogwarts. Perhaps due to the weather turning too briskly, colds began to circulate throughout the school. Li Yao found himself visiting Professor Snape increasingly often, as he needed to work overtime to concoct more invigorating potions for the infirmary to combat the flu. He was nearly permeated with peppermint, yet still. Professor Snape mocked the evident side effects of his potions. Numerous students found their ears emitting steam for hours after consumption, rendering the classroom exceedingly comical, particularly in potions class, where some students' ears produced more steam than the cauldrons. Li Yao wished fervently for Snape's guidance on how to ameliorate this aspect, but evidently, Snape took delight in the phenomenon, as he himself was not afflicted by the cold. Lysander had also succumbed to illness, yet he consistently refused to take the invigorating potions, thus brazenly extending his sick leave. Li Yao attempted to mix the invigorating potion into his milk, only to be discovered due to the overpowering scent. Ron's sister, Ginny, also struggled to muster any energy. At Percy's behest, Li Yao labored to prepare her the best invigorating potion, but she still appeared lacking in vitality. Even the staff was not spared from this affliction. Filch was severely ill, which only exacerbated his already irritable demeanor, though he had never been particularly amiable towards the students. Professor Flitwick was also afflicted. One day, he attended class with wads of tissue stuffed in his nostrils, droning on about the influence of clear pronunciation on spell efficacy. Li Yao, however, was not overly concerned for himself, as he spent each night in the cellar saturated with invigorating potion steam, making him one of the least likely individuals to catch a cold, the other being Snape. But relying on the invigorating potions was clearly not a sustainable solution. To bolster his health, he began to drag Lysander along for morning runs around Hogwarts Castle, as mandated during their primary school years. Will this truly be effective? Lysander gasped. I feel more likely to drop dead from overexertion than from the flu. Of course, Li Yao replied earnestly. Haven't you heard? A daily walk can extend your life to 99. What? You call this a walk? Lysander exclaimed. Besides, wizards already have long enough lives. Don't you think that after a morning run, one feels quite uplifted? I think I might prefer to collapse. No, cheer up, Lysander, Li Yao winked, spotting Harry and the others ahead. Lysander instantly understood, steadying his breath to offer a wan smile to the trio. Li Yao, Lysander, you're up bright and early. Hermione remarked. What are you doing? We are jogging, Lysander replied, his tone now buoyant as if he had transformed into a different person. Li Yao says it can prevent colds and make our day of study much more pleasant. Really? Harry asked. I believe I've read something similar in a book. Hermione pondered thoughtfully. Don't tell me you two aren't thinking. Ron looked at them in horror. Join us, Lysander proposed. Li Yao. What was that golden saying of yours? Life is all about movement. Li Yao declared. Movement is the essence of magic. And only when our bodies are in motion can magic be fully realized. Hermione began to contemplate how to translate this phrase into more relatable language. Half an hour later, 5 figures gradually sprinted from the foot of the castle. Would this truly be effective? Ron felt as exhausted as a parched dog. and I sensed that I was more likely to succumb to a fatal collapse from overexertion than from the flu. Lysander fared little better, his shoulders swaying as he attempted to conserve energy through inertia. Yet, upon hearing Ron's words, a smirk of schadenfreude crept onto his face. Indeed, I just uttered the very same sentiment. You won't collapse, Ron, Hermione reassured him, and besides, we are indeed warming up. Well, this is certainly warmer than Quidditch practice, Harry said, struggling to roll up his sleeves, but I have Quidditch training tomorrow morning. Understood, Lee said promptly. Then we shall wait for you on Monday. Harry appeared somewhat reluctant for them to wait, yet he did not wish to dampen his friend's spirits. All right. After all, running is far more enjoyable with company. Lysander winked at them. Given the flu's rampant spread in the house, we should impart this effective method to others. Hermione seemed to find this quite reasonable. If our house cultivates such a commendable habit, Professor McGonagall would surely be pleased. Ron, sprawled on the ground, feebly gestured an okay, appearing utterly spent and unable to utter another word. The following morning, Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, Lavender Brown, and Parvati Patil, the entire second-year Gryffindor cohort, marched past the castle entrance. With so many gathered, conversation became somewhat cumbersome. To alleviate the monotony, Lee suddenly shouted, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lysander echoed. Gryffindor, the pride of the ages. Lee regarded him with admiration. Our head of house will transform into a cat. Lee wished to halt the ensuing chaos, but it was too late. With Lysander initiating, Seamus and Dean joined in unison. Our head of house will transform into a cat. Other students paused in surprise before stifling laughs and joining in. Gryffindor, the pride of the ages. Our head of house will transform into a cat. The voices of those engaged in physical activity resounded, each wave of sound overwhelming the last, soon prompting heads to peek out from the castle to see what was amiss. What on earth are you doing so early? Professor Snape's voice emerged ominously, causing the students to gradually cease their commotion. Neville, flushed and dripping with sweat, collapsed onto the grass as soon as he halted. Just as Lee intended to explain, he noticed his classmates silently step back, seemingly conceding him the role of spokesperson with Snape. We are engaging in morning exercise, Professor, Lee stated, as it enhances physical health and wards off illness. I believe we already possess a sufficiently robust infirmary, Lee, Snape replied. What does your chant signify? A form of morale boosting, Lee said, drenched in sweat. We believe it encourages everyone to engage more fully in the day's studies. I would not wish for anyone to assume you are staging an attack on Hogwarts, Snape murmured. You have disturbed the rest of the other students, and your chant seems to carry an undertone of mockery towards the headmistress. Therefore, I believe Gryffindor. There is no mockery, Professor McGonagall interjected. What they said is true, Severus. I take pride in my ability to transform into a cat. Snape's lips twitched, as if suppressing a smile. Very well, Minerva, your students have gathered outside the castle for group activities at such an early hour. I consider this a perilous endeavor. There is no rule against them collectively jogging in the morning, Professor McGonagall asserted. Hogwarts is the safest place, and on a rare day without rain, it is entirely reasonable for students to engage in outdoor activities and breathe fresh air. Professor McGonagall swiftly dismissed Snape, and everyone exhaled in relief, only to see McGonagall turn sternly to Lee. Such activities must be approved in advance next time, lest you risk misunderstandings. Lee nodded vigorously. Also, Professor McGonagall added, come up with a more powerful chant. There are many listening. Chapter 44. No Halloween is ever uneventful. The Gryffindor morning run did not last long, as Hogwarts was soon engulfed by dreary rain, rendering the sun nearly unrecognizable. However, the approach of Halloween brought a glimmer of anticipation amidst the gloomy, damp weather. Lee visited Hagrid several more times, where pumpkins now loomed larger than their caretaker. Lee was increasingly curious about how these pumpkins would be transported to the castle. The castle was quietly adorned with Halloween decorations, appearing more atmospheric than the previous year, perhaps to compensate for the disruption caused by the troll incident. Lockhart began serializing his Halloween tales during lessons. Despite everyone knowing he was merely a boastful novelist, his writing was undeniably captivating, occasionally evoking a chilling atmosphere that startled the students momentarily. Only Ginny appeared persistently unwell, perhaps frightened by the Halloween decor. Lee did his utmost to look after her during potions class, as she seemed quite lost in thought. For instance, when she was juicing figs, she appeared so weak that it seemed she might faint with an additional effort. Lee pressed down on her silver knife, applying firm pressure, and she appeared somewhat more alert. Oh, thank you, Senior. Lee frowned. Ginny, do you not wish to take a sick leave? He felt that her current state was ill-suited for such a perilous class. No, I'm fine, Ginny murmured, as if in a trance. Lee believed Ginny should join their morning run. Professor Snape had already glanced over, so Lee had no choice but to step back and observe other students. Whenever he lingered too long with Gryffindor, Professor Snape would chastise him for not treating both houses fairly, despite Lee feeling that Snape was the most unjust of all. Nevertheless, he endeavored to distribute praise evenly, avoiding giving Snape any ammunition. He began inspecting a Slytherin student named Jovian Grinding Snake Fangs, who appeared visibly anxious, prompting him to offer a few compliments about speed and quality. Colin, beside him, appeared somewhat disgruntled, vigorously pounding his pestle. Lee felt compelled to find additional commendations for him. Snape's expression darkened once more, so he hurried over to Slytherin, seizing every opportunity to commend them. "You treat my students as if they were a group of incompetent imbeciles," Snape derided in a low voice as Lee returned to the podium for a breather. "Students are more inclined to strive for improvement when they see tangible benefits, are they not?" Lee countered. "What benefits does studying potions provide?" Snape inquired. "I do not recall ever praising you. But you do pay me," Lee replied earnestly, "which is more effective than anything else, sir." Snape scoffed. "You toil tirelessly to master this subject merely for monetary gain? Is there no higher aspiration?" Lee blinked. "Of course, to enhance my prestige, brew glory, and even stave off death." This was the exact wording from Professor Snape's first lesson. "Do not recite my phrases," Snape admonished, brushing off his sleeves. "Potions is the field with the greatest potential. There are numerous benefits to be unearthed, so continue to explore, Lee." Lee was eager to delve deeper, provided the workload could be somewhat lighter. He navigated through Friday without incident, and the following day ushered in the long-anticipated Halloween feast. Bats fluttered throughout the hall, and Draco shouted that the Chinese student must also be inside, only to be unceremoniously knocked to the ground by Ron. Hagrid's enormous pumpkin had been carved into a lantern, and Lysander happily crawled inside its mouth, attempting to push the pumpkin from within. The Weasley twins, having heard that Dumbledore was inviting a skeleton dance troupe, mimicked the skeletons with a series of grotesque, jerky movements that elicited hearty laughter from those around them. As the banquet commenced, Dumbledore announced that he had hidden some lucky candies throughout the castle, encouraging everyone to seek them out tonight and tomorrow. The table was laden with an exquisite array of delicacies, and aside from Neville, who turned a shade of green at the sight of French snails after having just dissected one with Snape, the others indulged in the feast with abandon. "How peculiar that we haven't seen that group of ghosts on Halloween," Liu remarked. "Isn't this their festival? Perhaps they have ventured elsewhere to celebrate," Lysander suggested. "Ghosts don't require the living for their festivities." "Strange, have you seen Hermione?" Liu inquired, peering around. "Why is she absent again this year? Last Halloween banquet she hid away and cried, only to encounter a troll. It's audacious of her to skip out this time." "Oh dear, you should be asking why Harry, Ron, and Hermione are all missing," Lysander interjected. "Perhaps they are patrolling the corridors again." Liu felt an unsettling premonition. After all, every time those three ventured out alone, their house's hourglass seemed to lose a precious segment of points. "I must go find them," he declared. "Do you have your invisibility cloak?" "Of course, I will accompany you," Lysander replied, retrieving a small square from his bag. "Let us first traverse the corridors to scout for those candies." Liu suspected that this might be Lysander's true intention. They excused themselves from the Great Hall under the pretense of visiting the restroom, and, once out of sight, paused in a discreet location. Lysander pointed his wand at the small square, uttering, "Expand." The square quickly swelled into a wide and supple invisibility cloak. "Let us check the common room. Perhaps they are clandestinely working on their assignments," Lysander suggested. Liu nodded, and together they hastened toward the stairs. "We must exercise caution. The disillusionment charm has somewhat worn off," Lysander warned. "If we encounter the fat lady, she will certainly notice us." "Lysander, we are unlikely to encounter the fat lady," Liu whispered, taking a deep breath. "It seems she has already passed on." Before them, the fat lady was suspended from the torch, her limbs rigid and her eyes wide in terror. Her fur bristled. "Oh," Lysander instinctively took a step back. "I think we ought to leave." "Tell me this is not their doing." Liu's voice trembled as he retreated in panic. Which student would dare lay hands on the fat lady? Mr. Filch would go mad. Yet, as they turned to flee, they collided with Harry and his companions rushing toward them. "Who goes there?" Harry exclaimed, brandishing his wand at the writhing shadow before him. "Harry." Liu emerged from beneath the invisibility cloak. "The fat lady has been attacked. There are words here." Hermione approached the wall, softly reading the blood-red inscription. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the enemies of the air." "What does that mean?" Ron stammered. "Is the fat lady at odds with some air?" Lysander, Liu. Harry appeared startled. "Did you see anything?" "All we saw was the fat lady," Liu replied. "We came out to find you, and upon our exit, we discovered her in this state." "Listen to me. We should leave this place," Ron urged. "I do not wish to be found here." "Let us return to the banquet," Lysander agreed. "Clearly, none of us are guilty." However, it was already too late. A cacophony erupted in the corridor, swelling like a boiling pot. Just as they attempted to exit, they were met by a throng of students, chattering boisterously. It was too late to feign nonchalance. Liu shut his eyes, wishing fervently that he had mastered the disillusionment charm. Soon, the chatter ceased abruptly. The students glanced at the fat lady's lifeless form, then at Harry and his companions standing in the corridor, each one rendered speechless in shock. Only one individual seemed unfazed. He stepped forward from the crowd, proclaiming loudly, "Beware of the enemies of the air. You are next, mudbloods." It was Draco Malfoy. He appeared quite exhilarated. Advancing to the forefront, casting an evil grin at the seemingly lifeless fat lady, sending a chill down Liu's spine. Lysander tightened his grip on the invisibility cloak, pulling Liu, eager to retreat into the crowd, but the students instinctively parted around them, maintaining their distance, deliberately isolating them. What happened here? What is wrong with my cat? My cat? Mr. Filch, having heard the commotion, squeezed through, and then let out a wail of despair, the likes of which they had never heard before, as he stumbled toward the wall, only to recoil in terror. Liu and Lysander exchanged glances, hastily donning the invisibility cloak and fleeing. Who passed by? Did they kill my cat? Filch seethed, nearly biting his own tongue in rage. Trembling as he pointed at their retreating figures, his voice cracking, "It must be them. I will kill them. I will." Filch collapsed heavily behind them, and they lowered their heads, daring not to utter a sound, hastily ascending the stairs. It was not until they reached the common room that Liu and Lysander finally removed the invisibility cloak and collapsed onto the sofa. "Is this truly wise?" Liu inquired. "He will undoubtedly suspect us." "Mate, staying there was hardly a better option," Lysander gasped. "Harry and the others did not follow. They will be interrogated first. We were not with them. If they are innocent, our suspicion will only deepen." Liu wiped the sweat from his brow. "You are well read. What do you think is unfolding?" Lysander asked. "The chamber mentioned on the wall and the air. It is the chamber of Slytherin," Liu replied dryly. "I am not entirely certain. It seems to be a legend mentioned in Hogwarts, a history. It is said that Slytherin built a chamber within the school, which only his heir can unlock, releasing a monster to eliminate all those of impure blood." "Eliminate?" Lysander questioned. "Did I mishear you? Not expel, but kill? After all, it is merely a legend. It is bound to contain elements of exaggeration," Liu responded uncertainly. "But who is Slytherin's heir now? Perhaps it is Malfoy?" Lysander speculated. "That aligns with his ideals, given his smug demeanor. If it were truly him, he would not be so ostentatious." Liu shook his head. The door to the common room swung open, and several students climbed in. Upon seeing them, they hesitated, saying, "William, Lee, Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you in Professor Lockhart's office." Liu sighed. "Very well, very well." He stood up with Lysander. Lockhart's office was situated on the 3rd floor, a space that once belonged to Quirrell. Liu had visited a few times, but upon entering, he was overwhelmed by an unfamiliarity. The walls were adorned with a multitude of Lockhart's personal photographs, each one of him smiling annoyingly in unison. "Welcome, Mr. William, Mr. Lee." Dumbledore gestured for them to take a seat. They noticed Harry and the others slumped in the shadows away from the candlelight. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Lockhart were also standing near the table, while Mr. Filch wept bitterly, clutching the back of a chair. Liu yearned to hide behind Snape's ample robes, but was intercepted as Snape pulled him to a more prominent position. "It was them. They killed my cat," Filch cried, his face streaked with tears. "Calm down, Argus," Dumbledore reassured him. "It requires exceedingly advanced dark magic. It is impossible for second-year students to accomplish such a feat." "He knows dark magic, doesn't he?" Filch appeared nearly deranged, casting a glance at Liu, who had a checkered past, and then at Lysander beside him, who furrowed his brow, recalling their presence at the time. Liu felt this was an utterly unjust accusation. He had merely dabbled in minor spells under Quirrell's tutelage last year, when his foundational magic skills were still rudimentary. Quirrell could hardly teach any sophisticated incantations. As for Lysander, his parents had been incarcerated in Azkaban for over a decade. "I'm sorry, we are not as formidable as you presume, sir," Liu protested. "We had no motive to harm Mrs. Norris, sir. We have always held you and your cat in high regard, and we are sincerely distressed by this." Snape interjected from the shadows. "Our current inquiry, Mr. William, Mr. Lee, is why you were found in the corridor on the 2nd floor?" Liu swallowed hard. "We noticed that Harry and the others were missing during dinner and feared they had overslept, so we intended to find them. We encountered Neville just upstairs. He can attest that we had not departed for long. Lee, upon discovering your classmate's absence, why did you not report it to the head boy or the head of house first?" Snape inquired softly. "If you were to encounter the assailant who petrified Mrs. Norris, do you believe you could handle the situation better?" "No, Professor," Liu wished to argue, but it seemed futile. "Why did you flee upon seeing Mr. Filch approach?" Snape continued. "There were numerous students witnessing. Where did you intend to escape?" Because we feared being mistaken for the culprit. Leo's face flushed. Mr. Filch threatened to kill us. We ran to the common room, and a returning upperclassman told us to come here. Snape appeared oddly amused, his expression betraying a suppressed smile. Suddenly, Leo seized upon a critical point. Excuse me, Professor, did you just say that Mrs. Norris was petrified? Is she still alive? Filch shot him a resentful glare. Do you wish her dead? Mrs. Norris has merely fallen victim to a petrifying curse, Dumbledore observed with a scrutinizing gaze. I believe I can cure her. Professor Sprout has acquired some mandrake, and once they mature, we can concoct a potion. I can brew it. Lockhart exclaimed eagerly. I must have prepared the mandrake revival potion at least 100 times. And the publisher is pressing me to finalize my manuscript on the miraculous life of the mandrake scream. Leo rolled his eyes, unreservedly expressing his disdain. He felt that if Lockhart were to handle the potion, Mrs. Norris's fate would be decidedly grim. Snape, unable to contain himself, coldly remarked, Pardon my interruption, but I believe I am the potions master of this institution. An awkward silence enveloped the room. Leo struggled to suppress laughter, his discomfort palpable. Chapter 46, Trapped by Snape's Schemes. In the dead of night, Leo and Lysander toiled under Filch's murderous gaze, armed with rags and scrapers, attempting to erase the words scrawled upon the wall. Yet, no matter how vigorously they scrubbed, the paint refused to fade. Leo had exhausted every cleaning spell he could conjure, to no avail. However, Mr. Filch insisted they must remove the inscriptions before they could leave. They were at an impasse. Leo began to contemplate what preparations would be necessary for sleeping in the corridor. Mr. Filch, Lysander said, wringing out his rag. Could we not simply paint this wall red? Absolutely not possible, Filch retorted savagely. The history of this castle predates your great-great-grandfather. If you dare to sully even a fraction of it, I shall have you hanging from the tower to feed the ravens. Leo silently suppressed the retort he nearly voiced about blowing the wall up and rebuilding it. Just then, the night watchman Snape appeared like a savior. Haven't you finished your cleaning yet? It is late. Students should be returning. No change whatsoever. Filch's eyes were bloodshot. Professor, this wall must be under some curse. Snape approached, delicately brushing his fingers over the painted sections. It is a permanent marking charm, nothing novel. Allow me. The paint slowly faded as his fingers glided across the surface. Leo and Lysander gazed at Snape with immense gratitude. May we leave now, Professor? Return to your dormitory, Snape instructed. Do not let us catch you straying from the main group again. Leo and Lysander nodded vigorously, barely stifling a large yawn. And Snape called after them. Hand over the invisibility cloak. Professor, Leo protested, we haven't used it for anything. How can I trust you one to misuse it in the future? Snape replied coldly. I, Severus Snape, head of Slytherin House, command you to surrender the invisibility cloak. Unwillingly, Lysander retrieved the crumpled cloak from his pocket. Snape seized it triumphantly, waving them off as he departed. You think too little of my character, Lysander muttered under his breath. At least we don't have to continue scrubbing that wall. Leo consoled. I visit his office weekly. Perhaps next time I can retrieve it for you. In the next moment, both received a sharp rap on their heads. They turned in terror to find Snape lingering ominously behind them. Are you still so fond of this place? Snape intoned darkly. Shall I escort you back myself? Leo fervently hoped Snape had not overheard their previous conversation. The following day, braving the biting wind, Leo arrived at the dungeon office, only to find a note on Snape's desk, indicating he had gone to observe Slytherin's Quidditch practice and that Leo should read the books on the desk regarding the principles of the Mandrake Revival Potion and summarize them. He was to eat lunch at the appointed time without waiting for Snape. Immediately after Halloween, it seemed Slytherin's team was training rigorously, especially with the Quidditch match approaching next week. Leo flipped open the book, locating the section on mandrakes, and read a few pages with a headache, then peered around furtively, pondering where their invisibility cloak might be hidden. Perhaps it was in Snape's drawer, or possibly in the storage cabinet below. He even considered the pen holder. Leo cursed Lysander for compressing the cloak so tightly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Beneath the bookshelf, it seemed a corner of the invisibility cloak was peeking out. With a hint of hesitation, he gingerly prodded the cabinet door with his wand, uncertain whether this enigmatic and shadowy professor had laid any traps that would trigger a piercing shriek at the slightest touch. Yet, he had made a promise to Lysander. An invisibility cloak must be worth a fortune. If he failed to retrieve it, Lysander would suffer a significant loss. 30 seconds ticked by with nothing amiss, and with a resolute determination, he yanked open the cabinet. A piece of parchment, enchanted with the disillusionment charm, fluttered down, revealing a fresh note. Report for detention tomorrow night. I am deeply disappointed in you, Lee. He had been ensnared. During lunch, he caught a glimpse of Snape casting a derisive smile in his direction. Turning away, He absent-mindedly pushed around some pineapple pasta before rising to leave. On Monday evening, he knocked on the door of Snape's dungeon office with a face full of indignation. Normally, Snape refrained from imposing detention on him, considering the ample time he spent in Snape's presence. The terrifying tasks of toad stunning and caterpillar bathing that other students dreaded were merely part of his regular duties. However, this time, Snape offered him no materials. "I didn't expect you to have the audacity to come here. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Snape's voice was sharp. "Yes. I wish to reclaim the invisibility cloak," Lee replied numbly. The trap was glaringly obvious, yet he had still fallen for it. "The act of theft is reprehensible," Snape stated. "I had assumed you would be more concerned about your reputation." Lee remained silent, like a quail, too intimidated to respond. "Do you know how they perceive you? You are neither British nor pureblood, making you more susceptible to prejudice." Snape tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "If you do not value your own reputation, how can you expect others to respect you?" Lee tightened his grip on his clothing, remaining mute. "Now, everyone is aware that you are my assistant," Snape continued, fixing his gaze on him. "I cannot expect you to behave like an upstanding gentleman, but at the very least, I do not wish for you to provide others with ammunition against you. Consider this a warning." "I understand, Professor," Lee rasped. "Thank you." Snape fell silent for a few seconds before gesturing toward the back. "Go. Transcribe the phrase, 'I will never steal again,' onto a full sheet of parchment." Lee looked at the large piece of paper, adorned with the cover of a book featuring Lockhart, and felt his sense of remorse dissipate. His mind fixated solely on the question, what size font should I use? Chapter 47, Lockhart, aid me in my time of need. Throughout the following week, Lee sensed a palpable shift in the attitudes of some students toward him and Lysander. Perhaps they truly believed that the tragic fate of Madame Lorelei was their doing. Only Draco Malfoy dismissed the notion, remarking, "Those Gryffindors are hardly worthy of being heirs." His words, though blunt, held a kernel of truth. Lee thought that the lad actually possessed some wit. Meanwhile, Mr. Filch had dragged a chair to the spot where Madame Lorelei had met her demise. Vigilantly waiting to catch the perpetrator himself, Lee considered him utterly deranged. If the murderer truly showed up, what could Filch do without any magic? Regardless, Filch's eyes grew increasingly bloodshot from the loss of his beloved cat, and his temper flared with each passing day. Even the slightest noise from students passing by would provoke his ire. This created a stifling atmosphere throughout the week. Fortunately, the Quidditch match was set to commence that Saturday, injecting some much-needed vitality among the students. The first match featured Gryffindor pitted against Slytherin. As the players took to the field, nearly everyone's gaze fixated on the Slytherin team's shiny new Nimbus 2001 brooms. "What is so impressive about wealth?" Ron scoffed. "We're competing on skill." Indeed, although he said this, Seamus's expression revealed a hint of concern regarding their newly acquired brooms, which might not yet be well adjusted. Lysander appeared as if he had just awakened, his head drooping as he peacefully closed his eyes amidst the cacophony. Lysander, the match has begun." Lee shook Lysander's shoulder. Lysander's head bobbed slightly, his eyes still shut. "What were you up to last night?" Lee asked, exasperated. "Your invisibility cloak has been confiscated. I found a room." Lysander mumbled before drifting back into slumber. "What?" Lee nudged him again, but Lysander remained unresponsive, leading Lee to suspect he had not slept a wink. "Shall I escort you back to sleep?" Lee suggested. With everyone's attention diverted to the sky, no one would notice his absence. "No need," Lysander replied, tilting his head before collapsing onto Lee's lap, unconscious. Lee, rendered speechless, had no choice but to remain stiff while watching the match. The Slytherin players clearly exhibited superior flying speed compared to Gryffindor, darting around the scarlet-clad players like bolts of lightning, exuding an aura of dominance. Meanwhile, Harry and Draco hovered at the top, seemingly still searching for the golden snitch, with Malfoy performing aerial acrobatics just below Harry, resembling a butterfly buffeted by the wind. "It's rather juvenile for a seeker," Lee remarked with a click of his tongue. Across the field, Snape appeared quite proud, as Slytherin had already amassed a considerable lead. He clapped loudly, casting a triumphant glance at Professor McGonagall, who remained motionless, engrossed in Lee Jordan's commentary, exuding an air of busyness. "What is happening?" Ron shouted. "Fred and George keep circling around Harry. Perhaps it's their new strategy," Lee frowned, recognizing that their absence left a significant gap in the formation below. "They've never trained like this," Hermione noted. "It's the Bludgers. One has been targeting Harry. They're trying to knock Malfoy out." Ron exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Lee thought that, given the current circumstances, Harry was more likely to be the one in peril. Slytherin led with a score of 60-0, and Lee Jordan's voice grew grim. They cannot afford to concede any more points. The Weasley twins abandoned their pursuit of Harry and Malfoy, diving down to join their teammates in thwarting Slytherin's advances. Yet, a black dot still chased after Harry, frantically zigzagging through the air, causing them to strain their necks to follow. This isn't right, Hermione exclaimed, rising from her seat. We need to stop the match. That bludger is malfunctioning. Last year it was the broomsticks, and this year it's the bludger? Which professor has cursed Harry this time? Ron queried as they rushed. I don't know, but Lockhart certainly wouldn't do such a thing. Hermione insisted, her urgency palpable. Lee stood up alongside her. Ouch! Lysander cried, having bumped his head against a chair. However, the next moment, a chorus of gasps erupted as Harry crashed to the rain-soaked ground with a thunderous thud. Harry! Neville and others were alarmed, rushing down to the stands. A well-meaning Professor Lockhart had already reached the injured Harry, while Colin snapped photos excitedly. Lysander, just waking up, rubbed his head in confusion. Did Lockhart catch the golden snitch? It's Harry, Neville clarified. Harry's arm is broken. Professor Lockhart says he will heal it. What? He can't even mend a house elf's injury. How does he expect to fix an arm? Thankfully, Lockhart was still animatedly recounting his past healing exploits. Lee pushed through the crowd, supporting Harry's shoulder. Professor Lockhart, what Harry truly needs is the school nurse. Hermione and Ron hurried over, one supporting Harry's waist and the other his legs, intending to carry him away and deny Lockhart the opportunity to make mischief. Oh, a mere incantation is all it takes to resolve this matter. Why trouble Madame Pomfrey? Professor Lockhart declared, instructing them to set Harry down and step back. A flash of white light surged forth, and Lior felt as though something had been extracted from his right arm. His hand went numb, and Harry's body sank down, crashing once more onto the ground. Harry! Lior. Lockhart had not employed a bone-repairing spell at all. On the contrary, he had removed the bones from Lior's hand. I told you to stand back. Lockhart awkwardly attempted to justify himself. Yet it was evident that this peculiar treatment was effective, was it not? Professor Lockhart, these energetic Gryffindors can manage their minor injuries without your intervention. Snape navigated through the students, casting a glance at Harry on the floor, and then at Lior's arm, which dangled limply like a rubbery appendage in the breeze. Let them be, he mused. With Professor Lockhart's assistance, they should be able to make their way to the hospital wing on their own. Lior felt a wave of despair. Indeed, had it not been for Professor Lockhart's help, he would not have needed to go to the hospital wing at all. Chapter 48. Lysander need not skip class tomorrow. Lior and Harry, two unfortunate souls, leaned on each other with their remaining arm, escorted by Hermione, Ron, and Lysander, as they made their way to Madame Pomfrey's hospital wing. Thank you, Lior, Harry expressed earnestly. Lior sighed. Fortunately, if it were merely a fracture, Madame Pomfrey will surely mend it swiftly, and you won't miss your upcoming match. What on earth just happened? Hermione inquired. Why did that bludger keep circling around you? I have no idea, Harry replied, frustration evident in his voice. It must have been tampered with. Undoubtedly the work of those Slytherins, Ron asserted. They always play dirty. Perhaps it was Malfoy, Harry concurred. We need to find an opportunity to question him. No, it wasn't him, Lior interjected. Hermione mentioned that such magic requires the caster to maintain eye contact with it. They had been misled about Snape in the past. He had certainly not forgotten. Malfoy was up in the air, so he had the opportunity. Ron countered. But he is a seeker, Lior reasoned calmly. His task is to locate the golden snitch. If he had been focused on the bludger, we would have surely lost. Who knows? Perhaps he merely wished to exact revenge on me, Harry said with a bitter smile. What about the spectators? Lior suggested. Professor Snape did not utter any spells this time, and Professor Lockhart likely lacks the ability. Oh, perhaps Professor Lockhart intended to assist Harry in sending the bludger into the opposite goal, but his spell work was so abysmal that it resulted in this mess, Lysander chimed in. Professor Lockhart would never cheat during a match, Hermione retorted loudly. Then his proficiency is hardly commendable. Just look at Lior's arm. If he had aimed correctly at Harry. Everyone makes mistakes, Hermione defended, her cheeks flushing. Upon hearing Lockhart's name, Harry's expression soured even further. When they arrived at the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey appeared rather displeased. She promptly set about mending Harry's bones, and then turned her attention to Lior's soft, limp arm, scrutinizing it with irritation. What sort of joke is this new teacher playing? Can it be fixed? Lior asked anxiously. As Madame Pomfrey's expression suggested, it was not a simple matter. Of course it can, but it will be quite painful, Madame Pomfrey replied, tossing him a set of pajamas. You'll have to stay here overnight. With Lysander's assistance, Lior struggled to change into the pajamas, particularly finding it difficult to fit his arm into the sleeve. Shortly thereafter, other Quidditch team members arrived, surrounding Harry to lift him up and carry him off in celebration of their victory. The ward finally fell silent, leaving only Lior behind. He was relieved that they had all departed, for Madame Pomfrey had poured him a large glass of essence of bones. The liquid had already been steaming when poured from the bottle, and upon drinking it, it felt as if fire coursed through his throat. each cell on his tongue seemingly under attack. Soon, his throat felt as if it had been corroded, both spicy and scalding, prompting him to cough incessantly, nearly bringing him to the brink of vomiting. Yet this was merely the beginning. He soon felt as if something akin to blades was growing inside his arm, slicing through the flesh and slowly expanding outward. He lay pale upon the bed, his back soaked through, his mind nearly blank, feeling akin to a piece of beef being devoured by ants. I should have brought a book, Lior thought. At least it would have distracted me somewhat. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, and the sky darkened to an inky black. The door to the ward was gently pushed open once more. Lysander crept in stealthily, followed closely by Colin, who was fiddling with a camera. Lysander pulled several bottles of pumpkin juice and a plate of cake from his bag. We saved you a portion from the feast. How are you feeling? Not bad. My bones are beginning to heal, Lior replied weakly. I should be fine for class on Monday. Oh, that's unfortunate, Lysander said, sitting beside the bed and feeding Lior small sips of pumpkin juice. Colin, meanwhile, raised his camera and snapped away at his arm. Colin, can we strike a more dignified pose? Lior pleaded, drained of energy. Colin nodded, and Lior wrapped his arm around Lysander's shoulder, raising his only good hand in a gesture of victory. Ouch! Lior cried out as Lysander lifted his hand, which had lost its bones and hung limply in the air. Colin quickly snapped a photo of them, and then Lior took a deep breath, trying to shoo the battlefield journalist away. Colin, about your potions essay this week. Don't scare him. Lysander laughed, playfully patting Colin's shoulder. He heard you were still undergoing treatment and snuck out with me to see you. You snuck out. Lior turned stern. You don't have an invisibility cloak anymore. Take him back. Don't lead the younger students astray. Oh, it's just that I was worried about you, Lysander said lazily, pulling out snacks from his bag, and even thoughtfully bringing along a copy of A Brief History of Hogwarts. I wanted to show you a great spot, but I guess you'll have to wait until you're better. What? What great spot? Lior recalled Lysander's exhausted state from the previous day. Where did you go last night? Not telling you yet. Just know that it's a room you will absolutely adore, Lysander teased, wagging his finger. Colin, let us go. Take care, and I wish you a speedy recovery. Colin waved as Lysander checked the path with his crystal ball and then opened the door a crack, both slipping out like thieves. Lior lay back down, feeling exhausted. As his arm throbbed with pain, he found his eyelids heavier than even Lysander's from the day before, and soon he drifted off into slumber. The following morning, the sun shone unusually bright over Hogwarts. Lior sat up, attempting to move his right hand. The bones had nearly healed, though it felt somewhat unfamiliar, as though a crutch had been inserted into his shoulder. Madame Pomfrey brought him breakfast. Though her expression bore a hint of concern, she stretched his arm and affirmed, "It's healing nicely. You can leave once you finish your meal." Lior hurriedly consumed the still hot porridge, changed his clothes, and prepared to return to Gryffindor Tower. He distinctly remembered the intrigue Lysander had hinted at the previous day. Neville, Simon, and Dean were gathered by the fire in the common room when they spotted Lior returning and promptly waved him over. As Lee approached, he inquired, "Where's Lysander?" Simon, visibly anxious, replied, "Lysander. He was petrified." Chapter 49, Two Unfortunate Souls. What? Lior sprang to his feet. By whom? By a monster, Neville interjected, just like Mrs. Loris. When did this occur? Where? Neville and Simon exchanged glances. In the second-floor corridor, he and Colin were found collapsed together. Professor Dumbledore discovered them late last night. Colin too? Lior inhaled sharply. Was he also petrified? Indeed, Simon confirmed. Everyone was discussing it this morning. Didn't you see them in the hospital wing? Lior shook his head. I was dead to the world last night. I woke up this morning and came straight here. The realization struck him as to why Madame Pomfrey had appeared so troubled earlier. But Lysander is a pure blood. Isn't he? Simon queried. Malfoy was pale today. Perhaps he thought purebloods wouldn't be harmed. How could a monster discern who is pure blood? Lior retorted. Does it inquire about your parents before it strikes? Neville's expression darkened. With Lysander gone, the dormitory felt particularly desolate for Lior. The thought that Lysander and Colin might have perished while visiting him weighed heavily on his heart. Bran, the creature, was rolling around on Lysander's bed, emitting soft cooing sounds. Lior picked Bran up, asking, "Do you want to see him?" Bran turned to glance at him before rolling his eyes in disdain. Unlucky soul. Lior begrudgingly stuffed Bran into his bag and descended the stairs to find the hospital wing. At the corner, he encountered Professor McGonagall. "Good morning, Lee. Are you going to visit your roommate, Mr. William?" "Yes, Professor McGonagall," Lior replied, his mind troubled. "He brought me cake yesterday. I regret to hear that." "Once this batch of mandrakes matures, Madame Pomfrey will restore them," McGonagall assured. "You should gather a few companions. It's unwise to wander alone during this time." Lior understood the implication. If such a monster was indeed roaming, targeting non-purebloods, he would undoubtedly be among its intended victims. Professor McGonagall, Leo queried. But Lysander is pure blood, isn't he? I care not for blood status. McGonagall's expression was stern. No student should face danger at Hogwarts. Unable to locate Harry and the others, Leo proceeded alone to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey was unfazed by his return, sighing as she drew back the curtain of one bed, revealing Lysander lying quietly. His hair was as disheveled as ever, eyes wide open, mouth slightly ajar, seemingly attempting to communicate with Colin. Clutched tightly in his hand was the crystal ball he had taken with him the night before, faintly reflecting Colin's image beside him. Colin's expression was one of sheer terror, hands raised defensively, seemingly petrified, while still holding his camera. Leo waved his hand in front of Lysander's eyes, but they remained fixated on the ceiling, utterly unresponsive. It appeared that Lysander had seen the monster first, intending to warn Colin, but it was too late. What had they witnessed? Did the magical world harbor its own version of Medusa? I should have let you stay behind, Leo lamented, retrieving Bran. The creature hopped onto Lysander's still face, glancing between his frozen expression and the crystal ball, speaking with a strange tone of pity. Unlucky soul. Leo flicked Bran away, sending him tumbling to the ground. Bran rolled back, hopping in frustration. Who knows if Lysander could see him? I will take diligent notes for you. I hope you still remember the place you promised to take me. Leo gently patted Lysander's stone-like shoulder before departing in solitude. The news of Colin and Lysander's demise rapidly spread throughout the school, prompting students to form groups for safety, their nerves fraying under the tension. Neville even purchased a collection of odd protective charms. Neville, you need not worry, Simon finally spoke up upon seeing Neville return with a string of garlic. Malfoy claimed purebloods would not be attacked. Draco Malfoy had finally found a flimsy justification, having learned of Lysander's family history from some source. He proclaimed at the dinner table that Lysander had betrayed his family and thus faced retribution. Leo shot him a furious glare across the table. But with everyone moving in groups, he found no opportunity to confront Draco alone. Neville remained visibly terrified. Everyone knows they targeted Filch first. I'm practically useless. Neville, regardless. You passed all your classes last semester. Is there anyone here who failed? Even Goyle passed. Regardless. Neville seemed resolute in clinging to those bizarre trinkets for a sense of security. Snape had prohibited Leo from visiting his office at night, so he could only go during the day when he had no classes. However, Snape was usually occupied with teaching, leaving Leo to study the Mandrake Revival Potion materials alone. Without Lysander as a desk mate, classes became considerably duller. Occasionally, during lessons with Slytherin, Malfoy would squeeze into proximity, loudly declaring, "Why wasn't it you who was killed, Batty? I wish it were me. Then I wouldn't have to see you, Malfoy." Leo retorted, predictably earning a rap on the head from Snape. On Friday, during the first-year potions class, Colin Creevy's usual spot sat empty. The realization that his last words to Colin had been a reminder about their potions homework gnawed at Leo's conscience. Ginny, Colin's desk partner, stared at the vacant seat, looking utterly stunned. However, it was evident that her family were pure bloods. What danger could they possibly face? Unless the monster were a bull, charging at anything with red hair. Leo mused. Chapter 50, A Clean Plate. This class was theoretical, with Snape passionately elaborating on the principles of poisons. Yet the students appeared disinterested, few answering his questions, which only thickened the oppressive atmosphere. Leo took a seat at Colin's vacant spot, spreading his notes to assist Ginny in keeping pace with the lesson. Yet, Ginny seemed perpetually distracted. Her complexion was pale, her eyes blankly staring at the podium, not actually focusing on Snape, but rather lost in thought. Finally, as Snape discussed the function of snake fangs, she could no longer endure it. Crashing to the floor with a loud thud, the surrounding students jolted awake and, upon grasping the situation, erupted into quiet laughter. Miss Weasley, Snape approached, visibly irritated. Were you busy stealing last night? Apologies, Professor. Ginny lifted her head, her eyes reddened with remnants of tears. Leo reached out to help her up, but she slumped helplessly on the ground, lacking the strength to rise. Ginny's condition seemed alarming. Leo turned to Snape. She might be in shock. I should take her back to rest, Professor. Snape nodded tersely, returning to his lecture on poisons. Leo exerted nearly all his strength to assist Ginny to her feet, gently guiding her out of the classroom with a combination of pushing and pulling. As soon as they reached the threshold, Ginny leaned against the steps, needing a moment to rest. What is the matter? Leo inquired. Is it about Colin? No. Perhaps, Ginny murmured, her gaze fixed on her fingers. I have caused you trouble. The school will take care of them, Leo reassured her. Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore are diligently searching for the culprit. Everything will be fine. He spoke with a conviction he himself did not entirely feel, for Ginny appeared far from comforted, her expression rather steeped in fear. Let us go, Leo urged. Let us return and take a nap. Upon awakening, everything will surely improve. After great effort, he managed to escort Ginny back to Gryffindor Tower. By the time he returned, Potions class had already concluded, and he had to hurry off to Charms. It was not until the afternoon, during his own Potions class, that he recalled an important detail. Ginny's belongings remained in the classroom. The students had already settled in, and due to the items on Ginny's desk, they had collectively avoided sitting there. Only Ron recognized his sister's bag and hurried over to retrieve it. "This is Ginny's stuff," Ron exclaimed. "How could she be so careless?" "I think I know," Leo interjected swiftly. "She was not in a good state during Potions this morning. I took her back to the dormitory to rest and neglected her bag." "What?" Ron gasped. "Why didn't you tell me sooner, brother? How is she now?" "I do not know, Ron. Perhaps she was frightened by the petrification incident. She mentioned needing some solitude." "Uh-huh." Draco sauntered over. "Is it that the Weasley clan cannot muster a single competent offspring?" He disdainfully picked up Ginny's book, inspecting it as if it had just been unearthed from the ground. "And these gloves, were they once gnawed upon by a rat?" "Do not touch my sister's belongings," Ron retorted, brandishing his broken wand. Draco only laughed more heartily. "What do you plan to do, slug lover?" "Class is about to begin, Malfoy," Leo interjected. "Return to your seat." "What right do you have to command me?" Malfoy sneered, reaching into the bag to extract a notebook. "Let us see what Ginny Weasley has pinned in her diary." "Fear the desk." Ron furiously cast a fear charm, but it exploded in midair, causing Harry, Hermione, Leo, Draco, and the others to instinctively retreat from their desks, as if the furniture were about to devour them. "You are finished, Weasley," Malfoy jeered, retreating with a frown. "Class is about to commence." Harry, in a state of despair, gazed at his legs as they involuntarily moved further away from the desk. "Can we still attend class?" Hermione took a deep breath, saying, "Do not think of it as a desk. If you do not perceive it as such, you will not feel fear." As she stepped forward, it appeared her strategy had merit. "Oh, this is absurd. What else could such a large object be, if not a desk? A corn pancake?" Ron despaired, now backed against the wall. "This is merely a platter. This is merely a platter." Leo resolved to trust Hermione's words, murmuring softly to convince himself it was nothing more than a tray. Indeed, the fear induced by magic dissipated, and he was able to approach the tray normally. Class is starting. Snape entered the classroom with his usual unblinking demeanor. Once the students settled down, he glanced at the peculiar expressions of the first row, which was awkwardly arranged. "Everyone, sit properly at your desks. Is this desk too hot to handle, Potter?" A sharp explosion reverberated. As Snape spoke, he watched incredulously as the first row suddenly rose in unison, fearfully eyeing the desk as they began to retreat, as though it threatened to consume them. "Professor, Weasley cast a fear charm on us," Malfoy shrieked. "He has rendered it impossible for us to approach the desk." It took them considerable effort to convince themselves it was merely a platter, only for Snape to reiterate that it was, in fact, a desk. Snape observed that Harry and his companions wore expressions of sheer terror, while his prized pupil, Draco, attempted to retreat in a manner that retained some dignity. Despite his usually reliable sidekick, "It is a clean platter. It is a clean platter," Leo continued to close his eyes, repeatedly brainwashing himself. Snape's expression hinted at impending fury. "Immobulus," Snape commanded. The students felt a wave of relief as the compulsion to flee from the desk seemed to vanish entirely. 40 points from Gryffindor," Snape stated expressionlessly. "Return to your seats." Dejectedly, the group slumped back onto their chairs, while Malfoy discreetly revealed the diary he had just obtained. Grinning triumphantly at them, Ron clenched his fists, glaring at Malfoy. "I shall obliterate him," Ron declared vehemently. "I swear I shall." "I hope you do not intend to use your wand," Leo replied dully. "Perhaps a rolling pin would yield better results." They endured until the end of class, with Ron nearly lunging at Malfoy, who merely lazily tossed the diary at them. "There is nothing within. It is dull. That is private property," Ron bellowed. "Oh, right. I should leave a few words for your sister," Malfoy smirked, reclaiming the diary. "When your sister opens it, she will find the illustrious Draco Malfoy extending his greetings." Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he snapped the book shut, refusing to return it. With a toss of his head, he hurried away with Crabbe and Goyle. "Is he deranged?" Ron asked, bewildered. "Is he truly so desperate as to steal an empty notebook?" Chapter 51. Choose between sleep and work. They were unable to reclaim the diary that Draco had snatched away, but since it was empty, they could simply purchase a new one for Ginny. However, Ginny seemed to disagree. After hearing their explanation, she appeared even more troubled. "That diary must not fall into his hands. Does it hold some special significance for you?" "We have never heard you mention it at home," Ron remarked. "It is not that it contains anything," Ginny responded anxiously. "Do not tell me you write in your diary with invisible ink." Ron looked rather incredulous. "What little secrets do you harbor, Ginny? Have you fallen in love?" Ginny's cheeks flushed even deeper, and Ron exaggeratedly stepped back. We will help you retrieve it. Ginny, Hermione winked at Ron and Harry. We still have a chance. Do we not? Leo did not quite comprehend what opportunity they were referring to, but it seemed to be yet another of their little secrets. He had to set aside his concerns for Ginny, as Lysander's predicament weighed more heavily on his mind. In the past few days, he had taken the opportunity to inquire with the portraits lining the corridors. These portraits, typically eager to interact with the students, appeared bewildered when asked about events from a particular evening. Clearly, for those portraits that had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, the concept of time was nebulous. Filch's demeanor towards him had softened somewhat, as if sharing in his plight. When Leo informed him of his quest for alternative means to reverse the petrification, Filch had even warmly invited him inside for cookies. Regrettably, despite his fervent perusal of nearly every book in the library concerning remedies, he had yet to discover a reliable method beyond the mandrake draft. He had inquired of Snape as to why he did not procure ready-made mandrake juice from elsewhere. Presumably due to the complexities surrounding its preservation, few would dare to risk transporting it for fear of spoilage. He discovered that nearly every conceivable method had already crossed Snape's mind, and it was evident that the most suitable course of action at present was simply to await the maturation of Professor Sprout's mandrakes. Thus, it appeared he was left with no other options. In the dead of night, Leo wrapped his cloak tightly around him and stealthily descended from the tower. Leaning against the wall and cautiously probing his path with the tips of his toes, the corridor had succumbed to slumber, and he clutched the crystal ball, which was shrouded in darkness. Whether it was Lysander or Colin, both had met their demise in an instant upon encountering the murderer. Lysander likely hadn't even laid eyes on the assailant before being petrified at the sight of the crystal ball's image. Lockhart had once asserted that certain monsters could inflict harm merely through direct gaze. He speculated that perhaps this creature possessed such a trait, if Lockhart's novels were to be believed. Thus, he tightly bound a scarf around his eyes, even though he knew that without it, he would see nothing in the pitch blackness. Yet, what if the monster were a colossal firefly or something akin? His ears perked up, keenly attuned to the sounds around him. In such darkness, his senses seemed to stretch along the walls, connecting with every brick and stone. He could vividly envision himself stepping into various corridors, imagining that he might be accompanied by several suits of armor. He carefully extended his hands to explore his surroundings, feeling as though Hogwarts had transformed into something even more wondrous than usual. He had never realized that each segment of these walls could possess such distinct textures. He touched the coarse grains of the brick wall. He felt the chill of the metal plates. Recognizing them as armor, he encountered the cool, smooth surface of a flower pot, and then he felt something warm and soft. No, that was not right. In the next moment, Leo felt someone grasp the back of his collar. He had never encountered a student daring enough to behave in such a manner. A familiar voice resonated above him. What mischief are you up to, Lee? Good evening, Professor, Leo replied, disheartened. When did you arrive? Strange, if a patrolling professor's light had appeared, I would have sensed it through the scarf, he mused. How is it that Professor Snape emitted no light at all? Could he truly be a bat? First, answer my question, Snape replied coldly, tugging Leo downward. This was disastrous. He was undoubtedly being taken to the office. I haven't concocted a suitable lie yet. Leo admitted sincerely, but if I were to tell the truth, you would surely be furious. This little rascal certainly possessed a measure of self-awareness. Snape shoved him into the office, where the dim candlelight flickered faintly through the scarf. He could not discern Snape's expression, but he surmised it must be quite grim. His suspicions were confirmed when Snape yanked the scarf from his face, revealing a countenance that indeed bore a displeased look. Let me speak, Snape said, pacing around him. You believe yourself clever enough, knowledgeable enough, and capable of avenging your unfortunate housemate. Leo nervously closed his eyes, too afraid to meet Snape's gaze. As if Snape could slay him merely through eye contact. You think that as long as you do not behold the murderer, you might evade attack, thus you blindfold yourself. Believing this will ensure your escape. Snape's voice dripped with sarcasm. But have you considered that if you cannot even perceive the approach of a schoolteacher, how could you hope to contend with an unknown monster? I have not, Professor, Leo confessed, feeling despondent. It was only upon encountering you that I realized this. How extraordinary it is that a student, relying on his foolish reasoning, intends to march forth and meet his doom, Snape remarked. Is your intellect so entwined with your petrified housemates? Has his condition rendered your mind equally incapable of functioning? I apologize, Professor. Why could you not simply wait? A sound was heard, presumably Snape settling into his chair, though his tone remained stern. Do you believe we professors have not spared no effort in investigating these matters? Or do you think you could perform better than the professors? No, I merely grew a bit too impatient. Indeed, impatient enough to believe a kitchen knife would serve better than a wand, Snape said. Do not entertain thoughts of heroism, Lee. You are a student, and your duty is to attend your classes. If you are truly bored, I can assign you additional essay topics. He did not find himself bored at all. Professor, I swear I will not do so again. Leo weakly raised a hand. I am immensely grateful for your warning. Without you, I might have truly met my end tonight. Spare me your empty platitudes. Lee, you always utter such useless words. Snape interrupted. I shall not permit you to return. You must spend the night here. Leo, in terror, witnessed Snape conjure a blanket and a folding bed. Right here, Snape declared. Choose between sleeping and working. Leo, displaying wisdom, embraced the blanket and lay down. Chapter 52, A Cauldron from the Heavens. True to his word, Snape indeed assigned Leo an entire sheet of essay topics the following day. As a result, Leo's free time became significantly more occupied. He found no inclination to contemplate other trivial matters. His sole concern was whether he could complete the multitude of essays before the summer break. Each day, he awoke to a routine of researching, attending classes, and writing essays, occasionally stumbling upon solutions to perplexing questions buried within some outdated papers. However, his excitement was short-lived, as he had to dive into other materials in search of more pertinent discussions. Only Snape seemed pleased with his state. Leo's vacant eyes clearly illustrated that he was genuinely studying, rather than sneaking off to seek peril elsewhere. By mid-December, Professor McGonagall arrived to compile the list of students remaining at school over the holidays, signifying that the Christmas break was approaching and with it, more time to write essays. Yet, to his surprise, Draco had also opted to remain at school, which puzzled Leo. Isn't it said that those staying behind for the holidays have no home to return to, Mr. Malfoy? He deliberately elongated Draco's surname, eliciting an eye roll from him. Just wait. I shall relish watching one by one of you being cleared away this Christmas. Draco made a slashing gesture, his demeanor replete with unwarranted pride, as if he were the heir of Slytherin himself. Be careful, you may be next, mudblood. Leo feigned exaggerated terror. Oh, save me, Mr. Malfoy. I beseech you. I am your most humble servant. I do not wish to become a statue in the courtyard. Silence, Malfoy retorted, wiping his hands with a napkin from the table as he rose to leave. For the moment, Leo escaped becoming a statue, but he had no choice but to continue attending potions class with Malfoy that afternoon. As the holidays approached, the classroom was suffused with a cheerful atmosphere. Everyone was merrily concocting swelling potions when, suddenly, a pair of hissing sounds erupted, and Goyle's entire potion exploded, showering Malfoy in its contents. Malfoy's nose began to swell grotesquely, resembling that of a pufferfish, which was quite the sight. However, most of the students lacked the inclination to laugh, for the splattered potion had nearly drenched half the class. And many, particularly those from Slytherin, bore faces that appeared grotesquely mutated, exhibiting various odd swellings. Leo stood somewhat aside, but was unfortunate enough to be splashed on the arm. He felt a burning sensation coursing through him, and soon his arm began to swell like a balloon. Quickly, Leo used his other hand to roll up the sleeve of his shirt, recognizing that his arm had grown to a girth reminiscent of a troll's club. Suddenly, his arms grew thicker, causing his shoulders to sag. He was compelled to temporarily relinquish his cauldron, using his remaining intact right hand to prop up his left arm for balance. It appeared that Goyle had concocted a rather potent potion. Fortunately, Snape had never relaxed his vigilance over his students and had prepared the appropriate anti-swelling potion prior to the lesson. Gritting his teeth, he beckoned the classmates splattered by the potion to come forward and collect their remedies, causing a commotion in the classroom as a throng of swollen students rushed towards him, chattering excitedly and surrounding Snape. Leo trudged behind them, lamenting that Snape would surely mock him. Once the students in front received their anti-swelling potions and dispersed, Leo reluctantly approached the front. Just as he extended his hand to receive his potion, his left shoulder suddenly felt heavy, nearly causing him to stumble onto the desk. Snape frowned, glancing at his clumsy left hand and the helpless right hand tugging at his sleeve in an attempt to lift it. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, "Open your mouth." Leo unsteadily stood up, and Snape grasped his chin, pouring the anti-swelling potion directly into his mouth. Leo barely had time to inhale. He struggled to swallow the potion, almost choking as Snape withdrew the vial. Bent over, he erupted into a fit of coughs, managing to gasp, "Thank you, Professor." The effects of the potion were remarkably swift. The burden on his left shoulder significantly diminished, and his arm began to retract like a balloon pricked by a needle. Nearby, Malfoy's nose had also returned to normal, and he rubbed it anxiously, as if it had once been the size of a watermelon. Seeing that everyone's swelling had subsided, Snape strode confidently to Goyle's cauldron, stirring it with a spoon before ladling out a twisted black substance resembling remnants of fireworks. A profound silence enveloped the classroom, broken only by the bubbling of the cauldron. All eyes were fixated on the firework remnants, How reckless to throw such an item into Professor Snape's cauldron. Who would dare? Once I ascertain who is responsible for this, Snape's voice lowered, his gaze sweeping over the Gryffindors, I shall ensure that individual is expelled. Lior fervently hoped that it was not Harry, for he seemed all too likely to undertake such a foolish act. The following day, during the first-year potions class, Snape was evidently more vigilant towards his students, his dark, brooding eyes fixed intently on their cauldrons, wary of any flying objects that might lead to yet another mishap within a week. Thankfully, after a brief respite, Ginny's condition had improved considerably. At least her potion-making was error-free. Lior navigated cautiously between desks, observing the progress of his classmates. Today's lesson focused on herbicide, and he fervently hoped that he would not be marred for life by some unfortunate student's explosion. The class passed without incident. Aside from Harper's potion being a tad too dilute, and Sarah's concoction emitting hissing white smoke. After tidying the cluttered remnants on the table and organizing the ingredient jars, Lior looked up to find Snape closing the classroom door. Professor, I must take my leave. I have Professor Flitwick's charms class shortly. My storeroom was robbed yesterday. Snape replied, his voice laced with restrained fury. What? Lior inquired anxiously. What was taken? The horn of a bicorn and the skin of an African tree snake. These were exceedingly rare materials, and Lior was taken aback. Yesterday? Did anyone enter your storeroom? I believe not. Snape appeared angrier. Do you know nothing? I shall keep an eye out for you, Professor. Lior responded, realizing, you can't possibly suspect me? Snape remained silent, merely fixing him with a steady gaze. Very well. Professor, Lior concluded, I am most familiar with your storeroom, and I have a history of stealing your items. Is that correct? Snape rested his hands on his wand, indicating for him to continue. I admit I am a prime suspect, Lior sighed, but I have been preoccupied with writing your essay daily. Aside from attending classes and visiting the library, I have not ventured out. Moreover, how could I dare steal your materials? This position is more important to me than anything. Professor, you can be quite bold when it suits you, Snape remarked, especially when dealing with materials that are incredibly valuable. Professor, I understand your frustration at being robbed, Lior lamented. But what purpose would compel someone to risk stealing from a professor's private storeroom? To sell it? These materials are so rare. A simple inquiry into the market would reveal who might be in possession of them, or perhaps for potion making. Is there any potion that absolutely requires these two ingredients? There is. Snape's long fingers tightened around his wand. The polyjuice potion. Polyjuice potion? Lior recalled vaguely. Snape had mentioned in class that it was a potion that could alter one's appearance. Leave now, Snape, sensing that Lior genuinely seemed unaware, waved his hand impatiently. You ought to attend your charms class. He could only imagine the fury that coursed through him upon discovering his storeroom empty after a day filled with rage. He recalled a slip of paper he had broken from a fortune cookie on a day in October. You will lose something precious in 2 months. Damn it. Who was the scoundrel responsible? Chapter 53, Catching the Thief. For those untrained in the arcane arts, it may be a simplistic notion to equate defense with the countering of spells. However, this is a rudimentary understanding. Upon reading this tome, you shall grasp the essence of a crucial truth. Danger arises from the unknown. If you can master the characteristics of each dark creature, you may easily exploit their weaknesses without even needing to wield your wand. The core of defense lies in identifying vulnerabilities and employing minor strikes against significant threats. Consider this. If a vampire stands before you, how would you respond? Would you set it ablaze or attempt to pierce it with a wooden stake? My dear, both options are perilous. The fire you ignite may consume an entire forest, and the stake you wield could be seized by your adversary. I can assure you, you should attempt to feed it a kraken toffee. This will glue its fangs together, rendering it temporarily harmless. Isn't that remarkably simple? The essence of most dark creatures lies in their exploitation of human frailties. Once you can recognize your own weaknesses, you can adequately prepare for protection. Take, for instance, the siren that once appeared in Brazil. It lures its prey with enchanting melodies, invoking their most beautiful fantasies, drawing them near. Countless adventurers have perished here due to their lack of willpower. Sounds terrifying, doesn't it? Now, allow Gilderoy Lockhart to enlighten you on how to counteract it. Before setting foot in Brazil, prepare a series of self-affirming questions. Who am I? What am I here to do? What time is it? Throughout your journey, continually emphasize the answers to these inquiries until they are deeply ingrained in your mind. Thus, when the siren's song resonates, you shall not forget your mission. Gilderoy Lockhart teaches you to resist dark creatures. Defense against the dark arts class was always the most tedious for them. Lockhart would seize the opportunity to regale his students with theatrical reenactments of his adventures from his books, with the students serving as his co-stars. Among the students, he favored Harry, perhaps due to the allure of the chosen one title. He often summoned Harry to the front to assist him in enacting tales of encounters with various creatures. Very good, Harry. Now, I will perform a slide tackle. And he falls to the ground, gazing at me in terror, Lockhart proclaimed, brandishing his wand with an air of flamboyance, as he glided effortlessly across the stage. Seizing the moment while his attention waned, I ignited his hair and cried out, Harry, make it sound more tragic. Is this a drama class? As Harry's emotionless wail echoed through the room, Ron muttered sarcastically from below. Lior bowed his head in silence, diligently jotting down notes. Goodness, what could possibly be worth noting in this class? Are you Hermione? Ron leaned over, inquiring about the brewing of the polyjuice potion. Ron fell silent. While Lior sheepishly explained, this class is dreadfully dull. I need to seize the opportunity to learn something else. What do you need to learn that for? Ron asked nervously. That's forbidden. How do you know it's a restricted book? Lior raised an eyebrow. Professor Snape permitted me to borrow it. Snape? What is he scheming? Lior sighed. Professor Snape's materials were stolen, and we suspect they are being used for potion brewing. We have identified several formulas, and I intend to study their characteristics. Perhaps we can find a flaw to catch the thief. Do you have any suspects in mind? Ron asked with concern. Lior pondered seriously. No, but perhaps Draco. He hasn't been himself lately, as if possessed. He hasn't been eating well or sleeping properly these past few days, and he's been muttering incessantly about the heir of Slytherin. I suspect he might have taken a hit to the head during Quidditch. Ron nodded in agreement. I think so too. Meanwhile, Lockhart continued to shout. Next. An entire clan of Yetis is approaching. Weasley, Granger, would you be so kind as to join me? Ron climbed onto the stage with a face that suggested he was about to hurl, begrudgingly playing along as an extra. Hermione, on the other hand, appeared much more enthusiastic. Tidying her hair and blushing profusely, Lockhart directed her to raise her arms like a bear, pretending to swing a tree trunk. Lior lowered his gaze, continuing to study the book hidden beneath his desk. Only a select few advanced potions require the skin of an African snake, and even fewer necessitate the use of a bicorn horn. Moreover, during an inventory check, they discovered that the consumables in the student storage cabinets had also suffered losses unrelated to teaching tasks. It seemed that the thief was indeed a penniless wretch, confirming that the stolen materials were intended for potion making. After listing the missing items, he and Snape quickly narrowed down the potential potions to the blindness potion, invisibility potion, and polyjuice potion. At present, the most plausible candidate remained the polyjuice potion. However, its brewing was notoriously challenging, lengthy, and demanded precise timing and temperature control. Even 6th and 7th year students could scarcely ensure success. Could it be that a professor was the thief? Yet Snape had solid rapport among the faculty. It was unlikely that any other professor would act without inquiry. The only professor with whom Snape had a contentious relationship was Lockhart, yet Lockhart seemed oblivious to any animosity. Lior raised his head, scrutinizing Lockhart on stage. The professor appeared utterly foolish during class, but his writings suggested a wealth of experience. Was his current demeanor a mere act? Did he have ulterior motives for coming to Hogwarts? Come with me to England, snowman. It is far more vast than Tibet. Lockhart continued to enthusiastically invite Hermione, while Ron's eyes radiated murderous intent. Lior shook his head. Lockhart was simply a fool, not an actor. Lee, it's rare to see you so engrossed. You're Chinese, aren't you? You must be fascinated by the snowmen of Tibet. As the class bell rang, Lockhart approached, announcing, Your assignment is to write a poem about my adventures with the Tibetan snowmen. Lee, I eagerly await your masterpiece. I will, Professor, Lior replied dryly, hastily stuffing his book into his bag as he departed. However, he had not gone far when Harry and the others caught up with him. Lior, Harry called. I heard you're investigating who stole Snape's materials? Yes, Lior replied, suspicion in his tone. Are you concerned because you're the culprits? Of course not, Ron exclaimed, waving his arms defensively. How could you think such a thing? All right, Lior relented, understanding the discomfort of being wrongfully accused, yet sensing that the trio was concealing something. But I mean, if it were truly you, I wouldn't inform Professor Snape. I told you it wasn't us. Ron vigorously shook his head. We don't even know what the polyjuice potion is. Lior recalled Ron questioning during class if it was a restricted book. It was you who stole it, Lior asserted confidently, lowering his voice. You threw that firework during potions class to divert our attention, didn't you? The trio exchanged glances and pulled him into an adjacent empty classroom. You better not be planning to silence me, Lior said, terror evident in his eyes. As Hermione cast a quick binding spell on the door, stepping back a few paces, I was merely proposing a hypothesis. Hermione turned around, her face radiating a knowing smile. Oh, it was indeed us who stole it. Chapter 54, Slytherins and Dogs Not Admitted. Harry and Ron stared in astonishment at Hermione, who approached Lior with confidence. You see, we suspect Malfoy knows the secrets of the Slytherin chamber, and we want to use the polyjuice potion to extract information from him. You wish to uncover the identity of the one who petrified Lysander, do you not? Indeed, but why didn't you tell me this from the start? Lior lamented. Is it because I seem closer to Professor Snape? It's too dangerous. You frequent the storeroom daily, and Snape would suspect you first, Hermione explained. You not knowing these matters keeps you safer. You're right. He was indeed furious with me at that time, Lior muttered. But what is your plan? Brew the polyjuice potion and transform into Crabbe and Goyle? What if it fails? Their audacity was astonishing. They had only studied potions for 2 years. Should the polyjuice potion go awry, wouldn't those materials be wasted? The more Lior pondered, the more distressed he became. If we do not clarify these matters, the monster in the chamber will kill us all, Hermione declared resolutely. We have no retreat, do we? All right, may I see your polyjuice potion? Lior raised his hand. Perhaps I can assist you, if you trust me. Of course, no problem. Hermione sighed in relief. Come with us. Lior imagined their potion brewing location could be in the dormitory, perhaps in the classroom, or even in some suit of armor. Yet he never expected that these 3 second-year Gryffindors would choose to brew one of the most complex potions in the wizarding world in the girls' restroom. A cauldron bubbled ominously atop the toilet, steam rising, while a ghost wailed nearby, occasionally splashing water on them. Yet Harry and the others seemed unfazed. Lior stared intently at the cauldron perched atop the toilet, his throat constricting, but ultimately he remained silent. At that moment, he felt genuine admiration for these 3. They dared to drink the potion brewed in such a place. He pulled out the art of brewing from his bag, meticulously comparing it. Hermione, you are truly a genius. He could see that the potion in the cauldron was flawless. If all went well, success was imminent in a few days. Hermione clearly appreciated the praise, gleefully flipping through the ancient tome in Lior's hands. Where did you borrow this book from? It seems to be more comprehensive than powerful potions. The restricted section, recommended by Professor Snape, is what Lior stated as he retrieved a brick-like bound journal from his bag. However, he cautioned that the author of this book tends to exaggerate, and that some areas require cross-referencing with the literature on the Transfiguration Cauldron. If you wish, you may borrow it, provided you don't let the professor discover it. Hermione's eyes gleamed with excitement, and Lior surmised that they must have exerted considerable effort to gather their materials. Indeed, following Professor Snape can save one from numerous detours. I will inform Professor Snape that there are no irregularities among the students, Lior declared. I must return to writing my thesis, he added, his spirit deflating. Professor Snape had mentioned that if he could ascertain who had pilfered the materials, he could be absolved of his 20 essays. 20. Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison, with Hermione's eyes widening in astonishment. Lior, lamenting his misfortune, produced a piece of paper from his pocket. During their last nocturnal escapade, Professor Snape had caught him and insisted on assigning him more essays to deter him from wandering outside again. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, feeling that Snape was perhaps too lenient with him. Lior, you are a true brother to us, Ron patted him on the shoulder. Isn't this a bit excessive? Hermione inquired. It was merely a night out. Because I was attempting to personally identify the perpetrator behind Lysander's petrification, Lior replied, growing more despondent. Don't ask. It was a foolish endeavor, far more foolish than sitting in the corridor with Filch every day. Harry was taken aback. You mean you went alone? Alone? To lure the murderer out? Lior affirmed. If they indeed wished to eradicate Muggle-borns, they certainly would not miss the opportunity to eliminate me. Is that not why you are a Gryffindor? Ron mused. Yet if it were me, I would prefer death to 20 essays. It's not so bad, Lior remarked. Some of the essay topics are rather intriguing. Harry and Ron thought he had lost his mind. They could never find essays interesting. Upon discovering the truth, Lior began to idly coast through the investigation, as Professor Snape had no expectation that Lior would apprehend the thief. To prevent such incidents from recurring, he imposed restrictions on the doors of the underground classroom and his office. Besides himself and Lior, others would require his consent to enter or exit. This resulted in long queues before their potions class, waiting for either Snape or Lior to unlock the door. Snape was always reluctant to face them early. Thus most of the time, it was Lior who opened the door. Ron hoped that Lior would bar Slytherins from entering, but Lior firmly refused. Professor Snape is also a Slytherin, Lior tactfully pointed out, hoping to awaken in them at least a modicum of respect for the professor. That would be even better. Ron immediately replied. Another week passed, and the oppressive atmosphere of their lives finally bore a hint of amusement as the notice board displayed an official announcement from the school, stating that to enhance students' defensive abilities, the school had decided to establish a dueling club. Dueling? Sounds interesting, exclaimed Seamus. Perhaps it will come in handy one day. What? Do you think the Slytherin monsters will duel? Ron scoffed. There will always be a use for it, even if not against monsters. Lior read the notice carefully. Shall we go see it at 8 tonight? Harry and the others had no objections. Regardless, dueling was evidently far more entertaining than completing assignments. Chapter 55. The Heir of the Dragon witnesses the Heir of the Serpent. That evening, they gathered in the Great Hall. The tables had vanished, replaced by a gilded stage illuminated by floating candles. As Lior beheld this resplendent scene, an unsettling premonition arose within him. He sensed that only one teacher in this school would orchestrate such ostentation. Their defense against the dark arts instructor, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, made his entrance clad in a scarlet robe, beaming and waving at every student. Trailing behind Lockhart was their potions professor, Snape. The dark bat, as always, donned his black robe and strode forward with a stern demeanor, his gaze unwavering, presenting a stark contrast to the flamboyant Lockhart. Gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Splendid, Lockhart bellowed, while Snape stood beside him, his expression suggesting he might strike him down at any moment. It is well known that I possess extensive experience in dueling. For further details, you may peruse my published works, Lockhart declared. Hence, Professor Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish this modest dueling club to thoroughly train all of you. Snape's expression grew increasingly impatient. Oblivious, Lockhart beamed at the crowd. Allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, who informs me that he is somewhat knowledgeable about dueling as well. Lior cast a glance at Snape, who appeared to exude an aura of suppressed wrath, thinking that somewhat knowledgeable was an understatement. Lockhart confidently patted his puffed-out chest. After I demonstrate, I shall return your potion's master to you in one piece, so fear not. The students collectively displayed expressions of incredulity. How had he managed to persuade Snape? Did Snape have some compromising secret in Lockhart's possession? Seamus whispered. Did he catch Snape in a murder? Snape cast a brief glance their way, silencing Seamus instantly. Before we commence the duel, we must bow to one another as a sign of respect, Lockhart explained, elegantly bowing to Snape, as if performing in a theatrical production. Snape merely pressed his lips together, impatiently nodding his head, akin to an arrogant monarch receiving a report from his subjects. Subsequently, they raised their wands before them like arrows. As you can see, we hold our wands in the standard dueling position, Lockhart elaborated. On the count of 3, we shall cast our first spell. Of course, neither of us intends to take the other's life. I wish they would, Harry muttered. Clearly, for him, the downfall of either figure on stage would be a welcome outcome. Lior sensed that Snape would also relish such an event. He had never witnessed Snape display such impatience toward a colleague, even with Filch. Snape had always been exceedingly courteous. Lockhart began the countdown, and both men simultaneously lifted their wands over their shoulders. Snape shouted, Expelliarmus. A blinding red light surged forth, launching Lockhart across the room, crashing against the wall before sliding down and landing in a heap on the floor. That was the disarming charm, Lior remarked, astonished. Snape had employed the same spell on him last year, evidently showing him leniency then, as he had not been sent flying. Snape coldly lowered his wand, and the Slytherin students erupted into loud cheers. Lior had intended to applaud as well, but upon seeing Hermione's worried expression, he quietly withdrew his hands. Is he all right? Hermione strained to see over the crowd towards the opposite side of the stage. Who cares? Harry and Ron replied in unison. All right, everyone saw that, right? That was the disarming charm. Lockhart staggered back onto the stage, exclaiming, a splendid demonstration, Professor Snape. However, your intent was too apparent. I refrained from countering merely to showcase its power. Snape flexed his wrist, appearing ready to cast the spell again. The demonstration ends here. Lockhart quickly interjected, swiftly blending into the crowd to pair students for practice. Snape, regrettably, lowered his wand, likely genuinely intending to launch Lockhart once more. Lior's partner was Dean. They often attended classes together and were quite familiar with each other, yet Lior found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Will you use that disarmament spell? Dean inquired. A spark of realization illuminated Lior's expression. Of course, I can demonstrate. He endeavored to slow his movements, articulating the incantation clearly as he twirled his wand. Dean's wand was sent clattering to the ground. Let me give it a try, Dean exclaimed, eagerly retrieving his wand. Expelliarmus. It's Expelliarmus, Lior patiently corrected. You don't need too much movement with your wand tip. Make your return more precise and crisp. Dean, filled with enthusiasm, practiced back and forth, occasionally producing flashes of red light from his spell, though his success rate was dismally low. The two took turns practicing, their wands soaring through the air. In contrast, the surrounding students were engaged in far more intense antics. Harry and Malfoy were either hopping about in a tap dance, or one was doubled over in laughter, appearing as if possessed. Hermione and Millicent had even abandoned their wands, grappling with one another. Are we too peaceful? Dean mused, nearly applying too much force again as he blew the smoke from his wand's tip. Shall we try something more aggressive? Really? Lior asked us. Attacking each other? Of course. That's the essence of dueling. Dean replied excitedly. Let us see if we can test our mettle in a true life or death scenario. 3, 2, 1. Lior's wand suddenly unleashed a torrent of water, which transformed into a towering wave, knocking Dean to the ground. Lior glanced at his wand, questioning whether he had indeed overexerted himself. He had expected Dean to defend himself. Millicent appeared startled, and seizing the opportunity, Hermione landed a solid punch to her face. Harry and Malfoy were both splashed, with Malfoy seeming to choke, his face turning pale as he coughed and laughed hysterically, appearing on the verge of asphyxiation. Stupefy! Snape bellowed. A cloud of green smoke enveloping the scene, finally bringing the chaos to a halt. Dean lay sprawled on the stage, soaked, limbs outstretched, resembling a starfish stranded on the beach. I'm sorry, Lior said, crouching down to help him up. Dean gasped for breath, struggling to sit up. That was so cool. This is what dueling is about. Lior remained silent. The current spectacle clearly did not align with Lockhart's expectations, who clapped his hands together. I believe it would be prudent for me to teach you how to counter malevolent magic next. Lockhart glanced at Snape, who regarded him with a cold, glinting stare and a hint of derision at the corners of his mouth. Lockhart quickly turned away. Let us find a pair of students. Is there anyone willing to come forward? The students exchanged wide-eyed glances. How about Malfoy and Potter? Snape suggested maliciously. What a splendid idea. Lockhart immediately agreed, gesturing exaggeratedly to Draco and Harry, who reluctantly stepped onto the stage. Lockhart and Snape stood on either side, imparting instructions to both. I bet Snape is telling him to kill him, Ron muttered angrily. Professor Snape would never do that. This is a school, Lior interjected. But Malfoy would, Ron argued. Suddenly, a shrill scream erupted around them as a long black snake sprang forth from Malfoy's wand. The snake reared its head, hissing as it flicked its tongue. Ron's face drained of color. Clutching his broken wand with one hand, he gripped Lior's arm with the other. Students hastily retreated, clearing space for the black serpent. This is undoubtedly Snape's doing. He orchestrated this on purpose, Ron asserted. Don't move, Potter. Allow me to handle this, Snape drawled lazily. This statement was utterly redundant, as Harry appeared petrified, standing rooted to the spot, staring at the snake that was equally scrutinizing him, as though turned to stone. Snape raised his hand, intending to dispel the snake. However, let me, Lockhart exclaimed cheerfully, stepping forward to cast a spell at the serpent. The effect was evident, albeit not particularly effective, as the black snake flew into the air only to crash down with a thud. Now thoroughly incensed, the snake lunged toward the nearest Justin, rearing up and exposing its venomous fangs, poised to strike. Ah, what a tenacious serpent! Lockhart stammered, swallowing hard, and waved his wand again. Harry clearly did not wish to grant him another chance. He swiftly moved to stand in front of Justin, yet did not raise his wand. An eerie, sinister voice echoed throughout the hall. What was that? Lior queried, only to see Ron's expression utterly freeze. What trickery do you think this is? Justin shouted angrily, turning to flee the hall. Lior looked back at where Justin had just been, noticing the black snake coiled at Harry's feet, affectionately nudging its large black head against Harry's trousers. Go. Ron finally regained his senses, releasing Lior's arm and rushing to pull Harry away. Observing this, Lior hurried to follow, only to be seized by the collar by Snape. Snape waved his wand, and the snake that had been writhing on the ground dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Yet, Lior did not believe that Snape's grip on him was solely due to the snake's presence. Harry, Hermione, and Ron hastily exited, leaving the hall in silence for a considerable time before Lockhart cleared his throat. Everyone need not fear. The snake has been dealt with, has it not? Professor Snape and I will ensure your safety. That is the nature of dueling. Lior felt that Lockhart was utterly oblivious to the situation. The collective reaction was evidently not due to the snake, but rather because of Harry. I believe I must take my leave, Snape stated. I have matters of importance to attend to. He did not afford Lockhart the opportunity for agreement, turning on his heel and departing. Lior noticed him beckoning with a finger over his shoulder. When he looked back, the Slytherins showed no inclination to follow, instead glaring at him. Oh, he is calling for you. Lior flashed an apologetic smile at Lockhart and hurried to catch up with Snape. Chapter 56. This coconut ice cream is truly ice cream. Professor, what is it? Snape's long legs moved swiftly, and Lior had to nearly leap to keep pace with him. Did you know Potter is a parseltongue? Snape inquired. What? Lior was momentarily taken aback, nearly being left several meters behind. No, I've never heard of it. Parseltongue refers to those who can converse with snakes, a rare ability in the wizarding world. Legend has it that only Salazar Slytherin and his descendants possess this gift. The heir of Slytherin. I must report this to the headmaster, Snape declared. Should I accompany you? Lior hesitated. What? Do you think I summoned you for a stroll? Snape retorted, his tone as acerbic as ever without bothering to look back. Are you suggesting that you intentionally allowed Malfoy to cast that spell? Lior challenged. Are you questioning my motives? Snape's voice dripped with mockery. Yes, Professor, Lior replied. Malfoy possesses an abundance of offensive spells. There was no need to specifically guide him here. You have long suspected Harry is a Parseltongue, haven't you? I have my own plans, Snape replied. Why do you persist in doubting your professor, Lee? I have always trusted you, Professor, Lior said, his tone exasperated. I just don't quite agree with your treatment of Harry. Snape narrowed his eyes. My teaching methods have always been this way. Have you only just met me? That does not imply correctness. The entire school is now aware that Harry is a Parseltongue. Is he not? Snape retorted. Is this not a matter concerning Potter himself? However, I am not inclined to debate Potter's affairs with you at present, Snape interjected. You are perpetually preoccupied with inconsequential individuals. He is my friend. I am your professor. Snape calmly emphasized, I possess my own considerations regarding how to manage each student. If you insist on provoking me, I could very well have you expelled from here and from Hogwarts without delay. After a moment of silence, Liu, feeling deflated, conceded, Very well, Professor. Let us first meet with Professor Dumbledore, Snape stated, and then we shall discuss your concerns. He turned slightly, casting a glance at Liu, and added, Had it been any other student, you would know how I typically handle such insolence. Liu averted his gaze in unease. He was acutely aware of the repercussions, point deductions, detentions, and the inevitable scolding, not to mention the potential for failing assignments. Yet Snape seldom resorted to such measures, perhaps due to his indifference to consequences. Coconut ice cream, Snape remarked coldly, as the stone guardian at the entrance to the headmaster's office joyfully stepped aside, granting them passage. Snape adeptly led Liu up the staircase and knocked on the door. Good evening, Severus and Leo. How have you been getting along? Liu, having just had a quarrel, fell silent and looked to Snape, who chose not to respond to the inquiry. Harry is a Parseltongue, Dumbledore. Thus, Dumbledore turned his gaze to Liu. Would you care for some coconut ice cream? Oh, simply take a seat. There's no need to be anxious. Thank you, Professor. Liu, somewhat dazed, held the coconut ice cream, the icy chill seeping into his fingertips, providing a modicum of calm. Yet he remained utterly bewildered as to the purpose of his presence here. Snape succinctly recounted the events that transpired at the dueling club, and Liu nodded along with each statement he made, attempting to instill a sense of involvement. Furthermore, Potter and his companions have pilfered my private cabinet, Snape added. I suspect they are preparing for some nefarious endeavor. Liu's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at Snape. He could swear he had said nothing. Could Snape possibly have eavesdropped on their midnight musings? Snape glanced at Liu. I had initially intended to enlist Mr. Lee to investigate this matter, but he seems to have abandoned it halfway. Snape observed with clarity. Ordinarily, Liu was diligent, never leaving tasks unattended. The only explanation for this sudden lapse in diligence was undoubtedly due to the presence of a certain individual named Potter. Liu examined the coconut ice cream in his hand closely. This ice cream is quite icy indeed. Severus, you know that Harry could not possibly be the heir of Slytherin, Dumbledore asserted. Perhaps it's an influence from Voldemort in the past. Snape appeared somewhat perturbed. What if he is being manipulated? Only the heir of Slytherin could open the Chamber of Secrets, and he has always had a penchant for trouble. Liu longed to protest, yet Snape's assertions bore an unsettling semblance of truth. This matter remains quite perplexing. I hope you continue to keep an eye on him. Dumbledore then turned his focus back to Liu. Leo, you have grown quite a bit. Thank you, he replied, feeling awkward under their scrutinizing gazes. Do not be nervous. Do you have anything you wish to share with us? Dumbledore inquired gently. Severus brought you here because he believes you can contribute significantly. Snape averted his gaze. Leo hoped he was not secretly rolling his eyes. I do not believe Harry has opened the Chamber of Secrets. Leo hesitated. They are still suspecting Draco Malfoy up until today. And what of you? Snape inquired. How much information have you gathered thus far? I have only gleaned the legend of the Chamber of Slytherin from books. I believe the monster attacks through eye contact, Leo explained. But it clearly cannot discern the bloodline of its prey on its own. It must be manipulated by the so-called heir. Liu clenched his fists. It is a serpent. I surmise it is a serpent. The heir of Slytherin would be a Parseltongue. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with admiration. Leo, your insight into this matter is rather impressive. Severus, your judgment is commendable. Liu looked at Snape, perplexed, while Snape appeared momentarily deaf. This must be taken as mere speculation. However, there exists a creature capable of killing its foes through sight. He emphasized, yet that is lethal, not petrifying. Liu propped his chin in thought. Indeed, merely petrifying would hardly suffice to fulfill their desire to rid the school of Muggle-borns. For no proponent of blood purity would wish to adorn the corridors with statues of wizards of Muggle descent, would they? I believe it is essential to inform him that the chamber was also opened 50 years ago. At that time, a student did indeed perish. Dumbledore said with a hint of melancholy. Nonetheless, the current situation is not as dire as it was then, though we cannot guarantee against future attacks. 50 years ago? Liu asked. Professor, what transpired then? It is a heavy tale, Leo. The school was in a state of unrest, much like now, and soon. Someone accused Rubeus Hagrid of harboring monsters within the school, a grave allegation that led to Hagrid's removal, Dumbledore summarized. Hagrid? He could not possibly be serious. Hagrid is not even a pureblood wizard. Yes, your trust in him is commendable. We now know without a doubt that Hagrid was wronged. However, the Ministry of Magic saw the reality. Since Hagrid's departure, there have been no further attacks. Hagrid told me he could not wield magic, Liu croaked. Was that the reason? Precisely, at that time, the school was at risk of closure, and many were eager to see the issue resolved with poor Hagrid's departure. Upon hearing of the school's potential closure, Liu gasped. This was far more unthinkable than petrification. Dumbledore's tone grew somber. Yet now, the chamber has been opened once more. It could not possibly be Hagrid. But 50 years have passed, Liu remarked. How could the perpetrator from that time return? With the shadow of the Quirrell incident looming. He instinctively considered the newly arrived Lockhart, yet Lockhart appeared far from 50 years old. This is also what we seek to clarify, Dumbledore stated. Leo? Now you understand the peril of this matter. Severus believes you to be sufficiently reliable and, like me, possess an impulse to protect the school. Coincidentally, I have a formidable task at hand, and I personally believe you are the most suitable candidate. Snape was also intently studying the coconut ice cream, as if encountering it for the first time. What is it? Liu asked anxiously. To slay the monster? Oh no, that would be ideal. But you must ensure your own safety first. Dumbledore shook his beard. I hope you can protect Harry. At that moment, Liu felt a strong desire to inquire if it was him. Certainly, Severus has been doing remarkably well thus far. But you are closer to Harry, are you not? Dumbledore remarked. I hope you can communicate with him more. He is often reluctant to share his feelings with us elders. What am I, a messenger? He is not even a prefect. Liu fervently shook his head internally, yet still asked, Are you concerned for Harry? I wish for Harry to enjoy the pleasures of school more, to delay the fate that has been destined for him since birth, Dumbledore replied. Yet fate is a curious thing. No one can guarantee that. Regardless, I hope we can assist him in times of danger. Leo felt a bit dizzy as he glanced at Snape, whose expression was exceedingly displeased. Leo, you are already 16, and in a few months, you shall be 17. Am I correct? In our wizarding world, turning 17 signifies adulthood, Dumbledore remarked. I believe we can consider you a reliable companion now. I will, Professor, Leo finally resolved. But Harry and I should still retain some small secrets that only friends can share. I completely understand, Dumbledore replied. The friendships formed during one's school years are always enchanting and precious. I do not wish to disrupt that sentiment. You may still enjoy your leisure time together. Indulge in playful antics, and even bend a few rules, as long as Harry's safety is assured. I will, Leo promised. That is, after all, what friends ought to do. Leo, I am delighted to hear you say that, Dumbledore continued. Would you care for some fizzing honeydukes? Snape fixed a glare at Dumbledore's hand. Forgive me for interjecting, but it is rather late. He should refrain from indulging in sweets. Children are prone to cavities. Leo was taken aback. He had never heard such words from Snape during their late-night snacks in his office. Severus, Dumbledore said, retracting his hand that had sought the sweets. You are quite concerned about the student's health. Snape remained silent. Dumbledore had far too many excuses for indulging in candy, and regrettably, he was the unfortunate soul tasked with providing the headmaster with dental potions. How fortuitous that you are all here, Dumbledore clapped his hands, as if struck by a sudden thought. Leo, you will be entering your third year next year, will you not? I have heard that you spend most of your time in your assistant role. The coursework in third year will be considerably more demanding. You may find yourself stretched rather thin. No, Leo replied nervously. I am not very busy now. Professor Snape is quite understanding. Leo, Professor Snape also requires assistance in managing his workload, Dumbledore said with a cheerful demeanor. You have experienced his challenges. If you cannot assist him regularly, his stress will undoubtedly escalate. Well, yes. How does he manage the materials on those nights when he is absent? Thank you for your understanding. But Lee has already done enough, Snape stated impassively. He completes the tasks he is assigned in a timely manner. Comparatively, having another incompetent novice would be far more troublesome. Leo was astonished that Snape would actually speak well of himself in front of Dumbledore. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but smile. Severus, it is rare to see you so pleased with a Gryffindor, Dumbledore remarked lightly, while Snape's gaze seemed to sharpen dangerously. Dumbledore, stroking his beard with satisfaction. pondered whether to assign Leo to some of the more relaxed roles next year. He recalled that when Leo had come to him, it had been rather late, and only Severus's position remained. He felt a twinge of regret. Snape appeared ready to erupt. "No," Leo exclaimed in alarm. "I actually find it quite agreeable. Professor Snape is deeply knowledgeable in various fields, academically rigorous, and responsible towards his students. I genuinely enjoy learning under Professor Snape." What a jest! Had he not established a good rapport with Snape, he would never have been able to borrow books on Polyjuice Potion. "Oh dear, Severus. The students seem to hold you in high regard," Dumbledore said, beaming with delight. Snape appeared to be in a state of deep contemplation. Chapter 57. Snape's robes are meant to be stepped on. Leo finally realized that Dumbledore was jesting with him. However, seizing the opportunity, he asked the question that had long lingered in his mind. "Professor, I am already 16, and my peers are nearing graduation. I have self-studied most of the content from the 3rd and 4th years. May I apply for a grade skip?" "Professor McGonagall has discussed this matter with me, Leo," Dumbledore stated, seemingly prepared for the inquiry. "Professor McGonagall does not wish for you to hastily prepare for the 5th-year OWL's exam. She believes that only if you can achieve outstanding in all subjects will she feel comfortable allowing you to explore higher vistas." Leo felt a pang of regret. Most of his classes would not pose a challenge in achieving outstanding, save for history of magic and astronomy, which were simply too easy to doze off in, leaving him uncertain about which topics to focus on. "Never mind, I shall consult Hermione later." He and Snape emerged from Dumbledore's office late into the night. "Professor, is it true?" Leo inquired softly. "Are you protecting Harry?" Dumbledore had praised Snape's efforts, and Leo felt as if he were either deaf or blind. Snape scoffed. "If you wish to discuss matters concerning Potter, you mentioned we would talk about your issues after seeing the headmaster. I was referring to discussing your own matters. When did you begin addressing him as Harry Potter?" Leo sensed that Snape was playing with words, yet he had no evidence. "Very well." Leo turned to face Snape. "I apologize, Professor. I should not have been disrespectful." Snape halted but remained silent, bowing his head, his brow furrowed. Leo followed suit. Looking down. Oh no. In his distraction, he had stepped on Snape's robes once more. Leo wished he could transform into a bat and fly away. Severus Snape gritted his teeth. "Do not tread on my robes." Leo awkwardly retracted his foot. "My apologies, Professor. No wonder you dared to confront the basilisk alone. It's because you possess no awareness." The two fell into an awkward silence. Leo kept as much distance from Snape as possible and finally returned to the Gryffindor common room with bated breath. As he crawled through the entrance, he realized a pressing issue. He had been following Snape, yet Snape was headed in a direction that was not on his way. He turned back to see that Snape's figure had vanished into the darkness. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were still in the common room, huddled together in a secluded corner. Their expressions grave. "What is the matter?" Leo wearily approached. "I heard you are the heir of Slytherin?" "No." Harry looked increasingly anxious. "I am not." "That is splendid." Leo clapped him on the shoulder. "If everyone believes so, then Malfoy is nothing. The entire Slytherin house should rally behind you." Harry appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Leo. Where have you just been?" Ron queried, seemingly displeased that Leo had not followed. "I was detained by Professor Snape." Leo carefully observed their expressions. "Professor Snape mentioned that Harry is a Parselmouth, and then I had a quarrel with him. He felt it prudent to keep their conversation in the headmaster's office under wraps." "A quarrel?" Ron looked incredulous. "With Snape?" "Yes, because I felt he was being deliberate tonight. I tried to summarize, and on my way back, I stepped on his robes again. He probably does not wish to see me now." "You stepped on his robes?" Ron gasped. "He will surely kill you." "Professor Snape is not that petty, Ron," Leo instinctively defended. "I stepped on them at the beginning of the school year as well, and I am still alive." "Good heavens, are you his biological son?" The following morning, herbology class was cancelled due to a snowstorm, granting them another leisurely morning. Leo planned to take Brand to find Lysander for a chat, even though Lysander was still unable to respond. "Blind man." Brand joyfully leaped from his arms, though it was unclear whether he was referring to Leo or himself. The snowstorm outside was exceedingly fierce. The biting wind relentlessly seeped through the crevices of the stones, leaving the torches on the walls flickering feebly, their orange flames curling into tight balls. The sky beyond the window was ominously overcast, with gray snowflakes ruthlessly battering against the glass, as if attempting to escape the oppressive weight of the heavens. With each step, Leo exhaled great plumes of mist, while the creature he held, Brand, joyfully exclaimed, "Chimney, go." Leo kicked it lightly, and Brand rolled away, rolling its eyes before suddenly halting at the staircase, where it let out a piercing scream. One that Leo had never heard before. "Snake." Brand's voice faded, and its body flipped over, its pupils dilating. Leo had no time to check on Brand's condition. He quickly shut his eyes and invoked, "Armor, protect me." Something collided with the air before him and vanished. What on earth had just happened? Percy rushed over from behind, clutching several books. Lior cautiously opened his eyes to find Brand lifelessly sprawled on the ground. He tugged on the rope to pull it closer. But Brand was already devoid of warmth. "It is a snake," Lior stated. "The attacker was a snake. I must find Professor McGonagall." "Professor McGonagall is teaching," Percy replied seriously. "I am the prefect. I will go fetch her. You cannot stay here alone. You should come with me." Lior nodded. As they walked, he recounted the events that had just transpired. Percy seemed taken aback but maintained a facade of calm, reassuring him, "The professors will handle it. Follow me, with me around. It won't return." However, before they could reach the Transfiguration classroom, they heard the frantic cries of Peeves from below. "Fight! Fight! Another fight! No one is safe. Be they human or ghost. Run for your lives. Fight!" Lior and Percy exchanged glances and swiftly rushed downstairs. The scene below was utter chaos, with nearly all the students from nearby classes spilling out. Professor McGonagall stood at the edge of the crowd, her wand raised, creating a loud noise to command silence. "The culprit may not have gone far. Everyone, return to your classrooms immediately," she instructed. The students dispersed in a frenzy, leaving only a few professors present. Lior finally saw within the tumult. Justin lay straight on the ground, and a ghost, shrouded in darkness and seemingly unconscious, lay nearby. It was nearly Headless Nick. How peculiar. Can a ghost truly die a second time? Additionally, there stood a very much alive Harry, leaning against the wall, appearing on the verge of collapse. Professor McGonagall glanced at Lior and Percy, who still remained rooted in place. Percy nervously touched the prefect badge on his chest and stepped forward. "Professor, second-year student Lior has just been attacked as well." Lior cradled Brand's lifeless body. "It was a snake. Professor, it saw the snake." Chapter 58. Why does Dumbledore change the password every day? Lior never imagined he would visit the headmaster's office 2 days in a row. Justin and nearly Headless Nick had been carried away. Professor McGonagall led Lior and Harry toward Dumbledore's office. Lior cast a puzzled glance at Harry, wondering why he seemed to be present at every incident. Harry looked utterly drained, his expression blank as he followed McGonagall, resembling a mere statue. Lemon Snowball. McGonagall recited the password to the stone beast, and to his surprise, it was different from yesterday's. They arrived once more at the oak door. Lior cast a glance at the griffin on the door knocker, realizing belatedly that griffin referred to the creature. Thus, the door was the griffin door. If Lysander were present, he would surely have made that observation. However, this was clearly not a moment for levity, and Lior struggled to maintain his composure. The door was not locked and swung open with a knock from McGonagall. Yet, Dumbledore was not inside. McGonagall instructed them to wait and hurried out, presumably to locate the elusive headmaster. Lior stared gloomily at Brand in his hands. Unlike the petrified Lysander, Brand's eyes still held a softness. Yet, its pupils had dilated and even appeared somewhat cloudy. Undoubtedly, it had perished, although Brand had seldom spoken kindly to him. Their prolonged companionship had made him accustomed to the sticky sound of its rolling every night. Before Lysander's unfortunate incident, he had enjoyed carrying Brand around for visits. He was at a loss as to how to explain this to Lysander upon his awakening. "You're mistaken," Harry's voice suddenly erupted. Lior turned to see Harry angrily addressing the dusty, sorting hat atop a shelf. "What's wrong, Harry?" Lior asked, puzzled. "Are you dissatisfied with Gryffindor?" "No, it's not that." Harry hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge. "It has been trying to sort me into Slytherin." "That's quite normal," Lior remarked. "It even tried to sort me into Slytherin. Perhaps Slytherin offered it a bribe." Harry looked at him in shock. "Really? So what if it's Slytherin?" Lior countered. "Does Slytherin inherently represent evil? If being sorted into Slytherin signifies being a villain, then Slytherin should be renamed Azkaban." Harry felt that the association between Slytherin and Azkaban was not far-fetched at all. "We should simply be ourselves," Lior asserted. "You don't subscribe to Slytherin's ideology, do you? You won't become a dark wizard." "But..." Harry attempted to interject, but an unpleasant squawking interrupted them. They turned to see a somewhat bald, elderly-looking bird that Lior thought resembled a turkey. It emitted a suffocating sound that caused both of them to recoil in alarm. It appeared to be on the verge of death. Lior gulped. "What do we do? This is disastrous." Harry looked even more despondent. "If Professor Dumbledore returns and finds his bird dead before us." Lior tentatively approached, trying to examine its condition for any possibility of rescue. Suddenly, a flame erupted. The bird had spontaneously combusted. Lior glanced at Harry. "I didn't do anything." "I know," Harry replied solemnly. "I understand. I truly do." Just then, the office door swung open, and Dumbledore entered with a grave expression. Lior straightened up. "Professor, your bird appears to be in distress. At that precise moment, the fireball behind them let out a final scream and transformed into a pile of ashes. That is rather unfortunate. Sit down, children. To their surprise, Dumbledore smiled. Fawkes is a phoenix. When a phoenix is nearing death, it will self-immolate, emerging anew from the ashes. You have just witnessed its rebirth. A small bird's head emerged from the ashes, chirping feebly in response. A phoenix, Lior recalled having heard of such creatures. He had always envisioned them adorned with beautiful red and gold plumage, gracefully fanning their large tails while emitting melodious calls. The wrinkled little chick before him was, quite frankly, rather unsightly. Perhaps his expression betrayed his thoughts, for Fawkes promptly pecked him sharply. The appearance of rebirth can indeed be a bit alarming, but most of the time, they are exceptionally beautiful, Dumbledore remarked as he settled into a high-backed chair. Fawkes, with its wings akimbo, proudly stared at Lior. Lior averted his gaze, intending to broach the subject. Professor, I encountered that creature. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted as the door was forcefully flung open by a colossal figure. Hagrid charged into Dumbledore's presence like a bull, clutching a dead rooster. Not Harry, Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid exclaimed urgently, just moments before the child was discovered. I was speaking with him. He had no time, sir. As Hagrid spoke loudly, he waved a rooster frantically in his hands. Feathers scattered like snowflakes, compensating for the absence of a visible blizzard in the office. It cannot be him, if necessary. I can swear before the Ministry of Magic that I have never seen Hagrid so enraged. Hagrid, Dumbledore seemed at a loss for words. You have apprehended the wrong person. Sir, I know Harry is innocent. Hagrid, Dumbledore raised his voice. I do not believe Harry attacked those individuals. Oh, Hagrid finally paused, the poor rooster drooping limply. Its feathers noticeably thinned. Very well, I shall await instructions outside, Headmaster. Lior brushed off the feathers from his head, his nose twitching as he stifled a sneeze. Fawkes, newly reborn, sported a colorful tail feather. At last, it had something to wear. Dumbledore, somewhat resigned, swept the feathers from the desk, and Harry appeared considerably more at ease. You don't think it was me, do you, Professor? I do not, Dumbledore replied, glancing at the feathered Lior. Lior, what were you about to say? I am certain it was the basilisk, Lior declared, lifting Brand and shaking off the feathers, fixing his gaze on the creature that had perished before him. Lysander and the others had not directly locked eyes with the basilisk. Lysander Williams saw it through the crystal ball, while Colin Creevey viewed it through the lens. Lior took a deep breath. And Justin, he was petrified today. He might have seen it through the ghost he was with. So, you are the only survivor. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. How did you manage to escape unscathed? Brand was in front of me at the time. It yelled snake first, Lior recounted. Then I closed my eyes and cast the shield charm. Something collided with me and quickly vanished. I suspect it went down to find Justin. You successfully cast a shield charm? Dumbledore asked, astonished. That is a commendable skill. Professor Quirrell taught me. Perhaps you recall, it was last year, Lior admitted. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Dumbledore nodded knowingly. The basilisk is cunning, he remarked. After one failure, it did not persist but sought new targets. But how did it escape? Lior furrowed his brow. After it left, Percy Weasley immediately took me down to find Professor McGonagall. We saw no other anomalies along the way. Yet we still arrived too late. Harry's expression suddenly shifted. He seemed to recall something and hesitated to speak. Both men noticed his demeanor and turned to him. I must ask you, Harry, is there anything you wish to tell me? Dumbledore inquired gently. Anything at all. That is far too much, Lior thought. Whatever Harry was planning to do would surely frighten you if he spoke of it. Nothing. Harry shook his head. Nothing at all, sir. Dumbledore looked at Lior, who hesitated briefly before also shaking his head. Then let Hagrid in, Dumbledore said. Lior, you should refrain from acting alone. Remember what I said. Lior nodded and departed with Harry. Chapter 59. The Professor's slumber I kicked over. Even with the confirmation that the attacker was the basilisk, Harry's situation remained dire. Perhaps even worse, as everyone knew he could speak to snakes. Students who initially planned to stay for Christmas were now frantically contacting home to arrange their tickets. When encountering Harry on the way, others would tacitly give way, avoiding conversation with him and his friends. Oh, now the only one unafraid of Harry, apart from his companions in Gryffindor, was Malfoy. Even if he turned to ash, he would never believe the claim that Harry was the heir of Slytherin. Recently, he appeared somewhat troubled, likely feeling overshadowed by Harry. Nevertheless, he continued to taunt Harry, bending his wrist to mimic a snake whenever they crossed paths, which, in turn, oddly comforted Harry. Lior informed Hagrid of Bran's demise, and Hagrid wept inconsolably. He led Lior to a clearing on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, where they gave Brand a grand burial. It was then that Lior learned that Brand was, in fact, a dragon's eye. This revelation dampened his appetite that evening as he sat at the dining table. The autumn term swiftly concluded amidst this chaos. And when the Hogwarts Express departed on the 20th, the school felt considerably emptier. According to plan, Leo was to experiment with the effects of the polyjuice potion alongside Harry and the others. However, due to the mischief of a vile bat, he unfortunately missed this exhilarating moment. At that moment, Leo slumped in the inn, reading Snape's paper word by word. The antidote mechanism for mental erosion magic mediated by Agrivoltus. Just as he finished the first line, the words seemed to rearrange themselves, forcing him to squint and begin anew. Tonight, they would attend the welcome dinner for the 19th Gracini Potionology Conference. Yes, this wretched academic gathering dared to convene 3 days before Christmas. Leo thought to himself that the organizers must indeed be potion masters, possessing the confidence that they would not be collectively poisoned by the attendees. He had not anticipated that Snape would also register for the event. Typically, only 7th-year students would receive such an opportunity. However, he had labored over Snape's paper, and Snape deemed it necessary to expose him to broader horizons. Fearing that Leo would embarrass him, Snape inundated him with a plethora of precautions along the way. Summarizing it all to, just pretend to be a piece of wood. The accommodations provided by the organizers were relatively clean, with spacious and bright rooms adorned in pale green European wallpaper and polished wooden floors that gleamed. A long wooden table rested against the wall. 3 large armchairs were placed in a corner, and in the center were 2 large beds. Thankfully, they were positioned at a considerable distance from one another. They arrived in the afternoon. As soon as Snape settled into an armchair, lazily leaning against the soft backrest, he began to sip his tea. Leo hastily found a corner nearest the door, dropped off his luggage, and cautiously pulled out the stool from beneath the long table. Feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles as he extracted the paper, pretending to prepare while actually absorbing nothing at all. He had only heard of the Gracini Conference in books. Each year, many prominent figures in potionology gathered here, and every paper presented could become a reference for them. Soon, he would be face to face with those attendees. If someone greeted him, what should he say? How could he present himself as knowledgeable? Even more pressing was how he could appear competent enough to assure Professor Snape that he had not made a mistake in bringing him along. Should he feign interest in reading some books to project an academic demeanor? Should he share snacks with Snape to foster their student-teacher relationship? What time should he go to bed tonight? Should he stay up late? Until when would Professor Snape continue to drink tea? Should he maintain the pretense of studying the paper? He turned his back to Snape, sitting up straight, desperately thinking, "Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me." He sneakily turned his face. Snape's features were obscured by his bangs, and he could not discern the professor's exact expression, though it seemed he was not looking at him. With audacity, he surveyed the scene. Professor Snape's hand was tightly gripping the teacup on the table, the tea within having long since lost its warmth, yet he hesitated to lift it to his lips. Leo subtly leaned to the side, finally discerning that Professor Snape was, in fact, fast asleep with his eyes closed. Oh, it was evident that Professor Snape had not enjoyed a proper rest in quite some time. Leo estimated that their beleaguered potions master scarcely managed 5 hours of sleep in a day. Tension in Leo's body gradually dissipated as he quietly observed the young professor's serene visage in slumber. Snape's face was slightly turned to one side, long eyelashes casting shadows on his eyelids, fluttering ever so slightly with each breath. His thin lips bore little color, but were not pressed together as was their usual wont. Below, his ample robe fell open at either side, the chest beneath the dark high collar rising and falling slowly. One hand remained clenched around the teacup, slender fingers appearing distinctly knuckled from the exertion, while the other rested on his knee, his long legs comfortably stretched beneath the round table. As the clock struck 5, Leo fell into a different contemplation. Soon, they would need to attend the evening banquet. How should he rouse Professor Snape? Professor Snape? Professor Snape? Leo called softly, to which Snape merely furrowed his brow slightly, showing no further reaction. Rising cautiously, Leo took a few steps forward, but Snape appeared utterly oblivious. A twinge of nervousness gripped Leo as he approached the round table, deliberating on the most suitable angle from which to awaken the professor. He carefully edged closer to Snape, the floor creaking softly beneath his feet. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that Snape's robe seemed to have been bewitched with a certain spell, the hem now attempting to sway away from his shoes. Snape appeared to be in a deep slumber. A playful impulse surged within Leo, and he deliberately stretched his foot forward. The robe curled beneath the chair. He too slipped his foot beneath the chair, causing the hem to frantically lift and flutter in the air. Leo gently raised his foot. Clatter! He lost his balance, his foot slipping, and landed awkwardly in a split. To make matters worse, he sent the chair, Snape's chair, flying across the room. Tea splashed forth, drenching Leo. Snape jolted awake, rising abruptly to demand, "What are you doing? The banquet is about to begin." Leo, wincing in pain, struggled to rise from the floor. but his legs refused to cooperate, leaving him kneeling awkwardly. "I was trying to wake you up," he stammered, casting a guilty glance at the still flapping hem of Snape's robe. "The floor is too slippery." With a look of disdain, Snape hoisted him from the ground, casting a drying charm and righting the chair. "Clean yourself up. We shall be heading down shortly." Grateful for the fall, Lior felt as though he could now accomplish anything without concern. Chapter 60. What to do if the professor seems to be a heartthrob. The welcoming banquet was held in the hall on the 3rd floor. Following closely behind Snape, Lior curiously surveyed his surroundings. Wizards of various ages, young, old, and even those whose ages were indiscernible, moved about, most bearing pallid complexions, their hands emerging from their sleeves white and wrinkled, reminiscent of bleached bark. If it weren't for the bright lights, Lior might have suspected he had stumbled into a gathering of vampires. Was this the norm among potion masters? It seemed that Professor Snape maintained a rather good appearance. Severus, a woman with a high ponytail, approached, holding a goblet aloft. "How have you been lately?" "Quite well, Granger," Snape replied, lifting his gaze, his tone devoid of warmth. "Were you not in Brazil?" "Oh, with the new year approaching, I simply had to return for a visit," Granger declared with certainty. "I just landed today, and haven't had a chance to check my mailbox." Snape raised an eyebrow. "I sent letters to Brazil as well." "Brazil?" "Severus, you know there are many thieves there." "I've never received any letters." Granger laughed awkwardly, then turned to Lior. "Is this one of your friends, Severus?" "He looks quite clever." "My student," Snape corrected. Granger bent down, smiling warmly at Lior. "What is your name, young one?" "Lior," he replied nervously, glancing at Snape, who seemed unopposed to his interaction with Granger. "I am Isolde Granger, a researcher in the Potions Development Department at St. Mungo's. And I have a good relationship with your professor. If you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out." Lior had heard of the Granger family. A fellow Slytherin in his year, Daphne Granger, was also known for her expertise in potions. "If I may interject, Granger, when do you plan to return to Brazil?" Snape inquired coolly. "Well, of course, I must return after Christmas," Granger replied with a chuckle. "You know I've been busy with the research on calming potions. By the way, Severus, what is the topic of your paper?" "If you're not in a hurry to return to Brazil, you'll find out tomorrow," Snape replied. "I am also curious about the progress of your calming potion research. The historical evolution and cultural implications of calming potions?" Granger's face flushed slightly. "Oh, Severus, that was for my work. The paper I submitted this time is not that." "You need to pick up the pace, Granger," Snape remarked, indicating a number with his fingers. "If you can submit a finished product within a month, I'll add 10 ounces of Felix Felicis to the 3rd letter." "Deal." Granger clapped her hands. "Let us put it in writing." Snape beckoned to Lior, who promptly retrieved paper and pen from his bag. Snape swiftly scribbled something on the paper, while Lior strained to see, still unable to make it out. Granger watched intently from the side, anxiously exclaiming, "Wait, you forgot to include Dragon's blood, Severus." Snape raised his pen to amend it while elongating his tone. "I've never received any letters." "You truly have a sense of humor, Severus," Granger remarked, changing the subject. "When will you tire of being a professor and come visit St. Mungo's?" "I have no intention of leaving Hogwarts anytime soon," Snape replied coldly. "Teaching is rather dull," Granger exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. "The Research Institute is where you can truly showcase your talents, Severus. Dealing with those children is so exhausting." She quickly turned to Lior, offering an apologetic smile. "Please don't take offense. You certainly seem like a well-behaved student, a testament to Severus's guidance." The well-behaved student who had just sent the professor's chair flying had no words to respond. "Don't tease him, Granger," Snape said. "What is your paper titled? A Modern Interpretation of XX or the Mysterious Numbers in XX?" "That is a prejudice, Severus. Both hold significant meaning." Granger shook her finger. "Humph, you'll be disappointed. The paper I submitted this time is the repair mechanism of moonlight moss extract on dragonfire burns." Snape raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. This was indeed a topic that piqued his interest. He appeared inclined to inquire further, but was abruptly embraced by a burly man. "Severus Snape." Lior noted that Snape seemed momentarily breathless. Isolde Granger was equally startled, and upon recognizing the newcomer, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Marcus." Snape extricated himself from the man's grasp, quickly adjusting his collar. "Marcus, did you not come with Isolde?" Marcus cast a glance over his shoulder at Isolde Gringlas, ruffling his disheveled hair. Hadn't Isolde returned to England earlier this year? Severus Snape looked at Isolde with a hint of pride. "Oh dear, I forgot to wear a pin." Isolde exclaimed loudly, "I must go back to fetch it." With a flick of her ponytail, she strode away. "Severus, I knew you would come," Marcus declared proudly. "Do you remember my multi-champion ACA project from last year? I have successfully cultivated it this year." "Severus, if you purchase ACA from me, I can offer you a discount." Marcus appeared to be primarily engaged in herbology, and as he drew nearer, Liao encountered a refreshing scent of herbs. Thank you, Marcus. Snape responded to Marcus with considerable courtesy. This is your student, I presume? Marcus leaned in closer. His fluffy face inquisitive. How old are you? My name is Liao Air, Liao replied shyly. I'm currently in my second year. Hello, Liao Air. I'm Marcus Costa, a joint researcher at the Brazilian Magical Creatures Conservation Society and the Rio de Janeiro Magical Academy. I authored alternatives to venomous tentacula juice. You might find it interesting, Marcus said cheerfully. You're only in second year? That is quite promising. Your grades must be excellent, yes? Not bad, Liao replied modestly. Don't be so humble. I understand. Anyone trained by Severus is bound to be top-notch, Marcus said, patting his shoulder and letting out a pumpkin-flavored belch. I remember your senior, Babashu Pollock, who came with Severus a decade ago. He is currently furthering his studies at Castro Bosch. Severus, do you still keep in touch with him? Of course, Snape replied. I find great comfort in that. Come on, Liao Air, right? Marcus continued, pulling out a frond resembling a fern from his bag. This is my luminescent fern. Consider it a token of our meeting. Liao was taken aback, glancing at Snape, who quietly urged, accept it, Liao Air. Suddenly being called by his name made Liao jump again. He blankly accepted the large luminescent fern. Thank you, Mr. Costa. No need for thanks, Marcus said, affectionately ruffling Liao's hair with his broad, rough palm. I watched Severus grow up. I even held him as a child. Snape's voice turned dangerously low. Marcus, this is my student. Just joking, Marcus chuckled, patting Snape's shoulder. I can't imagine how you teach children, he said. Turning to Liao with curiosity, is he strict in class? Not really, Liao said, somewhat reluctantly. Professor Snape is widely recognized as a good teacher. A good teacher. Or rather, a good at being hard to talk to teacher. I knew it. Severus is evidently quite popular among students. Marcus declared confidently. So you must learn well from your Professor Snape. We should head back to rest, Snape said, taking a deep breath. Marcus, see you tomorrow. Oh, see you tomorrow. Rest well. Marcus grinned, waving his large hand as he watched them depart. Professor, what letter did you write to Ms. Gringlas? Once they had walked far from the venue, Liao could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. A research project, Snape replied. She hasn't made any progress for a year. If this drags on, the project will not conclude. Why is that? Liao inquired. Is it due to insufficient funding? Money is just one aspect. She has always struggled with procrastination. Snape said as they walked. I planned this project for her 5 years ago. She only finally initiated it last year. Liao couldn't help but be curious about how his decisively efficient professor could find such an unreliable partner. She also graduated from Hogwarts, 5 years my senior. Although she may be somewhat unreliable in her dealings, her potions expertise is quite high, Snape explained. You should also learn from her, particularly in potion making. Her rigorously written papers are worth a read. Liao nodded, and Snape continued gently. By the way, you should consider what you want to do after graduation. Liao was taken aback. He truly did not know what he could pursue after graduation, especially since Lysander had already dissuaded him from the bright path of public service. St. Mungo S is a good option. If you manage to graduate, you could ask Gringlas for a recommendation, Snape said somewhat begrudgingly, though she may not be diligent. She does hold considerable status. Thank you, Professor, Liao expressed gratefully as they returned to their room. Two soft, large beds lay quietly in the center of the room. Liao glanced at Snape and then at the beds. I'll take the one inside, Snape said, striding over to the armchair and expertly preparing tea. We must be in bed by 10. If you find yourself bored at this hour, you could inquire whether Isolde has located her pin. Liao was reluctant to face the ever-responding yet uncertain Isolde alone. I'll peruse some papers, Professor. Snape nodded, sipping his evidently still hot tea with a certain restraint. Liao had a premonition. The professor's presence here might be just as awkward as his own. Chapter 61. Eavesdropping on others speaking ill of the professor. Liao anticipated that the academic conference the next day would be quite serious and was anxious all night, largely due to his unfamiliarity with rooming with this particular professor. Professor Snape kept his word, sending Liao to bed promptly at 10, extinguishing the lights as he sat at the table, struggling to maintain focus. Liao awkwardly wrapped himself in the blankets, lying straight like a corpse. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he could still glimpse Snape, who evidently was not asleep. The shadow stood by the window, resembling a large bat in the dim moonlight. The shadow stirred, and the bat-like head turned to meet his sparkling eyes. Sleep, Snape commanded. You're not asleep either, Liao protested. You are a minor, Snape stated matter-of-factly. You need to grow. I have 5 months until I'm of age. And so? Does that mean you're not a minor now? In indignation, Liao covered his head with the blanket. After several rounds of deep breathing, he cautiously pulled the blanket down, revealing his furtive eyes as he glanced toward the professor. Snape, arms crossed, was watching him. Sleep, he reiterated. Professor Snape. It's difficult for me to sleep with you staring at me, Lior complained. Snape exhaled deeply, turning away. Lior was accustomed to staying up until the early hours. Based on his understanding of Snape's schedule, the professor was unlikely to retire any earlier than he. He quietly observed Snape, who, accustomed to his busy routine, indeed had no intention of going to bed, now leaning lazily against the windowsill, perusing a book by the light. Snape was always serious about his reading. He squinted his eyes, gently pinching the page corner with his fingertips, turning the pages as slowly as possible to avoid disturbing the somewhat brittle yellowed paper. This scene was so rare that it reminded Lior of the movie posters adorning Dean and his roommate's dormitory. But really, wouldn't the professor's eyes suffer from such reading? Snape noticed Lior's gaze and turned his face. Lior swiftly closed his eyes, feeling a pang of guilt as though caught in wrongdoing. Soon, he heard Snape's low, monotonous voice, akin to that during class, reciting, "Cleanse the root of the bellflower, slicing it into delicate 0.1-inch thick pieces and blend it with moonlit dew water in a 15 g/ml ratio. Place this mixture into a silver infusion vessel, allowing it to steep at low temperatures, shielded from light, for a span of 72 hours. During this period, stir clockwise with a silver rod 3 times every 12 hours, ultimately filtering to yield a clear extract of bellflower root." Nothing could be more hypnotic than this. Lior endeavored to listen further, yet soon his head tilted, and he succumbed to a profound slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered that Severus Snape had already completed his morning routine and had descended to breakfast ahead of him. In Snape's absence, Lior felt a wave of relief wash over him. He luxuriated in a leisurely roll upon his bed before struggling to extricate himself from the soft cocoon of blankets. Rare sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden square upon the sheets. Stretching luxuriously in the golden rays, he mused, what a splendid day it would be to indulge in fruitcake. Alas, he did not partake in the fruitcake, for he had awoken too late. Technically, he could have made it down in time, but regrettably, he encountered the loquacious Isolde. "Leo," Isolde Gringras exclaimed joyfully, pulling him by the hand. "What are you doing here all alone? Where's your Professor Snape?" "He has gone down for breakfast," Lior replied. "I just woke up and was about to head down." "Splendid. Then we can go together," Isolde chirped. "Did Severus say anything derogatory about me yesterday? He surely must have. That man. A mere lick of his lips could poison himself. In my opinion, he is utterly unsuited for teaching students. By the way, which house are you in?" "Slytherin. I graduated from there myself." "I'm in Gryffindor," Lior admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. "Really? In a Gryffindor of all places? You look nothing like a Brit. Could that be the reason?" "I hail from China," Lior responded, "but I feel Gryffindor suits me quite well." Oh, is the biting cabbage from your homeland?" Isolde exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "What a mysterious place. Are you from a wizarding family?" "Not quite. I don't really know," Lior deflected awkwardly. "You must be, for you attend Hogwarts," Isolde asserted. "Yet I thought Severus would loathe Gryffindor. It must be quite a trial for him." "Why is that?" Lior inquired curiously, aware that Professor Snape indeed held a disdain for Gryffindor. Out of 4 houses, he always seems to focus his ire on Gryffindor. "Shoo. That's a personal matter of his. It has nothing to do with you," Isolde said. "I have some leverage over him, so I dare not speak ill of him." Lior recalled Isolde's previous disparagement of Snape. "How did you become acquainted with Professor Snape?" Isolde asked. "Marcus mentioned you are only in your 2nd year? Have you been studying potions since childhood? Have you published any papers?" Lior felt a bead of sweat trickle down. Fortunately, Isolde spoke rapidly enough that he needed only to provide vague affirmations. "However, I heard Severus most desires to teach defense against the dark arts," Isolde continued. "All these years. Has he never succeeded?" "Not once." Perhaps he finds greater value in potions. After all, a diligent worker like him is rare. His temper does tend to flare, though. He ought to drink more loofah soup." "Does he drink loofah soup regularly?" Lior found himself at a loss for words. "Oh dear, we've arrived." They finally descended the lengthy staircase, only to find the dining hall sparsely populated. Breakfast appeared to have concluded. Lior despaired as he watched the last plate vanish. "My breakfast is gone." "Don't worry, little one," Isolde reassured him, patting her bag. "I brought cookies and buttered rolls. You must be famished. Would you like some?" Lior politely declined, but Isolde still managed to shove a bag of rolls into his hands. "In our line of work, the worst sin is to work on an empty stomach," Isolde proclaimed. "Hunger can impair your perception of potions, and in more severe cases," Lior perked up, listening intently. "It will affect your appetite later," Isolde asserted emphatically. "Think about it. When you start brewing a loathsome potion like polyjuice, will you still have the appetite to eat afterward? So, you must eat first, then work. Otherwise, you can forget about having any energy for the day." Lior marveled at the wealth of experience possessed by someone in their 30s. Throughout the morning, they found themselves in a conference hall, and regrettably, Lior had to accompany Isolde once more. She was brimming with enthusiasm, bouncing along, her high ponytail swaying behind her. It was difficult to imagine her age surpassed that of Snape. How does Severus usually teach you? It must be quite different from Professor Slughorn, right? Isolde inquired. Does he offer you small rewards? Oh, I doubt he does. Back in my day, we received rewards for good performance in every lesson. I distinctly remember receiving a vial of Felix Felicis. Lior nodded. He had encountered it in advanced potion making, recognizing its formidable difficulty, requiring 3 months of brewing. Only the most patient and fortunate wizards would dare attempt it. Thus, when Snape promised Isolde 10 ounces of Felix Felicis yesterday, Lior felt a pang of sympathy for the professor. You are quite knowledgeable about advanced potions, Isolde praised. I heard Severus's reward in class that day was also this. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Severus's cauldron exploded that day, nearly distorting his nose with rage. In my opinion, he looked like he needed the Felix Felicis more that day. Lior, forced to endure the professor's embarrassing tales, furtively glanced around, fearful that the malevolent bat might swoop in and eliminate him. Have you ever used Felix Felicis? Lior queried. What does it feel like? Of course not, Isolde shrugged. I've kept it preserved, unwilling to consume it. I don't know when I might truly need good fortune. However, she raised her index finger, shaking it. Luck, that elusive notion, is merely a comfort for the weak. When one possesses true strength, one does not concern oneself with it. Lior was taken aback that the seemingly innocent and lively Isolde would express such sentiments. It dawned on him that she was indeed a potion prodigy who had achieved a measure of success in her 30s. Do you believe in such things? Luck, fate, and so forth? Isolde continued. If you do not seize your life in your own hands, how can you feel secure? Just like that prophecy everyone speaks of. I find it utterly tedious. What? One of them will kill the other. Does that imply that until the chosen one encounters the mysterious figure, he cannot be slain by another? Why not have someone drive a car into him to test it? It's merely an excuse for everyone to slack off and neglect organizing defenses. Apologies, Ms. Gringraw, but Harry Potter is my classmate, Lior interjected. However, factually speaking, it is indeed quite difficult to kill Harry. Isolde's eyes sparkled. What a coincidence. How does Harry fare in potions? Severus must think highly of him. He is doing all right, Lior replied. Professor Snape does not show favoritism due to Harry's status as the chosen one. No, you don't understand. It's not because of that, Isolde clarified. But it sounds like he isn't doing too well, huh? Well, I see we have arrived. Are you going to look for your professor? Lior peered into the room, which was filled with long tables already occupied by several individuals. To his surprise, Professor Snape sat in the front row. He desperately wished to abandon the professor and sit at the back, but Snape had already glanced his way. The professor beckoned him with a gesture, compelling him to approach. Lior glanced at the seat beside Professor Snape, where a nameplate boldly inscribed 3 Chinese characters, Lior. His eyes widened in astonishment. He had indeed made progress. Chapter 62. Severus, you wouldn't want your first love experiences to be known by your students, would you? The academic report was rather tedious. Initially, he listened intently to the presentations of the distinguished speakers, diligently taking notes. However, as the discussions progressed, he found himself unable to keep pace, his focus drifting and his head gradually bobbing as he struggled against the encroaching drowsiness. When it was Professor Snape's turn, Lior merely assisted in flipping through the presentation diagrams. Compared to the preceding speakers, Snape's visuals and blackboard layout were significantly more aesthetically pleasing, providing a welcome respite for the audience's eyes. During the tea break, Snape could no longer contain himself. If you came here with your eyes open, you must have gleaned quite a few insights, haven't you? Lior hesitated, his hand poised over a small cake on the table. He endeavored to articulate his thoughts. Ms. Hernandez's ideas on improving bubble stem pus are quite clear. I had never considered the role of fungi in purification before. Furthermore, Mr. Vogel's modifications to the truth serum, having experimented with such a variety of materials, suggest he possesses both wealth and a tenacious spirit. By the way, Professor, what is the brain-blocking spell? It is a charm that shields against mental invasion, Snape replied, a hint of pride in his tone. A standard brain-blocking charm erects a wall to obstruct external prying into one's memories. Vogel's truth serum breaks through such ordinary defenses. After saying this, he smirked somewhat disdainfully. However, for certain wizards proficient in brain blocking, they do not merely construct high walls, but rather meticulously prune their memories, shaping them into what they wish to present. In the face of such memories, Vogel's truth serum may prove inadequate, as he seeks memory anchors. Lior suddenly grasped the concept. Vogel's method was one of inquiry. Yet for advanced mental defenses, even with memory anchors, What one perceives may not be the authentic, complete memory. If that is the case, mastering advanced brain blocking should allow one to evade interrogation by the Ministry of Magic, shouldn't it? Lee, do you think advanced techniques are as ubiquitous as eggs? Snape replied with amusement. The art of brain blocking is inherently challenging. It requires the abandonment of all emotions, even those painful and sorrowful memories, which must be cast aside in an instant. In such moments, you perceive yourself as if gazing upon a stranger. Can you comprehend that? This is a feat unattainable for many who are governed by their emotions. Lior nodded, partially understanding, and then realized something. Do you also practice brain blocking, Professor? That is an obvious question, Lee. Anyone aiming for achievement should, to some extent, acquire this skill. Otherwise, your past, your accomplishments, and every trace of your thoughts may be laid bare before those with ill intentions. The methods of academic plagiarism in the wizarding world have become so alarming. Lior was taken aback. In any case, focus on learning, whether it be their achievements, their logic, or even their angles of approach. Snape cast him a sidelong glance. I hope to see a more respectable paper from you after Christmas. A chill ran down Lior's spine. Up until now, he had submitted only 3 minor papers, all of which had been mercilessly critiqued by Snape. In the second half of the report, he exerted all his energy to listen, regretting not bringing Colin's camera to capture all the presentation images. During the lunch break, Isolde approached again. Did you catch what that French wizard concluded? His accent was so thick. Snape looked at Lior, who shook his head in response. He was not English, let alone adept at understanding English laced with a French accent. Nothing particularly noteworthy. He evidently believes the Provence Spice Group can replace mistletoe berries, Snape remarked, his expression akin to that of someone evaluating a paper that barely passed. Oh, you're still so conservative in this regard, Severus, Isolde retorted. Spices are quite beneficial in treatments. But why couldn't he simply speak in French? The committee should allow foreigners to use their native tongues. At least then I could utilize translation earplugs. Translation earplugs? Lior inquired with curiosity. Such a thing exists? Of course. Isolde proudly produced a pair of small rubber plugs. They are quite expensive, but very practical. With the appropriate translation earplugs, you can comprehend what those foreigners mean. I use them to communicate with locals in Brazil. However, coming from China, you must know that some translations may not be entirely accurate. I was perplexed for quite some time because the locals kept telling me to swim. Later, I discovered they meant it's all right. Rather than relying on such trivial devices, it would be wiser to master the language. Gringlass, Snape scoffed. I could easily place a curse on your earplugs, rendering them capable of only emitting the sounds of a clucking hen. That would be too noisy. Could we change it to BBC broadcast instead? Isolde asserted boldly. Severus, not everyone possesses the gift for language learning. Besides, our English is already widely used. Why should we specifically learn the languages of other countries? Strange, you weren't assaulted in Brazil? Snape queried. Your earplugs can't translate spells, can they? If someone there wished to harm you, you might not even know how you perished. Come on, Severus, aside from you, no one would wish to harm me. Isolde jested. Who would attack a penniless researcher incapable of writing a paper? Only a master like you would be coveted. Indeed, if you do not submit a respectable report soon, I shall have to poison you, Snape declared. I happen to have a few friends in Brazil. Don't corrupt your students, Severus. Isolde countered. I will certainly fulfill your requests. But if you threaten me again, I might just reveal your first-year escapades to your students. Lior noticed Snape's lips moving rapidly as if he were engaged in an argument with Isolde, yet he could not hear a word. Snape had, in a bid to shield him from her influence, cast a silencing charm. Until evening, Isolde did not approach them again, and Snape remained reticent about her presentation, uninterested in offering any commentary. That night, upon returning to his room, Harry's owl, Hedwig, unexpectedly arrived, pecking furiously at the window. Lior retrieved the note from Hedwig's claw, the handwriting appearing frantic. It's Malfoy. Chapter 63, Fist-Fighting Crab, Kicking Malfoy. Lior and Snape returned to Hogwarts on Christmas Day. The closing ceremony of the summit had just concluded when Snape pulled Lior along, using Floo powder to arrive at the fireplace in the dungeon office. Soon, Hogwarts would host a Christmas dinner, and Snape, as a staff member, would lead the singing of carols. However, Lior knew that Snape would merely move his lips along with the crowd, never actually singing aloud. Professor, Merry Christmas, Lior called, trailing behind Snape's billowing robes as they headed toward the Great Hall. The castle had been adorned with Christmas decorations, and in the corners, one could frequently spot a Christmas tree swaying and listening to music, lifting his spirits. Merry Christmas, Lee, Snape replied in kind. He appeared utterly disinterested in the upcoming Christmas festivities, seemingly preferring to delve into 10 dissertations on Isolde rather than partake in any celebratory gatherings. The decorations within the Great Hall had become more extravagant, with enchanted snowflakes occasionally drifting from the ceiling, yet the air remained comfortably warm. Lior located the Gryffindor long table, where Harry and Ron were already seated, though Hermione was notably absent. "Where's Hermione?" Lior inquired. "Have you upset her again?" "No, she encountered a bit of a mishap," Ron replied, his expression tinged with disappointment. "We'll explain later." Soon, Dumbledore rose to address the assembly. "This year's attendance is notably sparse, yet it is evident that we require a joyful Christmas, do we not?" With a flourish of his wand, lively melodies filled the hall. Hagrid seemed the most spirited of all, clapping his hands and swaying to the rhythm, singing boisterously along. Under his infectious enthusiasm, several students joined in the chorus, while Harry and Ron remained among the few not swayed by the revelry. They quickly consumed a few Christmas puddings before pulling Lior away. "You would never believe what transpired," Ron stated. "You really should have stayed." Madame Pomfrey was still diligently overseeing the hospital wing. She drew aside the curtain of a bed, and Lior gasped at the sight of a person with a feline visage, sorrowfully lifting their gaze from a book. "Hermione?" Lior exclaimed, astonished. How could this happen? He had observed their polyjuice potion trials several times, and logically, it should not have gone awry. Even if it had, she shouldn't have transformed into a cat. "It is a cat," Hermione lamented. "I added cat hair." Lior comprehended the situation. The final step of the polyjuice potion required the inclusion of a part of the subject's body, typically easily obtainable hair. Clearly, Hermione had mistaken cat hair for Millicent's. "Can it be reversed?" Lior inquired. Madame Pomfrey responded, "That may take several weeks." Hermione appeared even more despondent. "I will miss my classes." Harry and Ron evidently did not regard this as a matter of great concern. Ron consoled her. "At least there's a silver lining. Madame Pomfrey is here, so Malfoy cannot make a move against you." Hermione's expression soured slightly. They brought Hermione some food from the Christmas feast before returning to Gryffindor Tower. Harry and Ron joined Lior in his dormitory, where he was alone since Lysander was absent, making it an ideal setting for clandestine discussions. "Malfoy has confessed," Harry disclosed. "We transformed into Crabbe and Goyle, and Malfoy trusts us. He claims to have discovered the heir of Slytherin." "What? So the heir of Slytherin is not him?" "He said he figured out how to use Ginny's diary. That is the diary of the heir of Slytherin, and he intends to fulfill its ambitions. To open the Chamber of Secrets and cleanse the school." "How could he?" Lior exclaimed nervously. "We must inform Dumbledore." "No," Ron suddenly interjected, his face pale. "Don't you understand? That diary was obtained from my sister." Lior looked at Ron in horror. Ron took a deep breath. If what Malfoy says is true, then previously, the incidents involving Moaning Myrtle and Colin Lysander were orchestrated by Ginny. She could be expelled. She was under a spell, Harry asserted. Her condition has been deteriorating. We should have anticipated it. Perhaps it was the Imperius curse. But would they believe it? Ron despaired. "My father was just placed under investigation." "Are you certain? All of this over a mere diary?" Lior found it hard to believe. "The tattered diary we stole? Do not underestimate the dangers of magical objects." Ron trembled. "My father oversees this. He has warned that one should not trust anything capable of independent thought. They once confiscated a cursed anthology of sonnets. Anyone who opened it could only speak in 5-word verses for the rest of their lives. If that is the case, if we steal it, the danger would be averted, wouldn't it?" Lior proposed. "Who could possibly steal from Malfoy?" Harry questioned. "He wouldn't even lend it to us for a look. If only Lysander were here. He excels at this sort of thing. What if we knock him out and search him?" Ron suggested. "He must carry it with him daily." They all agreed to the plan. During the Christmas holidays, such undertakings were relatively simple, as the school was nearly devoid of students. They easily spotted Malfoy outside in the snow, building a snowman with Crabbe and Goyle. "Shall we each take one?" Ron proposed. "We need to figure out a way to distract Crabbe and Goyle." Harry frowned. "Those two are too large. I doubt we can overpower them." "What are you afraid of?" "Just wrap a stone in a snowball and aim for the back of their heads," Ron advised confidently. He hid behind a tree, compacting the stone in the snowball before hurling it with force. Malfoy yelped as his face plunged into the snow. Crabbe and Goyle, clearly startled, rushed over to Malfoy, surrounding him to discern what had occurred. Ron, with snowballs in hand, pelted them, leaving them dazed. Harry gave Ron a thumbs up. "Ron, you should consider becoming a beater." However, Crabbe and Goyle quickly regained their composure, shaking off the effects and scanning the area for their assailant. Legs stiffen. Lior incanted swiftly, causing Crabbe's legs to lock straight, leading him to collide with Goyle, toppling both and causing Malfoy to yelp in distress. Lior dashed forward, delivering a swift elbow strike to each of their heads. As Malfoy, dazed, attempted to push Crabbe and Goyle off him, Lior seized the opportunity to deliver a kick to Malfoy's head. Malfoy let out a groan, falling silent. "This is for Brand," Lior stated, crossing his arms. "It feels quite satisfying." Harry and Ron exchanged glances. evidently surprised by Li Eao's adeptness not only in magic but also in combat. We must hurry. This area is too exposed, Li Eao urged. They quickly dragged Malfoy away, searching for his belongings, yet found nothing of interest. Li Eao squatted beside Malfoy's bag, discovering it contained only trinkets. It appeared they had ventured out solely to build snowmen. Let us go, Ron urged. It seems he has hidden it in his dormitory. We know the password. However, just as they intended to leave, the air around them suddenly chilled. What are you doing? The voice they dreaded most echoed around them. Chapter 64. Happy birthday. How dare you? Snape nearly shouted, striding towards Malfoy and his companions, checking for signs of life before addressing them. Who will explain? Potter, Weasley, Lee? The three boys were rendered speechless, their gazes fixed on the ground. Likely due to their earlier commotion, Malfoy was stirring awake, his eyes wide with fear as he comprehended the situation. Professor, they attacked me, along with Crabbe and Goyle. Snape's expression darkened. You are just as shameless as your father, Potter. He struck first. He stole Ginny's diary. Ron retorted indignantly. That is no justification for your actions. Weasley, Snape bellowed. You are blatantly disregarding school regulations. Professor Snape, Li Eao stammered, raising his hand timidly. It was I who struck them. But that diary is of particular significance to Ginny, Professor. Now is not the time for you to play the hero, Lee, Snape replied, still somewhat irate, turning his gaze to Malfoy. Malfoy, is this true? Absolutely not, sir, Malfoy hastily denied. Return it to them. Malfoy, Snape said gently. Professor, the diary is in my dormitory. I must go retrieve it, Draco quickly amended. Snape nodded, and Draco hurried off. Li Eao doubted he would return. Regardless, your little group assaulting fellow students is an exceedingly grave matter, Snape addressed the three still standing before him. Gryffindor loses 50 points. Take Crabbe and Goyle to the hospital wing, or I shall summon your headmaster. The trio, dejected, struggled to lift Crabbe, but were at a loss with Goyle on the other side. Snape grew more incensed and was about to conjure stretchers when, fortuitously, Crabbe and Goyle regained consciousness. He waved his hand, dismissing the two hulking figures. Subsequently, perhaps intentionally separating them, he assigned different punishments. Harry was to assist Filch in polishing the suits of armor in the corridors. Ron was to clean a pile of ancient flying broomsticks. And Li Eao, coincidentally, was tasked with counting a large jar of toad eyes that Snape had recently received, without the use of magic. Li Eao stood behind the desk, fuming as he meticulously transferred the minuscule eyeballs into another vial, feeling that Snape was biased. After all, Malfoy and his cronies frequently engaged in far worse antics. Why couldn't Snape see that? Clearly, Snape was equally infuriated. Seizing the opportunity of their solitude, he admonished, the headmaster entrusted you with the protection of Harry, not to assist him in bullying others. Li Eao felt an overwhelming urge to explode. Who was truly bullying whom in this school? He had a multitude of grievances he wished to articulate, yet he understood it would be futile had any teacher been willing to intervene. Malfoy would not have been so brazen. He lowered his gaze and muttered, it had nothing to do with Harry. It was my idea, Professor. Your idea is to resort to Muggle-like violence? Do you not possess a better solution, Lee? I do not, Professor, Li Eao said, feeling increasingly vexed. Losing track of his count, he poured the counted toad eyes back into the jar, tore off a piece of parchment, and began tallying while marking his progress. After a prolonged silence, Snape continued, you do not comprehend the vastness of the Malfoy family. If you only perceive the surface, your arrogance will inevitably lead to your downfall. Lee, even if he is the son of the Dark Lord, I would still take action, Professor, Li Eao retorted angrily. What if it were your diary that had been stolen? Would you not retaliate, Professor? This world operates thus, Lee, Snape asserted firmly. Moreover, fighting like a Muggle is a disgraceful act. You are a wizard, Lee. Li Eao stared at him, wide-eyed. Enough, you may leave, Snape commanded. Do not let me witness such behavior again. 5,750, Professor, Li Eao noted before departing, ensuring he had accurately estimated the pitiful toad eyes. He prided himself on seeing tasks through to completion. In contrast to Li Eao, Harry and Ron returned significantly later, particularly Harry, who found cleaning the massive suits of armor to be a laborious and painful endeavor, his arms nearly aching to the point of immobility. We need to quickly retrieve that diary, Ron urged, lest they change the password. Harry nodded, producing his invisibility cloak, and Ron and Li Eao hastily slipped beneath it. Compared to Lysander's cloak, Harry's was considerably larger. However, given Li Eao's height, he had to stoop to avoid revealing his shoes. Right here. They halted before a dark stone wall in the basement. Harry declared, the password is pure blood. The wall swung open, revealing an oddly eerie scene. Luckily, Malfoy and his entourage were absent from the common room. Could they be in the dormitory? The trio held their breath, gripping their wands tightly. They soon heard a commotion echoing down the corridor of the boys' dormitory, Malfoy's sharp voice expressing dissatisfaction. The three exchanged glances. Their interest peaked as they stealthily approached the source of the sound, which emanated from one of the dorm rooms. "Why not, Shafiq?" Malfoy queried. "Is your only concern your girlfriend?" "You do not understand how important love is, Malfoy," replied the boy identified as Shafiq. "Step aside. I must leave." The trio exchanged bewildered looks as Shafiq exited the room, closely followed by Malfoy, who lingered by a bed for a moment. "That must be Malfoy's dormitory," Harry whispered. "What is Malfoy doing, confessing his feelings?" "Don't speculate so grotesquely," Ron grimaced. There was no one else in the room, and Leo quickly shut the door, removing the invisibility cloak as they silently scoured every corner of the room. "This does not appear to be Malfoy's clothing, Harry," Leo said. Frowning at a t-shirt adorned with a husky, "This is Shafiq's room." Panicking, Harry hastily closed a drawer, a cabinet full of skincare products clattering in protest. "We must leave." However, footsteps were already approaching the door. Shafiq was returning sooner than expected, his astonished gaze falling upon the trio huddled in the room. His prefect badge glimmering on his chest. Leo recognized him as Serpent Shafiq, the seventh-year prefect of Slytherin, who had recently frequented Professor Snape's office regarding work matters. Lysander had even joked about his early romance with a Hufflepuff. You, Shafiq stepped back. "How did you get in here?" Harry stammered, but suddenly, Leo stood up, clearing his throat. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Shafiq." Harry and Ron quickly joined in harmony, while Leo pulled out his wand, conjuring a few bursts of confetti. "Ah, thank you. I am quite surprised," Shafiq exclaimed, gazing at them in astonishment. "Are you also here to celebrate our birthday?" "Indeed. Professor Snape mentioned you," Leo quickly replied. "He hopes you are not under too much pressure." Oh, Shafiq scratched his head sheepishly. "No wonder you were able to enter. Do you want some cake?" "Not really. You still have to meet Filch, right?" Leo remarked. "Perfect timing. We still have essays to write. Wishing you a delightful day." Hazel Finch, rumored to be Shafiq's romantic interest, was something Lysander had previously informed him of. Leo hoped Shafiq had not changed partners recently. Having revealed too much, Shafiq seemed momentarily stunned, adorned with confetti, and waved goodbye to them as the trio hurriedly exited the dormitory, scrambling to don the invisibility cloak. "How did you know today is his birthday?" Harry asked in shock. He could hardly fathom how Snape would punish them if they were caught in such a situation, perhaps turning them into potion ingredients. "I guessed. There were birthday gifts on his bed," Leo replied. "It seems Malfoy intends to throw him a birthday celebration. Does he truly possess such goodwill?" Ron scoffed. "Those gifts could very well contain cockroaches. What do we do now? Which room belongs to Malfoy?" Harry inquired. "Should we search one by one?" "We can't search any longer," Leo sighed. "Shafiq already knows we've been here. If Malfoy informs him that he has lost something, even Goyle will grasp the situation." Chapter 65. The Transformation Spell. Toothbrushes soared through the air. Socks floated by. Quills glided in. Leo panted, waving his wand in the dormitory. At present, Leo's room had become a clandestine sanctuary for Harry and Ron. Whenever Lysander was absent, they frequently gathered here, following Leo to practice various advanced spells. In pursuit of acquiring the diary, Leo devised several plans, one of which involved practicing the summoning charm. Though it was part of the advanced curriculum, he believed they had the opportunity to rise to the challenge. In fact, after several days of practice, they had begun to summon lighter, nearer objects with relative success. Moreover, Leo also prioritized the study of the disillusionment charm. Relying solely on the invisibility cloak was evidently insufficient. As Gringotts had suggested, one must seize their own destiny. However, his attempts at the disillusionment charm often resulted in imperfect disguises, reminiscent of Lysander's old invisibility cloak. Upon close inspection, flaws could be easily discerned. "Leo, you look like a chameleon," Ron remarked with a hint of jest. "You're not faring much better," Leo retorted. "Ron, stop using that wretched wand. You've turned your tail into a mouse." Ron glanced into a mirror and let out a horrified scream. Harry's condition was even more alarming. He had become semi-transparent, resembling some spectral creature from Gilderoy Lockhart's novels, while his head remained conspicuously visible. He paced anxiously, causing Ron to retreat in fright. Leo hastily restored Harry to his original state. "Hermione will be astonished," Ron mused. "Just imagine, on the day she is discharged, the three of us will only show our heads to see her. By then, we might even achieve complete invisibility." Clutching his wand, Leo flipped through a book with fervor. "Practicing the disillusionment charm is incredibly taxing," he remarked, as Ron and Harry leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. "The essence of the disillusionment charm lies in blending seamlessly with the environment." "What if you were amidst a crowded throng?" Ron queried, gazing at the ceiling. "What would you become? A clone?" "We might suffocate first," Harry replied. "Our bodies are still here." Indeed, Imitatiambitius may not suffice. Perhaps we should try Nihilum? Liu set aside the dueling guide and experimented with the new incantation. Suddenly, he exclaimed, I understand. With a determined touch on his wand, he enunciated clearly, Void. His form dissipated like a gust of wind. Liu? Liu? Harry and Ron gaped at the spot where Liu had just stood. I'm here, came Liu's jubilant voice. I've realized. What we seek is not to conceal our bodies, but to make them utterly vanish. That sounds terrifying, Ron shivered. Your body is ungraspable now. How can you return? I'm not certain, Liu replied, feeling as though he had melded into the air. His consciousness drifted through the room, unable to touch anything. It was a frightening sensation, akin to disappearing from this world. Magic is an emotional manipulation, with incantations serving as conduits for magical energy, much like the electric wiring in the Muggle world. When casting spells, one must fully comprehend the incantation to better direct the magic toward its intended effect. They had always believed the disillusionment charm was solely for invisibility. Thus their focus had been on hiding themselves, leading to various errors in casting. It was only after Ron's remark that Liu recognized the true purpose of the spell was to mimic the environment. The dueling guide also documented another incantation, Nihilum, meaning nothingness. It allows the user's body to disappear, becoming non-existent, thus evading the thrust of swords. This was evidently more aligned with their objective. However, he had not studied Latin, and there must be further nuances he could not grasp, hence the effectiveness was not optimal. As a Chinese individual, why could he not find a Chinese term to replace these spells and achieve superior transmission? His understanding of Chinese would undoubtedly surpass that of English and Latin. He recalled a character, Void. It was his favorite character, symbolizing the sky above, a hollow emptiness, and an unfruitful endeavor. This character perfectly encapsulated his desire to transform into nothingness. Not only would he be unaffected by any tangible entity, but he could also drift through the air as though flying. Yet, how could he revert this state? Was there a Chinese term that could precisely reverse this condition? Substance, he said uncertainly. His form began to coalesce slowly, and he felt the weight of his body return. He hastily directed his awareness downward, and soon felt his feet touch solid ground. Grounded. The term substance could signify being completely filled internally and also denotes reality. It perfectly restored his vacuous form. Liu barely had time to relish the sensation of corporeality before his head grew heavy, and he collapsed onto the bed. It was utterly exhausting. The dueling guide was originally intended for energetic adult duelists, and spells like Nihilum were meant to be cast instantaneously in defensive situations. For a second-year wizard to achieve such results nearly drained his magical reserves. Harry and Ron watched him with concern. Liu waved his hand with the last of his strength. I'll take a short nap. It wasn't until noon the next day that he awoke. Harry and Ron, ever loyal, had brought him lunch. He was indeed famished, feeling as if he hadn't eaten in an entire week, and devoured 3 cranberry pies in quick succession before color returned to his face. How did you manage that? Ron asked. What spell was it? It was Chinese, Liu replied, his voice still somewhat ethereal. It's a method I find easier to comprehend, but you probably can't use it since you're not Chinese. Is this the legendary mysterious power from the East? So remarkable? Ron exclaimed, astonished. No, it's because I expended all my magical energy on that yesterday, Liu said. Pale. The feeling was extraordinary, but it won't sustain for long. It's evident. This is the first time we've seen you at noon in the tower since we've known you, Ron remarked. Do you plan to practice more? We unanimously agree that this spell is quite cool. Liu raised his wand, and soon his form vanished. Moments later, with a pop, he reappeared on the bed, flat on his back, fast asleep. Ron. When Liu awoke again, the sky outside was nearly dark, and snow was falling heavily all around. He drank the pumpkin juice from his bedside. He felt he should abandon this high-energy, low-practicality spell. Yet he was reluctant to part with the sensation of being one with the universe. He needed to enhance his energy. Liu stepped out of the dormitory and roused Harry and Ron, who were dozing on the couch in the common room. Shall we go for a run? Are you joking? Chapter 66. The professor asks questions. I'm sleeping. Throughout the entire Christmas holiday, they endeavored to practice the summoning charm and the disillusionment charm. To their surprise, their success rate with the summoning charm had become quite high, yet they remained unable to summon the diary from Malfoy's possession. Perhaps it is a dark magical artifact, Ron remarked. Such things are far too malevolent, and typically remain unaffected by ordinary spells. Malfoy could summon the basilisk at any moment. Harry furrowed his brow. Lior, can you utilize your invisibility? No, Leo replied, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist that drifted through Harry, sending a shiver down his spine. Unlike a ghost, he could not touch the tangible world. This represented a form of energy conservation he had discovered. Somewhat impractical as it neither afforded complete invisibility nor enabled flight, yet it proved amusing for pranks. Lior had already devised a plan to frighten Lysander upon his recovery, if he had not been slain by the basilisk by then. Why not ask Ginny? Suggested the mist, settling on the windowsill like a blurred curtain. She must know how it operates. As long as we decipher Malfoy's method of summoning the basilisk, we can find a way to thwart him. She would undoubtedly eliminate us to silence us, Ron shrugged. She must be terrified as well, Harry asserted. She looks close to losing her mind. That evening during dinner, they seized the opportunity to crowd around Ginny. Ginny, we need to speak with you, Ron said mysteriously. Shall we meet in the basement classroom? Ginny appeared visibly tense, hardly touching her chicken leg. Due to the basilisk, almost no one dared venture underground, leaving the corridor eerily empty. Harry carefully locked the classroom door, though it was entirely unnecessary since only Lior and Snape could access it. With caution, Harry inquired, Ginny, was it you who dealt with Madame Lorelei? Ginny's eyes widened, her face pale as she retreated, ultimately collapsing onto a desk in tears. You know, I was supposed to tell you, but at that time. It's all right, Harry comforted. We merely wish to understand how you accomplished it. Will I be expelled? Ginny's eyes reddened. I harmed them. We won't reveal anything. Ron interjected, but the diary is now in Malfoy's possession. We must find a way to stop him. Ginny, we need to know what Malfoy plans next. I don't know, Ginny sobbed. There was a senior who kept chatting with me, but I don't remember what happened afterward. It felt like a dream. Unable to contain her tears, she lamented, I'm so sorry. I'm so frightened. I don't know what to do. You should have told me sooner. Ginny, I'm your brother. Ron grumbled, causing Ginny to cry even harder. Who was that senior you mentioned? Harry inquired keenly. Tom, Ginny murmured. Tom Riddle. Riddle? Ron exclaimed, Tom Riddle? Do you know him? Ginny looked even more terrified. He received an award for special contributions to the school 50 years ago. Ron grimaced, remember? I helped Filch clean the trophy room. When did you get such a good memory? Lior marveled. Because I had to scrub the slime off a name for an entire hour. You'd remember it too, Ron retorted indignantly. But isn't he the heir of Slytherin? Harry asked in astonishment. He contributed to the school? Slytherin was the founder. It stands to reason that his heir would have made contributions, Lior remarked. What did you discuss with him, Ginny? Initially, it was just casual conversation. He was very kind, comforting me and guiding my studies, Ginny whispered. Then he asked me to assist him with certain tasks. Before Ginny could elaborate, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Snape stood in the doorway, his expression peculiar. What are you doing here? He inquired. Are you attempting to steal supplies? We were just reviewing some material, Harry replied, forcing himself to sound nonchalant. Indeed. 2 second years and a first year? No textbooks in sight. Snape's thin lips curled into a smirk. 2. Harry and Ron turned to find Lior's spot empty. Only a wisp of black mist swirling in the shadows. How ungrateful. Snape scrutinized the three of them. I distinctly remember setting wards on this classroom. Perhaps the door was simply ajar? Ron suggested. Snape scoffed and strode toward the very spot where the two had been staring, raising his hand to grasp. Ouch. Lior appeared with impeccable timing. Professor, how did you know? What are you afraid of? Snape released his grip. I have no objection to you bringing someone to study. Lee, I merely wish to demonstrate a new spell I learned. Lior adjusted his collar, avoiding Snape's gaze. Professor, look. With a snap, Lior vanished, only to reappear at the door with another snap. Then, to Harry and Ron's predictable astonishment, he slumped against the door and fell asleep. He merely succumbed to slumber. Harry quickly asserted, we should return him. Snape scrutinized Harry thoroughly, as if verifying he bore no contraband. Very well, move quickly. Harry and Ron each lifted one of Lior's arms and, along with Ginny, hurriedly dragged him away. Chapter 67. Rainy night. Sapphic took the feverish Ron to the hospital wing. The next day, when Lior awoke, he found Harry and Ron gazing at him sympathetically. Snape said to find him once you wake. Harry's tone was grave, as if Snape were sending him to his doom. He also inquired about your essay's progress. Ron's tone sounded equally dismal. All right, Lior ruffled his disheveled hair. How did I get back? We carried you. Ron replied, otherwise. Do you expect Snape to carry you through the Gryffindor entrance? That would be absurd, Lior chuckled. Did Professor Snape say anything? No. He just urged us to leave promptly. Harry patted his chest. Thank goodness for your cunning, Lee. When you collapsed, Snape was utterly astonished. In truth, Lior had intended to sneak out the door, allowing Snape to search for him in vain, letting them believe that was quite beneficial. Lior hastily gathered his papers from the desk and, accompanied by Harry and Ron, made his way to the office door. Outside the office, he overheard the excited voice of Sir Pen Sapphic. Oh, thank you for remembering my birthday, Professor. Oh no, Snape appeared somewhat perplexed but adeptly responded. I have always been proud to have such an exceptional student in my house, Sapphic. Now, as long as you prepare these materials well, your newt should pose no issue. Thankfully, Snape never dampened their spirits. Did you enjoy your birthday, Sapphic? Snape inquired again. I had a wonderful time, Professor. Sapphic exclaimed. My father sent me a Firebolt 2001. And Llewellyn and Sissoko made me an enormous cake. Draco even built me a life-sized snowman. And those Gryffindors, they startled me at the time. What a surprise. Gryffindors? Oh, your assistant and his friends. You arranged for them to celebrate my birthday, didn't you? I had just been rejected by the Hecate Institute. Professor, you truly are thoughtful. Snape's voice remained gentle. It's nothing. Sapphic, keep up the good work. I have great faith in you. Sebastian emerged joyfully, clutching a few books, and greeted Leo at the door with a cheerful, good afternoon, Lee. However, Leo's expression was rigid as he stared at the wooden door, pondering which foot he should step in with to avoid a reprimand. Fortunately, he need not deliberate further, for Severus Snape had already swung the door open. Are you not coming in? Snape leaned against the doorframe, regarding him with an intense gaze. Shall I invite you in? Startled, Leo hurriedly stepped inside, as Snape motioned for him to enter. Did you celebrate Shaffiq's birthday? Snape's eyes narrowed sharply. Sebastian Shaffiq? Indeed. Haha. I happened to overhear Malfoy mention his birthday. He seems rather anxious lately, busy looking for a job, so I thought it might cheer him up. Leo earnestly attempted to present an innocent facade. And you brought Potter and Weasley along? They wouldn't normally concern themselves with Shaffiq, would they? Sebastian is our well-respected senior, Snape remarked. Leo replied earnestly. There was a rainy night when Ron had a fever, and it was during my patrol that I carried him to the hospital wing. Snape could hardly suppress his disdain for such convoluted anecdotes. I am unaware of when you became so familiar with one another. If that is the case, why would you act in my name? Because Sebastian will appreciate your concern. Professor, knowing you care will surely make him happier, will it not? Leo asserted confidently. I have no need for your machinations, Snape retorted, unimpressed. What mischief have you wrought with Shaffiq? Nothing, Professor, Leo replied sincerely. We merely sang him a birthday song, truly. Snape scrutinized Leo's eyes with suspicion, but found no trace of deceit. Where did you sing this birthday song? Well, it was a birthday celebration, so naturally. It was in the Slytherin common room, Leo stated, his tone overly casual, prompting Snape to stifle a laugh. How did you gain entry to the common room? You are a Gryffindor. Perhaps the door was not secured properly, Professor, but we committed no wrongdoing, did we? I have every right to deduct points from Gryffindor for this. Lee, Snape stated softly. You likely didn't merely visit the common room, did you? You sought out Malfoy as well, correct? Yes, but we did not find him, Professor. Leo admitted. And we shall not seek him again. Your house has changed the password. Thus, you attempted to enter afterward. Snape's gaze sharpened. Though Leo met his stare boldly. Malfoy still has not returned our diary, Professor. That does not justify your breach of school rules, Lee. You clearly instructed him to return it to us, Professor. Snape was baffled by the students' obsession over a diary that did not belong to them. I shall have a serious discussion with Malfoy. Breathe not a word to him again. Thank you, Professor. Leo's eyes sparkled with relief, causing Snape to momentarily refrain from scolding him. With a sigh, Snape prompted, let us discuss yesterday's events. What spell did you employ? And from where did you learn it? It was the disillusionment charm, Professor. I came up with it myself. Leo declared, swelling with pride, while continuing to embellish, claiming it was a sudden inspiration while working on his charms assignment. He could not divulge that they had been practicing the disillusionment charm, as that would sound dubious. Snape produced a vial of potion. Demonstrated again. Leo cautiously transformed himself into a denser mist, maintaining a vague human shape. He revealed his face and winked at Snape, then extended a hand to give a thumbs up. Why do you resemble a puppy showcasing a new toy? Snape mused. Leo inhaled deeply, the mist gradually thinning like a shadow devoid of light. He glided through Snape's desk and swiftly returned. Snape observed intently. You can achieve complete invisibility. Cannot you? Leo slowly reappeared, shaking his head. Yes, Professor, but it is exhausting. I cannot maintain it for long. How long can you sustain it at present, Lee? 2 minutes, Professor. Snape handed him the potion. Drink this. Without hesitation, Leo gulped it down, feeling warmth spread through him, invigorating his spirit. He glanced at Snape, sensing that the latter was perhaps more intrigued by his complete invisibility, so he nodded and softly recited the incantation, slowly vanishing once more. Snape reached out in the space where Leo had stood, grasping at nothing. I am right here, Professor. Leo's excited voice came from behind Snape. When Snape turned, Leo was perched on a corner ladder. Professor, look at me. Leo grinned widely, leaping from the ladder, only to vanish again. Snape swiftly turned back, and Leo reappeared at the desk, his complexion slightly pale, but still wearing a proud smile. It is time to sit and rest for a moment, Lee. Snape poured him a cup of honey water. In your current state, can you withstand a spell? I have yet to try, Professor. Shall we give it a go? Snape restrained him. No, you shall rest here first. We cannot have you collapsing in the office again, My teaching credentials cannot endure such strain. Lior sipped his honey water in small gulps, while Snape appeared to be lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he spoke softly. Can you teach me, Lee? Lior was momentarily taken aback. Of course, I would be delighted. But, Professor, it is a Chinese incantation. Perhaps only a Chinese person can wield it. However, I found a similar incantation, Nihilum, in the Duelist's Handbook. I can bring the book to you. Snape regarded him with a sidelong glance, then drew his wand. Nihilum. Snape's form shimmered for an instant, seemingly vanishing. Lior gazed at him in awe, as expected of a professor. The disillusionment charm is solely a defensive spell and cannot be used to attack foes, which is why most wizards disdain its use, Snape remarked. Your invisibility charm is similarly benign. You need not attack others. Thus, it is quite suitable for you. Lior sensed Snape was merely envious. For his invisibility charm was indeed extraordinary. He could fly. Snape cast another glance at him. What of your fourth essay? How long has it been? Lior's smile faltered. He unfurled the parchment. Professor, due to various reasons, I have yet to complete it, but I have outlined it. Snape scrutinized him. Recognizing that these so-called various reasons were merely excuses for ambushing Malfoy, trespassing into the Slytherin common room, conspiring in the underground classroom, and practicing spells of uncertain origin. He snorted, snatching the parchment to glance over it, embarking on a delightful critique. The claim that frog brains enhance memory is nothing but a ludicrous folktale, Lee. You have not sourced it properly. How dare you include it as an example? I will revise it when I return, Professor. And in the second section, color-shifting giant slug? What new creature have you concocted? It should be color-changing giant snail, Lee. If you lack innovation in potions, must you seek it in creatures? I will revise it. What is the purpose of your third section's title? Snape read aloud, Future Prospects? Does your research hold promise for the future? I shall ponder it further, Professor. If you have diligently perused the tomes The Principles of Magical Substance Reactions, Counter Curses and Antidotes, and Potion Mishaps and Their Consequences, you should be acutely aware of the peril inherent in utilizing the blood of the color-changing giant snail in potions. Severus Snape remarked. Perhaps you should first submit a reading report? Lior felt as though the sky had fallen. Chapter 68. Malfoy encounters a ghost. The following day, in an effort to demonstrate that he was not engaged in any nefarious activities, Lior decided to visit Snape's office to read. Snape remained busy during the holiday. Dumbledore was frequently absent, investigating incidents concerning the basilisk. Thus, the heads of houses had to take turns patrolling the school for student safety during the break. Snape evidently harbored considerable resentment towards this arrangement, for whenever it was his turn to patrol, the points for Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff would plummet. At that moment, Snape was on patrol again, while Lior leaned back in his chair, engrossed in his book, when the office door was suddenly thrust open. It was Draco. He peered in, his platinum hair glinting. Where's Professor Snape? Out on patrol, Lior replied, setting his book aside and resting his elbows on the desk to regard him. Finally here to return the diary. Are you Mr. Malfoy? Draco's expression appeared rather grim. You will regret this. We know what that is, Draco, Lior asserted. Now hand it over, unless you wish to incur Professor Snape's wrath. You wouldn't dare tell him the truth, would you? Draco scoffed. It seems you are also implicated. What does that have to do with me? Lior countered. I know I have done nothing, whereas you, Draco, are the one who petrified Justin. And I nearly met my demise at your hands. Take it. Draco hurled a black-covered notebook toward him. You can entertain yourselves with it. Lior caught the notebook and flipped through its pages, noting the crude craftsmanship, finding no discernible differences. Draco leaned against the doorframe, casting him a sinister glare. Lior raised his head. Aren't you leaving, Draco? Would you like me to pour you a glass of water? Draco huffed, sitting beside Snape's desk. Turning to glare at Lior. What book are you reading? Naturally, it is one recommended by Professor Snape, Lior replied nonchalantly. Has he not urged you to read it? Malfoy, isn't that obvious? What would he want with this? Aren't our textbooks thick enough? I certainly do not require remedial lessons. Draco turned away, his back to Lior, demanding, I want water. At your service, Mr. Malfoy, Lior said, skillfully locating a clean cup to place before Draco, filling it with water from the jug. Just as the water threatened to overflow, he set down the jug, picked up the cup. Oh dear, it seems a bit full. Let me pour some out for you. In that instant, with a sudden pop, he vanished, and the cup tipped over, splashing Draco completely. Draco's expression froze as he stared blankly at the now empty office, tendrils of black mist beginning to materialize before him, sending chills through his veins. A ghost! Draco screamed, bolting to the door in a panic, colliding headlong with Snape, who was returning briskly. What is the matter, Malfoy? Snape inquired, lifting Draco from the floor. There's a ghost, Professor. That Lee, Draco gasped. Breathless, he vanished. Snape. He glanced into the room, where Leo sat composedly in his original seat, as though nothing had transpired. "Let me handle this, Malfoy," Snape said gently. "The weather is pleasant today. You might enjoy some time in the sun." Malfoy could hardly contain his eagerness to escape, hastily ascending the stairs. "Lee," Snape lowered his voice, "what are you up to now?" "He is simply too timid," Leo retorted boldly. "I merely showcased my invisibility skills in a perfectly ordinary manner." Snape frowned. "Do you think this is merely a game, Lee? This is a means of preserving your life. Unless absolutely necessary, do not let too many know." "I will keep that in mind, Professor." Leo displayed a contrite expression. "Thanks to you, Malfoy has returned the diary to me. I appreciate it, Professor." Snape feigned ignorance, returning to his tasks. Later that evening, Leo presented the tattered diary to Harry and Ron. "Are you certain this is the item?" Ron frowned. "It looks older than my rat." The elderly rat, Scabbers, squeaked and scurried away from the side of the diary. "Though it is rare to see a 10-year-old rat," Leo quipped, "everyone here is older than Scabbers, Ron." "We should burn it," Harry suggested, "in case Malfoy tries to steal it back." "No," Ron protested. "Some magical items have anti-destructive measures. If you burn it, it could lead to more terrifying consequences. Until we fully understand this thing, we should lock it away." "I will keep it," Leo stated. "I can perform the unlocking charm. Malfoy once he find it easy to get in." Harry and Ron had no objections to this plan. Late at night, Leo lay alone in bed, contemplating the diary in his hands. It appeared to be nothing more than a thin notebook, its cover date barely legible, and the pages were alarmingly yellowed. Beyond that, nothing remarkable was evident. Leo attempted to write on the front page, as Draco had when he first acquired the notebook. "Draco Malfoy sends his regards." Nothing occurred. Malfoy's name lay on the front page, seemingly mocking him. Must it be used only by a pureblood wizard? Leo closed the peculiar notebook and tossed it into the cabinet. Regardless, as long as the diary remained in their possession, Draco would be unable to execute any schemes. Chapter 69. The hospital wing cannot accommodate so many. Just as they had anticipated, they spent the entire Christmas holiday in peace, with no further reports of attacks. Harry and Ron were ecstatic, basking in a sense of pride as covert heroes. After the Christmas break, Hermione's cat hair had still not completely faded. To alleviate her anxiety over missing classes, Leo voluntarily took on the task of transcribing her notes. After all, compared to Harry and Ron, he might be the sole student genuinely paying attention. The new term's assignments had increased considerably, particularly from Snape, whose questions were abundant enough to fill a book, leading everyone to believe he had gone mad. Leo was truly grateful for having studied in advance during the holiday. "Lior, you are entirely different from the first years," Hermione exclaimed, leafing through the notes. "These concise sentences are something I might not even conceive. You must remember that last year, I could hardly grasp grammar." Leo replied bashfully, "Thanks to you, Hermione. I would not have learned so quickly without your help." "I envy you, Hermione," Ron lamented, gazing forlornly at Hermione, who lay on her bed. "I wish my cheeks would sprout long whiskers, then I wouldn't have to do homework." "Stop spouting nonsense, Ron. I must catch up on my studies," Hermione declared matter-of-factly. "We still have exams to prepare for." "There are still 4 months until the exams, Hermione. That still requires proper preparation, Ron. Do you expect to cram the week before?" "What is that?" Harry suddenly pointed at Hermione's pillow, prompting Leo to look over, where a golden edge peeked out from beneath it. "A greeting card." Hermione hurriedly attempted to shove it back, but Ron was quicker, snatching the card and reading aloud the words inscribed upon it. "To Miss Granger. I wish you a swift recovery. With concern, your instructor, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, Knight of the Third Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and 5-time recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award from the Wizarding Weekly." Leo stepped back, feeling as though the card had become sullied. Ron gazed incredulously at Hermione. "You actually placed this under your pillow to sleep?" "He is our teacher, Ron. Shouldn't a teacher bestow a card of well wishes upon a sick student?" Hermione retorted, her cheeks flushed. "Oh, this infirmary can hardly accommodate so many people." Ron disdainfully tossed the card back. Just then, Madame Pomfrey arrived with the potion Hermione was to take, prompting them to hastily retreat. "Is Lockhart the most sycophantic fellow you've ever encountered?" Ron quipped as they walked. Setting aside the classes, his character, and the facts, Leo sighed. "His books are rather well written. You're dismissing far too much." Ron exaggerated. "Harry, you should send him to throw balls during Quidditch practice." Just ahead, something was indeed thrown their way. Ron ducked, revealing Peeves the poltergeist. Peeves danced and sang gleefully. "Oh, Potter, you pest. What is this?" Leo inquired, perplexed. "It's his new dance," Harry replied wearily. "Perhaps the turkey trot." "Quite unsightly," Leo remarked. "Can you sing opera?" "Just a single aria, and walls away." Everyone would know Harry is the heir of Slytherin. Peeves eagerly chimed in. Oh Potter, heir of Slytherin." Leo sang. "Hey, Harry protested. Oh, Potter. Heir of Slytherin, hey. Peeves quickly learned, dramatically placing a hand on his chest while pointing at Harry, genuinely producing a beautiful sound. Now, that is much more elegant. Liao remarked with satisfaction as Peeves tipped his hat in salute. Good heavens, are you Snape? Ron scoffed, insulting while striving for elegance. Liao shrugged. At least it doesn't sound as noisy. Harry soon acquiesced. It sounds like a legend. Well, heir of Slytherin, you alone can summon the basilisk in this school. You hold their lifeline. Liao stated. Be a bit more confident. You could strut about, rather than controlling their lifeline. I prefer to grasp the answers to my assignments. Harry chuckled ruefully. How many rat tails should be added to the growth potion? Liao, could I borrow your homework for a moment? Of course, Liao replied. While you're at it, could you check my fill-in-the-blank answers for spelling errors? Last time, he had mistakenly written puffer fish as butterfish, and Harry and Ron had copied it without hesitation. When Snape read it aloud in class, Draco had laughed so hard his mouth nearly stretched to his ears. It's unavoidable. Those letters look too similar, and after staring at them for too long, one inevitably confuses them. Liao began to miss Lysander, who was adept at fiddling with correction quills. Fortunately, according to Madame Pomfrey, the current crop of mandrakes was thriving, nearing their adolescent phase. This meant Lysander was one step closer to restoration. With a stroke of luck, he might even catch the end-of-term exams. Speaking of luck, perhaps some would recall that last year, Snape had promised Isolde Greengrass that should she submit her report within a month, he would grant her an additional 10 ounces of Felix Felicis as recompense. Now, a month had passed, and as expected, Isolde had failed to provide any substantial progress. Fortunately, Snape had not actually prepared any Felix Felicis for her. By early February, Hermione finally discharged from the hospital wing. Her face was now completely clear, devoid of any cat hair. This was undoubtedly a boon for them, as Gryffindor's points began to rise appreciably once more. Hermione's return fostered a fervent atmosphere of learning within Gryffindor, and their efficiency in completing assignments markedly improved. After witnessing Li Yao's increasingly proficient invisibility spells, Hermione even took it upon herself to borrow a copy of the Xinhua dictionary, attempting to learn Chinese. It was then that Li Yao realized how exceedingly difficult Mandarin was for foreigners. Hermione had never faced challenges in her studies, yet now, the mere 4 tones of pinyin had her perplexed for quite some time. Li Yao believed this to be unnecessary, even if one mastered a foreign language. It did not guarantee proficiency in the incantations of that language. To his knowledge, all wizards excelled in spells utilizing their native tongue. Nevertheless, learning an additional language was always beneficial. Hermione, engrossed in her reading of the Tao Te Ching, did not lift her head, exclaiming, "What exactly is the Tao in your culture? This book is rather challenging." Hermione, Li Yao admitted, feeling somewhat flustered. Clearly, he had never fully comprehended it himself. You might start with something like the elementary rhymes or 300 Tang poems. Those are what we Chinese learn in our childhood. Hermione's enthusiasm remained undimmed. She marked her place in the book and eagerly sought out the titles Li Yao had mentioned. Chapter 70. Writing love letters is inferior to writing war declarations. February 14th. Valentine's Day. For all the heads of houses, particularly a certain Slytherin head, it was another bustling day. He had apprehended approximately 5 or 6 pairs of students caught kissing at the astronomy tower and other locations, including one of his prized pupils, Sir Shafik. By morning, Snape's demeanor appeared rather grim. Li Yao, just arising, received a letter from Isolde, lamenting Snape's unyielding demeanor while attempting to glean what he was currently researching. Naturally, Li Yao would not divulge Snape's progress, but Isolde had slipped him quite a few honey candies, making it difficult for him to refuse outright. He pondered how to artfully deflect her inquiries with vague pleasantries as he walked. As Snape emerged from the corridor, he spotted the love-struck youth engrossed in a piece of lilac-patterned stationery, and his frustration flared. "Lee, what are you reading?" "It's a letter from Miss Isolde Greengrass, Professor." Li Yao exclaimed. "I was just pondering how to respond." Snape glanced over, noting the signature indeed belonged to Greengrass, and his ire diminished considerably. No need to reply. She will get used to it. So their mutual silence was reciprocal? Li Yao recalled that Snape had no early classes today and curiously inquired, "Professor, why are you up so early today?" "No hand-holding in the corridors. Hufflepuffs lose 10 points." Snape suddenly barked, causing Li Yao to glance over and see 2 Hufflepuff students hurriedly skedaddle from the corner. "Ah, today is Valentine's Day." Li Yao understood. "Professor, are you on the lookout for early romances?" Snape shot him a glance. "You had better not be secretly dating at school. Otherwise, should I catch you?" "That is utterly impossible." Li Yao hastily denied. "I can't even finish my essays. The only thing I could fall in love with is a cauldron." Snape nodded in satisfaction and beckoned Li Yao. "Come, let us go eat." Li Yao suspected he was hallucinating from too many late nights. The Great Hall this morning was utterly transformed from the previous night. The walls were adorned with large pink flowers, and as Li Yao and Snape stepped through the doorway, a cannon sounded, showering them with colorful confetti shaped like hearts cascading from the ceiling, landing upon their shoulders and heads. Severus Snape irritably shook his head, sending the heart-shaped confetti flying. Lockhart. Professor Lockhart was standing before him, adorned in an ostentatiously pink robe that mirrored the decorations of the Great Hall. Upon spotting Snape, he beamed with a grin. Happy Valentine's Day, Severus. I took the liberty of decorating the hall. It's now brimming with the spirit of love. Don't you think? Leo mused. His professor had just chastised students for early romances. The atmosphere of love? If you still remembered your role as a professor. This is a school, Lockhart. Snape retorted with dissatisfaction. Oh, the beauty of youthful love, I assent it. Lockhart, as oblivious as ever to the mood, gleefully observed the two of them. Severus, you must have experienced romance during your school days, didn't you? Leo, you're not bad-looking either, surely. There are girls who write you love letters? No. Leo vehemently denied, noticing that Snape had already stalked off toward the staff table, prompting him to hastily add, I must go eat, Professor. Thus, Lockhart proceeded to pester other young couples. As the hall began to fill with students, Lockhart stood up and exclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, Happy Valentine's Day. So far, I have received 46 cards from you, and I express my heartfelt gratitude to them. Yes, I took the initiative to arrange this little surprise, and there is more to come. Leo was reluctant to let this pink spectacle invade his vision, so he glanced at Snape across the hall, whose expression was as dark as a cauldron that had just exploded. Lockhart clapped his hands, and the doors of the great hall swung open, revealing a procession of small dwarfs, 12 in total, each sporting wings and carrying harps. Resembling the cherubs of ancient Greek mythology, Lockhart joyfully announced, they will be roaming the school today, delivering Valentine's cards to you. At this point, even Leo dared not look at Snape's expression. Lockhart remained blissfully unaware of the professor's fury. I'm sure my colleagues are eager to join in. Why not ask Professor Snape to teach you how to brew love potions? If you're interested. Professor Flitwick is more adept at charm magic than any wizard I've ever seen. That sly old dog. Leo could almost envision Snape wishing to poison Lockhart at that moment. Their day was turning out to be utterly dreadful. The dwarves showed no regard for whether classes were in session. They interrupted lessons incessantly, delivering those absurd Valentine cards, severely disrupting the classroom atmosphere. After the third dwarf had been ejected, Professor McGonagall could no longer endure it and cast a binding spell at the classroom door. We can ascertain that there must be some connection between the two. Bang! The classroom window shattered, and Professor McGonagall stared in disbelief at a dwarf scowling from the windowsill. The students bowed their heads, fearful of being singled out by the dwarf. Ron Weasley, the dwarf declared, prompting Ron to emit a shriek and dive beneath his desk. Here's a confession from your brothers. I'm in class. Professor McGonagall admonished sternly, whoever sent you must leave at once. However, the dwarf had already begun to strum his harp, loudly singing in a raspy voice. Oh Ron, your name is a mistake. You eat 5 chicken legs a day. Just like the rodent beside you. A flash of blue light interrupted the dwarf's song, silencing him and sending his diminutive form, along with the harp, soaring out of the window, restoring it to its original state. There must be some connection. Professor McGonagall retracted her wand and resumed her lesson. I'll kill them. Ron emerged from beneath the desk, gritting his teeth as he confided to Leo and the others. I must write to my mom. Harry appeared somewhat gleeful at Ron's plight. Ron, your brothers are writing you love letters. However, Harry found no amusement after class. On his way to the next lesson, Harry was also accosted by a dwarf. Hey you, Harry Potter, I have a message to deliver. The dwarf exclaimed with a menacing expression, pulling out the battered harp. I don't want to hear it. Harry cried in terror, attempting to flee, but the dwarf held on tightly to his backpack. Stay right there, the dwarf commanded. You must listen. Let me go? Harry desperately tugged at his backpack, trying to outmatch the dwarf's strength. Clearly, the ultimate victim of this tug-of-war was the backpack. Leo watched helplessly as the overburdened backpack tore open, spilling its contents across the floor. What is going on? Malfoy's drawling voice chimed in. Someone is confessing to you, Potter. At that moment, Harry regretted not having learned Leo's invisibility spell. This is your melodious Valentine's gift, Harry Potter. The dwarf declared, strumming the harp and singing loudly. His eyes are as green as a freshly pickled toad. The laughter of Malfoy and his cronies nearly drowned out the song. The harp flies, Leo shouted, and with an odd sound, the melody vanished. The dwarf glaring at the harp as it soared away, lunging toward Leo in an attempt to reclaim it. Give it back. Leo held the harp aloft. Back off, or I will tear it apart. Leo, Percy shouted from behind. No magic in the corridors. I'm reporting this. I'm sorry, Percy. Leo casually plucked a string, while the dwarf angrily hopped around him. but were late for class. The crowd dispersed under Percy's elevated prefect badge. Leo waited until no one else was nearby, then bent down to the irate dwarf. Flashing a mischievous grin, "I have a message for you to deliver to Draco Malfoy, a second-year Slytherin student." The dwarf begrudgingly took the harp and stormed off, mumbling the lyrics about lacking the courage of a fly and should return home to find his father. Chapter 71. Snape curses all lovers. With Lockhart's meddling, Snape's ire towards early romances intensified. During evenings without classes, he flitted about like a malevolent bat, trailing behind the dwarves and eavesdropping on every love letter. Of course, the students had nearly exhausted the dwarves' patience. Under the leadership of the Weasley twins, they quickly learned to compose the most nauseating phrases with the sweetest words, accurately targeting their rivals. By dinner time, several dwarves bore visible bruises and tufts of missing hair, suggesting they had been on the receiving end of a beating. After dinner, Leo transformed into a wisp of black mist, happily trailing behind one of the dwarves. "Draco Malfoy," the dwarf croaked, "here's another message for you. Get lost. Go away." Draco snapped angrily, "I don't want to hear it." However, the dwarf stubbornly clung to his knee, unwilling to relent. And with the last vestiges of professional dedication, sang in a high-pitched voice, "Draco, Draco, Daddy's good boy." Draco attempted to shake the dwarf off, but clearly, brute strength was not on his side, and he fell backward. Leo nearly burst into laughter. "Draco, Draco, the snitch who always tells." The dwarf clung tightly to Draco's leg, terrified of being kicked away. Draco glared at the dwarf, his teeth clenched, and seized a nearby bag to strike the dwarf on the head. The contents of the bag spilled everywhere, but the dwarf was unharmed. Leo was rarely able to witness Malfoy in such a disheveled state, his mouth nearly stretching to his earlobes amidst the swirling black mist. Suddenly, he caught sight of the scattered items around Malfoy, and his smile froze. He beheld the diary. Shouldn't it be in his dormitory? When did Draco retrieve it? The black mist stealthily approached, extending 2 fingers in an attempt to surreptitiously snatch the diary. "Malfoy!" An ominous bat swooped in, a spell knocking the dwarf aside and helping Draco back to his feet. "Who did this, Malfoy?" Snape inquired softly, gathering the items scattered on the ground. The black mist nearly brushed against Snape's fingertips, quickly retracting and vanishing in an instant. "Potter, it must have been Potter and his lot," Malfoy exclaimed, his face flushed. "Draw your wand, and let me instruct you on how to proceed," Snape said, pointing his wand at the dwarf, who groaned and flew even further away. Malfoy gleefully cast spells under Snape's guidance as the unfortunate dwarf tumbled along the corridor. The black mist crouched in the corner, nearly driven mad with anxiety. "That will suffice." "Malfoy," Snape cheerfully stowed his wand, "I must attend to other matters." The black mist crept forward, intent on reaching into Malfoy's bag, when Snape suddenly called out, "Lee, you come here too." The black mist froze. Draco glanced quizzically at Snape's departing figure, surmising that Snape had spotted Leo around the corner, and hurriedly retreated in the opposite direction. The black mist darted before Snape, nervously inquiring, "Professor, how did you discover me?" Snape regarded him with disdain. He hadn't truly discovered him. It was merely a ruse to catch this rascal. After all, in his experience, wherever Malfoy found misfortune, this instigator would invariably be present. "Did you learn this spell for nefarious purposes?" "Step out of the mist," Snape commanded. Leo glanced around, seeing no one nearby, and obediently revealed himself. Snape finally seized the opportunity. "Gryffindor loses 20 points. Leo responded. So the reason for revealing himself was that he couldn't be chosen just now? "Follow me." Snape tossed him a notebook filled with rows of student names. "We shall patrol together, noting down those who are engrossed in romantic entanglements." Leo dared not refuse, dutifully trailing behind that billowing robe, observing as Snape expertly scoured each prime rendezvous spot. "Gryffindor loses 10 points. Cassius Parkinson, I am quite disappointed. Rena Alnavar Diaz. Return to your tower." Snape shoved aside a Gryffindor upperclassman, while Slytherin's Cassius stood bewildered, and Snape strode off to another location. Leo turned to glance at the 2 upperclassmen, his jaw nearly dropping. "Ravenclaw loses 10 points. Hufflepuff loses 10 points. Valen Rossi, Ella Blunt, put your clothes back on." Snape disdainfully extinguished the light from his wand. Leo followed closely behind, anxiously jotting down names in his little notebook. "Isaven, what are you and Dexter Roach doing here?" Snape queried. Dexter, clearly taken aback by encountering his head of house, stood nervously without uttering a word. Isaven bravely replied, "We are observing the squid, Professor Snape." "Oh, not engaging in romantic discourse, uttering some blush-inducing words, I presume?" Snape glanced at Dexter. The lake's surface was still frozen. "One could watch all night and still not see the squid, Roach." Just as Dexter had thought of a suitable defense, Snape had already departed. presumably due to the lack of overt evidence to warrant point deductions. Leo breathed a sigh of relief, as I7 was from Gryffindor. Any deductions would further diminish their house points. He followed Snape around Hogwarts for several laps, utterly in awe of Snape's ability to pinpoint various suitable spots for couples to meet. A hapless Hufflepuff had already switched locations 3 times, only to be relentlessly pursued by Snape. By the time they returned to the office, Leo was out of breath, a slight perspiration forming at his back. He relievedly returned the notebook to Snape, but couldn't he resist asking the question that had lingered in his mind. Professor, what is the purpose of recording these names? An assassination list? A list for expulsion? Snape smiled malevolently. By next Valentine's Day, we shall discover whether they are all enamored with the same individual. The professor certainly possessed a wicked sense of humor. Chapter 72, Malfoy bathing Riddle late at night. Are you certain? How could he possibly accomplish that? Leo's first reaction upon returning was to locate the diary in the dormitory. The diary that Draco had given them still lay undisturbed in the cabinet. Yet Leo was convinced that it was not the same one from Draco's bag. Draco had provided a fake notebook to deceive them. He clearly did not wish to relinquish this opportunity to unleash the basilisk. We must follow him to ascertain his true intentions, Harry stated. I believe you should report this matter to the headmaster. Hermione frowned. If what Malfoy claims is indeed true. Absolutely not. Hermione, I implore you. Ron said, consider my mother. We have a means to resolve this, do we not? Harry added. The means you propose involves sacrificing your own time to complete assignments while tracking Draco Malfoy? Hermione regarded them with a look of incredulity. Yet he hasn't released the basilisk in quite some time. Leo expressed some doubt. I thought he would be eager to eliminate us all. Everyone is on high alert now. Perhaps he dares not act impulsively, Harry conjectured. True, prior to the break. The school was sparsely populated. Any action would inevitably raise suspicions. Now that the term has just begun, everyone remains vigilant. Slytherin has always been adept at concealing themselves, waiting for the opportune moment. Leave the assignments to me, Leo declared. You have the invisibility cloak, and I can perform the disillusionment charm. We can take turns watching Malfoy. That is far too dangerous. Hermione appeared quite disapproving. If Malfoy were to release the basilisk in your presence, what would you do? Run. Leo replied. Of course, we would run as quickly as possible. None of us are to entertain the notion of confronting them alone. This plan is riddled with flaws. Hermione protested. I still believe you should inform Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore directly. Hermione, let us give it a try, Leo urged. If we fail, you are more than welcome to disclose everything to them. Are you excluding me from the plan? Hermione's frustration escalated. If you insist on undertaking this endeavor, she produced several sheets of parchment, inscribing on one, Discover Malfoy. Hermione. The adjacent sheets bore corresponding text. A magical message board. Synchronizing written messages within 100 meters, Hermione explained, I hope you do not stray too far. Hermione, how did you accomplish this? Leo marveled, examining the parchment closely. Hermione proudly lifted her chin. I merely employed a few variants of the copying charm and the teleportation charm. Even Ron couldn't help but admire Hermione now. They each took a sheet of paper, carefully tucking it into their pockets. We need to devise a code name, Leo suggested cautiously. In case any of us were to have our messages discovered, we wouldn't expose everyone. Minerva, Hermione promptly replied, using her wand to erase the words on the paper. Rewriting, Minerva awaits a response. Fire. Ron spoke without a moment's hesitation, inscribing beneath Hermione's words, the cannon salutes you. Harry appeared to be in a state of indecision, glancing toward Ron and Hermione for assistance. Hermione pointed to Harry's forehead and declared on his behalf, the Flash. I am the Flash. Harry chuckled. Following suit by writing on the parchment, the Flash acknowledges. What is this? Ron inquired. It's a comic from the Muggle world, Hermione responded. About a super speedy superhero you've never seen? I thought you only read textbooks, Hermione. Ron exclaimed, astonished. He then turned to Lee Jordan. And you, Lee? Who are you? Batman, Lee stated, completing the final line. Batman at your service. Batman. That's also a superhero, Ron. You should really check out Muggle comics. They're far more thrilling than Charlie's Canon Team. Well then, we all have super cool codenames now, Ron declared. Snape would never dream of the caliber of names we conjured up. They swiftly divided into pairs. Harry and Lee together, Ron and Hermione in another, taking turns cloaked in invisibility to follow Malfoy. Without delay, Harry and Lee positioned themselves at the entrance of the Slytherin common room the following evening. The subterranean corridors were perpetually cold and damp. They crouched in a corner, repeatedly casting drying charms upon themselves. Draco never emerged. Lee, growing impatient, pulled out his homework and began writing against the wall. It's almost curfew. Should we head back? Harry whispered. Of course, after curfew, even if he unleashed a basilisk, he wouldn't be able to harm anyone, Lee replied pragmatically. Just as they were about to depart, the stone wall abruptly swung open, and their much-anticipated Draco Malfoy stepped out, remarkably alone, without Crabbe and Goyle in tow. Harry and Lee exchanged a glance beneath the invisibility cloak and quickly followed him. Draco strode purposefully under the flickering dim light, his silhouette emanating an inexplicable irritation. They observed as the blond boy rounded a corner, ascended the stairs, and leaped out of a window, his wizarding robes billowing dramatically with each agile movement. He has gone outside. Harry gazed at the half-open window, growing convinced that Draco was about to act. He had left the castle. We're at a disadvantage with two of us, Lee stated. I'll go ahead alone, and you can follow after. With that, he cast the invisibility charm and slipped through the window like a gust of wind. Harry was not to be outdone. Soon the window trembled, and an unseen hand pushed it open, causing the grass below to part. Draco was already a considerable distance away, prompting Lee to hastily join Harry beneath the cloak as they jogged to catch up. They found Draco halted at the edge of the Black Lake, standing still and gazing at its surface, lost in thought. Surely, he wasn't there to rendezvous with a lake nymph. Lee cautiously drew out his parchment and swiftly wrote, Draco at the Black Lake. Batman. The pair stealthily advanced toward the slender figure. What should we do? What should we do? Draco's voice was low and hoarse, startling Lee. He watched as Draco clenched his fists, then suddenly bent down, picking up a stone from the ground and hurling it forcefully ahead. The stone skipped across the icy surface, producing a series of sharp sounds before falling silent. Under the moonlight, Draco stared at the spot where the stone had vanished, his eyes seemingly bloodshot. He slowly stepped forward, inching closer to the lake's edge. For a fleeting moment, Lee even entertained the notion that he might be contemplating a plunge into the depths. Draco appeared to have made a resolute decision, reaching beneath his robes to retrieve a black-bound journal. Lee sensed Harry's breath hitch beside him. Draco's fingers trembled as they curled rigidly, gripping the spine of the book as if it were not leather and paper, but a cold, scaly serpent. He inhaled deeply, the breath quaking within his chest, before wildly swinging his arm, almost spastically, expelling the black journal away from him. Harry recoiled a step, and Lee could practically read the words he's gone mad. In Harry's eyes. Chapter 73. Who will care for Malfoy's fate? The ice shattered upon impact, and the journal gracefully slipped into the water. Draco stared at the dark hole in the ice, breathing rapidly. Harry noted that Draco's complexion had drained of color, yet his tone bore a hint of satisfaction. However, the lake suddenly gurgled ominously, as a long tentacle emerged from the abyss, coiling around the journal that should have sunk, and violently flinging it back. The book splashed down at Lee and Harry's feet, drenching them in water. They held their breath, eyes fixed on Draco. He appeared utterly drained, his blood running cold as he glared at the retreating tentacle, stomping his foot in frustration. Damn it. The journal lay at Lee's feet, and he wisely took a step back. Though they had longed to steal the journal, it was evidently not the opportune moment to conceal it. Draco hurried forward, seizing the journal, and hurled it once more at the lake's surface. Soon, the suction cup-laden tentacle reappeared, seemingly irate, this time targeting Draco and accurately slapping the journal against his face. Draco bit his colorless lips, his expression stiff as he clutched the journal, his jaw twitching from the strain of clenching his teeth. His pallor was alarmingly pronounced, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Let me go, Draco stood there, like a crumbling marble statue. His eyes lost their spark, as if engaged in an internal struggle of the soul. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply, reclaiming the journal once more. Draco retreated into the shadows, his steps light as if he might stumble into an unseen abyss with a misstep. Harry and Lee scarcely dared to breathe, carefully trailing behind Draco as he returned to the Slytherin common room. The scene was eerily surreal. Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower, they realized their palms were clammy with sweat. He wants to rid himself of Riddle, Harry remarked. It seems their collaboration is not proceeding smoothly. What could instill such fear in Malfoy? Lee pondered, noting that Draco's demeanor was scarcely distinguishable from that of a ghost, and he was, after all, the pride of Slytherin. If only they could both meet their demise. Harry fantasized. Riddle is far more dangerous than we anticipated. Harry, Lee cautioned, what he intends to do must surpass Draco's expectations. We need to consult Professor Dumbledore. Let us wait until tomorrow. We'll ask Hermione. Harry shook his head. The next morning, over breakfast, they spotted Malfoy. His complexion remained pale, yet he engaged cheerfully with his friends, as if the previous night's events had been naught but a dream. What do you think? Ron whispered Minerva. I firmly believe you should inform a teacher, Hermione asserted. Lee is right. This matter is beyond your control. Perhaps Malfoy has already given up? Ron suggested. He was about to throw it away, but he didn't succeed, did he? Hermione countered. Ultimately, they still had no resolution. Worse still, the Quidditch captain would had intensified their training regimen. Thus Harry found his leisure time consumed almost entirely by practice, while the academic demands at Hogwarts grew increasingly rigorous, leading to the demise of their plan to shadow Malfoy. Before long, the Easter holiday arrived, bringing with it a formidable task, selecting their courses for third year. The upcoming year would not be as carefree as the previous two. In addition to the compulsory subjects, they were required to choose at least 2 elective courses. This is not a matter for me to answer. Lee, you ought to reflect upon it yourself. What are your aspirations for the future? Despite saying this, Snape continued to scrutinize the course selection sheet in his hands, seemingly pleased that Lee had sought his counsel. It appeared that Lee was indeed at a loss for words. What could he possibly do? He seemed genuinely interested in every subject and was capable of excelling in all of them. Currently, he was most immersed in potions, but that was due to Snape's guidance. After graduation, without Snape, how far could he truly progress? Snape glanced at him. If you intend to continue studying potions, I believe you should at least select ancient runes and care of magical creatures. Although most institutions do not impose strict requirements for these subjects, only a third-rate potion master would be ignorant of both fields. Thank you, Professor. I will consider it, Lee said, his spirits lifted. He found both subjects quite appealing. Ancient runes appeared shrouded in mystery, and care of magical creatures would afford him more common ground with Hagrid. Yet, his interests extended beyond these. Professor, what are your thoughts on Muggle studies? Muggle studies? Snape seemed somewhat taken aback. It offers little assistance for potions. If you are interested, do not lose sight of priorities. Lee nodded. He had never forgotten that the first time he learned of his wizarding identity was when Professor Bubbage from Muggle Studies personally came to escort him. She had taken him to Diagon Alley, helping him select his very first wand, a fleeting encounter that had introduced him to this enchanting world. A brief joy that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. The Chinese culture places great emphasis on gratitude and reciprocity. He would certainly not miss Professor Bubbage's class. Moreover, he had emerged from the Muggle world himself. Under Snape's suggestion, he swiftly signed up for ancient runes, care of magical creatures, and Muggle studies. His classmates, however, were not as decisive. Upon returning to the common room, he noticed Dean with his eyes closed, tapping his wand on the course selection sheet, seemingly intending to choose whatever he pointed at. Neville, on the other hand, appeared overwhelmed, staring at a pile of letters from his numerous aunts and uncles, each brimming with varying course suggestions, none of which were alike. The most alarming was Hermione. Lee was nearly convinced he had misread her course selection sheet, for every single subject bore her signature. Hermione, Ron hesitantly remarked. We only need to sign up for the courses we wish to take. Indeed, Hermione replied, unfazed, these are all the subjects I want. How intense, how terrifying, Lee thought. His own enthusiasm for learning nearly rekindled by Hermione's fervor. Yet, recalling his obligation to assist Snape with materials, he quickly dismissed the notion of diving into courses with Hermione. Quality outweighed quantity. Graduating was the goal. Harry and Ron had both chosen divination, a subject Percy also deemed significant. It was only then that Lee realized he had not selected any divination-related courses, perhaps influenced by Isolde's words. He was reluctant to expend his already scarce energy on such classes. If one could alter the future, what significance did foreseeing it hold? If the future could not be changed, it would only serve to exacerbate one's worries, Lee pondered. Once he finalized his selections, Hermione took advantage of the Easter holiday to procure the textbooks for next semester's electives. She's truly frightening, Ron exclaimed. Lee was delighted to join Hermione in previewing ancient runes, as the course proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. The mere character chart of runes was already quite abstract. Yet, Snape was correct. Ancient runes was a language that could unveil the very essence of magic. Whatever he aspired to pursue, if he held a passion for magic, he ought to delve deeply into this subject. In the ensuing days, he spent nearly all his time in the library. The atmosphere within the school grew tranquil, with various club activities flourishing, and soon the exhilarating Quidditch match would commence. However, this calm would soon be shattered by the upcoming Quidditch game. Chapter 74. Why is it you again, Voldemort? This time, Gryffindor's opponent was Hufflepuff. Both teams appeared tense. Harry could scarcely eat breakfast. You've been training for so long, have you not? Ron remarked, offering Harry a sausage. Wood approached, gleefully dishing Harry a generous helping of fried rice. Today presents the ideal weather for a Quidditch match. If you trace the origins of spells, you would discover that the killing curse was originally employed for healing and exorcism. Hermione excitedly shared her findings with Lee. Lee stifled a yawn. He had stayed up late discussing a rune that appeared in both healing and harmful contexts with Hermione the previous night. What about Malfoy? Harry suddenly inquired. Why isn't he in the Great Hall today? The quartet looked up to see Crabbe and Goyle joyfully sipping pumpkin juice at the Slytherin table. Yet their leader was absent. Goyle, Lee said, frowning as he approached. Where's Draco? Goyle tilted his head in confusion. Taking a moment to recall, he was feeling ill this morning. What does it matter to you, Chinese? Crabbe bellowed. Stop fixating on Malfoy. So, he's in the dormitory then? Lee said. Professor Snape asked me to relay a message to him before the match. You must not forget to call the roll for your second years. We'll inform him, Goyle replied, licking the juice off his chin. Lee shrugged and quickly returned to the Gryffindor table. Malfoy has sent them away, Lee stated. I will go find him. I'll join you, Hermione stood up. Let us split up and search. We shouldn't tea separate, Hermione. It's too dangerous, Lee disagreed, concerned. We don't have the luxury of time to search the vast castle leisurely, Hermione said, producing a small mirror. Don't worry, I have a plan. Lee transformed into a wisp of black mist, feeling it prudent to conserve some energy, yet he did not want to lag behind. He searched the basement, the first floor, and the second. Lee did not find Malfoy, but he spotted Hermione near the library. Hermione lay on the floor, clutching the mirror, her eyes wide open. Beside her was a Ravenclaw girl. Lee's scalp prickled in an instant, standing there in disbelief. Hadn't Hermione said she had a plan? Hermione. He needed to find Professor McGonagall. Lee transformed into air, floating down from the window, and suddenly saw that platinum-haired figure on the second floor. Malfoy. Lee charged in, materializing as he shouted, drawing his wand and aiming it at Draco's pale face, which resembled one freshly unearthed. I will kill you. How intriguing, Draco replied, his tone unfamiliar. You are that Chinese boy? What? Lee's wand emitted a beam of light before vanishing in an instant. Do not rush. Follow me, and you shall find out. Draco languidly said, tightening his grip on Lee's wrist and leading him into the girl's lavatory. Draco had indeed succumbed to possession. Lior pondered. He could not possibly have devolved to such a degree. A low, guttural sound emanated from Draco's throat, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss, and then the pool before them vanished, revealing a pipe large enough for a person to crawl into. You are Riddle, Lior realized. What have you done to Draco? A peculiar smile contorted Draco's face. He offered no reply and instead pushed Lior into the pipe. While he had no aversion to exploring these strange locales, Lior hoped that Riddle would afford him a dignified descent. He found himself clumsily tumbling within the pipe's walls, drenched in water and encountering soft, sticky remnants that suggested it had not been cleaned in centuries. After an indeterminate time, he was unceremoniously expelled from the pipe's mouth and landed on the ground. The first thing he did upon rising was to cast a cleaning charm upon himself, given the potential presence of a basilisk. He refrained from illuminating his surroundings with wand light, and instead listened intently for any sounds. Draco, however, seemed unconcerned as he raised his wand, illuminating a beam of light. I know what you fear, Draco remarked nonchalantly. It won't emerge unless summoned. Come along. Where are you taking me? Lior asked warily. To witness the greatest marvel of this school, Draco replied, waving his notebook. Haven't you always been curious? Lior tightened his grip on his wand, as if contemplating a spell, yet heard Draco say over his shoulder, stay close. Only I can lead you out of here. Lior retracted his wand. Riddle was correct. The previous entrance required Parseltongue to unlock. Following Draco, or rather Riddle, he observed heaps of bones scattered at his feet, possibly remnants of small animals. As they continued, they came upon a mass of pitch-black substance. Lior gasped, ready to close his eyes, but saw Draco kick at the dark shape. It was merely a pile of shed snake skin. The size of the skin alone gave Lior a chilling insight into the terror that the basilisk must embody. Draco then opened another stone wall, continuing forward without a backward glance, seemingly confident that Lior would follow. With no other option, Lior chose not to become one of the bones outside, especially since Draco appeared in no hurry to terminate him. They halted before a colossal statue of a wizard. Suddenly, Draco's form slipped, and he collapsed. Draco? Riddle? Are you still there? Lior exclaimed, eyes wide. Don't run away. I still need to get out. Are you looking for me? Riddle's voice resonated once more. A translucent figure emerged beside the fallen body, a tall wizard with black hair, garbed in Slytherin robes. His features were handsome, yet his form was shrouded in mist, as though his invisibility charm had only partially failed. Lior gaped. You are. Indeed. I am the heir of Salazar Slytherin, Riddle declared proudly, stepping beneath the statue. Though at present, I am merely a fragment of memory within this diary. How did you learn my name? Was it that girl? It was Ginny Weasley, Lior corrected, but she did not divulge much about you, implicitly suggesting he could weave his own tale. How unfortunate, Riddle replied, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. I am quite the confidant of hers. You might be unaware of how many of her youthful secrets she has entrusted to me. And then there is that Malfoy boy. Thanks to him, I have learned much about your story. Oh, you children always seem so eager to bare your souls to strangers. Is Draco alive? Lior inquired anxiously. Alive. Though not for much longer, Riddle replied, winking slyly. You don't care for him, do you? I don't understand, Lior gasped, struggling for breath. Aren't you fond of purebloods? Draco is from one of the sacred 28 families. That is a necessary sacrifice. Riddle's expression revealed no remorse. I know you, Lior. I have long wished to meet you. How fortuitous, Riddle. I too have yearned to meet you, Lior said dryly. Were you also a student of Slytherin? 50 years ago, Riddle toyed with Draco's wand. This is my memory at 16, so, you are my contemporary. I don't understand. This may sound offensive, but are you still alive? Lior queried. How is that possible, Elder? Alive, indeed, Riddle's smile turned sinister. You need not call me Elder, truthfully. You ought to have seen me before. Lior vehemently denied. I have never known anyone named Riddle. True, but you certainly know the illustrious savior by your side. You are friends, are you not? You are aware of the tale surrounding him? A baby who escaped from the hands of the greatest wizard in history? Riddle coaxed. Lior felt increasingly uneasy. You mean the Dark Lord? Riddle appeared quite pleased. Here, you may speak that name freely. Voldemort? Riddle grasped Draco's wand. Inscribing a series of gleaming letters in the air, Tom Marvolo Riddle. With a flick of his wand, he rearranged the letters. I am Lord Voldemort. Voldemort is my past, present, and future, Riddle whispered. Lior felt entirely numb. Why was it him again? What was this? Last year the old one sought him out, and now the young one appears? You are correct. I do know you. Lior's voice carried a faint tone of despair. 49 years later. You became my defense against the dark arts teacher. I am aware of that. Riddle gazed at him greedily. Yet I wish to hear from you directly how you destroyed the Philosopher's Stone and banished me. Why are you curious about that? Lior asked. You are merely a student now. Do you not see? Riddle approached, and Lior noticed his form becoming clearer. Soon, I shall be free from this diary. Lior felt that even a bolt of lightning striking him would not inflict as much damage as that statement. I am sorry. I am simply curious. Lior swallowed hard, scrutinizing Riddle. If you are resurrected, what then becomes of your future? I have already stated, that is still me, Riddle replied, appearing unconcerned. Lior, you have yet to answer my question. It is silent. Lior gripped his wand tightly. I do not comprehend the rest. That suffices. I require your power. Riddle declared coldly. Lior, you shall become the first follower of my youthful Voldemort. Why should I believe you? Lior asked. I do not possess such noble blood. That basilisk has attacked me before. But you survived, did you not? Bloodline is but one aspect. Riddle regarded him with keen interest, as if perusing a menu. I prefer those with talent, Lior. And what benefit do I receive? Lior inquired. Am I to be spared by the great Lord Voldemort? I shall not slight any friend. Riddle assured. I shall grant you the utmost status. You have an affinity for potions, do you not? Accompany me, and you shall become a master of the craft. Agreed. Lior feigned sincerity, mimicking Quirrell's tone. What is it you require of me, master? Wait here, Riddle replied, clearly pleased by the title. Your friends shall come to rescue you. Am I your bait? No, I genuinely wish to see you, Riddle remarked. But if you were to vanish, Harry Potter would undoubtedly come searching for you. He extracted the parchment from Lior's pocket, which was already inscribed with a myriad of Harry and Ron's anxious inquiries. How amusing, Riddle said, tapping the parchment with his wand, causing the writing to vanish and be replaced by an elegant script. Second floor girls' lavatory. Lior leaned against a stone pillar, quietly observing Draco's motionless form on the ground. How long until you are fully resurrected? Eager to see your adversaries perish? Riddle smiled at him. It shall be soon. Lior, you will soon behold my true self. What of your basilisk? Lior inquired again. Why not simply release it to eliminate everyone at the school in one fell swoop? The basilisk must be summoned to emerge. Riddle patiently explained, and it cannot remain out for long. Its vulnerabilities are always quite evident. After all, even you managed to escape its jaws. To me, you are far more valuable than a basilisk, Lior. Lior endeavored to present a smile befitting the flattery. Why did Draco take so long to act? Lior asked. I had thought you would get along splendidly. Initially, we did. Riddle's tone dripped with disdain, his words always melodious. He spoke of driving Dumbledore away and eradicating all the mudbloods, but after I assisted him once, he began to tremble in fear, even attempting to destroy this diary. Riddle's tone was as light as discussing a pet dog. I loathe traitors above all. What use is his retreat now? From the moment he began writing in this diary, he had already surrendered his soul to me. Surprising, Draco does possess some courage, Lior silently mused, recalling how he had once attempted to drown Voldemort. Riddle, perhaps bored from his extended stay in the diary, began to regale him with tales of his past. You may not know this, but 50 years ago, I opened the Chamber of Secrets. However, I was rather hasty in my killings, and the school nearly faced closure. Thus, I sought the perfect scapegoat, Rubeus Hagrid. Lior's expression nearly froze. How did you manage that? Consider it, Riddle boasted. Who would doubt my accusations? On one side, you have me, Tom Riddle, born of humble origins, yet possessing remarkable intellect, orphaned but both wise and brave, a prefect and model student. On the other, the bumbling giant Hagrid, clumsy and troublesome, causing chaos every week, raising a litter of werewolf cubs under his bed, and wrestling with trolls in the Forbidden Forest. They never even paused to ponder how that oaf could possibly be the heir of Slytherin. It took me 5 years to locate the entrance to that chamber. Well, the entrance is in the girls' restroom. Finding it might be considered a testament to his perseverance. Do you not think we are rather alike? Both orphans. Both brought here by that tiresome old man Dumbledore. Both excelling academically, Riddle continued, seemingly presuming that Lior would revere him. I actually have a question for you. Lior raised his hand. Can you cast the killing curse now? Are you interested in that? Riddle appeared unfazed. I shall teach you, Lior, but not at this moment. Why does the killing curse originate from healing magic? Lior posed a question reminiscent of Hermione's inquiry. Taking life and granting life. How are they connected? Riddle, clearly uninterested in such scholarly nuances, nevertheless explicated patiently. Exorcism, Lior, it is evident. Their essence lies in banishing that which is malevolent. If employed to expel illness, it becomes healing magic. He smiled meaningfully. If it is used to purge those foul souls, it transforms into the killing curse. Lior nodded, half comprehending. The fifth-year upperclassman certainly knows a great deal. So, in a sense, is it akin to the purification charm? What of the forgetfulness potion? Could it also be seen as a means of expelling memory? If an antidote were to be brewed with an infusion? Riddle's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he gazed at Lior. Is this your assignment, Lior? What do you take me for? Of course, merely an academic endeavor, senior. Lior maintained a pious demeanor. Once a teacher, always a teacher. You have always been my esteemed professor. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from outside. They have arrived. Riddle declined to answer his question. It is time for you to prove yourself, Lior. Go bind Harry Potter, and eliminate anyone else who accompanies him. Silence hung in the air. Riddle's smile faded, and he turned around in a circle. Where's everyone? Chapter 76. The true ruthless dare to petrify themselves. Listen to me, Harry. As Harry prepared to push open the cold stone door, he felt his vision shrouded by a cloud of darkness. Lior? Lior squeezed through the crack of the door, his face ashen. We must return. Draco is on the brink of collapse. Voldemort is inside. You must inform the professors of this. What did you say? Harry nearly dropped his glasses. Voldemort? It is the 16-year-old Voldemort. Regardless, he is still he. Lior's voice was urgent. Hurry, before he realizes. Let us go. But how? Lior understood Harry's implication. The tunnel was so long. How would they climb back up? Who could possibly outclimb a basilisk? I shall hold him off, Lior declared resolutely. No, Harry pressed his hand down Lior. The moment I arrived here, my scar began to burn. Do you understand? If it is truly Voldemort inside, it should be I who faces him. Has he lost his mind? Harry, Lior forcefully pushed him back. You cannot defeat him. There is also the basilisk. Thus, I should be the one to go. I can speak Parseltongue, remember? Harry asserted firmly. Lior, you are always the most resourceful. You lead them to safety. Them? Lior followed Harry's gaze to where Ron and Lockhart lay beneath the debris, covered in dirt and grime. I am sorry, Harry, I promised Dumbledore. As he spoke, Lior conjured 3 enormous bubbles, encasing Harry, Ron, and Lockhart within. The 3 began to gently rise. Lior lowered his wand, his voice imbued with a sense of resolve. As you said, I possess the best means of survival. Do not worry about me. Harry, trapped within the bubble, gaped, seemingly wanting to say something, pounding against the inner wall of the bubble, but to no avail. The bubble Lior crafted was the sturdiest. Just as Lior turned to leave, the stone door behind him slid open. Reacting swiftly, Lior conjured a dark mist to shield the 3 bubbles in front of the door. Almost simultaneously, a colossal, emerald-green serpent lunged forward from behind him. I have been waiting inside for quite some time. Riddle's spectral form emerged, his tone tinged with disappointment. Why not come inside and converse properly, Harry Potter? Lior gritted his teeth, enveloping Harry's bubble with the dark mist. As expected, the basilisk lunged into the air, shattering the bubble with a single bite. Seizing the opportunity, Lior gave Harry a push, allowing him to tumble to the ground. Voldemort, Harry shouted with his eyes tightly shut. Who would want to converse with you properly? Why not? Riddle strode forward, the basilisk beside him raising its head, hissing and flicking its tongue as if searching for Lior. Riddle stood before Harry, fixated on the scar on his forehead, a fervor gleaming in his eyes. Harry, in your past lies my future. We have encountered each other twice. On both occasions, I failed to kill you. I have always been curious. How did you escape death? The black mist anxiously swirled around the basilisk. He had only heard that striking a snake at its 7-inch mark could be effective, but would that apply to the basilisk? Where exactly was that 7-inch mark? Merlin. He had no concept of measurements. His essays were always far too lengthy. As he extended his hand from the mist, ready to wave his wand, the serpent's head swiftly turned towards him. Liao quickly vanished into the air, darting to another corner and reciting rapidly, "Bind like a net." A massive spider web materialized around the giant serpent, and Liao reappeared from another vantage point. "Bind like a net. Bind like a net. Bind like a net. Bind like a net." Sticky webs erupted all around, yet Liao dared not glance at the basilisk, hurling spells haphazardly. Riddle cast an irritated glance in his direction. "Liao, what are you doing? I despise traitors above all else." The basilisk hissed, twisting its body in the chamber, tearing through the webs. It seemed enraged, crashing into every corner in a frenzy, attempting to crush the elusive Liao. Liao's situation was dire. He felt his magical energy nearing its limit, and if this continued, he could faint at any moment. But this was neither the dormitory nor the underground classroom. If he fell now, he would meet a swift demise in the belly of the serpent. There was no time to waste. He slipped into the inner chamber. Emerging from beneath the colossal wizard statue, leaning against a stone pillar, igniting a strand of web on the ground with his wand. A foul odor wafted through the air as the flames rapidly engulfed the entire stone chamber. Liao seized Draco's diary beside him, throwing it forcefully into the fire. "Useless." Riddle cackled amidst the flames. "Ordinary fire cannot harm me. You will only destroy yourself and your friends, Liao." Liao remained silent, fleeing while conjuring protective armor. The basilisk grew even more agitated by the flames, spewing venom as it relentlessly thrashed its tail against the ground, attempting to extinguish the fire. "Why betray me, Liao?" Riddle traversed the flames with a tone of regret. "I will return. I shall ascend to greatness, becoming the most formidable wizard, while you will never have another chance." "Dumbledore is the greatest wizard," Harry shouted hoarsely, coughing amidst the fire. A surreal melody echoed in everyone's ears. For a fleeting moment, Liao doubted whether he was nearing death. Just as he was momentarily distracted, the basilisk's foul mouth lunged at him, and instinctively, he raised his wand. But the serpent's sharp fangs shattered his right wrist. The basilisk tossed him into the air. Liao felt an agonizing pain swiftly radiating from his wrist, rendering him unable to cast even the invisibility spell. He had no time for contemplation, quickly seizing the opportunity to pull his wand with his left hand. Aiming it at his right hand, "Petrify." The pain ceased abruptly, yet he could no longer feel his right hand. He resembled a statue, dangling from the basilisk's fangs, which swung him around like a mad creature. Liao had never felt so dizzy, wishing he could petrify his entire body, leaving Harry to confront everything alone. But gritting his teeth, he shouted at his thoroughly petrified right hand, "Tightly bind." He adhered himself to the basilisk's fangs, his solidified right hand wedging itself in the serpent's mouth. That was all he could do. He shut his eyes tightly, striving to prevent himself from expelling his stomach in midair. His body, save for his right hand, could easily be smashed against the ground by the basilisk. Yet for some reason, it seemed intent on continuing to shake its head in the air. Soon he understood why. His form plummeted heavily. But instead of shattering as he had feared, he landed upon a soft, expansive feathered cushion. A gentle, warm head nuzzled against his face. He opened his eyes to find a brilliant red bird gazing at him. "Fox?" Liao inquired, and the great bird responded with a joyful cry. "Oh, Dumbledore's phoenix. I used to hold it when it was young." Chapter 77, Draco's Miraculous Survival. The phoenix, a true divine creature, granted Liao immense comfort. He cautiously peered towards the basilisk. Its body lay still, its head lolling to one side. He shifted his position, attempting to maneuver the serpent's mouth, and the venomous fangs snapped off with a loud crack. Liao was relieved it hadn't broken off in midair. He boldly approached. The basilisk was indeed dead. Its bulbous eyes appeared gouged out by some sharp instrument, oozing dark blood, while a gleaming silver sword protruded straight from its gaping throat. Where did this sword come from? Liao turned his head to see Harry smiling at him. Harry truly dared to throw it without fear of impaling himself. A wave of admiration surged within Liao. The most talented Quidditch player of Gryffindor was indeed deserving of his reputation. He would not survive. The basilisk's venom was irreversible, and he could only await death clutching that broken bird. The fire in the stone chamber had nearly extinguished, and Riddle kicked aside the ashes on the ground, pointing Draco's wand at Harry. "So be it, Harry. Now it is a duel between the two of us." Harry grasped his wand, and Liao anxiously watched them, striving to rise. "This is a duel between us. Your teacher must have taught you the etiquette of dueling, right?" Riddle spoke elegantly. Liao pulled the venomous fong from his wrist, observing the black venom smeared across his petrified arm. Perhaps he would never regain its function. He lamented inwardly that he could no longer brew potions. Fox seemed to read his thoughts, laying its beautiful head upon his wrist. His right hand gradually regained sensation. Pain. Pain. No, Fox, don't. Liao instantly realized what it intended to do. The tears of a phoenix possess healing properties. Yet he was about to seal the snake venom with petrification. Once his right hand recovered, it would mean his end was near. Fox raised its head, pecking him discontentedly. Liao felt his wrist healing slowly, the pain diminishing. The surging blood flowed robustly within him, and he did not feel any weaker. That's right, Harry, come on. Now we prepare. 3, 2, disarm. Liao saw Harry unleash a red beam before Riddle completed his countdown. Riddle's wand flew from his grasp. 16-year-old Voldemort is rather naive, Liao thought. At this point, who would still adhere to the rules? His right hand had nearly fully healed. Transforming into a wisp of black mist, he glided nimbly to the wand, stepping upon it. Dumbledore's wretched bird. Riddle glared at him menacingly, but it was futile. As long as the diary remained, you could not kill me. Oh, so I am the broken one of Dumbledore, Leo remarked, picking up the diary that lay a short distance away. You cannot destroy it, Riddle asserted with unwavering certainty. Do not waste your effort. Harry, this should be your task. Leo cast a sinister smile at Riddle, handing both the diary and the basilisk fong to Harry. What does it matter if the diary can be restored? The damage inflicted by the fong is irreversible. In an instant, Harry grasped the implication. He raised the fong high and plunged it forcefully into the center of the diary. A piercing scream resonated in their ears. Leo watched as streams of ink erupted violently from the diary, cascading down Harry's hand and pooling onto the disheveled ground. Riddle's spectral form howled in anguish, writhing and contorting before vanishing into nothingness. The basilisk's venom seared a hole through the diary, emitting a hissing smoke reminiscent of Leo's own wrist, causing a twinge of pain to flare in his right hand. Harry trembled all over, disgustedly discarding the fong and the diary. Is it over? I believe so, Leo replied as he retrieved the diary. Harry, I am immensely grateful for your sword. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. Harry appeared somewhat embarrassed. It was Fox. He brought the sorting hat, and the sword was drawn from it. The sorting hat is here? Leo glanced towards the corner, where indeed, the outline of a hat lay overturned in the shadows. Let us depart, Leo declared. It seems Professor Dumbledore is already aware. Harry extracted the sword from the basilisk's mouth, as Draco Malfoy groaned on the ground. Is he still alive? Harry's expression was one of incredulity. Indeed, amidst the chaos of fire and the basilisk, they were all left bloodied and exhausted, while this individual, who had been unconscious for half the ordeal, remained unscathed. Truly, the boy who lived, Leo mused, directing his wand at Draco. Who are you? Draco's gaze appeared bewildered. Where am I? I am asking you. You brought me here, Leo retorted sharply. You can still breathe, right? Do you feel unwell? If not, let us hasten. Draco seemed to be quite shaken by Riddle's torment, refraining from cursing them, and simply rose to follow behind. They made their way to the base of the pipe, where tranquility reigned, devoid of any presence. It appeared Ron and Lockhart had already ascended. Excellent. It seems his bubble is quite stable, without bursting midway and causing anyone to meet their demise here. How do we ascend? Draco inquired, tilting his head to gaze upward at the pipe, his expression betraying a hint of nausea. Did I descend from there? Indeed, I am pleased you have come to that realization. Leo wearily raised his wand, attempting to conjure more bubbles. Yet, Fox descended from the air, landing upon his hand, tilting his head and regarding him with bright, sparkling eyes, his golden feathers swishing. Fox can carry us up, Harry exclaimed. Fox is a phoenix. At last, someone appreciated Fox. The magnificent golden red bird turned proudly, and Harry grasped its tail. Leo took hold of Harry's other hand, casting a reluctant glance at Draco. Draco, pouting, also grasped the hand extended towards him. Fox soared upward, and Leo felt gusts of air rushing past his neck, a sensation distinct from the effects of invisibility. Upon reaching the top, the entrance slid open automatically, and the three landed upon the damp floor of the lavatory, encircled by a throng of concerned individuals. Among them were a distraught Lucius, an anxious McGonagall, a fierce Snape, a solemn Dumbledore, and a bewildered Ron and Lockhart.